Chapter 1. The Abnormal Containment Apartment. Welcome to the Abnormal Containment Apartment. With 9 billion people on Earth awakening their inherent abilities, the system has classified them as anomalies. They will be gradually introduced into the apartment for containment. Please take heed. This apartment serves as a facility for anomaly containment. The floors and rooms are boundless. Please remember your room number to avoid getting lost. Those classified as anomalies must adhere strictly to the apartment's rules. 1. Do not open any room without caution. There may be many familiar objects within, yet they are all quite peculiar. Take responsibility for the consequences. 2. Containment is not without cost. Depending on the opulence of the apartment, anomalies must pay the corresponding weekly containment fee. Violators will face expulsion. 3. The apartment operates under a self-managed system. The facilities within the apartment are complete, allowing anomalies to form guilds and manage the floors themselves. Where am I? In a strange room. Lin Yan listened as the elevator announcement concluded, reminiscent of an amnesiac suddenly regaining their memories. He surveyed his surroundings, confusion etched on his face. The room was modest, approximately 20 square meters in size, adorned in a minimalist style, devoid of windows. It was equipped with a bathroom, washing machine, air conditioning, and other furnishings typical of a standard studio apartment. Wasn't he in a university dormitory? Lin Yan pinched his face, confirming that he was not dreaming. Everything here felt achingly real. Did the announcement imply that over 9 billion people worldwide had been confined within this apartment? Suddenly, the announcement resumed. Restoring your inherent ability. Ding. Your ability awakening is complete. Congratulations, you have acquired a low-tier yellow ability. Mastery of bribery. Lin Yan remained in a daze. Low-tier yellow? What sort of ability was bribery? Welcome, Subject Lin Yan. Your weekly containment fee has been settled. Please ensure your account balance is sufficient for future automatic deductions. Before him, his containment panel materialized. Subject, Lin Yan. Anomaly source, Earth. Level 1. Physical strength 1. Energy 1. Rationality 1. Containment tokens 5,000. Property owned. Frank regular studio apartment. Weekly rent 1,500. Ability entries 18. Mastery of bribery. Every entity has its weaknesses as long as you wield bribery effectively. Yellow tier low ability. Mastery of bribery. You can perceive the anomalies within each room, along with a detailed presentation of bribery rules. Successfully completing bribery tasks will unlock maximum favorability and replicate the corresponding entries. Is this my player panel? Lin Yan composed himself, striving to restore his fragmented thoughts. He was merely an ordinary junior in college, introverted to the point of appearing somewhat awkward. Faced with such circumstances, he felt little astonishment. Rather, he swiftly transitioned into a state of deduction. The sudden awakening of abilities among the global populace led the system to classify them as anomalies. The containment was executed instantaneously. Moreover, his studio apartment was not complimentary. He would need to pay 1,500 containment tokens. Weekly failure to do so would result in dire consequences. Lin Yan pondered calmly. Containment tokens were a form of currency. Equipped with an initial capital of 5,000, I could sustain myself for a maximum of 3 weeks. Since my confinement was due to my innate talent, it stands to reason that my means of earning should also stem from this gift. My unique skill lies in bribery. Although it presents a challenge, according to the entries, this is not merely a simple act of bribery. By engaging in bribery to complete tasks, I can replicate the entries of others, including those of anomalous entities. I can possess up to 8 entries simultaneously. If I adeptly utilize my talent for bribery, akin to my talented friend, it implies that I too am skilled, which poses no difficulty. Lin Yan was intrigued by what lay adjacent to him. Glancing at the solid wall beside him, he activated his talent. Suddenly, blue lines emerged on the surface of the wall. Behind it lay an apartment layout identical to his own. A large, rectangular gray figure, clad in an exceedingly flamboyant suit, was curled up in the restroom, trembling uncontrollably. Entity, SpongeBob SquarePants. Anomaly rating, Level 4 Anomaly origin, Bikini Bottom Pineapple House. SpongeBob adores cooking Krabby Patties if you can provide him with cooking tools. He will be immensely grateful. Bribery task, Excellent employee spatula, excellent employee chef hat. Yellow tier, low-level talent, culinary master. Your cooking endeavors will never fail. SpongeBob? He certainly appears anomalous. His depiction was entirely different from what I had known from cartoons. The items for bribery in the panel seemed to be equipment. Just as I was about to explore other rooms, a panel suddenly popped up before me. Floor group chat, trading hall, guild management labor bounty. The icon for the floor group chat was flashing incessantly. I could navigate it within my mind. I clicked on it. Among the densely packed tabs, there were various subpages with distinct titles. Lin Yan mused. Since the system indicated that humans from Earth were dispatched in batches, I was certainly not among the first. Many others had already begun their survival within this apartment complex and had even established a new order. At present, someone had created a new pinned group .1408 newcomer exclusive. Before speaking, please modify your alias. Room number, real name, talent entry. Lin Yan clicked inside. The group comprised 2,000 to 3,000 members, most of whom were editing their names according to the set format. Liu info intermediate level talent. Thunder at fingertips Chung an advanced level talent. Planting bonus. Lin Yan perused the aliases of over a dozen individuals. He confirmed that talent levels were categorized in ascending order of earthly, heavenly, mysterious, and yellow, each further divided into high, medium, and low tiers. His yellow tier talent was undoubtedly quite lowly. Lacking both a means of self-preservation and combat capability, he felt powerless against those bizarre entities. The pinned group leader was an individual named Li Hu. The guild he belonged to was Fire Dragon. The group chat maintained a mute setting, and Li Hu was the first to speak. Welcome, new players. I am Li Hu, the vice president of the Fire Dragon Guild, and we manage the 2 floors above and below us. You all must have heard the system announcement just now. Our earliest players have been residing in this containment apartment for 10 years. You must be eager to learn how to earn containment vouchers. The most effective approach is to unlock the door to the unfamiliar room next door, venture inside to uncover treasures, and subsequently sell them in. The trading hall. Some containment objects are harmless, allowing you to amass a fortune, while others pose extreme danger. You are fortunate to have been born in 1408, guided by seasoned players like us. For instance, my name is Li Hu, boasting a level 35 talent with the ability to unleash fireballs. I can easily handle anomalies rated below danger level 3. With our experienced players leading the charge, your safety is assured. As long as you are willing to put in the effort, special rewards await you. The prohibition on speech has been lifted. Newcomers began to express themselves boldly, causing the chat box to scroll like a waterfall. Many immediately adopted their roles, showering compliments upon the veterans with phrases like "Please guide me," "Esteemed one," and "Greetings, big brother." Lin Yan, however, was more focused on the combat power indicators. If level 35 corresponds to danger level 3, then his companion SpongeBob must be comparable to a level 45 player. How impressive is SpongeBob? While offering bribes, he also unlocks the highest favorability from the other party. Even if the attributes are lackluster, SpongeBob would serve as a formidable protective shield. Is that not the essence of bribery? Li Hu imposed silence once more. Those willing to join the Fire Dragon Guild will immediately receive a beginner's guide to help you acclimate to containment life. We, the Fire Dragons, have our own dormitories, accommodating 6 individuals per room. For merely 3,000 containment vouchers, you can reside there indefinitely and receive the protection of the Fire Dragon Guild. Lin Yan furrowed his brow slightly. This implies that newcomers must relinquish their own residences and live in concentrated quarters. While it could indeed save a substantial amount on rent, lacking a place to call home means being subject to the control of others, essentially selling oneself. Organizations like this have always pursued self-interest. Even if the weak can find warmth, it often begins with laborious tasks, trading their efforts for the right to exist. There are surely many who share similar sentiments. No one blindly revealed their room numbers, drawing attention. Some of you are in the water group. I do not intend to force anyone to join. This floor's perilous rooms have been marked by us through sweat and blood. As long as you remain on this floor, you must pay a protection fee. Newcomers not joining the Fire Dragon Guild will face a slight penalty. Hiss. The pretense is dropped entirely. Observing the number of newcomers, it appears there are approximately 3,000 on this floor. Extorting each one would yield a considerable income. Yet, Lin Yan found it peculiar. According to him, everyone remains oblivious to the containment objects behind the doors. Perhaps within those rooms lie treasures leading to sudden wealth, or terrifying containment beasts. Survival hinges entirely on luck. However, his bribery talent inherently grants him keen insight and exceptional ability to read the room. He can easily see through. Suddenly, Lin Yan realized just how formidable his talent truly is. While others rely on chance to open doors, he can opt for rooms housing only treasures, swiftly hoarding resources without any risk. Bribery is an extraordinary resource. By achieving the highest level of rapport, the anomalies may even offer protection. With skillful maneuvering, one could traverse the apartment with an air of confidence, surrounded by allies at every turn. Chapter 2. The First Bribe. Lin Yan composed himself. His talent was indeed exceptional. Joining a guild would confine his freedom, and the treasure hunts throughout the building would draw unwanted attention. However, as long as he kept his apartment number concealed, they would remain oblivious to his presence. Now was the time to secure a room and amass his initial wealth to trade. He would procure the necessary items from the trading hall to carry out the bribery. He envisioned SpongeBob, his neighbor, becoming his protective shield. SpongeBob was a formidable entity of danger level 4, equivalent to a level 45 player, according to their claims. Turning his gaze to the wall on the opposite side, Lin Yan activated his talent once more. The wall became transparent again. To his astonishment, he discovered a werewolf clad in ancient garb seated in the adjoining room. Dressed in a yellow and blue robe, with flowing whiskers, the creature remained motionless on a single sofa, exhaling deep sighs. Containment object, Guangxi. Anomaly evaluation, danger level 6. Anomaly source, Black Myth, Wukong. Guangxi was disarmed upon entering the apartment he longs. For his fiery double head blade. Bribery task, the cat's eye bead string belonging to Elder Chichao and Elder Jinshi. Intermediate talent, Chichao, you can briefly transform into a wolf demon, inflicting fierce damage upon your adversaries. Guangxi, how did you enter as well? Lin Yan's eyes widened as he scrutinized the talent description. This ability closely resembled a transformation skill from the Black Myth game. How fortunate that Guangxi could assist me here in the containment apartment. A danger level of 6 was tantamount to a level 65 player. This called for a substantial act of bribery. As for the so-called beginner's guide, it was likely not a rare item. It should be available in the trading hall. Lin Yan opened the trading hall, a platform accessible to the entire apartment, boasting an online population exceeding 40 million, a plethora of goods, food supplies, furniture, tools, and delivery services created a miniature society amidst those striving to survive in this containment apartment. Lelouch's helmet, low-tier mystic, can defend against the mental illusions of malevolent spirits. 800,000 for a small knife. A.O. Bing's hammer, high-tier mystic, 19 million, non-negotiable. Zhao Ruolong's cigar, provides pain relief when smoked. 11,000 each, private chat only. The selection was indeed vast, with an array of items from various anime, films, and television series. Equipment was categorized according to the principles of heaven and earth. Lin Yan attempted to search for the beginner's guide and, to his delight, found a universal version available. Only 100 containment tickets were required. Newcomers, overwhelmed by the fear of the unknown, often fell prey to traps. By joining a guild and exposing their apartment numbers, they would find themselves ensnared. Lin Yan decisively opted to make the purchase. An attachment was sent from the seller. Lin Yan settled onto his bed, patiently reading through it, eager to comprehend the various settings of this apartment as swiftly as possible. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Yan had nearly finished his reading. The containment apartment boasts infinite levels, with conditions improving and rents escalating as one ascends. Equipment serves as items capable of enhancing a player's combat prowess. At the heart of each floor lies a sanctuary, which also serves as the location of the elevator. The elevator allows for traversal between floors. Lin Yan entered Scarlet Tide into the search bar of the trading hall, yet found nothing. Searching for Elder Jinshi yielded 2 auction items, Elder Jinshi's toe and Elder Jinshi's cat's eye bracelet. The latter commanded a price of 500,000 containment vouchers. This is an item of equipment, containment item, cat's eye bracelet level, intermediate yellow tier anomalous source, Black Myth, Wukong. A bracelet belonging to a certain long-lived monk. Look, it has developed a fine patina. It can slightly enhance your critical strike rate during attacks. An intermediate yellow-tier piece of equipment demands 500,000. Lin Yan glanced at his account, which held only 5,000. Accumulating those 500,000 vouchers would prove quite the challenge. In truth, venturing out in search of treasure could yield substantial rewards. With a stroke of luck, encountering an equipment room could allow him to secure this item in one fell swoop. Time was of the essence. Should someone else acquire this equipment, the search would become a tedious endeavor. Lin Yan resolved to embark on his treasure hunt. With the spoils in hand, he would sell them in the trading hall to amass containment vouchers and procure SpongeBob's 2 bribery items as well. Lin Yan searched for SpongeBob's bribery items in the trading hall and found them all. Taking a deep breath, he rose and approached the door. He turned the doorknob, opening it slightly. Casting a glance around, he noted that the apartment corridor was not shrouded in darkness, but rather quite clean, resembling that of a typical hotel, albeit lined with doors that extended infinitely on either side. And end was nowhere in sight. Above, the cold white corridor lights were linear. Approximately 100 meters ahead, the lights transitioned to circular fixtures, and below, a crossroads appeared. Recalling the guide's contents, Lin Yan remembered that the new player rooms did not intersperse randomly. Instead, a circular map was newly loaded around this floor, accompanied by countless new rooms. As long as he did not expose his room number, it would be challenging for others to locate him in the short term. After inspecting several rooms, he found the treasure he sought just 3 doors down. Containment item: Arno's injector X5, an equipment room. Lin Yan glanced around the corridor. No one was in sight. He approached, twisted the doorknob, and decisively slipped inside, carefully closing the door behind him. Inside lay an identical clone of his own room's layout. On the desk rested a partially open plastic box containing 5 disposable pressure injectors. Containment item: Arno's injector X5 level, low yellow tier. Anomalous source: Earth OL. Let me ask you, are you male or female? Injecting it grants extraordinary power, but there's a probability of temporarily losing the ability to articulate. And also to endure hardship. A power-enhancing item. Lin Yan pondered such a potion that directly amplifies combat strength could correspond with Zhao cigars. Selling each for 11,000 should not be deemed excessive. That would amount to 50,000 containment vouchers. If he resolved to live frugally, those 5,000 could cover a substantial portion of his rent for half a year. Regrettably, I am not. Freedom is a commodity, provided one can afford its price. Lin Yan felt a fleeting emptiness. The moment he stowed the box into his spatial pouch, a prompt echoed in his mind. Containment object has escaped this room, will be decommissioned in 120 minutes. Oh, so that is how it is that it appears that I cannot occupy another's room to evade rent. Once a containment object vanishes or perishes, the room's designation is revoked. Lin Yan stepped outside. Continuing to survey other rooms with his bribery-enhanced vision, the doors appeared transparent to him. As he rounded a corner, Lin Yan suddenly heard a cacophony of curses. He swiftly pressed himself against the wall, casting a furtive glance. What are you doing? I refuse to join the association. Don't want to join? Yet you refuse to pay the containment fee? Do you expect to have it all? Boom! Lin Yan observed several individuals gathered at the entrance of a room, one man inexplicably exhaling flames from his nostrils. Then, a figure engulfed in flames burst from the room, accompanied by a piercing scream, as laughter erupted from the others, as if they were relishing an amusing spectacle. "Ha ha! Go tell the teacher." Suddenly, one of them spotted Lin Yan. "Hey, you, don't move." This was bad. They were seasoned players. Players could gain experience by slaying anomalies. With each level gained, physical attributes such as stamina, dynamic vision, and auditory perception enhanced. If you don't want to die, stand still. Containment object. Lin's of a level. 20 anomaly source. Earth OL. Bribery task. 5 million containment coupons. 3p. 1 intermediate grade mystical item. Low-level mystical. Talent. Snot dragon. Your snot is endless. Yet a single shot can emit flames. Lin Yan deduced another truth. Humans could also engage in bribery, but you are far too greedy, it's impossible to befriend you. There were 6 individuals, with Lin Zifu being the most formidable among them. They all bore morale insignia adorned with a dragon motif. With his level 20 physique, Lin Yan would undoubtedly be unable to outrun him in a perfectly straight corridor. Should they discover his non-membership, extorting him for containment coupons would be inevitable. He might even meet the same fate as that fiery man. Lin Yan's mind raced, scanning his surroundings for a solution. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Containment object, Changshu Arno. Anomaly rating, danger level 3 anomaly source. Earth OLI, Arno will hold my beloved to my left, for is closer to the heart. Is the heart on the left or right? Bribery task, Arno's serum. Low-level mystical talent, sharp-headed. Sacrifice a portion of your sanity to significantly enhance your physical prowess, while being exceedingly concerned about the shape of your head. Danger level 3, equivalent to a formidable level 35 adversary. The serum in his possession was precisely the bribe needed to unlock Arno's utmost favor. An insidious plan suddenly brewed within Lin Yan's mind. What a coincidence! Why not use you all to test the potency of my bribery talent? He was merely a few strides away from Arno's room, bribing Arno to unlock the highest favor. Let's see if my good friend can tolerate my being bullied. Lin Yan's gaze turned notably colder. Should you perish? That was not my doing, it was entirely the work of my companions. Chapter 3. Brother, save me. Lin Yan walked forward with an air of calmness, raising his hand in a French military salute to indicate his harmlessness. Uncertain of the terrifying physical prowess of a level 20 player, he worried that a mere spit could prove fatal. He exerted himself to approach Arno's door. Lin Zifu glanced over, noting the newcomer's obedient demeanor. You all go extinguish the fire, he instructed before turning to Lin Yan. What's your name? He summoned a panel to check the newcomer's details. Lin Yan remained silent, continuing to advance slowly while gesturing with his mouth. Abba. Oh, a mute? Is this a result of a talent deficiency? Lin Zifu scratched his head, recognizing that such a situation was rare. He speculated that the newcomer must have been frightened by the fire mage earlier. Which room do you stay in? Lin Yan halted and enunciated clearly. Right here. Lin Zifu's eyes widened in surprise. You can talk. Why were you acting so mute? Seizing the opportunity while Lin Zifu's mind momentarily stalled, Lin Yan decisively opened the door beside him and rolled inside. The room was enveloped in darkness, reeking of sweat. A massive figure with its back to him was lifting weights. As it turned, a pair of crimson eyes seemed poised to end his life in an instant. The figure's entire body suddenly flickered with afterimages. Lin Yan hoisted a wooden box above his head with both hands and shouted with all his might, Brother Arno, I brought back your glucose. The figure paused, the menacing aura abruptly dissipating. It stood up and took a step forward. From a corner of his eye, Lin Yan caught a glimpse of the restroom mirror, revealing the monstrous being before him. Towering over 2 meters, its muscles grotesquely bulged, resembling a grotesquely assembled piece of meat akin to an overinflated, skinned frog, clad in a black tank top that was stretched to its limits. It sported a small tuft of spiky hair atop its head. Its eye sockets were large and dark, glimmering ominously with a sinister red glow. A dark version of Arno from Changshu. Lin Yan was drenched in cold sweat, assessing Arno's reaction through the restroom mirror. Surely, my bribery talent won't betray me. Arno seemed incredulous, trembling as he lifted the box to his nose as if savoring a rare delicacy. His voice quivered. Good. I never take drugs, not even protein powder. Lin Yan swiftly replied, of course. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his ear. Congratulations. You have unlocked the highest favorability with Arno from Changshu. Current available copied phrase, sharp-headed. Max favorability. You may once daily call upon your brother for assistance. If your friend is on the same floor, you can instantly teleport to their side to fulfill the request. Bribery success. According to the apartment's rules, non-human anomalies cannot open doors themselves. However, my spell can teleport anomalies. This is indeed a calling card. Bang! The door behind Lin Yan rattled violently, being kicked and battered with immense fury. Get the hell out here. I'll mess you up. Arnold's brow furrowed, his exaggerated muscles undulating. In a chilling tone, he inquired, who stands outside? Lin Yan's Oscar-worthy acting began to unravel. With a heavy sigh, he confessed, Brother, I've offended a few people to procure this item. I nearly met my demise along the way. He extended his large hand, exuding an air of gallantry. No worries, Brother Newall. This is entirely voluntary on my part. I apologize for the inconvenience. He was about to exit the room when Arnold forcefully pulled him back. His voice was gravelly. Brother, you've brought trouble with your acquisition. I am not one to shy away from confrontation. Outside, Lin Zifu was seething, his rage evident as he struggled to contain his fury. He was thin, his nose flushed red, and his speech was heavily nasal. Investigate this apartment number. I will make you wish you had never set foot in this place. A subordinate beside him summoned a panel, tapping a few times. Boss, this apartment number is unregistered. Lin Zifu slammed his fist against the door in frustration. Very well. Bring cement to seal it. I will ensure you rot away inside. He did not attempt to open the door, for only the resident could unlock their abode. And it was invulnerable to attacks, a sanctum of absolute safety. Having resided in the apartment for over 2 years, Lin Zifu had shown remarkable talent and rapid growth. He had ascended to a mid-level cadre in the Fire Dragon Guild, with mere ordinary folk bowing to him in deference. Do you dare mock me? Step aside. Lin Zifu pinched his nostrils shut, his nose glowing a dark red, and a thick, viscous stream of mucus erupted forth with sparks. To his astonishment, the door swung open on its own. A powerful pressure surged from within, and a colossal figure loomed before Lin Zifu. The fiery mucus splattered at his legs. Huh? Have you achieved this physique in just a minute? Lin Zifu's mind went blank as Arnold seized him by the head with one hand, lifting him effortlessly. The enormous Arnold slightly bowed to navigate through the doorframe, clutching Lin Zifu's head as he emerged. Suddenly, the corridor lights flickered ominously, flashing red in warning. It registered a level 3 danger, equivalent to a fully equipped level 35 player. Numerically, they were now trapped with no escape in sight. Lin Zifu screamed, the excruciating pain radiating from his skull, causing him to flail like a struggling eel. Arnold glanced down, brushing off his trousers and extinguishing the fiery mucus, leaving behind an inexplicable mess. Frowning, he emitted a low, seething growl from his throat. You dare to burn my door. Applying pressure. Lin Zifu's forehead began to crack ominously. Are you also intent on harming my brothers? The remaining 5 or 6 subordinates stood frozen in shock, gazing into the room where the newcomer watched them with malicious glee. What on earth was happening? This is not his room. He opened the perilous and anomalous door and slipped inside. Not only did the anomaly spare his life, but it emerged to assist him in taking lives? On what grounds? Although Lin Zhe was a level 20 player, he was nothing in the face of a level 3 danger. In a fit of rage, Arno clenched his head with both hands and exerted a slight pressure. Bang! It was as if a soft-boiled egg had shattered in his grasp. Lin Zhe's legs hung limply in the air, devoid of vitality. Run! Arno, undeterred, turned back and placed his hand on the doorframe. You hide inside. I'll handle this. Lin Yan nodded. I understand. I'll sit at the children's table. Bang! The door slammed shut. Lin Yan soon heard a chorus of anguished screams. The sound of bones breaking echoed, harmonizing with the heavy thuds against the wall. The scent of blood seemed to seep through the door. A smile involuntarily crept across his face. His composure was remarkably steady. After all, it was not he who was doing the killing. What did it have to do with him? Reciting a prayer could be considered a good deed. Acquired. 95,000 containment tokens. Acquired. Chen Yongren's police badge, nurse's scissors. First aid spray X6, 95,000 containment tokens. Such a fortune. His good friend was doing the killing for him, and the rewards went directly to his account. The door was knocked upon once more. Lin Yan opened it, only to be greeted by an overwhelming and suffocating stench of blood. Outside, the once tranquil corridor had transformed into a damp hell on earth. Behind Arno, several bodies were contorted into a massive, grotesque mass. Thick blood pooled, accompanied by scattered entrails. Their expressions were frozen in the lingering shock of their final moments. Chapter 4. Bribing SpongeBob. Arno scratched his chin, which was laden with bits of meat and fat, and glanced down at Lin Yan. He reached out and tore apart his tank top, which bizarrely wriggled, as if it were a living entity. He tossed it into his hand. "What is this?" "Your robe?" "Acquired. Gratitude token from Changshu Arno. Contained item. Fitness skin. Anomaly level. Low mystic. Anomaly source. Changshu Arno. Life is akin to an adventure. How can one uncover the surprises ahead without taking risks?" Upon activation, it transforms into a solidified liquid armor, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities. It can prevent injuries during workouts. Lin Yan's eyes widened. Mystic-level equipment could fetch millions in the trading hall. To receive one as a gift was astonishing. Could it be that every benevolent big brother bestows gifts upon unlocking the highest favorability? How magnificent! Lin Yan mentally selected the attire. A striking black leather jacket materialized on him, exuding an air of coolness. "Thank you, Brother Arno." Arno, in a haze, murmured, "I'm tired. Sleep is essential. Yet I find myself not sleepy." Thus, he sent off the hefty figure back to his room after his workout, which was quite normal for someone replenishing after exercise. Lin Yan, on the other hand, stealthily returned to his own quarters to wash away the traces of blood. To the members of the Fire Dragon Guild, it appeared as though Lin Zifu had greedily opened the door to misfortune, leading to their complete demise without a trace of their corpses. Seeking the murderer seemed futile. In the anomaly containment apartments, death by anomalies was deemed a natural occurrence. Lin Yan suppressed his inner excitement. Although he had lost 5 enhancement potions, he had gained a level 35 Big Brother and a piece of mystic weaponry. This bribery system was truly terrifying. As long as he fulfilled the bribery tasks, his friends would assist him in eliminating foes. Moreover, he would receive talents and tokens of gratitude. Intelligence. He needed a wealth of information. Finding the right people to match with the appropriate bribe items was essential. Lin Yan transformed this floor into his own private garden, surrounded by brothers at every turn. After his shower, he opened the trading hall and spent 100 containment vouchers to purchase a floor map. He now resided on the 1,408th floor, room 2025. The entire floor resembled an infinitely expanding grid. Countless rooms were distributed in layers, with a perfectly round central area, the apartment management office. 8 elevators provided access to other floors, which also served as a zone of peace. No non-human anomalies could enter, and players were prohibited from exercising violence in this area, overseen by the apartment administrators. The 1,408th floor was considered somewhat below average within the apartment. The further one descended, the poorer the living conditions became. Below the 1,000th level, residences resembled sewage pipes, mines, and bare concrete shells, akin to a backroom. However, the rent was exceedingly affordable. Ascending, the opulence of the residences became unimaginable. For instance, on the 10,000th floor, one would find a castle. Behind its doors lay a luxurious castle spanning 3 kilometers, with servants in the hundreds. Room 1408, located near the apartment management office, is referred to as the city center. Lin Yan began to examine the equipment. Only Lin Zifu possessed 2 items, indicating that extraordinary gear was not accessible to everyone. The bracelet of Elder Jean Qi casually demanded a staggering 500,000 containment vouchers. Containment item: Chen Yongren's badge, level, low yellow tier, anomaly source, infernal affairs, an emblem forever unawarded, resting in the drawer of Sir Huang. A badge belonging to an upright officer, exerting a restraining influence on the bazaar. Lin Yan did not expect the plot of Hong Kong films to be present here. Could it be that he might even encounter Lu Jiaming? Next item: containment item, Nurse Scissors, level, low yellow tier, anomaly source, Silent Hill, Nurse Allen's personal scissors, which once aided a severely burned little girl in cutting away her charred clothing. Injured enemies have a 15% chance of receiving the favor of the god of tetanus. This dilapidated apartment seemingly contained all manner of items, characters from various movies, anime, TV dramas, and games. Perhaps there were even anomalous Ganyu and anomalous Diga. These 2 items were of low tier and had clearly defined owners: Chen Yongren's badge and the beautiful nurse from Silent Hill. If he could locate their respective rooms within the apartment, he could unlock the highest level of affinity. After all, These were Chin Yongrin and the beautiful nurse. Containment item. First aid spray. Level. Mid-yellow tier. Anomaly source. Resident Evil, hey. Rookie cop, just spray this on your face and don't ask why. Spraying the mist on the injured area restores 1/3 of health. Each can be used 3 times. A first aid type item. A consumable. With a total of 6 in hand. Currently, he possessed just over 90,000 containment vouchers, and bribing Guangxi would certainly be out of reach. However, he could attempt to seek out items from SpongeBob SquarePants. Lin Yan opened the trading hall to search for a spatula and chef's hat. Excellent employee spatula. Level. Low yellow tier. Anomaly source. SpongeBob SquarePants. The essence of the Krabby Patty lies in. What was it again? The patties you cook possess a unique aroma. The listing price was merely 100,000 containment vouchers, while the chef's hat was priced at double that. 200,000 vouchers. He needed 300,000 to acquire both. After much contemplation, Lin Yan decided to sell the nurse scissors. His immediate priority was to find a backing. Clinging to gear would only hinder his progress. Sell. The low yellow tier nurse scissors were listed at 220,000. Any item related to combat typically had a thriving market. After approximately 20 minutes, someone inquired, and the price was dropped by a mere 10,000, resulting in a successful transaction. He now had 310,000 containment vouchers. Lin Yan swiftly opened the trading hall and purchased it outright. Excellent employee chef's hat. Level. Mid-yellow tier. Anomaly source. SpongeBob SquarePants. Hey, SpongeBob. This is a reward for outstanding employees. Your culinary creations are unlikely to be unpalatable. Spend 300,000 containment vouchers to secure it. I still have around 9,000 containment vouchers on hand, which I eagerly spent before entering the residence. Lin Yan retrieved the freshly acquired hat and spatula from his bag. SpongeBob SquarePants is a level 4 anomaly, equivalent to a level 45 player. It seems rather frugal to be concerned about such a modest sum. Upon exiting, I prepared to bribe. The place where Arno's meatballs were located was merely a few rooms away. Large bloodstains remained, and the air was thick with the scent of blood, reminiscent of a butcher's shop. Lin Yan cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Taking a deep breath at the door, he twisted the doorknob to SpongeBob's room. A pungent, sweet aroma of seafood rushed towards him. The room was dimly lit, illuminated only by the green glow of emergency lights. Suddenly, a large, square object burst through the glass door of the restroom with lightning speed. A pair of eyes, as large as billiard balls, fell off and bounced around elastically. It hovered in place. SpongeBob's front had 3 large openings, 2 of which were eye sockets. Its mouth was a slightly larger, circular orifice, lined with spiral-shaped sharp teeth. Lin Yan was taken aback. Is this truly a character from a cartoon? Is this the SpongeBob you summoned? Lin Yan swiftly drew the golden spatula, positioning it before him like a cross. Halt! In an instant, the massive gray block came to a stop. Lin Yan's heart raced. The aura of menace was overwhelming. It nearly eliminated him in an instant. The imposing block was clad in a muddy suit and exaggerated rubber shoes. The 2 floating eyeballs inspired a desire to poke at them. The eyeballs scrutinized the spatula. Gurgle, gurgle. 3 octopus-like appendages emerged from SpongeBob's mouth, sending chills down Lin Yan's spine. Is Squidward residing in your belly? One appendage coiled around the spatula, shaking it as if cradling a kitten, much to SpongeBob's delight. Seeing this, Lin Yan exhaled a sigh of relief. This creature's appearance diverged significantly from its animated counterpart. No wonder it was contained here. Moreover, unlike the familiar Arno, it was incapable of communication. Thus, the bribery continued. Lin Yan produced a filthy chef's hat and solemnly placed it atop SpongeBob's head. Gurgle, gurgle. Its 2 eyes floated around to the top of its head, examining the hat, and suddenly it began to spray water like a faucet. Splash. Presumably seawater. Wow. Congratulations. You have unlocked SpongeBob's highest affection level. Current transferable entry, Culinary Master. SpongeBob arched its body and surprisingly spewed forth a sticky plastic food container from its mouth. It gestured with its eyes and appendages, indicating for itself to pick it up. Acquisition, SpongeBob's gratitude, containment, Excellent employee lunchbox, anomaly level, yellow tier low, anomaly source, SpongeBob villain, Penguin Boy. The villain has emerged. Every hour, the lunchbox automatically refreshes with a delectable Krabby Patty, authentically flavored with Bikini Bottom essence. It appears that the level of the gratitude equipment is entirely random. Some are combat gear, while others serve as everyday tools. Thank you, SpongeBob. Chapter 5 Encountering other newcomers. Lin Yan retreated into his room, seated himself upon the bed, and began to savor a crab meat burger while observing the movements of the Fire Dragon Guild. This burger was truly delectable. It appeared to regenerate every hour, with tender crab meat melding perfectly with the fragrant wheat aroma of the bread and the uniquely tangy flavor of pickled cucumbers. Could this possibly be the meat of Mr. Crab? Regardless, it was of little concern. Having arrived at the shelter apartment, he resolved to ascend diligently, remaining vigilant against potential adversaries. Engaging in bribery was undoubtedly the most effective means of safeguarding oneself. At that moment, messages from the group of newcomers flooded in. Li Hu summoned all newcomers to gather at the apartment management office, as the Fire Dragon Guild had organized a welcoming party. A brief explanation followed. Although the monsters within the apartment were fearsome, they posed no threat unless one opened their door. The corridor lights would signal any unusual activity, and the management office was deemed an absolute zone of peace. Lin Yan noted that many newcomers began to respond. Though I do not fully comprehend what is occurring, unity is essential for our survival. Let us heed the advice of the seasoned players. Their survival must indicate they possess some wisdom. I ventured outside, and it appears there's indeed no danger in the corridor. Simply refrain from opening doors. Those monsters will not initiate entry. All right, I shall make my way over immediately. Everyone, please download the map shared in the group and travel together. Very well, I shall join you. Lin Yan contemplated silently. For many of the weaker individuals, joining a guild would at least ensure survival on the 1408th floor. As for the management office, his talent for bribery could only be activated upon witnessing anomalies. It was precisely what he wished to investigate, the bribery conditions set by the apartment administrator. At the assembly point for newcomers, there would undoubtedly be numerous seasoned players present, providing an opportunity to observe their advantageous traits. If conditions were favorable, he would seek to engage in bribery and replicate their talents. Lin Yan unfurled the floor map in his hand. Although referred to as an apartment, each floor possessed infinite space. The distance from his location to the management office was approximately 3 to 4 kilometers. Since the Fire Dragon had sent players to the office, the likelihood of encountering extortion along the way appeared minimal. He could continue his previous endeavor, treasure hunting from room to room. According to the intelligence he had gathered, the only means of leveling up was by vanquishing anomalies. Presently, he possessed the talents of sharp mind and fitness skin, one being a profound talent and the other a profound armor. With the addition of a suitable weapon, he should easily manage anomalies of danger level 1. He chuckled to himself, his eye for bribery seemingly wide open. Lin Yan resolved to proceed to the management office, seeking out danger level 1 anomalies along the way to train and level up. Should true peril arise, he would summon SpongeBob for assistance. Lin Yan leapt from his bed, prepared himself, and stepped out of his room, methodically scanning each room with his bribery talent. Containment object, He Cheng Wang. Anomaly rating, hazard level 4, anomaly source, Wolfong Special Operations Brigade, Red Cell Special Action Group. Hand him a left-drifting sniper rifle, and he will surely appreciate your gesture. Bribery task, a left-drifting sniper rifle. Intermediate yellow talent, stubbornness. When subjected to interrogation, your resistance to electric shocks significantly increases, causing you to involuntarily shout, "I won't tell you anything. This is certainly not feasible. I cannot compete. There is no need for me to develop in the realm of admiration." Next, containment object, Cha, anomaly rating, hazard level 2, anomaly source, Shihong City, please stop calling. I fear that Charlotte might misunderstand. Bribery task, 10 million containment vouchers. Basic yellow talent. Quick, check this. You possess resistance to the HIV virus. But please do not misuse this ability. What are you cramming into the containment apartment? Has the anomaly Chuya also arrived? My objective is to first procure a suitable weapon for myself. Soon Lin Yan found it. Containment object, Lucille, anomaly level, high yellow, anomaly source, The Walking Dead. Do you want me to count down? All right, I will count down 10, 9. Negan S. Bat, named after his deceased wife, possesses a high critical hit rate and additional experience bonuses when striking an enemy's head. What a splendid item. I'll take it. This ability of mine to see through walls cannot be deemed as cheating. It can only be considered as not being turned off. Lin Yan cautiously glanced around before stepping forward to twist the doorknob. The layout of the room was identical, yet in the open space stood a solitary shelf. Among its contents lay a baseball bat entwined with barbed wire. It was identical to that in the Walking Dead television series. An oak baseball bat adorned with nails and iron thorns. Lin Yan swung it a couple of times with a sense of satisfaction. This bat had claimed the lives of Glenn and Contra in The Walking Dead. If I were to encounter Negan himself in the containment apartment, this item would undoubtedly serve as one of the bribes. Furthermore, a weapon of such quality would fetch at least 1 million containment vouchers in the trading hall. Exiting the room, after walking a short distance and rounding a corner, he suddenly heard a shout. "Are you the newcomer?" Lin Yan felt a sense of familiarity. He turned around. There, at the corner, a group of people approached, cautiously hugging the wall. They appeared to be newcomers. 7 individuals. The leader was a handsome young man with blonde hair, clad in a basketball jersey, wielding a closed pole dismantled from the apartment. Upon seeing Lin Yan, he let out a sigh of relief. Lin Yan? The one from the automation program? Lin Yan recognized that most of these individuals were fellow alumni from his university. Although they were from different classes, he had seen them around campus enough to recognize a few faces. The blonde, named Wang Chung, was a senior from his major. Known for their shared interest in basketball, they were merely acquaintances who knew each other's names. Beside him stood a strikingly beautiful young woman, the true beauty of his department. Chu Fangwu, possessing an admirable appearance rated at 8 out of 10. She had gained fame as a minor internet celebrity among the top 10 singers on campus. At this moment, her complexion was pallid, clad in a delicate pink camisole dress, trembling as she clasped her pale arms. After all, prior to entering the apartment, it was the scorching summer. Everyone donned light summer attire, yet the air conditioning within this apartment was rather potent. Lin Yan recalled the beginner's guide. Each individual's initial floor was correlated with their real-time location on Earth. Hence, many newcomers on this floor were fellow students from their university. A nod sufficed as a greeting. Wang Chung surveyed the surroundings, akin to inspecting merchandise. "What is your quality and talent?" Lin Yan spoke candidly, revealing his yellow tier status. He refrained from mentioning that he had a level 35 elder brother and a sponge to shield him. A flicker of disdain crossed the faces of several individuals. They had largely accepted the harsh reality, acknowledging that the world had reverted to a rigid hierarchy. Within this apartment, one's talent quality was the direct measure of a person. Those endowed with combat talent could swiftly level up by vanquishing anomalies. Those whom you once looked down upon might suddenly acquire combat talent and rise above you. Heavenly tier talents reigned as emperors. Earthly tier talents served as generals, and mysterious tier talents functioned as administrators. Yellow tier talent was purely the status of the common folk. Wang Chung scoffed disdainfully. Lin Yan held no value for camaraderie either. He had just learned that the current vice president of the Fire Dragon Guild, Li Hu, was unexpectedly his college buddy. A true comrade. He had entered the apartment 2 years ahead of Lin Yan and had now risen to a significant leadership position. If Li Hu brought him along to the orientation, he would surely be entrusted with important responsibilities. The thought of his future connections filled Wang Chung with exuberance. Meanwhile, Lin Yan discreetly observed the others. To his surprise, Chu Fangwu possessed a mid-level mysterious tier talent, while the rest were yellow tier. Containment object, Chu Fangwu. Level, anomaly source. Earth OL, bribery task. 1 million containment vouchers. 1 exquisite mysterious tier item. 1 luxurious villa. Mid-level mysterious tier talent. Dual force. Your body harbors 2 types of power. One sluggish and forceful, the other swift and agile. Wow, this talent is formidable. Clearly oriented towards combat. How fortunate for you to possess such a strong ability. Lin Yan began to strategize for the bribery task, noting that all three items seemed attainable. Accumulating abundant equipment and funds was merely a matter of time. Anything that could be procured with money posed no issue for him. The real consideration was whether he could offer the right items to the right individuals. Engrossed in thought, he inadvertently drew the ire of Wang Chung, who sharply thumped his chest, displaying his displeasure. Who stares so blatantly? Chu Fangwu snorted derisively, flicking her bangs. Come on, Wang Chung. Let us go pick up my best friend. Many old classmates have already arrived at the management office. Wang Chung cast a warning glance at Lin Yan, asserting his dominance, and strode away, showing no intention of including Lin Yan in his company. Lin Yan smiled nonchalantly, recognizing that accompanying them would only complicate his efforts to gather valuable items for bribery. The unfamiliar doors before you present a perilous gamble, yet for oneself. It equates to a windfall. The talent for the Chu Fong dance is noteworthy. Given the right circumstances, bribery can replicate it. Survival is paramount. With 6 robust men serving as guardians, it is unlikely that any issues will arise. Witnessing them turn the corner and vanish, you continue to leisurely inspect each room, taking notes on the mapping software. Merely a few minutes later, Lin Yan suddenly lifted his head as the corridor light overhead shifted to red and flickered once. This indicated that an anomaly had been unleashed nearby. Danger level 1. Who opened the door? Several disheveled figures sprang from the corner. More accurately, they rolled out. They were the recently departed guardians. In a frenzy, they screamed, "A ghost! A ghost! There, a ghost!" A figure resembling a human made of chard remains lunged at one individual, tearing away a layer of skin with its coal-like teeth. Burn, burn, burn. Let me go, or we shall all perish together. Containment object. Ashen child. Anomaly level. Dangerous one. Anomaly source. Silent Hill. Alicia. With neither father nor mother, they all mock her together. Bribery task. Fresh human uterus. Low-level yellow talent. Seductive melody. When you hum a specific tune, it possesses hypnotic effects. Chapter 6. SpongeBob, Save Me. A pungent scent of charred embers engulfed the entire corridor. Lin Yan beheld, at the corner for 5 figures, their bodies crackling with sparks, crawling forth, even scaling the walls and ceiling. They resembled grotesquely bandaged forms, half consumed by flames, their bodies marred by burns. Inside, they glowed a fierce crimson, radiating an intense heat. Wang Chung desperately shoved aside a charred child, howling in agony from the searing pain, as he valiantly shielded Chu Fangwu and the others in their frantic escape. Wang Chung was indeed a true man. Why had he opened that door? Chu Fangwu cried out, "I didn't know. That was the room number my best friend gave me." Her mind was a blank slate as she sought her dormitory companion amidst the throng of newcomers. Upon inquiring about the room number, she intended to fetch her friend. When her knocks elicited no response, she impulsively turned the doorknob. To her horror, a throng of fire demons surged forth, claiming 2 lives on spot. Wang Chung staggered, and shockingly, Chu Fangwu did not even offer a hand. His skin was scorched in several places. Witnessing a classmate lose half their head to the flames left him feeling weak-kneed. He glanced up to find Lin Yan still rooted in place. In despair, he shouted, "Lin Yan, you should run too." Lin Yan squinted, assessing the creatures before him. They did not appear overly formidable. Perhaps he should engage them. He needed to level up, and these perilous beasts were just the ticket. With a flourish, Lin Yan brandished a baseball bat entwined with iron thorns, rolling up his sleeves, ready for battle. If things took a turn for the worse, he would retreat and let them handle it. Instead of backing down, Lin Yan boldly advanced, nonchalantly producing a police badge that gleamed like a magical mirror. The approaching charred child shrieked, covering its eyes in agony, leaving Wang Chung dumbfounded. Was that equipment? How did Lin Yan start with gear? The badge of Chun Yongren exerted a suppressive effect on the eerie creatures, applying a debuff before the confrontation commenced. Talent. Pointed head Lin Yan felt a warm current spread from his brain throughout his body, dulling all his senses. Why did he suddenly yearn to hit the gym? Was this the allure of fitness talent? Fitness skin. Lin Yan's leather jacket morphed like soft clay, bubbling and enveloping him entirely, leaving no gaps. He transformed into a sinewy figure, his skin a deep brown. This muscular form grasped the baseball bat and charged forth. The ash-laden demon, with a harrowing howl, hurled a severed head, only to be struck aside by Lin Yan's bat. He kicked another demon away. Was that Lin Yan? The trio that had escaped turned back to gaze. Two ash-laden demons clung desperately to his dark thigh, their fiery maws snapping at him. It was as though they had bitten into aged tendons, and momentarily stunned, they questioned, "What is this?" Lin Yan appeared as a veritable war god. He raised his bat, swinging it with such force that it left behind afterimages. 6 strikes in a second. With a physique honed by rigorous training, even amidst the chaos of flying embers, Lin Yan merely felt a warm sensation. His sharp intellect rendered calm contemplation exceedingly challenging, as his mind was consumed by an insatiable desire for fitness. The air was charged with energy as he proclaimed his intent to vanquish. The corridor erupted into a fray, sparks flying in all directions, severed limbs scattered, and thick smoke billowing, accompanied by anguished cries that reverberated through the air. A few individuals snapped back to reality, their jaws dropping in disbelief. They were all novices, yet Lin Yan displayed an extraordinary prowess. Was this truly a yellow-tier talent? It seemed utterly deceptive. He had dispatched 3 ash-laden children, reducing one to mere cinders beneath his foot. The remaining children, wailing in terror, scrambled back to their quarters. But the fearsome Lin Yan had no intention of relenting. "Fear not, dear children, for you represent my invaluable experience," he declared as he pursued them, kicking open the door. The room was immediately filled with screams. Who now was the true anomaly? The 4 survivors trembled, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. Lin Yan's yellow-tier talent was undoubtedly misleading. Inside the room, it appeared as if snow were falling, the remnants of smoldering embers entirely crushed by Lin Yan's assault. Finally, he paused to catch his breath. The layout of the room mirrored that of others, yet resembled a site of a recent conflagration, with dust cascading from the ceiling like snowflakes. With his fitness-enhanced skin, breathing posed no challenge. Acquired, small experience stones, X3. Oh, Lin Yan glanced at his interface. The act of slaying anomalies did not directly grant experience, but instead rewarded him with experience stones, which were prohibited from being sold in the trading hall. To exchange these stones for currency would require offline transactions. However, Lin Yan dismissed such concerns. What mattered most was his level. He promptly chose to utilize the stones of his mind. Congratulations! You have ascended to level 3. Containment entity, Lin Yan, anomaly evaluation, safe, anomaly origin, Earth level 3, physical strength, 10, energy, 15 reason, 19, combat power, 18 2, containment coupons, 82,000, property owned, F-class ordinary single apartment, weekly rent, 1,500, talent attributes, 3-8 skilled in bribery, sharp intellect, culinary mastery, with a sense of relief. Lin Yan clenched his fists. Leveling up would enhance all aspects of his physical attributes, including vision, hearing, and self-healing speed. He could bribe his way into a position of power while wielding specialized weaponry. Armed with such weaponry, he would face anomalies with confidence, traversing the anomalous realms with ease. Lin Yan continued to scour the room. It was a pleasant surprise that such low-tier creatures could provide experience. He held no expectations for valuable equipment. He resolved to venture outside in search of more foes to vanquish. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he noticed an inscription on the ceiling, and his bribery talent activated, revealing an entry. Containment entity, Colin, anomaly level, dangerous 2, anomaly origin, Silent Hill. You are aware of why you have encountered such a fate. Bribery task, kill all ash-laden children aged 8 to 16. Inferior mystical talent. Iron Thorn. Your masochistic desires are intense, manifesting as countless iron thorns that emerge from XX to inflict harm upon your adversaries. Though painful, it proves effective. What? There are monsters here. The arrangement reminiscent of a fire disaster caught me unaware as a human form lay ensnared in layers of iron thorns, grotesquely suspended from the ceiling. The mouth, partially revealed, was pierced by iron thorns, exposing a charred row of teeth. Lin Yan readied himself for battle once more. This was a level of danger beyond his capacity to confront. In the narrative of the film Silent Hill, those Ash children were former classmates of Alessa from the ADS. The caregiver, Colin, had previously demolished young Alessa. Following the fire incident in Silent Hill, she employed dark magic to transform him into a creature that could only walk on a single leg. Little did he expect that, after being confined to an apartment, he would be subjected to the relentless torment of these Ash children day and night. It appeared that this was a collective dormitory. As Lin Yan remained vigilant, he slowly retreated while meticulously examining the panel. No wonder he refrained from acting earlier. Eliminating the Ash children was one of his bribery tasks, and he had already achieved half of the required rapport. Crack! Colin's body, ensconced in iron thorns, writhed as if alive, descending from the ceiling. His eyes had been pierced and sewn shut by the iron thorns, and within the depths of his pallid throat lay a foreign object. Crack! Ha ha! All I need to do now is offer a virgin aged 8 to 16 to complete the bribery. But do you think just anyone could be my elder brother? A demolisher? Lin Yan feared for his reputation. Since defeating anomalies could yield experience stones, perhaps his elder brother could assist? If his brother killed him, it would be as if Lin Yan had done so himself. Lin Yan cautiously retreated from the room, observing that Colin's feet were bound to the back of his head, forcing him to crawl using only his hands. He cackled as he followed Lin Yan out of the room, turning to see Chu Fangwu, who appeared utterly terrified. Licking his lips, he seemed to savor the fragrance emanating from her delicate thighs. Ha ha! He spun around and crawled, a grotesque laughter bubbling from his throat. The iron thorns scraped against his lower body, and he swiftly clawed at the ground with his hands. Chu Fangwu was frozen in fear, her legs turning to jelly. The impact of this scene was more terrifying than the direct experience of a horror film. All that remained in her mind was the image of that approaching mouth. Lin Yan deactivated his fitness skin and shouted, "Elder brother, assist me." Buzz! Everyone suddenly turned around. In the distant corridor, a fleeting shadow raced towards them. That of a door. Room 2026. Bang! The door flung open, and a large gray sponge rolled out. This creature donned a filthy brown suit, and its head was adorned with eyes the size of billiard balls, bloodshot and fixated on the group. The corridor lights overhead turned red and began to flicker. 4 times. Danger level 4. Sensing a formidable threat, Colin arched his body. A few individuals in the royal city were rendered pale with fright, caught between the formidable deity of admiration, Ace, and the terrifying figure of the Cube Man. They lamented their earlier decision to flee, realizing that they were now in grave peril. Lin Yan exhaled sharply and pointed at Colin's prominent posterior, exclaiming, "Big brother, take him down." The others turned abruptly, their mouths agape in astonishment at Lin Yan's proclamation. "What? He is your big brother? This massive sponge is your sibling?" Chapter 7. The Management Space Gurgle. From the circular orifice on SpongeBob's face, several octopus-like appendages suddenly erupted. Among them, one was inexplicably coiled around a golden spatula. 2 eyeballs, squished, popped out of their sockets, ignoring the petrified onlookers. It charged towards Colin. Colin was momentarily stunned. "What does this mean? Are you assisting a human in attacking me?" It turned around and began to retreat. However, it was met with a kick from a muscular demon, striking its face, followed swiftly by a baseball bat crashing onto its head. Clang! Lin Yan felt a jolt of numbness in his arms. His palm throbbed painfully, as if grasping a barbed iron thorn, blood seeping through his fingers. Hiss! Lin Yan gritted his teeth and swiftly retreated. This dangerous creature was clearly beyond his capabilities. Its attack seemed to inflict recoil damage upon him. Time to call for backup. Roar! Upon witnessing its own injury, SpongeBob lunged at Colin, wrapping its appendages around him and savagely battering him. Amidst Colin's agonizing screams, iron thorns scattered everywhere. The sharp spatula flipped and sliced through flesh, severing sinews. Lin Yan also contributed a few strikes within his capacity, providing emotional support. Minutes later, the iron plate was reduced to fragments by the 2 brothers. Acquired. Experience Stone X1, fragment of room 111's key. Oh, did it drop equipment? Lin Yan delved into his mind to read the item's description. Containment item, fragment of room 111's key. Anomaly level. Anomaly source, Silent Hill. Do you dare? If you dare, I dare. A sixth of a key fragment. When assembled, it can unlock a door within the apartment. But do you dare? Side quest unlocked. Collect the fragments of room 111's key. Quest reward. Alessa's Curse talent. This is a narrative item. I can engage in side stories while residing in the containment apartment. Upon reviewing the item description, if I find the remaining 5 keys within the apartment, I can unlock a super talent. I shall take it and search at my leisure. Before him, SpongeBob greedily devoured the flesh, leaving Colin with nothing but bones. Its spongy body twisted, 2 floating eyeballs focused behind, evidently eyeing the others hungrily. The group was paralyzed with fear, unable to move. Chu Fangwu nearly begged for mercy. Pressed against the wall, his voice trembling, Lin Yan. Lin Yan cautioned, "Hey, big brother, we're on the same side." SpongeBob paused for a few seconds, surprisingly nodding obediently. Dragging Colin's mangled body back to its own door, it left behind an exaggerated trail of blood on the ground. The group was left agape, jaws nearly touching the floor. It actually listened to reason. One in the world is Lin Yan, a newcomer wielding formidable equipment, daring to assault the Ashen Child with a baseball bat, and now aided by a dangerous level 4 anomaly SpongeBob. Is this even human? Bang! The peculiar door of anomaly came as it went. Lin Yan, having shed his fitness skin, let droplets of blood fall from his palm. He kicked at the thorny debris scattered across the ground, exhaling a sigh. Beyond a mere plot item, he garnered only experience. Time waits for no one. Should the cat's eye bracelet be purchased by someone else, he would be left with nothing but regret. The danger level was 6, equivalent to a seasoned player at level 65. There was nothing within the entire floor that it could not conquer. He needed to amass 500,000 swiftly to acquire the cat's eye bracelet. Lin Yan glanced at his interface, ultimately focusing on the labor bounty. This bounty was issued by the apartment's official management. Upon the release of an anomaly, it would wander the nearby corridors after eliminating all in the vicinity, soon returning to its room. However, if an anomaly escaped for over 2 hours, the room would automatically be revoked. These anomalies would then transform into a significant nuisance, roaming the hallways and gradually affecting the surrounding rooms, temporarily contained by the apartment's administrator through a barrier. Elite forces would be dispatched to subdue them, either by elimination or by herding them into an empty room for containment. Players who completed the bounty within the stipulated time would be rewarded with a substantial sum from the administrator. This was indeed the path to wealth, Lin Yan contemplated. Nowadays, he had confirmed the mechanism wherein his brother's kills counted as his own. By aligning with more brothers, he could form a team to challenge high-level monsters. With someone else handling the damage output, experience would not be a concern. He could endure the hardship while his brother reaped the rewards. Lin Yan resolved to first visit the management office to acquire a bounty and earn some money. Chu Fangwu placed a hand over her chest, feeling the residual effects of having perished 4 times within mere minutes. Her breath was uneven. One of her shoes was lost in the chaos. She now had to reassess Lin Yan, a fellow alumnus, despite having never heard of him until today. Yet, within this containment apartment, the strength of its inhabitants allowed for unparalleled freedom. In this exceedingly strange refuge, the sense of security provided by the strong is ineffably profound. For Lin Yan, a newcomer, to possess such strength foretold an unimaginable future. Today, he dared to confront the anomaly. Tomorrow, he might very well feast upon it. Wang Chung was equally astonished by Lin Yan's audacity. How could one person possess such courage? Had it not been for Chu Fangwu recklessly opening doors, those 3 would not have met such a grim fate on their first day. As the adrenaline subsided, the burns on his body flared up, causing him to gasp in pain. He leaned against the corridor wall and slowly sat down. Chu Fangwu did not even glance at Wang Chung. Lin Yan, you are truly remarkable. We are fortunate to have you. Lin Yan ignored her, retrieving a can of white spray paint and applying it to his wounded palm. The injury healed swiftly, leaving not even a scar. He tossed it to Wang Chung. This is a first aid spray. A single application restores the wound, usable 3 times. Considered a gift for being a man. Wang Chung stood in shock, the item entry automatically manifesting before him. He looked at Lin Yan in disbelief. After his earlier treatment of Lin Yan, he had actually returned the favor by healing him. Am I even human? Wang Chung gazed upon the charred remains of his companion, nearly moved to tears. Thank you. I am truly sorry for earlier. A few individuals hastily treated their wounds with emergency spray, and Wang Chung let out a sigh of relief. Lin Yan, let us head to the management office together. That newcomer, Li Hu, was once my subordinate. With your remarkable abilities, you are bound to ascend to a leadership position. Lin Yan shook his head at the remark. He had witnessed them burn people for amusement, treating it as a mindless game devoid of any consideration for profit. The brutality exhibited by his subordinates was telling. Fortunately, the apartment management office was a peaceful area, so he need not worry about being robbed. Lin Yan cautioned, now that everyone has been housed in the apartments, do you think those previous connections will still hold any weight? Wang Chung murmured in disbelief. Surely not. I have treated him well, often lending him money. Lin Yan offered no further explanation. Some lessons are learned the hard way. Regardless, he intended to visit the management office and absorb the intermediate experience stone he had acquired. Experience stones are categorized into small, medium, large, special, and supreme grades. As 1S level increases, the absorption of experience escalates exponentially. With just one stone, he could elevate to level 4. Chu Fangwu moved closer, intentionally bridging the gap. Lin Yan, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would surely be dead. She sought to strengthen their connection, adopting a demeanor entirely different from before. Lin Yan's responses were cool and detached. Such is the nature of human admiration for the strong, a phenomenon that, while present in the real world, becomes magnified within the confines of the containment apartment. Finding a powerful ally is of utmost importance. With Lin Yan, the harbinger of death, paving the way, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Along the journey, they encountered other newcomers, ultimately forming a small group of around 100 individuals. As they neared the city center, the throngs of people grew denser, and street signs began to emerge. The most prevalent was Yihong Alley, where various women eagerly sought business. For those not inclined toward combat, the sacrifice of flesh was a trivial price to pay for survival. At last, they reached a corner where the crowd swelled, and newcomers queued to enter a grand glass door. Apartment Management Office 1408, System Notification. You are entering a peaceful zone. All acts of violence are strictly prohibited. Buzz. As all individuals entered the tranquil space, a diamond-shaped crystal emblazoned with a number appeared above their heads, hovering steadily about half a meter above their crowns. What is this? One inquired. You have one above your head too. That person S is blue. Why can't I touch it? Lin Yan observed carefully. The color denoted talent, while the number indicated level. For instance, he bore a white crystal marked with the number 4. Chu Fangwu possessed a blue-violet crystal marked with the number 1, naturally attracting envious glances from many. Such talent was of the mystical tier. Had she been oriented toward combat, she would undoubtedly receive the full support of the guild. The existence of these level crystals rendered the distinction between new and veteran players immediately apparent. At the entrance, members adorned with the emblem of the Fire Dragon Guild were directing the flow of the crowd. All novice players of level 1 were led by the members of the Fire Dragon Guild to a secluded passage. Ironically, they were spared. After all, their target was every level 1 newcomer. Who could have anticipated that a formidable player would ascend to level 4 merely 2 hours after entering? Chapter 8. Bribing Yuan Hua. I know where Chuya is. Lin Yan meticulously examined the management area, which resembled a bustling shopping mall. The expansive space spanned 3 floors with soaring ceilings, exuding an air of grandeur akin to a commercial complex. Numerous stores lined the corridors, and the constant flow of people momentarily alleviated the oppressive darkness of the hallways. Various vendors were enthusiastically hawking their wares, a chill beer for 100 containment tokens, and a skewer of candied hawthorn for 50. Non-combat players could earn containment tokens here through various jobs, such as delivery, cleaning, and specialized services. Additionally, several tea 800 governor robots, resembling black, mobile columns, coldly patrol the area. Lin Yan had perused the beginner's guide. Each floor was equipped with dedicated robots to maintain peace. Should violence erupt, these formidable enforcers would swiftly intervene. Lin Yan glanced at the messages circulating among the newcomers. The welcome assembly was set to commence in half an hour, and he planned to mingle with the crowd. Meanwhile, his exploits were rapidly gaining traction among the new players. I saw it with my own eyes. He chased a group of living anomalies with a baseball bat. That gear must be worth a fortune. He is a big brother. I saw him shout big brother at that sponge. Recognizing someone as a big brother, just like that? Are they insane? The corridor lights flickered several times. I remember, 4 times. Danger level 4? That's equivalent to a level 45 expert. Is he perhaps connected? What does that mean? He might have relatives on the higher floors who gifted him several pieces of equipment upon entry. Ah, no wonder he levels up so quickly. Someone must have given him experience stones. Lin Yan paid little heed to these speculations. He had no intention of lingering on this floor. One must learn to leap from comfort zones into even more comfortable realms. First, Lin Yan approached the guidance sign to ascertain his route, seeking the official labor reward area established by the apartments. This was a prime opportunity for him to amass wealth. The reward area resembled an airport waiting lounge, guarded by 2 governor robots. Guild elites from various floors were engaged in conversation. Most were players in their 20s or 30s, dismissing the presence of a level 4 newcomer. Is this place even for you? Lin Yan scanned the scrolling bounty information from the various floors. This interface allowed him to filter the information to his liking. Corridor 1408 to 8955. Danger level 4 anomaly. Xiaoho done. Reward 1, 000, 000. Corridor 1408 to 1255. Danger level 5 anomaly. Long face granny. Reward 1, 800, 000. Corridor 1408 to 2011. Danger level 4 anomaly. Mad Mita. Reward 800, 000. Such exorbitant bounties? Once a reward slip was obtained from the labor reward point, the task must be completed within a stipulated time. Failure to do so would result in obliteration. The havoc wrought by the runaway anomalies was immeasurable, leaving nearby players essentially trapped within their quarters. The Fire Dragon Guild was unable to manage the situation, even requiring a monetary investment and equipment to invite skilled players. Lin Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement within. With his Danger Level 3 ally, Arno, and Danger Level 4 companion, SpongeBob, the 3 brothers united in purpose could surely conquer any challenge. The rewards for completing bounties were exceedingly generous, especially with the additional enhancements of equipment, materials, and experience drop rates applied by the apartment. Compared to the arduous task of tackling anomalies solo, accepting bounty orders promised substantial returns. He turned his gaze toward the dimly lit office window below the panel. There sat a decrepit figure, exuding an aura of decay, slumped in a chair. A straw hat was perched on his head, and he wore a waterproof apron. His hair was parched, and his entire form resembled a long-dead mummy with hollow eye sockets. Was this the apartment's administrator? Lin Yan activated his bribery talent. Containment object, Yuan Hua. Anomaly rating, apartment administrator, bounty department head. Anomaly source, Shihong City. He has been yearning for someone. Each thought prompts the singing of a familiar tune. Bribery task, Chuya's door number, low-tier yellow talent. Melancholic singing. When you feel emo, a peculiar melody will resonate around you. So this is Yuan Hua, the Nidarian sea spirit. Yuan Hua, his bribery task was surprisingly simple. Lin Yan's heart sank. He had glimpsed Chuya's room along the way and had noted the door number on his map application. Greetings, Lin Yan approached to say. Behind him, a derisive chuckle echoed. That fool surely doesn't think he can take the order. Yuan Hua paid no heed, continuing to wallow in sorrow, fully committed to the role of a lifeless corpse. The corpse muttered, "Scram." Lin Yan smiled faintly and whispered, "I know where Chuya is." At his words, Yuan Hua's hollow eyes suddenly sparked with life. He stood up abruptly, hesitating for half a second before his expression twisted into one of anger. His voice, low and sinister, echoed like a malevolent specter. "Newcomer, I warn you not to jest." A wave of dark energy emanated from behind the counter, causing several onlookers to shift uneasily. Though this administrator was an NPC, he wielded the power of life and death. There were tales of those who insulted the administrator losing their heads on the spot. The so-called peace rules served only to restrain ordinary players and were ineffective against the administrator. The crowd instinctively recoiled a few steps, wary of being struck by fragmented bones. Clearly not their first experience. Yet, Lin Yan remained unperturbed. He confirmed once more on his map application, 3189, a newly expanded area for today. Yuan Hua's head drooped back suddenly. His vacant eyes glimmered with intensity, and his parched lips trembled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Suddenly, music filled the air. True feelings bloom like plum blossoms. Cold the ice and snow cannot drown, just at the coldest the branches blossom. Witnessing spring approach the onlookers raised their heads in unison, bewildered by the music's origin. Who was providing this background melody? Yuan Hua's voice quivered, his fingers trembling. What you say, could it truly be? Lin Yan met his gaze with unwavering determination and nodded emphatically. 3189. Snowflakes drift lazily, the north wind howls. The world lies vast and desolate. A solitary plum blossom stands proudly amidst the snow, solely to grace the air with its fragrance. Chuya, Chuya, at last, I have awaited your arrival. In a fit of frenzy, he dashed out from the bounty location. The sight of such a colossal corpse springing to life was as terrifying as a scene from a horror film. Congratulations! You have unlocked Yuan Hua's highest favorability. The current obtainable phrase, singing sorrowfully. Lin Yan calmly interjected, "Brother Yuan, I still have business to attend to." Yuan Hua, in a state of acute anxiety, swiftly removed his badge and slapped it into his hand. "You have obtained Yuan Hua's token of gratitude. Containment item, Yuan Hua's administrator badge. Anomaly level, property item. Anomaly source, Yuan Hua. Dressed as a valiant rooster. We are all classmates. Just a costume. Feather. By donning this item, one can serve as the administrator of the 1408th floor apartment, enjoying the basic privileges of an administrator." Lin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. "What, brother? Are you abandoning your job?" Yuan Hua, in a state of utmost urgency, urged, "Handle it yourself. I am in a great hurry." Such an urgency. Lin Yan gazed at Yuan Hua's receding figure, nearly bursting into laughter at the badge in his hand. How could he possibly double as an administrator? The elite crowd stood dumbfounded. What did he just refer to that corpse as? Brother Yuan? Lin Yan chose to wear the badge, and it automatically appeared on his jacket. His personal panel also transformed. Containment item, Lin Yan. Anomaly rating, acting apartment administrator. Oh my! The crystal atop his head had vanished. He had now become an NPC. Lin Yan attempted to summon the two gubernatorial robots from the bounty location within his mind. Buzz. The two mechanical giants standing guard suddenly turned, advancing like two moving mountains. The seasoned players quickly made way. They watched in awe as these formidable figures approached the newcomer. Wait, where has his crystal gone? Containment item, T-800. Anomaly rating, apartment management robot. Anomaly source, the Terminator. Connor, I come from the future. Bribery task, none. The T-800 coldly inquired. Administrator, may I assist you with anything? Lin Yan's heart soared with joy. He could indeed control these gubernatorial robots. As the acting administrator, the rules of peace no longer applied to him. He could unleash his strength upon others in the peaceful domain, even summon the gubernatorial robots to aid him in administering blows. Others could not harm him. What a thrill! Every entity possesses a weakness, as long as his bribery was executed properly. Outside, if your level was high, he would run or hide, avoiding confrontation. But within this peaceful space, even Jesus would hesitate to retaliate against me. What should you call me then? Chapter 9. The so-called welcome ceremony amidst the perplexed gazes of numerous elites. Lin Yan offered a gentle smile as he stepped backstage. The governor robot remained motionless. The computer on the table autonomously managed the bounty tasks, while employee badges hung in the background. On the 1,408th floor, there were 4 administrators. Li Yan, the office manager, who hailed from the film The Unsworn. The other 3 were Groot, Yuan Hua, and the Jigsaw puppet. Groot was presumably from Guardians of the Galaxy, while Jigsaw, the notorious antagonist from the horror film Saw, was represented by a doll with a face resembling the characters, adorned with 2 spiral markings on its cheeks. Lin Yan resolved within himself that Yuan Hua's protection would not suffice. If one were to engage in bribery, it was essential to approach the top. After all, you all serve as my shield. Swiftly, Lin Yan took a seat at the computer. The backstage data revealed a record of bounties and their respective dates. Xiao Dun had completed a staggering 11 bounties. Among them, the highest-ranked bounty hunter boasted level 50. How could such a challenge remain unaddressed? No matter, one had many brothers. Another perilous bounty involved the deranged Mita, a lunatic of sorts. SpongeBob could hold his own against her, and with himself and Arno, victory seemed within reach. Lin Yan entered his door number and name into the computer, simultaneously selecting 2 bounty orders. Print. Dispatch notification. Bounty number 8955 has been claimed. Dispatch notification. Bounty no. 2011 has been claimed. The announcements reverberated throughout the administration office. All heads turned in astonishment toward the bounty section. 2 perilous bounties have been claimed. Such tasks typically required at least a level 50 player to dare undertake them. In the Fire Dragon Guild, it would necessitate the collective effort of several vice presidents. Who could possibly be strong enough to reach the 1,408th floor? As the crowd gasped in disbelief, their attention ultimately converged upon a man clad in a leather jacket, half a hamburger clenched between his teeth. Emerging from backstage, he nonchalantly glanced at the 2 bounty orders in his hand. Whispers filled the air. Which guild did the leather-clad man belong to? Was he perhaps a newcomer? How had he gained access to the backstage? What about the crystal above his head? Had there been a glitch? Had he truly claimed 2 perilous bounties? A mere miscalculation? Such reckless behavior. Lin Yan reviewed the bounty regulations. Bounties became effective 7 days post-printing, requiring completion within that time frame, lest one face erasure. Time was still ample, while others risked their lives for blind draws. He not only possessed foresight, but also engaged in bribery, acquiring various equipment with ease. Lin Yan first removed his badge to avoid drawing excessive attention and stealthily made his way toward the Fire Dragon Guild's welcome ceremony, where many onlookers had gathered. He was eager to hear what the Fire Dragon Guild had to say. This cohort seemed promising, boasting dozens of adept newcomers. Just thinking of what was about to unfold brought a smile to his face. Every newcomer faced this trial. He himself had once been terrified. Lin Yan gazed into the distance. The average level of guild members hovers between 10 and 20, with 6 individuals exceeding level 30. Most newcomers, like Lin Yan, belong to the yellow rank, while several dozens are at the Xian rank, having been allocated to a separate area. Lin Yan felt a tinge of disappointment. He lacked the coveted Earth rank talent he had hoped for. They gathered around a hastily assembled stage, with him seated in the front row, when he suddenly caught sight of Li Hu's panel, level 35, intermediate Xian rank talent. Li Hu was a rather corpulent man, jovially embracing Chu Fanwu, occasionally engaging in rather inappropriate gestures. His hands were exceedingly clingy. Where was young Master Wang? After all, she was his girlfriend. Lin Yan turned to search for him and soon spotted 4 iron cages set up backstage, his eyes widening in disbelief. Containment item, Wang Chung, level, anomaly source, Earth OL, bribery task, save my life. Yellow rank, low-level talent, fertilizer teeth. Your teeth can continuously grow and serve as a form of super fertilizer. Oh, Lin Yan observed him, completely nude, with blood oozing from his mouth and nose, large bruises marring his body. He, alongside the other 3 newcomers, was imprisoned within a cage draped in red cloth. His bribery task had also changed. It was distinctly different from what he had seen before. Could it be that each individual's bribery task dynamically altered according to their circumstances? Bribing a wealthy individual would demand an exorbitant price, while pilfering tissue paper during a restroom visit would render the task rather simple. Wang Chung had been beaten to such a state. Upon entering the management office, He had insisted on seeking out Li Hu. He had truly spoken a prophetic truth. The social ties of the past lay in utter ruin. Now, they inhabited a jungle world stratified by levels. The apartment management prohibited violence, indicating that Wang Cheng must have been duped outside and subsequently assaulted. Past grievances had come rushing back, retribution for old scores. These newcomers must be the rebellious few reluctant to join the guild. Lin Yan's fingers quietly tapped against the armrest. Had he not eliminated Lin Zifu, it would have been he confined within Wang Cheng's cage. Li Hu seemed to be thriving, perhaps playing with the older sister of the guild. Lin Yan glanced again at Chu Fangwu. As expected, her bribery task had transformed into President's wife, 10 million containment vouchers, a mansion. Hiss, you are even greedier than Xiuya. Her instinct to pursue the powerful was evident. Ironically, this strategy proved effective within the confines of the containment apartment. Lin Yan discreetly blended into the crowd of newcomers. The welcoming ceremony was about to commence. Li Hu firmly pinched Chu Fangwu's posterior. Ascending the platform, he began to elucidate the rules of the containment apartment to all newcomers. Currently, the entire containment apartment housed approximately 4 billion inhabitants, spanning over 20,000 floors. The 5 floors numbered 1410 to 1406 constituted the sphere of influence of the Fire Dragon Guild, with a population exceeding 10,000. Newcomers possessing Xian rank combat talents could receive guild support in terms of equipment, experience nurturing, and so forth, though joining the guild remained optional. Li Hu remarked with a smile. The Fire Dragon Guild has been established for over 2 years, having invested tremendous effort in exploration. Presently, there are no wandering anomalies in the city center, and our facilities are fully equipped. Services are convenient. There is no implication of coercion to join. However, you must acknowledge the sacrifices we have made. These 4 individuals are all newcomers who have shown a blatant disrespect towards the Fire Dragon. 4 iron cages were brought forth, containing 4 completely naked men, all at the first level of the yellow tier. Their bodies were marred with countless wounds, and they trembled incessantly. The audience buzzed with whispers, exchanging furtive glances. What is happening? Was it not stated that violence was prohibited here? Otherwise, I would not have come. Must one be confined in an iron cage for not joining? This is utterly outrageous. Are the robots not taking action? Surely, they must have been beaten outside before being locked in these cages, which certainly does not count as violence. This is still a fortunate outcome. I have heard that some newcomers have been killed, with walls smeared in shredded flesh. Chapter 10. So, your name is Li Hu. Li Hu was quite pleased with the outcome as he approached Wang Cheng. Classmate, would you like to join the guild? Lin Yan noticed that Wang Cheng's teeth had been completely removed, and he resembled a bloody dog, his head bobbing dully. His entire body was riddled with wounds inflicted by small tweezers. Lin Yan furrowed his brow slightly. Although Wang Cheng was a tyrannical rich heir, he still possessed a semblance of masculinity. Now, being confined in a dog cage in such a humiliating manner only fueled Lin Yan's ire. Li Hu opened the cage and kicked. Get out. Wang Cheng crawled out like a dog, too afraid to meet the gaze of Chu Fangwu below. Suddenly, his eyes widened, clutching his throat, thrashing on stage like a fish out of water. He began to foam at the mouth, his complexion visibly turning purple. What was happening? Was this murder? Good heavens! Were those robots not intervening? He had been poisoned. The toxin from outside had now erupted. Wang Cheng struggled incessantly, his eyeballs nearly popping out, his body trembling as if electrocuted. Pinkish-white foam oozed from the corners of his mouth as he convulsed silently. A profound stillness accompanied his ragged breaths. The remaining 3 individuals in the cages began to exhibit symptoms of poisoning, writhing in agony within their confines. The terror of death, accompanied by a chill that crept down their spines, slid into their hearts. The brutality of the survival of the fittest was revealed with just a slight lifting of the veil, sending chills from head to toe. After a torturous 10 minutes, they finally succumbed. Surely, someone had been praying for their swift demise to alleviate their suffering. Now, they were finally dead. Li Hu kicked viciously. Damn it. Making me buy you a little umbrella in the dead of night. Making me wash your car. Bah! The governor robot remained indifferent, for Wang Cheng was already dead. Li Hu was merely kicking a lump of flesh. It was no different from kicking a flower pot. The seasoned players had long since deciphered the rules of peace. Li Hu reveled in the effectiveness of this performance. The survival of the fittest was the law of this apartment. If one did not wish to be devoured, one must strive to grow stronger. What morality, what fairness! Here in this shelter, the strong eliminate the weak. People should recall the way of life from 20,000 years ago, where everything revolved around survival. He grinned broadly. Let the registration begin. Those present here are fortunate. Newcomers who are absent today will be sent to the 666th floor to start as minors. A dozen officials from the Fire Dragon Guild began to register newcomers one by one. The newcomers resembled a flock of sheep encircled by wolves, too terrified to act out. They obediently surrendered all their shelter vouchers. With over 1,500 people here, each contributing 5,000, that amounted to nearly 7 to 8 million in revenue, Lin Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. The brutality of the Fire Dragon Guild exceeded his expectations. What nonsense about the survival of the fittest! One cannot espouse such a philosophy while constantly preying on others. Lin Yan sighed silently. He stood up and began to walk outside. An official from the Fire Dragon Guild bellowed, "Where do you think you're going?" Lin Yan's actions captured the attention of the newcomers, who turned to scrutinize the newcomer clad in a leather jacket. Is he the fourth-level newcomer? The one known for his extraordinary strength? Indeed, it is he. Hasn't he reached the fourth level already? A stout, imposing figure loomed before him, resembling a wall. With a cold demeanor, he inquired, "Have you registered?" Lin Yan feigned ignorance. "Why would I register if I'm not joining?" The man was a level 30 officer, standing there like a massive bear surveying a piglet, his eyes, seasoned by the specter of life and death, fixated intently on Lin Yan, as if contemplating how to carve a piece of meat ready for the pot. "You're not a newcomer?" he asked. "I am," Lin Yan replied with a faint smile, lightly tapping his finger on Lin Yan's forehead, as if to remind him that his head was no different from an eggshell. Li Hu crossed his arms and let out a cold laugh. "Yet another source for my material. This newcomer will meet a grim fate, skinned and displayed for all newcomers to witness." The management office closed nightly from midnight to 6, offering no opportunity for eternal presence. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes and turned his head to address the onlookers. "You all saw it. He struck first. In an instant, Lin Yan raised his arm and delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed with tremendous force, creating a gust of wind that seemed to explode. It felt as if that slap had shattered the jaws of everyone present. Breaths halted momentarily. Was it merely a psychological effect? Everyone felt that slap reverberate like thunder. How could one individual possess such audacity? The struck officer displayed a look of disbelief, while Chu Fangwu gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. "He has lost his mind." The officer, still dazed, widened his eyes in confusion, clutching his face. He certainly would not be felled by a fourth-level player. Such a notion was preposterous. Yet, he never anticipated being slapped by a newcomer here. The fiery sting on his face rendered him momentarily blank. The robotic governors stood nearby, arms crossed, exhibiting a cold indifference to the scene, devoid of any response, even appearing somewhat amused. Li Hu frowned and addressed the nearest robot. "What are you doing?" He violated the rules. The robotic governor responded with a cold, electronic voice, "Apologies, but the peace regulations do not extend to apartment administrators." Li Hu was taken aback. "What administrator? This newcomer is an apartment administrator?" Turning back, he suddenly realized that the diamond-shaped crystal atop Lin Yan's head had vanished. "You dare to defy me?" Lin Yan coldly revealed a rod entwined with iron wires, rolling up his sleeves. With both hands raised, he declared, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" With a bang, the officer was left dazed, his head spinning as he glanced once more at the robots. Yet they remained still. Panic-stricken, the officer shouted, "This is the management office." Lin Yan echoed, "The management office indeed." Bang! The peace regulations. The peace regulations. Lin Yan resembled a landlord mercilessly beating Stephen Chow, each strike landing resoundingly upon his head. Bang! 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 The sound was both melodious and impactful. Lin Yan swung Lucille with the ferocity of a tempest, carving crimson lines across his face and body. The newcomers stood aghast, their jaws nearly grazing the ground. In their eyes, this high-level player, akin to a malevolent specter, was being ruthlessly pummeled by a novice. Why was it akin to a son being beaten? Because he dared not retaliate, his cries laced with confusion. Alas, the esteemed player had lost all semblance of reason. What a profound humiliation. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his massive hands, aiming to plunge them into Lin Yan's eye sockets. I shall end you. In that fleeting moment, he envisioned Lin Yan's head being crushed like a watermelon. However, Lin Yan merely smiled, a triumphant grin. You have committed a foul. Boom! In a flash, the silhouette of a governor robot materialized before them, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind. In the collective gaze of the onlookers, only the image of a high kick remained. The speed of the motion created an illusion of multiple afterimages. Bang! Boom! A torrent of viscous blood, accompanied by thick internal organs, spilled forth, staining the crowd crimson. Soaring through the air, swirling and descending, was the upper half of a player once hailed as a level 30 expert. His lower half remained rooted in place. But after a brief moment amidst the billowing heat, it collapsed with a thunderous crash, spilling forth viscous entrails. The horror was palpable. As the stench of blood rapidly spread, the onlookers could only scream in terror. Murder! The spectators above wore expressions of shock, with blood splattered across their faces. Why would the robot protect that level 4 novice? The crystal atop his head had vanished. Good heavens! A level 30 player had perished in an instant. The muscles of the governor robot radiated heat, its nuclear battery reacting at high speed, slowly retracting its leg. Schwarzenegger's quintessential American jaw was splattered with flesh, his sunglasses reflecting a myriad of terrified faces. He coldly proclaimed, "According to apartment management rules, malicious attacks on the apartment administrator will be met with lethal force." Acquired. 601,000 containment vouchers acquired. Escape pills X5 Walkman. Soldier Boy triangular shield. Lin Yan was taken aback. Such wealth. The loot from a player slain by the governor robot could be claimed by him. Bribing the administrator was tantamount to bribing all governor robots, indeed. After all, the containment apartments lacked bank cards. Each individual's wealth resided within their satchels. To slay a high-level player was to seize their entire fortune. The matter of money was swiftly resolved. The establishment of rules simultaneously creates a natural profit for those who dare to transgress them. Lin Yan cast a sideways glance, tilting his head as he rested the baseball bat on his shoulder, striking the classic pose of Negan. Since he had already offended, he decided to go all the way. He extended his hand, steadily pointing towards Li Hu, beckoning him with a curl of his finger. "You're Li Hu, are you not? Come here." Chapter 11. My elder brother is Yuan Hua. Li Hu felt a sudden stiffness in his neck. His heart seemed to be tightly gripped by Lin Yan's gaze. This was an unprecedented anomaly in the history of the entire apartment. What on earth was happening? The newcomer had disregarded the management's regulations. Attacking him was tantamount to assaulting the administrator. The guild members glanced over, their faces pale and filled with dread, a stark contrast to their previously arrogant demeanor. If this newcomer were indeed an administrator, then this so-called peaceful zone would become a veritable death trap for them, the fire dragons. The governor robot could annihilate them all, and they would have no means of retaliation. Lin Yan cast a detached glance. The governor robot beside Li Hu tilted its head, wearing an expression that seemed to ask, "Why haven't you moved yet?" Li Hu swallowed hard. His trembling hands felt as if they were weighed down with lead. As he approached, Lin Yan inquired, "Is there a problem with my not joining the guild?" Li Hu dared not look at the governor robot, splattered with remnants of flesh. He lowered his gaze and saw the half-collapsed cadre. He decided to close his eyes. Of course there's a problem. Li Hu hastily waved his hands, his heart nearly leaping from his throat. Of course not. Lin, brother Lin, we've met before. You're also from Wenhua University from the basketball team. Do you remember me? Lin Yan coldly shook his head. Creak. What was happening? The crowd turned around. A governor robot strolled forward, parting the throng with ease. Perched on the robot's shoulder was a small doll clad in a black suit. Its pallid face, scarlet lips, and high cheekbones were adorned with spiral blushes. Lin Yan furrowed his brow slightly. The bribery talent activated. Containment object, Jigsaw doll, anomaly evaluation, apartment administrator, head of the hall management office. Anomaly source, Saw. Hello, I would like to play a game with you. Bribery task, red tricycle. Advanced talent. I want to play a game. After selecting an enemy, a jawbreaker will manifest on your jaw, tripling your combat power for 15 minutes. If your enemy does not perish, the jawbreaker will kill you instead. What a splendid talent. This ability could directly triple one's combat power. If one were at level 10, tripling that would allow them to contend with a level 30 expert. Either you perish your enemy, or you fall victim to your own power. It was an excellent talent for cross-level combat. Compared to Yuan Hua, this Jigsaw talent was certainly worth replicating. Simultaneously, this Jigsaw doll was one of the 4 great administrators, making it a necessary target for bribery. The Jigsaw doll surveyed the chaotic scene with evident dissatisfaction, its voice gravelly and aged. What is going on here? Li Hu had found his savior. The Fire Dragon Guild was the contractor for 1408, frequently interacting with the administrators. This Lin Yan must have triggered some sort of bug. The notion of players acting as administrators is utterly unprecedented. Such matters must be addressed by the actual administrators. Otherwise, the prestige of the Fire Dragon Guild will plummet. Li Hu shouted at Lin Yan, he is committing murder in the administrative space. Lord Saw, you must stand up for me. The Fire Dragon Guild has been diligent and dedicated for so many years. Lord Saw's head tilted slightly as he glanced at the badge on Lin Yan's chest, his tone growing colder. Who granted you that badge? Just as Lin Yan was about to respond, someone approached from the side, shouting, I did. A figure clad in a waterproof apron, smeared with lipstick marks, strode forward with pride. It was Yuan Hua. He sauntered in from the entrance, nonchalantly surveying the waterlogged floor. Li Hu was taken aback. He had never seen Yuan Hua emerge from the bounty area before. Lord Saw regarded Yuan Hua and remarked, Oh, is that so? If murder has been committed, ensure it is cleaned up. Manager Li dislikes a filthy environment. The robot beneath Lord Saw turned and departed. The relationship between administrators and players is akin to that of jailers and inmates. Even if not well acquainted, jailers do not advocate for prisoners. Yuan Hua patted Lin Yan on the shoulder, raising a cloud of dust. I found her. Thank you. Lin Yan forced a smile, looking down at the scattered debris. I've caused you trouble, Brother Yuan. He glanced at Li Hu, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Fortunately, these robots were present. Otherwise, I would have been killed. Li Hu was dumbfounded. You really won't mention your big, flapping mouth that gets people hit? Yuan Hua turned his gaunt head, his hollow eye sockets glinting with intensity. Lin Yan is my friend. I do not wish for him to encounter trouble anywhere. Do you understand? Li Hu, frightened, nodded vigorously. I understand. At this moment, Li Hu realized 2 things. First, his life was likely spared. Second, his elder brother was Yuan Hua. And third, he could not touch Lin Yan, who was merely level 4. Yuan Hua waved his hand, clean up. Minutes later, the newcomers fled the administrative area as if escaping a disaster, wailing as they retreated to their rooms. Lin Yan strode confidently out of the administrative space. No one from the Fire Dragon Guild dared to obstruct him. He was no mere newcomer. He was the acting administrator, a close ally of the terrifying undead Yuan Hua. Even at level 4, who would dare to lay a hand on him? Killing a level 30 player would be as easy as slaying a chicken. Even Lord Saw tacitly approved. The newcomers instinctively formed a line, closely following behind him, feeling a sense of security in the face of the predatory Fire Dragon members. The crowd of newcomers erupted in chatter. That was too perilous. If it weren't for Lin Shun, we would have lost all our possessions. Once the rent is due, who would care about you? They hadn't targeted those at the mystic level. They regarded us, the yellow level, as inconsequential. They killed more than 4 people. I witnessed a newcomer burned alive in the hallway. Lin Shun is also of the yellow rank. I propose that we, the underprivileged, establish a guild of our own for self-preservation. Agreed. I shall join as well. The grace of Lin Shun is truly invaluable. Lin Yan is preoccupied, having just acquired a fortune of 600,000. He is currently busy counting the equipment obtained from that high-level player, totaling 3 items. Item, avoidance pill, anomaly level, low yellow, anomaly source, black myth, awakens. This place is fraught with peril. You know the saying, those who cling to the grass may become spirits. Upon consumption, it grants a minor damage reduction for a considerable duration. Oh, a legitimate elixir. This item is akin to a first aid spray, being a one-time use tool. It is evident that the various items within this containment apartment are a fusion of countless works. Among those I recognize are the games of Black Myth, animations, Resident Evil, Silent Hill, Saw, and internet celebrities, to name a few. It is truly a cornucopia of wonders. These minor items shall be kept for use when conflict arises. The next piece of equipment is a silver vintage radio, complete with a pair of headphones. Item, Walkman, anomaly level, high yellow, anomaly source, SA. Everyone harbors a most terrifying secret. When this secret is revealed, they shall pay a grievous price for their actions. It can emit a sound in advance when faced with a death threat, providing a warning, and contains 500 classic American country songs from the 1980s. This equipment boasts impressive attributes. In Saw, the Jigsaw Killer uses this radio to explain the rules of the game. Now it can provide an early warning of danger. For a skilled individual, a mere second or two of advance notice could turn the tide of battle. Lin Yan estimates that this item could fetch over $1 million. The next piece of equipment is a gray triangular hand shield embossed with an eagle. Item, Soldier Boy's triangular shield. Anomaly level, low mysterious, anomaly source. The boys. Women are like fine wine, becoming richer and more exquisite with age. A formidable dual-purpose offensive and defensive item. It imbues the holder with righteousness and an interest in elderly women. Mysterious grade equipment. However, this is peculiar. This containment apartment is quite strange. An interest in elderly women while wielding it? Does prolonged use turn one into a lecherous figure in a nursing home? The benefits of the equipment have already been experienced. The defensive capabilities of a fit physique, the headshot effects of Lucille, and now the triangular shield. Slaying lower-level anomalies is as easy as sipping water. Leveling up is of utmost importance to my current self. Should I encounter something too formidable to defeat, I would scarcely have time to call for help. Having severed ties with the Fire Dragon Guild, they are currently hesitant to act against me, considering Yuan Hua's standing. Yet, there may be assassins lurking, ready to strike. I must swiftly reach level 30 and become a formidable presence on this floor. Chapter 12. The first night in the apartment, Lin Yan opened the favorites in the trading hall, and the cat's eye bracelet was still there. Initially, his intention was to accumulate funds by completing bounty missions. But who could resist the generosity of kind-hearted individuals who donated 600,000? If one must indulge, then let it be in splendid excess. He boldly spent 500,000 containment vouchers to acquire it directly. Acquired, cat's eye bracelet. Containment item, cat's eye bracelet, level. Intermediate yellow tier, anomaly source, black myth, awakens. A bracelet belonging to a certain long-lived monk. Observe, it has already developed a patina. It can slightly increase your critical strike rate when attacking. At last, it was in his possession. Although the equipment was of a moderate level, losing it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Now, with only one more red tide needed, he could unlock Guangxi. The perilous level 6 would soon yield Guangxi, if only he had a formidable ally of equivalent level 65 to shield him. The Fire Dragon would send someone daily to pay him respects. Lin Yan had a clear objective. He had 3 tasks at hand: level up, complete bounty missions, and bribe the vertical Saw Lord. The success of the latter's red tricycle depended solely on luck, and in the trading hall, Lin Yan found not a single clue. Most equipment available for direct trade with containment vouchers was of low caliber. For the weak and the ordinary, containment vouchers served as currency for sustenance. However, for the strong residing within the containment apartment, experience stones were the true valuable resource. Experience equated to levels. Levels distinguished a mere mouse from a roaring tiger. The quotas for SpongeBob and Arnold's elder brother had been exhausted for the day. To complete the bounty, he would have to wait until tomorrow. This was the perfect opportunity for Lin Yan to elevate his level and avoid the scenario where the elder brother had yet to arrive. But he had already met his demise. As Lin Yan traversed the path, he began to pay attention to suitable rooms. Although he was only level 4, His lavish attire was enough to make others drool. He was armed with a Lucille bat for offense, a triangular shield and fitness skin for defense, a police badge and vertical saw recorder for ghost hunting, and medical spray and calamity-evading pills for healing. With this configuration, he could stand his ground against any anomaly of Danger Level 1. According to the Newcomer Guide, Danger Level 1 encompassed a vast range of ratings. Otherwise, the first batch of players would have had no means of leveling up and would not have developed into the current scale. This was equivalent to players ranging from level 1 to level 15. Looking back, Lin Yan had gradually distanced himself from the city center. Following him were about a dozen newcomers, both male and female, who cautiously observed his demeanor. Lin Yan remarked, "We are quite far from the city center now. You should return to your rooms." One newcomer swallowed hard. "Lin Shun, is it truly safe here?" Lin Yan replied, "As long as no foolish individuals are carelessly opening doors, it is safe." He pointed to the overhead lights. Anomalies would trigger a light alarm upon exiting, with the frequency of flashes indicating the danger level. "Oh, I see. So that's how it is. Truly worthy of Lin Shun. You are remarkably clever." "Indeed, Lin Shun." Lin Yan feigned a look of disbelief. "Do you not even read the Newcomer Guide?" A girl spoke up. "Lin Yan, I am Xiao Bushing from the Department of Arts. We met during the Qingma event. Could you assist us in leveling up? After all, we are all alumni, and it's only natural to help each other out as we settle into the dormitory. You've just moved in and already reached level 4. You must have some tricks up your sleeve." "Of course," Lin Yan readily agreed, placing his hand on the doorknob beside him. "Let us wager on what kind of monster lies behind this door." As he began to twist the knob, he mused, "If it's equipment, we all share the fortune. If it's a monster, I will surely run the fastest. I am level 4, after all." A moment of silence fell upon them as they exchanged anxious glances. They were not oblivious to the terrifying nature of anomalous containment objects. Today had made it clear to them that, within this containment dormitory, human life was as expendable as grass. What are the odds that behind this door lay equipment? What were the chances it was a creature that they could handle together? No matter how one calculated the odds, they were exceedingly low. If a monster truly awaited them, Lin Yan would likely use these newcomers as mere shields while he escaped unscathed. After all, he was level 4. Why would he risk himself for the sake of rewards? Lin Yan coldly twisted the doorknob. Click! Stop! The group scattered in terror, rolling and scrambling down the straight corridor. Lin Yan chuckled softly, observing their behavior. They wished to share the spoils, but feared the hardships. They sought to bolster their own strength by leveraging his power while simultaneously shunning any risks. Lin Yan was more concerned about the possibility of being betrayed from behind during a confrontation with the anomalous entity, losing all his possessions to others. He released the doorknob and walked towards his room, occasionally glancing back to ensure he was not being followed. There was no one. Now, he could practice leveling up without worry. Lin Yan found a door marked with a danger level of 1. Containment object, Wolf Swordsman, anomaly rating, danger level 1 anomaly source, Black Myth, Wukong, no grand principles, mud sliding on white garments. Rising with the force of circumstance. The fowl and hounds ascend the ladder to the clouds. Bribery task, 1 golden pill. Low tier yellow talent. You're not focused. Attacks you initiate have a chance to fail. Is this a talent? This is a debuff. Lin Yan calmly retrieved a shield emblazoned with the emblem of an eagle, securing it firmly to his arm. He tilted his neck, producing a cracking sound. Talent. Sharp mind. His leather jacket suddenly transformed into a liquid, enveloping him completely and morphing him into a muscular behemoth. An invigorating surge of strength coursed through him. I shall get fit. He opened the door. Huh. A voice of confusion echoed from within. The room was dark, unlit, and a pair of scarlet eyes gleamed ominously as a wolf-headed creature slowly turned around. Unlike in the game, this being appeared to have been dead for over a decade. Its sunken muscles clung to its chest, and its body was merely a decaying hide draped over a skeletal frame. With a swift motion, it revealed a sword, pointing it directly at Lin Yan and spoke in a human tongue. Hey, where do you hail from, foreigner? Are you the one who has imprisoned my grandfather here? The Walkman at Lin Yan's waist emitted a cacophony of noise, signaling the emergence of lethal intent. Before him stood the wolf swordsman. howling as he struck fiercely at his own shield, pivoting to slash at Lin Yan's legs. Clang! Sparks erupted from the shield. Lin Yan retaliated with a swift kick to the skeletal frame of his foe. Both combatants momentarily disengaged. Lin Yan landed without retreat, charging forward to deliver a flurry of 3 thrusts with his shield. Bone fragments flew through the air. It was akin to Steve mercilessly pummeling Iron Man. Lin Yan would not grant his adversary a moment's respite. Bang! The sharp, triangular shield cleaved through the swordsman's neck, and indeed, his 4-tiered physique far surpassed that of a novice. Even as the swordsman's head was severed, his body continued to writhe, desperately reaching for his sword. "I won't allow you to move." Lin Yan hoisted Lucille and unleashed a brutal onslaught. Moments later, he received Experience Stone X4. Is that all? Perhaps it was due to not striking a critical hit with Lucille. The Lucille of Negan grants additional experience when delivering headshots to enemies. Glenn expressed his approval. Lin Yan pondered. For small experience stones were commendable enough. Every time he opened a door, it was a gamble with his life, completely oblivious to what lay beyond. Perhaps there were treasures within, perhaps low-tier monsters, or possibly colossal beasts that could eliminate him instantly. Yet, with his bribery talent, he could open doors to treasure without any risk and bestow bribes upon specific targets. He would slay the weak directly. As for the strong, "You shall be my esteemed elder brother." What is there we cannot discuss? Levels were paramount to Lin Yan at this moment. He made the decision to absorb the experience. Level 6. Excellent. With this, his chances of surviving encounters with dangerous anomalies would only increase. Lin Yan sought out 2 more doors marked with Danger Level 1, the anomalous Peach Cat and the anomalous Bulbasaur. Such risks were physically taxing, particularly the Bulbasaur. Although his physical resistance was formidable, he unfortunately fell victim to poison. Congratulations! You have reached Level 8. After absorbing the experience stones, Lin Yan dragged his temporarily paralyzed legs back to his room. The next day, his elder brother's quota would refresh. After a night's rest, he intended to seek out Xiahou Dun and the frenzied Mita, a sum of 1.8 million taels awaited. Should he possess the potential to become his elder brother, he might as well search for bribe items within these 7 days. If time was short, with Arno at Danger Level 3 and SpongeBob at Level 4, the 3 of them could certainly tackle a Level 4 bounty without issue. Before entering, Lin Yan cautiously scanned the area with his bribery talent to ensure no one was following. Only then did he feel at ease returning to his room. He exhaled deeply. Gaining 8 levels in a single day left Lin Yan quite content with his new life. Such a pace of advancement was nothing short of a dream for other newcomers. Lin Yan remained vigilant, monitoring the news from the newcomer group. Following the incident at the management office, the members of the Fire Dragon maintained silence, and most of the profound tier newcomers withdrew from the group, disdainful of mingling with those of the yellow tier. Those willing to surrender their shelter vouchers in exchange for asylum began to take action. The remaining individuals, opting for self-preservation, renamed themselves the Self-Rescue Society and actively disseminated all information pertaining to the apartment. Lin Yan noted that 6 familiar young men opened the door, only to be annihilated by a formidable figure, Liang Jichao's grandmother, wielding a wheelchair, leaving a gruesome trail of blood and flesh that smeared the corridor. Freedom is a commodity, available to those who can afford its steep price. Lin Yan prepared herself and spent her first night in the shelter with a sense of tranquility. Chapter 13. Bribing Xiahou Dun. The following day, Lin Yan arose at the break of dawn. With a map in hand, he set forth to locate 2 points of bounty. He noted a more pronounced scent of blood lingering in the corridor compared to the previous day. Passing by the door of Arno's room, he observed that the scene had already been cleared. Maintaining the cleanliness of the apartments was one of the responsibilities of the contracting guild. Lin Yan nibbled on a crab yolk bun for breakfast. Following the map's guidance, he maneuvered through a few intersections until he could reach the vicinity of Xiahou Dun. Once an anomaly is released, it will slaughter anyone who opens the door. If due to pursuits or captures, one fails to return to their room correctly within 2 hours, they will transform into an escape anomaly. To prevent such anomalies from wreaking havoc, the apartment administrator will temporarily seal them with a barrier. The bounty notice serves as the key to opening the door. Lin Yan intended to first investigate who this Xiahou Dun was and the nature of the entry. If it were the Xiahou Dun from the game, it would certainly pose a problem. After navigating 2 intersections, Lin Yan beheld an area ahead shrouded in a veil of light gray mist, undulating like the surface of water. To his astonishment, the bribery panel appeared before him. Containment object, Xiahou Dun, anomaly rating. Level 4 danger, anomaly source. Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Poem. With a single eye plucked, I consume the anger of a parent. A solitary moon shines, illuminating my achievements until now. Bribery task. Xiahou Dun's eye. Chow Mao's ceremonial dagger. Low-tier, Earth-level talent. Undying army. Your left eye can store newly deceased souls and release them to confront your foes, but once used, their spirits will scatter. Incredible. Xiahou Dun, your Earth-level talent is astonishing. Lin Yan was taken aback by this entry. It was his first encounter with an Earth-level talent. The Undying Army could temporarily store any anomalies he had slain, bestowing them with a fleeting existence, releasing them in an instant. Though it was a one-time use, there was no limit to the storage. If he diligently leveled up, the number of anomalies that could be stored in his eye would be terrifying. Imagining the instantaneous release of an army of monsters painted a hellish scene in his mind. Lin Yan contemplated the fog before him. The Undying Army of Xiahou Dun was indeed a formidable Earth-level talent, and it would be a waste to eliminate him. He must resort to bribery. However, the 2 items required for the bribe, the eye and Chow Mao's ceremonial dagger, were not easily obtainable. If he failed to complete the bounty within 7 days, he too would face obliteration by the system. At that point, even if he regretted losing this talent, he would have no choice but to call upon his elder brother to eliminate him. Lin Yan found himself in a quandary and decided to search the trading hall, where, to his surprise, he discovered one of the items. Containment object, Xiahou Dun's left eye, level. Intermediate yellow tier, anomaly source. Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The left eye of a great general. Contains within, allowing glimpses of intangible souls. His heart raced. The asking price was only 500,000 containment tickets, yet he had merely around 100,000 on hand. After some contemplation, he gritted his teeth and decided to list SpongeBob's lunchbox in the trading hall. The magical lunchbox that can consistently produce delectable crab roe burgers is a treasure that could easily launch a takeout business. Lin Yan was resolutely determined to acquire it. If all else failed, he would resort to selling a few cans of emergency spray. A few minutes later, someone offered to purchase SpongeBob's lunchbox for 350,000 coupons. And Lin Yan chose to accept the offer, securing the sum. However, he still needed an additional 50,000. Reluctantly, he had to negotiate the price, parting with 3 talismans of fortune, which ultimately facilitated the transaction. His account was nearly depleted. From his spatial pouch, Lin Yan retrieved a glass eyeball. Cradling in his hand, smooth and lustrous as jade, he could not help but sigh. Its sole purpose was to see ghosts. For an item of mid-tier yellow grade, its price seemed somewhat inflated. Nevertheless, it was now in his possession. Lin Yan contemplated silently. The bounty notice did not stipulate a mandatory execution of the escaped anomaly. He could confine it back to its room, thereby fulfilling the bounty. He had procured one of the bribery items, which could yield half the required goodwill, but he was uncertain if it would compel the entity to return to its quarters willingly. Once within the barrier, there was no exit. One must either complete the bounty or perish. After careful consideration, Lin Yan noted that the records of the target, Xiahou Dun, included over a dozen assaults, even resulting in the demise of level 50 players at his hands, demonstrating his violent nature. Armed with only a single bribery item, the risk was exceedingly high. It would be wiser to first observe the erratic actions of Crazy Mita and document the bribery tasks. In the ensuing 7 days, he aimed to amass as many bribery items as possible, meet the requirements of the bribery tasks, and persuade them to take up residence in the containment apartment. The advantages of bribery were threefold: attributes, rewards, and reinforcements. He was determined to devise the most optimal profit strategy. Suddenly, the radio on Lin Yan's belt began to stir. prompting him to turn cautiously. The first sound he heard was a familiar voice approaching. A gentle beam of light illuminated the carpet from around the corner, revealing a series of golden footprints, his own from earlier. A group of about 10 appeared from the corner, nearly all seasoned players above level 20, adept in fire dragon tactics. Among them was one newcomer he recognized, Xiao Buosheng, the girl who wanted him to guide her in leveling up. She carried an antique-style carbide lamp, casting a shadow of his footprints on the carpet. She pointed at him, exclaiming, "That's him, Lin Yan." Lin Yan quietly stepped back a couple of paces, edging closer to the foggy barrier. Containment item, Xiao Buosheng, level, anomaly source, Earth OL, bribery task, guild position, monthly salary of 10,000 coupons. Low tier yellow, grade talent, spiritual trace. Upon touching the target, one can illuminate the traces they left an hour prior with the lantern. Lin Yan furrowed his brow. It appeared he had been sold out. TCH, hello Lin Yan. I heard you made quite a mess of the welcome party yesterday, remarked the leader of the group, a tall man with a delicate appearance. He wore a neat, casual suit, but had on a pair of home slippers, his smile subtle yet enigmatic. Lin Yan activated his talent. Containment object, Simo Ling, level, 35, anomaly source, Earth OL, bribery task, guild leader, permanent mansion on the 3,500th level, 3P. Advanced talent of the profound tier, Tin Bone Helm. A layer of hard bone armor envelopes your hands, and your fingernails grow long and exceedingly sharp. A level 35 player with an advanced talent. But why does your bribery task include a 3P? Is this the dream of every man? Sima Ling smirked with a hint of mockery. He wickedly licked his nails, glancing at the monstrous fog barrier behind Lin Yan, shaking his head. How audacious to take on a level 4 bounty. Li Hu remarked that someone from the administration was backing you. But now? He spread his hands wide. You are merely a level 4 novice. I am curious to see who will come to your aid. Beside him, Xiao Buosheng wrapped an arm around his, grinning broadly. Lingu, can I join the Fire Dragon Guild now? I fear you might lose track and leave a mark on him. Of course. Sima Ling suddenly raised his hand. Those crimson nails pierced her head like they were sinking into dough. With a single palm, he slammed her head against the wall. Piafich. The skull shattered. White brain matter, accompanied by pink blood, splattered across the wall in an instant. Her corpse crumpled to the ground. Sima Ling expressed his disdain. Disgusting. The others around him shared a knowing laugh. Who would have thought? Ling Good doesn't like women. A level 35 sissy. The remaining 8 were all above level 20, making for a rather luxurious lineup. Fortunately, he had rested for an entire night before arriving at the bounty point. Now he could call for his elder brother. SpongeBob and Arno would be no trouble to deal with. With this thought, Lin Yan felt reassured. Lin Yan applauded enthusiastically. Brilliant. Such a lavish lineup. All to hunt down a mere novice? Sima Ling sneered. He examined his grotesque claws, chuckling at the barrier behind Lin Yan. In truth, we need not lift a finger to kill you. Sima Ling's grin turned cruel. Did you not take the bounty? Now step inside. Being killed by an anomaly is an exceedingly terrifying fate, and this novice has taken on 2 level 4 bounties, which is almost akin to suicide. Sima Ling speculated that it might be a miscalculation. However, if he had a close relationship with the manager Yuan, calling him Big Brother could lead Yuan to retract the bounty from the background, allowing the anomalies within to claim him. In this way, Yuan would see the bounty fail in execution, but would not blame Li Hu for it. Lin Yan pulled out a bounty notice and glanced at it. He possessed the eyeball of Xiahou Dun, which would ensure at least half of the required favorability. There was no way they would kill him. With this in mind, Lin Yan smiled helplessly. All right, I will step inside. You all dare not leave. Dare not leave? Sima Ling felt he had misheard. A level 4 novice. Audaciously telling a group of seasoned players not to leave after school? How confident. Quite the confidence indeed. Lin Yan affixed the bounty notice upon the inky darkness behind him. Instantly, the corridor lights above began to flicker wildly. The red light blinked 4 times, and Sima Ling's tension heightened. Although this was an anomaly classified as danger level 4, this particular barrier had thwarted numerous attempts at conquest, with many formidable beings of level 50 having met their demise here. In contrast to those who remained dutifully confined within their chambers, The desire for escape among entities of this nature was exceedingly pronounced. Lin Yan, a mere level 4 player, entering the barrier was akin to leaping directly into molten lava. What, then, was the source of his audacious confidence? Chapter 14. The Mummy of Xiahou Dun. A low hum resonated as the dark mist behind Lin Yan rapidly expanded, enveloping him entirely. He felt as though he were submerged in icy waters. Upon reopening his eyes, he was greeted by dim surroundings, with a pungent stench assaulting his senses. Vigilantly, Lin Yan scanned his surroundings. The walls were covered in mold. As if decades had slipped by, the floor was in a state of decay. Broken doors exuded an air of desolation, and the ceiling above had collapsed, exposing bare concrete. All the rooms around him lay open, their doors rotting and splintered, while the furniture within was shrouded in a thick layer of dust. Under the faint, eerie green glow of the emergency lights in the corridor, the atmosphere felt ghostly and oppressive, as silent as a grave. Lin Yan waved his hand, enveloping himself in a layer of protective skin, transforming into a formidable figure. He grasped the triangular shield of a soldier boy, resolute in executing his plan. He possessed bribes intended for Xiahou Dun, and his immediate concern was to avoid being eliminated by his elder brother. A loud buzzing emanated from the recorder on his belt, an ominous signal of impending danger. Suddenly, a horse's neigh echoed from the depths of the corridor, followed by the sound of hooves striking the ground. From the darkness across the hall, illuminated by the green emergency light, emerged a colossal silhouette. A towering figure, nearly brushing the ceiling, approached with deliberate steps. Beneath him, a warhorse clad in chainmail exhaled plumes of white mist alongside its neighing. The rider donned a jeweled helmet, draped in a coat of chainmail and a dark robe, with fierce tiger-headed boots adorning his feet. A red-tasseled spear hung at his side, and together, man and horse exceeded 3 meters in height. As they drew nearer, Lin Yan beheld a face resembling that of a mummified corpse, with a hollow left eye marred by a deep scar that extended to the corner of his mouth, revealing exposed teeth. Xiahou Dun. Lin Yan froze for a moment. The Three Kingdoms theme had been interpreted countless times, be it from mobile games or various adaptations. This figure was likely the Xiahou Dun crafted by Luo Guanzhong's narratives rather than historical accounts. A hiss escaped Xiahou Dun's parched, zombie-like visage as he bared his teeth, fury distorting his features. He raised the red-tasseled spear and commanded his steed, "The thief approaches. Kill." The horse beneath him neighed excitedly, exhaling clouds of white mist that billowed like steam from a locomotive. Charging forward, the boards beneath its hooves splintered, and the surrounding walls crumbled in the wake of its powerful advance. In Lin Yan's eyes, it was as if a train were barreling toward him at full speed. Not to mention levels, in this terrain, unless he could master the art of dispersing and gathering energy, he would surely be crushed. The Walkman blared a deafening noise. Lin Yan's gaze sharpened. He executed a swift, kneeling movement, instantly retrieving his eyeball, raising it above his head, having witnessed the general of the flying waves. Boom! Lin Yan felt splinters raining upon his face like crashing waves. Xiahou Dun brought his horse to a sudden halt, gazing in bewilderment at the beads offered by the individual. A moment of hesitation enveloped him, followed by a sudden astonishment on his visage. "This is..." With a graceful leap, he dismounted. "This is the object I thought lost." Even in a crouched position, he towered over others, trembling as he grasped his own eye. Lin Yan dared not breathe, his attention drawn to the diminishing white noise emanating from the recorder. How terrifying indeed. The oppressive aura of Xiahou Dun exuded an overwhelming sense of dread, akin to that of a nightmare. He placed the eye back into the hollow socket, releasing a long, satisfied grunt. A bizarre pressure radiated from General Xiahou. To Lin Yan's astonishment, his danger level inexplicably escalated to 5. How could he still be leveling up? Xiahou Dun murmured, "The essence of my progenitors. How could it be forsaken? Thus I'm whole again." He lowered his head. The glistening red-tasseled spear sliced through the air before him, resting menacingly against his neck. The spear was extraordinarily long, adorned with intricate golden inscriptions, and its shaft twisted elegantly. It emanated faint traces of black lightning, accompanied by a soft cracking sound. Lin Yan discreetly activated his bribery vision. Containment item: Zijing Spear, Anomaly Level, Advanced Mystical, Anomaly Source, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The spear, measuring 8 feet in length, is wielded from horseback. Its swift strikes lethal. Chow Chow Spear used against elbow, wielded by Yuan Shang, once poetically described at Chibi, capable of unleashing lightning to capture foes. An advanced mystical equipment. Xiahou Dun coldly remarked, "You resemble those thieving soldiers. Yet this offering pleases me greatly. I shall spare your life, but you must stand and converse." This implied he was to rise and engage in dialogue. Lin Yan stole another glance at the undead warhorse. The steed was clad in chainmail, draped in splendid armor, exuding an imposing presence. However, it bore the marks of decay and damage, with a sweet, metallic steam wafting from its nostrils. Containment item: Jing, Anomaly Level, Low Earth, Anomaly Source, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The horse named Juing, struck by a stray arrow, sustained injuries to its cheek and legs, as well as to my right arm. Gentle in temperament, swift as a shadow, it does not shy away from projectiles. Charging with unstoppable ferocity, at full speed, it transforms into a streak of black lightning, traversing treacherous terrains. An Earth-level equipment. Juing the horse. This steed belong to Cao Cao. It should be renowned alongside the red hair, yet its fame pales in comparison, largely due to its untimely demise at the hands of a brothel incident, tarnishing its legacy. This horse is indeed an Earth-level equipment. Should my bribery succeed, General Xiahou might bestow this steed upon me. No wonder the danger level was merely 4, yet no one had succeeded in subduing it for so long. Riding an Earth-level steed would drastically enhance one's prowess. A magical spear and an Earth-level warhorse. How intimidating. The formidable enhancement that equipment provides is unmistakable. As a novice at level 1, I was able to vanquish the Ashen Child merely with my athletic physique. This Earth-level equipment. I fear that the combat prowess of Xiahou Dun has surged to unprecedented heights. Having successfully returned the precious jewel to Zhao, he has ascended to a perilous level 5. Even the combined efforts of SpongeBob and Arnold may prove futile against him. I must proceed with utmost caution. With a swift motion, Xiahou Dun pressed his spear against his chest, intimidatingly inquiring, "What brings you here?" The walkman began to emit a faint noise. Lin Yan, feeling the sweat trickle down his neck, realized that this spear could pierce him as easily as it would penetrate a sheet of paper. Having achieved half of the required rapport, would it not be considered courteous to refrain from immediate violence? Lin Yan steeled himself. "I have come here for 2 reasons. First, to ensure the safe return of the precious jewel to Zhao. Second, to assist the general in his predicament." Xiahou Dun let out a chilling scoff, though his tone softened slightly. "Huh, and you? A mere child, still reeking of youth, dare to comprehend the art of Qi Min Dunjia?" Lin Yan pondered if Xiahou Dun had mistaken the administrator's barrier for some esoteric technique. As he surveyed his surroundings, he wondered if there were any intact rooms nearby. Xiahou Dun cast a cold glance at him. "There is one. Follow me." With a dashing leap onto his steed, he declared, "Should it fail, you shall remain here to keep this old man company in a game of chess." Lin Yan reluctantly nodded. A room would suffice, otherwise it would be disrespectful to summon Arnold and SpongeBob. As long as he could locate a proper chamber for the venerable general to occupy, he would have fulfilled his obligation. The barrier would naturally dissipate. All that was required was a doorway. Now, he needed to accomplish 2 tasks. First, to persuade General Xiahou to settle into a room, thereby completing the bounty. Once the anomalies within the barrier were contained, it would automatically lift. Aside from Earthlings, no other anomalies could open the door themselves. Second, he intended to eliminate the troublesome individuals outside the barrier. This approach would undoubtedly displease his adoptive father, who might very well turn on him first. Thus, he needed to devise a clever strategy. Xiahou Dun, a figure from the Three Kingdoms, epitomized loyalty and filial piety, corresponding to the axe and the eye. Lin Yan's mind raced. He desperately recalled the events of the romance of the Three Kingdoms, when Xiahou Dun met his demise. Cao Pai had yet to ascend to the throne, a mere 6 months apart. However, the formalities of bestowing titles had already been completed, and General Xiahou would likely be aware of this. Coincidentally, that perverse individual outside bears the surname Sima. We have engaged in bribery. Spreading rumors is a fundamental tactic. Just watch how I turn the black into white. Chapter 15. Bribery forms an emperor. Lin Yan inquired, "How long have you been here?" "General, what brought you to this place?" Xiahou let out a deep sigh. "In the twilight of my life at Zhaoling, I felt the world spinning, the mountains and rivers in chaos. When I regained consciousness, I found myself here, transformed into an undying zombie, confined within this limited space. I occasionally faced intruders seeking to assassinate me, but I managed to escape." He dramatically seized his long spear. "I have yet to find the late king, and yet I have not faltered in my resolve. I have secured this land for Wei." A wicked thought flickered in Lin Yan's mind. Mustering his courage, he asked, "Would the general care to hear of the events that transpired after your demise?" For the next half hour, Lin Yan recounted the history from Cao Pai's ascension to the throne, the Battle of Yiling, Cao Rui's succession, to the upheaval at Jayapingaling, embellishing the tale with fervor. His profound knowledge of the Three Kingdoms' history allowed him to narrate with vivid enthusiasm, painting a rich tapestry of details, with well-defined characters and a clear timeline. Most of the figures he mentioned, including Cao Rui, Chun Kun, Sima Yi, and Cao Shuang, were familiar to Xiahou. Xiahou was compelled to believe him. When Lin Yan spoke of the Sima brothers seizing power, leading to the street-side assassination of Wei Emperor Cao Mao, the zombie visibly flushed with rage. "Thieves! Thieves! Sima Zhongda! Sima Zhongda! I shall flay your bones and scatter your ashes," he roared, shaking the corridor with his fury. Dust fell from the walls, and the surroundings twisted ominously. The steed, Zhu Ying, accompanied by the cacophony of the recording device, emitted a series of long whinnies. Steam erupted from cracks in its surface, and its hooves churned the ground relentlessly. "General," Lin Yan sensed an opportunity. "I'm being hunted." Xiahou's eye rolled in its socket. "From whence comes this madman?" Lin Yan scratched his head and replied, "He calls himself Sima Ling." Xiahou froze, then erupted in anger. He was in a furious state. Not only was he unaware of the Sima clan's various branches, but he likely wished to impale Ma Huading with a spear at that moment. "Assist me in reclaiming my flesh, and I shall ensure you are not harmed by these rogues. If you can help me escape, I will certainly aid you." Lin Yan's heart soared with joy. It is done. After 2 hours of extraordinary evasion, the room would automatically dissolve. If a new anomaly were to arrive during that time frame, it would replace the current one being contained. As long as there remained an intact room within this barrier, they could escape. The two of them, along with the steed, traversed for about half an hour. Xiahou gestured toward a peculiar corridor, starkly bare on both sides. In the distance, a solid door faintly emerged. "You may go." Lin Yan, surprised, asked, "Will the general not accompany me?" Xiahou sighed deeply. What treasures lie beyond that door is unknown. It emanates a subtle royal aura, and I cannot enter. Lin Yan scrutinized his surroundings with suspicion. A figure stepped forward, ever watchful for any noise from the recording device. Should the door conceal an anomaly, they must flee immediately upon opening it. They advanced to the threshold of the Eye of Bribery's recognition zone. Lin Yan found himself momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by astonishment. What extraordinary fortune was this? Containment object, Cao Mao's halberd, anomaly level, low earth grade, anomaly source, romance of the Three Kingdoms. The emperor, seated facing south, bestows the halberd upon the general, who receives it. The emperor then bows to the east and west, indicating he does not oppose. When you possess this halberd, the military generals of Cao Wei will regard you as the young Emperor Cao Mao, and any damage inflicted upon you by the Sima clan will be doubled. Lin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. He read the entry repeatedly, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. What astonishing luck this was! The final item intended for bribing Xiahou Dun was unexpectedly located within the barrier. Moreover, it was an Earth-grade item. Incredible. When I possess this artifact, the generals of Chao Wei will automatically regard me as their emperor. They will command their subordinates. Every order will be executed. Currently, Xiahou Dun is a formidable creature of the 5th danger level. What could the Fire Dragon Guild possibly fear? In the peaceful space, I can take lethal action. Outside the peaceful space, Xiahou Dun would assist me in eliminating foes. This is not merely a brother helping out, but a devoted and self-sacrificing loyal minister of Wei. Lin Yan was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. He stepped forward to twist the handle. Crack! The furnishings in the room were similar to those in others. A shelf spanned the center of the room, radiating a gentle golden light. This was the head of a grand halberd, exquisitely crafted with sinuous lines, adorned with gold inscriptions, and the axe's back encircled by 3 rings of white tassels. Was this indeed Cao Cao's halberd? Lin Yan solemnly took it down. He attempted to wield it as an axe, only to find the tassels rather cumbersome. It could only be regarded as a magical artifact. Regardless, I can now capture Xiahou Dun, not just him. According to the entry's understanding, I can use this to subdue all the military generals of Chao Wei, command the ministers of Chao Wei, such as Lady Zhen. Perhaps not. Lin Yan felt a surge of confidence. He had a blood feud with the Fire Dragon Guild. He disliked offending others. However, in the containment apartment, one must lower the moral standards of others. How could one survive after making enemies? It was simply untenable. For the sake of his own sleep health, he must take the initiative. Side quest unlocked. Eliminate Sima Zhao. Quest reward. Cao Cao's Luobin helmet. You have attracted the attention of the Sima clan. When you approach rooms with such anomalies, they will flee and relentlessly pursue you. Oh, another side quest. After dispatching the janitor Colin, I had already unlocked the Silent Hill side quest. I now needed to seek room 111. It would grant me a commendable talent. After all, this dilapidated containment apartment houses all sorts of peculiarities. From ordinary books to ancient warriors, perhaps upon reaching higher levels, I might even contain the maps. Now, I have unlocked the 3 Kingdoms side quest. Am I to lead the generals of Chao Wei to eliminate the Sima clan within this apartment? Lin Yan contemplated deeply. This particular side quest is not unique to oneself. Others can also acquire the crucial items to unlock it. The entire floor is a maze of searching for specific objects, characters, and doors. Is it possible that someone has obtained Sima Yi's key item and is now pursuing me? Outside, Xiahou Dun hesitated, his horse restless. He observed the regal aura emanating from the door gradually dissipating. Even his stoic expression could not mask his furrowed brow. If this individual could not unravel the intricate formation, then let them remain here as my companion. Yet, it is infuriating that Sima lad, with his facade of sincerity, has committed the despicable act of usurping the throne. If I do not avenge this grievance, how shall I face the king of Wei? Creak! The door swung open. Lin Yan stepped forth from the shadows, wielding a ceremonial halberd adorned with tassels. Xiahou Dun gasped, his mouth agape. With a graceful dismount, he knelt on one knee, proclaiming, I, Xiahou Dun, pay my respects to your majesty. In this extraordinary moment, his rationality faltered. He merely knew that Lin Yan, holding the halberd, was the emperor of Wei. While he stood as a loyal subject, Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to enlighten him about the later history of the 3 kingdoms, to explain who Emperor Chao Mao was. Instead, he found himself being knelt to. Could it be that possessing this halberd synchronizes various pieces of information? A voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations! You have unlocked the highest favorability rating with Xiahou Dun. Current copyable phrase. The army shall not perish. How enlightening. It turns out I have acquired a narrative item that does not require me to exchange it for favorability. Unlike Arnaud and Yuan Hua, this fellow truly perceives me as the emperor. Such unwavering obedience has reached an absurd level. As long as his moral boundaries are not challenged, he will execute any command without hesitation. Excellent. Xiahou Dun solemnly knelt. I was unaware of your grace's presence. Please forgive me. Lin Yan hastily replied, General, please rise. I have already unraveled this intricate formation. Follow me. Chapter 16. Let Xiao Dun kill me. Approximately half an hour later, the 9 individuals waiting at the entrance of the barrier began to grow impatient. They smoked and played cards, occasionally casting glances at the substantial mass of black mist shrouding the corridor, which showed no signs of turning red. Should the assailants fail in their mission, the barrier would automatically expel the remains, including the equipment worn by the attackers. Sima Ling sought that coveted administrator badge. It was of utmost significance. The ability to inflict harm within the peaceful realm was something even the longest-standing players had never encountered. It must be an exceedingly rare conceptual item. Just the thought of acquiring this newcomer-esque gear thrilled Sima Ling. With it, the Fire Dragon Guild would possess the authority to kill within the peaceful space. Yet, the stillness persisted. Could it be that the newcomer had found a place to hide? Buzz! The group rose, witnessing the black mist flickering erratically, as if plagued by poor reception. Lingo, what is happening? Is the barrier losing power? Sima Ling gasped in shock, his pupils and heart contracting simultaneously. Among them, he was the only one who had dealt with bounty orders and understood the implications of this occurrence. Trembling with confusion, he realized this was a sign of successful extermination. How could this be possible? Impossible. Wasn't he that fellow a newcomer? Indeed, he was. The messages from a newcomer group could corroborate this. Goodness. Had he single-handedly taken down a level 4 anomaly? The black mist vanished after one final pause. Completion of bounty order number 8955. Reward 1,000,000 containment coupons. The mist dissipated. The once orderly corridor now revealed itself to the onlookers. Each door displayed a new number, as if nothing had ever transpired. A man clad in a jacket stood at the center of the corridor. It was Lin Yan. He held an exquisite axe, adorned with 3 flowing tassels, exuding an air of nobility. That scoundrel was still alive. Sima Ling barked, "Move. Don't let him escape." Lin Yan, with a smirk that danced on the edge of a smile, leisurely raised his head. "Do you know what manner of monster I bribed?" Lin Yan declared. "I'll give you a chance. Leave now, hide for a few days, and return to dine at the children's table." The group paused, sharing a hesitant laugh. Ha 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 ha. Sima Ling's laughter was the most uncertain, his mind racing. This fellow was clearly a newcomer, yet he emerged unscathed from a level 4 bounty. How was this even possible? He bore no semblance of having endured a fierce battle, and that axe appeared to be of considerable caliber. Gritting his teeth, Sima Ling commanded, "Attack!" Lin Yan shook his head, feeling sorrow for their choice. He slowly raised the halberd and intoned, "Where are the warriors?" In the next moment, Sima Ling's smile vanished. Buzz, 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 buzz. The corridor lights above blazed a fierce red. A foreboding signal heralded the opening of the door. Sima Ling unconsciously began to count the flickering lights. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A danger level of 5? From afar. "I am here." The door beside Lin Yan burst open with a resounding thud, and a bolt of black lightning violently collided with the opposing wall. After rebounding several times, it crashed down, transforming into a puddle resembling oil. The oil suddenly rose, morphing into a towering general astride a magnificent steed. His face resembled that of a desiccated corpse, with a startling gap on the left side, within which a glass eye rotated ominously. He bellowed loudly, causing the very floor to tremble. Who dares to call themselves Sima Ling? Everyone turned in unison to gaze at Sima Ling. He froze momentarily, feeling as though a knife had pierced his heart, chills coursing through his body. What? What does this mean? Why do you fixate on me? The most alarming part is how you know my name. Sima Ling crossed his arms, his fingers reddening as a layer of bone armor enveloped his hands. His fingertips contorted and hardened, sprouting sharp crimson claws. Bone armor. Sima Ling scoffed. What is there to fear? Form up. There were 9 in total. 1 seasoned player at level 35 and 8 others above level 20. They could fight. Xiahou Dun extended his arm, declaring, "Your Majesty, please step back for the moment. I shall dispatch these scoundrels." Lin Yan fanned the flames of discord. "Old General, there are far too many foes. It would be wiser to retreat from the front lines." In the era of the Three Kingdoms, any fierce general would take offense to such words, as it was akin to direct insult. Better to insult outright. Xiahou Dun's expression twisted in rage. He was still recovering from the tale of Sima's usurpation of Wei, and his fury was at its peak. With a fierce spirit for battle, Xiahou Dun contemptuously snorted, "I observe these ruffians. They are but mere chickens and dogs. Why should we shy away from their blades?" Lin Yan couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth from lifting. Oh my, the sense of security. With a danger level 5 warrior at your service. The entire realm of 1408 is mine. Xiahou Dun, brimming with authority, brandished his long spear with a crimson tassel. Charge! The steed beneath him erupted in a cloud of steam. With a swift kick to its belly, he surged forward. Scoundrel, take my lance. He came crashing like a freight truck. Though Sima Ling was filled with trepidation, he managed to shout hoarsely, "Go! Engage him!" 2 melee members of the Fire Dragon faction advanced to confront the enemy. One of them astonishingly produced a vibrant green plant. Lin Yan squinted in disbelief. It was a pea shooter. He slapped his forehead in exasperation. Spit it out. The pea shooter, with an expression of intense concentration, gathered its strength and spat. Tui, a pea the size of a basketball shot forth, hurtling down the nearly straight corridor with no need for aim. Unexpectedly, General Xiahou transformed into a streak of black lightning. Like a bouncing ball, he zigzagged through the corridor, even racing along the walls. He effortlessly evaded the onslaught. The 2 melee fighters were completely unprepared for such a turn of events. How could one ride a horse in a narrow corridor without any hindrance to maneuvering? Amidst the black light, a flash of red flickered. Whoosh! 2 heads rolled away like balls. Their bodies thudded heavily against the floor, hot blood splattering over a meter. Xiahou Dun wielded his spear with dexterity, instantly cleaving one man in 2, a viscous red liquid gushing forth. Who dares to call himself Sima Ling? Sima Ling's jaw nearly dropped. Why do you insist on targeting me? Are you out of your mind? Damn it, you should be taking the lead. Why aren't you stepping up? Is this something a mere mortal can withstand? Charge! Within Lin Yan's gaze, Xiahou Dun resembled a god of war, darting left and right. His spear dancing with the ferocity of a formidable general. The impact of cavalry against infantry was vividly illustrated in this scene. The Dread Shadow steed was a piece of Earth-tier equipment, transforming into black lightning, catching them off guard. From time to time, he would kick one hapless soul aside. Fragments of heroes even splattering on a Lin Yan. This narrow corridor certainly did not impede the seasoned general's prowess. Xiahou Dun coldly harvested, heads rolling one after another. Ah, help me. Get away. Don't block my path. Run. Run. No. Vice President. Save me. Save me. Ah. Gained. 1-859-000 containment vouchers acquired. Diamond pickaxe. Kindness spear, pea shooter. Lin Yan reveled in his bounty, overjoyed. Is there really this much wealth? Are these high-level players all millionaires? Completing a level 4 bounty only yields 1 million, yet slaying a group of elite players nets nearly 2 million. Lin Yan's gaze swept calmly across the scene. Thus, he had unwittingly forged a profound enmity with the Fire Dragon Guild. By all that is righteous, he had not killed a single person himself. They were practically committing suicide. Returning to Earth, he could even obtain a certificate of no criminal record. The skirmish lasted mere seconds, with only 2 remaining turning to flee. The cavalry thrived in such a spectacle, pursuing on horseback. One of them shouted, "That sissy is Sima Ling." Chapter 17. The Duplication of the Ten-Bone Helmet. Sima Ling cried out in terror, "You scoundrel!" With a thunderous roar, the steed, Zhuiying, unleashed a long whinny, transforming both horse and rider into a streak of black lightning, effortlessly leaping over their adversaries. Xiahou Dun bellowed, "Sima clan, do not flee." Sima Ling, in a state of panic, questioned, "What is your reason for wanting to kill me? Is reconciliation still possible?" "Huh." Xiahou Dun thrust his spear with ferocity, the Zijing spear instantly morphing into a bolt of black lightning, piercing Sima Ling's calf with precision. The agonizing scream echoed as he was yanked back, akin to a harpoon. Despite flailing his arms in desperation, he could only emit cries of agony. This was the spear's unique effect of fishing prowess. Oh! Xiahou Dun forcefully hurled him back into the corridor. The surviving onlooker, witnessing the scene, turned and fled, seizing a fleeting chance for survival. Linga, forgive me. I shall fetch reinforcements. The speed of his escape rivaled that of a rabbit. Lin Yan made no attempt to intervene, recognizing he could not keep pace. Sima Ling's face was etched with terror. Don't, please. Mother, save me. He trembled, clutching his bleeding calf. Before him stood the ancient general, a figure that seemed to have clawed its way from the depths of hell, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. The blood-soaked, red tassel spear pressed menacingly against Sima Ling's chin, emanating a palpable sense of impending doom. Hold, General, Lin Yan interjected, adopting a stance reminiscent of Chun Paisai calling out to Zhu Shimao, halting the general's murderous intent. Hold, let me inquire about his lineage first. Sima Ling, momentarily bewildered, thought, what on earth is this? Xiahou Dun, upon hearing this, astonishingly retreated a few steps, allowing Lin Yan to approach. He was met with the sight of Lin Yan, the very embodiment of a demon. In moments of silence, Sima Ling often found himself speechless. What was unfolding here? Oh dear, this esteemed general cannot be your elder brother. Can he? Surely not. Is your network of connections truly this extensive, with your influence felt everywhere? Lin Yan's expression conveyed a trifecta of pride, sympathy, and a predominant 96% of malevolence. Your talent is commendable. I must replicate it before your demise. Sima Ling was in tears, pleading, save me. I beg you, it's all a misunderstanding. Lin Yan observed, noting that his bribery conditions had transformed into bribery task. Spare my life? Very well. Lin Yan suddenly softened his tone. Fear not. I wish for you to return and deliver a message to the Fire Dragon Guild. Sima Ling, taken aback for a moment, stammered, You intend to release me? Lin Yan nodded, a gentle smile gracing his face. Of course. Only your words will hold weight with them. Sima Ling was momentarily stunned, tears welling in his eyes. Could it be? This elder brother intended to take him as a subordinate? He could survive. Overcome with emotion, Sima Ling sobbed uncontrollably. Had his leg not been injured, he would have surely bowed in gratitude to this newcomer. Congratulations. You have unlocked Sima Ling's highest favorability level. Current replicable entry, 10-bone helmet. Replication. Lin Yan's gaze swiftly turned icy. Speak, speak. I shall ensure the message reaches them. Lin Yan let out a cold laugh. Is this truly a seasoned player, or merely a Na-VE university student? He pondered briefly, dismissing the thought. Suddenly, he felt devoid of words. Don't be like that. Sima Ling sensed the atmosphere shift. As he raised his head, he was met with Lin Yan's terrified expression. What are you doing? Lin Yan grasped his own hand and placed it against Sima Ling's neck, eyes wide as he shouted, General, save me. Sima Ling's expression turned to confusion. What is going on? I haven't done anything. Suddenly, realization dawned on him. No way. He turned shout, brother, I didn't In an instant, Xiahou Dun fired a shot. The spear pierced through his left eye, brutally pinning him to the wall. Trembling, he could only express a mix of fear and bewilderment, with a hint of discomfort deep within. He must have been thinking about how this newcomer could be so wicked, even playing with his emotions before his demise. Acquired 127,000 containment vouchers. Acquired bulletproof suit, infinite wine bottle, Salamanca's tooth patch, dragon strength pill X3. Nice. This was not a chase. It was a generous gift. The bulletproof suit was inspired by John Wick, worn by the famous dog lover in his stylish attire, providing fixed damage reduction against firearms. The infinite wine bottle, a concept item from Rick and Morty, was akin to a crab meat burger box, eternally filled with fine red wine. Salamanca's tooth patch from Breaking Bad, increased damage dealt by his hands. It seemed to be equipment specifically chosen for Sima Ling's talents, now rightfully his. The dragon strength pill was akin to the elixirs from the mythos of Black Legends, enhancing his next attack with triple power. It was akin to a grand skill. Lin Yan activated 10-bone helmet within his mind. His hands began to turn white, as a layer of white bone grew from his elbows, swiftly enveloping his hands. His fingers turned red and became remarkably sharp. With a hardness akin to steel, their intricate structure did not impede the dexterity of his movements. What a splendid find, Lin Yan mused. This would not hinder him from wielding a triangular shield or carrying Lucille. Coupled with his athletic skin and pointed head, he had transformed into a complete Black Panther. With his current strength at level 13, he was more than capable of facing off against a level 20 player. Lin Yan clenched his fists and examined the talents of the Undying Army. Undying Army Membership Si Imaling Chundicesimo Wing Ching Lurenja. Oh, the souls of those slain by his elder brother would also accumulate in his roster? Now, with a mere wave of his hand, he could summon Si Ma Ling's squad in an instant to fight for him. Fire Dragon, since they like to emphasize the survival of the fittest. When their turn to be devoured arrives, they ought not to voice too many objections. Xiahou Dun gripped the red tassel spear, giving it a quick shake, splattering pinkish-white brain matter. Such treachery of two-faced rebels. Your Majesty need not say more. Lin Yan feigned a miraculous escape, fortunate to have the general's protection. Item containment. Lin Yan anomaly source. Earth, level 8. Physical strength 160, energy 230, rationality 89, combat power 1595, containment tokens 5. 157 million, property, F-grade ordinary single apartment, weekly rent 1500, talent attributes, skilled in bribery, sharp-minded, culinary master, 10 bones helmet, Undying Army. 8 minions at 2 million each, and Sima Ling alone possesses 2 million. Adding the bounty, I now hold 5 million containment tokens. What a remarkable income level. In this containment apartment, as long as your tokens are sufficient, the luxurious life one can lead is unimaginable. I have yet to account for the funds from selling those pieces of equipment. Yellow-grade gear typically hovers around 1 million, while Xian-grade equipment ranges between 1 to 8 million. And depending on the attributes, some may fetch exorbitant prices. However, Earth-grade equipment has never appeared in the trading hall. It is typically auctioned off in thrilling offline experience stone sales in designated peaceful zones on specific floors. I recall seeing in a newcomer guide that the 2,333rd floor is a renowned trading floor. Various treasures unearthed from the apartment will be auctioned there, should one wish to gather intelligence. Hiring an information dealer on the 2,333rd floor would be most suitable. With such an abundance of redundant equipment at my disposal, I can seek out specific bribery targets who would complain about having too many friends. Moreover, with the Chow Mao ceremonial axe in hand, I can effortlessly recruit the military generals of Chow Wei. Without exception, they will regard me as their emperor. At this thought, Lin Yan pondered when Xiahou Dun would present a gift. Would it be the divine fishing artifact, the Zhejiang spear, or the black lightning steed? Chapter 18. Only the strong deserve my bribes. As the sovereign, one could easily presume to wield influence. However, the formidable presence of Xiahou Dun, a terrifying beast of danger level 5, represented the most potent ally within my reach. Weakening his stance against me would only serve to amplify my own strength. We shall each adhere to our own titles. You may call me your Majesty, and I shall refer to you as brother. What purpose does such a mighty ally serve in this remote location? He should reside next door to me. Lin Yan contemplated finding a soft target near his own quarters to eliminate any threats within. He intended for Xiahou Dun to occupy the space, facilitating a swift relocation. To his left stood Guangxi, to his right, SpongeBob, and directly across resided Xiahou Dun. What an extraordinary configuration. We are akin to the elite forces of Begiyuan. Lin Yan declared, General, let us depart. I shall arrange for your stay in a different place. Xiahou Dun replied with a respectful gesture, as you command. He caressed the mane of the steed, known as Zhuiying. Your Majesty, this horse, named Zhuiying, was once the mount of the King of Wei. It met a tragic fate on the battlefield against Zhang Xiao. He spoke gravely. Today, it returns to its rightful owner. May the fortunes of our great Wei endure for millennia. Lin Yan struggled to suppress a smile, striving to maintain an air of ignorance. Calm, composed. A loud laugh would disrupt the atmosphere. He reached for the reins. Acquired, Xiahou Dun's gratitude. Item collected, Jing, anomaly level, low earth rank. anomaly source, romance of the three kingdoms. The steed named Juing was struck by a stray arrow, injuring its cheek and foot, and also injuring the right arm of the sovereign. Gentle in nature, swift as a shadow, undeterred by projectiles, ferociously unstoppable. At full gallop, it transforms into a streak of dark lightning, traversing treacherous terrain with ease. Marvelous, truly splendid. He accepted the reins. The gentle Juing nudged his wrist with its nose. Despite its ghastly appearance, this steed represented his first piece of Earth-ranked equipment, which was undeniably impressive. Most crucially, it was indeed equipment. As he ventured to different levels, the successful brothers in bribery could not offer support across floors. The only assets he could carry forth were his strength and equipment. The potential of Juing was to ensure his escape. The speed of Earth-ranked equipment was exhilarating. Lin Yan mounted and adjusted to the sensation of riding. It was effortless, for this horse was an extension of his will, capable of intuitive understanding. Within the bounty barrier, all doors had succumbed to decay, leaving emptiness within. Any living beings had been eliminated by Xiahou Dun. Yet, the Earth-ranked equipment was spared, a testament to its inherent quality. Xiahou Dun walked alongside him, grasping the reins. "The old minister shall lead the horse for your majesty. Let's return." As they moved, the red lights flared wherever Xiahou Dun tread, startling passers-by into a panicked retreat from 100 meters away, as if a plague had descended upon them. An anomaly had emerged. The danger level 5 anomaly. "Run, back to your rooms. Quickly. Let me in. Let me in." That reckless fool opened the door. How could he unleash such a harbinger of doom? Oh heavens! A newcomer, in a state of panic, frantically knocked on the doors. "Let me in. Please let me in." At one end of the corridor, Lin Yan sat astride a pitch-black steed, the zombie warhorse snorting clouds of steam from its nostrils. Beside him, a tall, ancient warrior held the reins. Clad in chainmail adorned with mountain patterns and a beastly shoulder cloak, he wore a dark robe with golden chains. A long spear rested against his shoulder, and his feet were encased in tiger head boots, producing metallic clinks with each step. His face resembled that of a corpse, with a large fissure running through his left eye, from which a round eyeball glinted with menace. The newcomer dared not breathe, pressing himself against the corridor wall, wishing to meld into it. Yet the trio, a man, a corpse, and a horse, merely passed by, harboring no intentions of aggression. Once they had moved on, someone, emboldened, cautiously opened a door. Who was that on the horse? Is that a player? Surely not. I don't recognize him. Although I'm unaware of the identity of the rider, I do know that the one holding the reins is a dangerous anomaly. Is this even possible? It seems to be that newcomer from yesterday, the one associated with that anomaly. Before long, Lin Yan swaggered back to his quarters. At the end of this corridor lay a dangerous anomaly of level 2. Dismounting, he flexed his hand, and the steed transformed into a streak of dark lightning, merging into his palm. How convenient. Carrying a supercar with him, he could fight if he was able, or flee if he was not. And if he couldn't escape, his elder brother would assist him. He raised his head to activate his bribery talent. Containment object, Shun Dongliang. Anomaly evaluation. Level 2. Anomaly source. The long season, come, Shin Mo, try on this dress. I'll help you take it off. Bribery task. The Bear Shin Mo, Tiffany little dress. Yellow level low-end talent. You are quite lewd. Indeed. You are very lewd. Ah. The corners of Lin Yan's mouth twitched rigidly, accustomed to it. Truly accustomed. This peculiar apartment offers everything imaginable. He had left home that morning and turned right, oblivious to the lewd neighbor lurking on the left. Lin Yan reflected briefly on the plot. In a long season, this character had been lewdly preying on his niece, Shun Mo, since childhood. Even after entering university, he remained restless. Though the television drama refrained from explicit details due to content regulations, his actions could only be described as despicable. Kill, kill, kill. What audacity allows such filth to reside in the same corridor as me? Lin Yan declared, rolling up his sleeves. General, I shall assist in evicting him. Hearing this, Xiahou Dun replied, Your Majesty, I have dealt with plenty of vile scum in that treacherous array. I am at your service. Lin Yan shook his head. I wish to work on my fitness. I shall also take on some monsters, honing my combat skills. Even if I cannot succeed, Xiahou Dun will aid me. I will not encounter any peril. Furthermore, I can accumulate members for my undying army. After all, this endeavor has no limits. As long as Xiahou Dun and I are diligent, I could summon an entire division with a mere glare. The anomalies within the ranks of the undying army retain their levels from their former lives. Now, a formidable team of male models led by Sima Ling has emerged. When paired with a group of anomalies, their sudden release is undoubtedly a formidable move. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of Earth-tier talents. Xiahou Dun cast a sidelong glance down the corridor, where a dozen newcomers trail behind, observing with a mix of tension and curiosity. He turned around, seized his spear, and struck it down fiercely, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. This old minister guards the emperor. He bellowed, "You ruffians do not advance. Any who disturb the emperor's hunt shall face merciless retribution." Who dares? Most of them were novices, many of whom were members of the Fire Dragon Guild, left momentarily bewildered by his words. What? This aberrant zombie actually recognizes that newcomer as the emperor? This is utterly absurd. Much obliged, Lin Yan said as he flung open the door. The corridor lights flickered twice above him. Upon entering the room, Lin Yan was struck by the shocking sight that met his eyes. White silk-clad legs, yet grotesquely bloated. A middle-aged man donned in a white silk ballet dress swayed like a zombie. Gritting his teeth, he turned around. It was none other than the giant version of Shun Dongliang. Where is my skirt, my silence? Lin Yan felt his eyes had been subjected to extreme indignity. His skin was grotesquely swollen, with veins resembling decaying tendrils, and his skin was wrinkled and layered like a mound of flesh. His face was sunken, dark blood splattered across his body, and one eyeball dangled precariously by his mouth. As he turned to face Lin Yan, Shun Dongliang shouted, You! It was you who hid my silence." He wobbled his corpulent body. Xiahou Dun glanced sideways, a twitch passing over his gaunt face. Lin Yan's jacket melted instantly, transforming into a viscous liquid that enveloped his entire being. His head was sharp, reminiscent of Ultraman. Sharp-headed. Bone helmet. Lin Yan's fingers suddenly contorted, 10 sharp, red bone claws emerging from his skin. Shun Dongliang lunged forward. Despite his lewd demeanor, he was a dangerous level 2 monster, typically requiring a level 25 player to confront. Lin Yan was only level 8, yet his equipment was extraordinarily lavish. In an instant, the Soldier Boy triangular shield was summoned. Bam! The force of Shun Dongliang's kick struck the shield with tremendous power. Lin Yan was propelled against the opposite wall like a sack of flour. His toenails pierced through his shoes, and the protruding red bone toes dug fiercely into the ground, leaving deep claw marks. A surge of frustration accumulated in Lin Yan's chest. He swallowed hard but tasted iron in his mouth. He had overreached. Level 2 was indeed perilous. Another 2 kicks could easily send him to his demise through the shield. Your Majesty? Lin Yan retrieved a dragon light power pill, eager to test the mysterious pill he had acquired from Sima Ling. It would remove the fitness skin from his head. He crushed it and directly kneaded the pill before tossing it into his mouth. Containment item, Dragon Light Power Pill. Anomaly level, Advanced Xian class. Anomaly source, Black Myth, Wukong. He who knows others is wise. He who knows himself is enlightened. He who conquers others is powerful. He who conquers himself is strong. He who is content is rich. After consumption, it significantly enhances attack power, critical hit rate, and critical damage for an extended period. The elixir entered the stomach, and a surge of boundless energy surged toward the spiritual center, causing Lin Yan's perception of the world to manifest with golden veins. A stream of golden vapor erupted from his mouth. "I shall vanquish you." Lin Yan brandished his triangular shield and charged forward. The newcomers outside inevitably heard this commotion, their faces etched with terror. Wasn't he just a novice? Directly confronting a level 2 monster. Could it be that he leveled up to 25 in a single day? Xiahou Dun, with a sidelong glance, recognized as a seasoned warrior the disparity in strength between his majesty and this creature, and he flicked his fingers to release a slender bolt of black lightning. It struck directly at Shun Dongliang's forehead. Chapter 19. The Demise of Shun Dongliang. Shun Dongliang cried out in agony, clutching his head as he staggered back a few steps. Lin Yan, with an unrestrained burst of brute force, sent Shun Dongliang flying. Twirling around, he delivered a resounding blow with Lucille, striking the dormant spirit. To his astonishment, this strike emitted a golden glow. The bat, Lucille, wielded by Negan, inflicted additional damage and experience points when aimed at the head. Just perfect. Shun Dongliang's skull shattered, yet his body remained in motion. Suddenly, he convulsed, thrusting his entire hand into his mouth. His jaw twisted like that of a serpent, swallowing up to his elbow, and with a fierce tug, he extracted a long belt from his abdomen. Lin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the very belt he had used to discipline Shun Mo in his childhood, compelling her to endure the outbursts of their uncle. Give that back. It was mine, my toy. Shun Dongliang roared with fury. He raised his hand, delivering a vicious lash upon the shield. Return it to me. The resounding clangs echoed as the seven wolves struck the triangular shield with such force that it nearly brought him to his knees. Lin Yan felt his sanity slipping away. Engaging with this creature inflicted far more psychological damage than physical harm. With a fierce shoulder charge, he pushed through. In an instant, Lin Yan retrieved a plant from his satchel. Containment object, Pisha anomaly level, low mystic anomaly source, plants versus zombies. I do not enjoy peas. I suggest you do not either. A sharp blow to the head can launch a powerful pea. Overuse requires careful nurturing in a pot. The pea shooter appeared to be far from rested, pliable in his hands like modeling clay. Time to work. Lin Yan struck the pea shooter's head with force. Pie! The pea shooter, tears brimming in its eyes, gathered energy and puffed out its cheeks. Fire! With a resounding boom, a pea the size of a basketball shot forth, crashing into Shun Dongliang's chest. Shun Dongliang was sent crashing against the wall, a large spatter of blood painting the scene. Lin Yan discarded the pea shooter, lunging forward, relentlessly striking his wrist with the triangular shield. Each blow evoked a golden critical hit effect around them. With a crack, Shun Dongliang's wrist shattered, prompting Lin Yan to redirect his assault towards his face. Shun Dongliang continued to wail, incoherently shrieking, My Shun Mo! My Shun Mo! The monstrous figure rose, brandishing Lucille, and commenced a series of brutal strikes. Lin Yan remained silent, absorbed in his onslaught, not ceasing until he heard the notification of his victory. Finally, after a relentless barrage of over 30 strikes, Shun Dongliang's skull caved in, dark blood and tissue pooling around him. His body quivered one last time. Reward: 3 medium experience stones, Shun Dongliang's eyeball. Lin Yan took a deep breath, rising to his feet, exhaling heavily. What a wretched creature. The effect of the dragon light power pill faded from his system, and Lin Yan, panting, tilted his neck. He felt utterly exhausted. Next time, let Xiahou Dun take the lead. Upon inspecting the spoils, it became evident that the probability of obtaining equipment from the danger level 2 was quite low, and the quality was unlikely to be exceptional. Containment item: Shun Dongliang's eye, anomaly level, low yellow tier, anomaly source. The long season of Dushin. Do you see how pure she was back then? A rather grotesque eyeball, of little use, adds a somewhat unsavory air to your demeanor when carried. Indeed, worthless. Lin Yan sighed. He could discern potential bribery target from the content of the entries, such as Soldier Boy, Negan, John, Tuku Salamanca, Steve, and others. Finding their respective floors to bribe them meant acquiring both entries and equipment. It would be ideal to have a few big brothers on the floors he frequented. Lin Yan took a deep breath and absorbed all 3 medium experience stones. Congratulations. You have reached level 13. Not bad. The medium experience stones are quite substantial. Lin Yan surveyed the disheveled room, the stench of blood pervading the air. Suddenly, he recalled this was the residence of a general. What a predicament. Indeed, a sharp mind can easily lose focus, consumed by the desire for fitness. Stepping outside, Lin Yan ventured into an unfamiliar direction. Containment item: Sierra anomaly rating, danger level 1. Oh, Sierra, could it be from the astral railway? How extraordinary could a beautiful anomaly be? Utilizing his sharp intellect, Lin Yan found it difficult to think calmly. This was merely a soft target. This time, I'll bring you out of battle. I shall thoroughly defeat you. With a kick, Lin Yan flung open the door, ready to fight with Lucille in hand. Suddenly, he froze. Inside the room stood a 7-year-old German child, with black hair styled in extreme side part, adjusting colors and easel. The child's confusion at the intrusion was palpable. Despite his young age, he sported a small, square mustache. Wait a moment. Lin Yan took 2 steps back and rechecked the bribery panel, pondering which Sierra this was. Containment item, Sierra anomaly rating, danger level 1. Anomaly source, the fall of the empire. A loaf of bread selling for 500,000 marks? The world should not be like this. Bribery task, provide him with a tavern, you hide outside for a few days, and he will handle the rest. Low yellow tier talent. Oratory, you tend to become overly spirited and infectious while speaking. TSK. The newcomers outside gradually approached. They already held a favorable impression of Lin Yan, the rather unique newcomer. If it weren't for him, their entire possessions would have been swindled by the Fire Dragon Guild. Having lost their room, the Fire Dragon could do as they pleased. The general, with an aura of menace, stood silently to one side of the corridor, gripping a long spear, resembling an ancient statue, though a zombie version, without any signs of a frenzied massacre. Thus, the newcomers grew bolder, eager to catch a glimpse of the Divine Lin. Is that truly the Divine Lin? I merely suggested that he has relatives in high places and even assigned bodyguards. When the Fire Dragon provoked him, he cleaved a man in half with a single strike in the peace space. Is that true? In any case, we, the yellow rank, do not wish to become cannon fodder and can only follow the esteemed Lin. As this was said, a figure clad entirely in black, with grotesquely bulging muscles and an unusually pointed head, burst through the door with a crash. His shoulder bore a 4-year-old child. The muscular man hurled the child against the wall, his 10 fingers morphing into hardened bone armor, seizing the child's legs. It resembled the Hulk pummeling Loki, with blows raining down mercilessly. Each impact sent foul blood splattering, teeth flying. The brutality left the newcomers astonished. It appears to be true. He can even lay hands on a child. Fool, that is quite abnormal. The child's bones seemed resilient, and amidst the beating, he cried out, I come from Hebei province. How infuriating. Lin Yan elevated 1 foot and decisively crushed the child's skull, silencing him physically. Acquired. Small experience, stone X2. Without hesitation, Lin Yan chose to absorb the stones, though his level remained unchanged. Leveling up is not so straightforward. As one ascends in rank, the demand for experienced stones increases exponentially. Lin the Divine. Lin the Formidable. Lin. So impressive. A familiar figure leaped up, waving, Brother Lin. It's me, Little Sue. The newcomers who had transferred layers were teleported by region, so encountering acquaintances here was not surprising. However, being inherently reclusive, I knew few people in college, and I was an absolutely inconspicuous character. The individual before me, Su Ge, was indeed an acquaintance, Su Kaching. He was warm-hearted, loyal, spontaneous in spending, with a personality neither good nor bad. His greatest quirk was enjoying being called brother by others. As fellow members of the youth association, we often chatted during events. Now, he appeared thin and worn, once a promising young man in the dormitory, now seemingly aged by a decade. The Great Wei Emperor waved his hand, and General Xiahou Dun wisely stepped aside. The young man, who called himself Little Su, rubbed his hands and approached. Lin Yan smiled. Isn't that Su Ge? How did you become Little Su? He widened his eyes in disbelief. What do you mean? We're from the same association, and we even share drinks. Xiahou Dun cast a cold glance, exuding authority without anger. Who stands before us? Kneel and respond. Chapter 20. Oh, Senior Su in an instant. Su's heart raced uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring forth at a rate surpassing even that of adrenaline. This situation was utterly terrifying. To him, the danger was akin to a deity, commanding immediate submission. A man's knees are said to be worth their weight in gold. Fortunately, in this shelter, gold held little value. This brother could spit and inadvertently cause his own demise. Lin Yan waved his hand dismissively. He held a favorable impression of Su, owing him a significant favor. "Stand up, Su. What brings you here?" Well, Su wiped his brow, struggling to collect his thoughts. "I never expected we would end up on the same floor." Lin Yan noticed the insignia of the Fire Dragon Guild hanging from his chest. Was he a member of the guild? Lin Yan utilized his bribery talent to probe further. Entity, Su Kashing, level. For anomaly source, Earth OL, bribery task. Cling to Lin Yan as support, resolve debts, and cover rent for the upcoming week. Low-level yellow talent, melodious dance steps. Your movements are ethereal. While dancing wildly, a powerful accompaniment will automatically play. What a pitiful talent. Su appeared gaunt, evidently not thriving in the Fire Dragon Guild. Lin Yan pondered deeply. These newcomers merely wished to survive alongside him. Ultimately, he could only retain one connection to the Fire Dragon Guild. In this shelter, he had to lower the moral standards of others to an infinite degree. Even if Xiahou Dun were invincible, the Fire Dragon Guild could very well summon formidable beings from higher levels. Such a prospect posed a substantial threat. The sooner he dealt with it, the better. Waiting idly would only lead to a perpetually passive position. As an experienced employee, Su was naturally well acquainted with the power dynamics within the Fire Dragon Guild. Having him as a guide could serve as a breakthrough. Lin Yan first inquired, "Are you an old employee of the Fire Dragon Guild?" Su's eyes widened. He tugged at the insignia on his chest, exclaiming, "I could be otherwise." He nervously glanced around, lowering his voice. "I'm here to deliver a warning, but I don't know your address. The Fire Dragon Guild has sent someone to kill you." Lin Yan chuckled softly, already anticipating the response. "Who?" "It's one of the vice presidents of the Fire Dragon Guild, Sima Ling. He has come with the Sima group to find you. He is a level 35 expert." Lin Yan nodded nonchalantly. "He is dead." "Dead?" Su Kashing paused momentarily, a feminine face flashing in his mind. Sima Ling was a core member of the Fire Dragon Guild, possessing the formidable skill known as the Black Tiger Heart extraction. How could Lin Yan speak of him as though he were merely a deceased stray dog? Su glanced at the lethal presence beside him, swallowing hard. Indeed, with such a terrifying entity at his side, no one could contend with him. It was likely that Sima Ling met his end via a single kick. Lin Yan asked, "Who holds the highest level in the Fire Dragon Guild?" "I'm the guild leader. He usually doesn't reside in 1408. He has a mansion above." Lin Yan pressed on with the crucial question, "What level is he?" Su extended 5 fingers, stating earnestly, "He is a level 50 powerhouse." To reach such a level, in the confines of the apartment, one would undoubtedly be regarded as a formidable individual. Alas, merely at level 50, Lin Yan exhaled in relief, realizing that his earlier concerns had been unfounded, as the individual was only at level 50. "You let him come. Is my elder brother someone who can be easily bullied?" Slaying high-level players can yield a substantial amount of containment vouchers and equipment, proving immensely beneficial for oneself. Lin Yan chuckled softly, offering a critique. "He is still insufficiently strong." Su Keqing was momentarily taken aback, pondering for a few seconds. Insufficiently strong? Is level 50 not formidable enough? Lin Yan waved his hand and, before a gathering of newcomers, opened his door. Turning back, he addressed General Xiahou. "You should rest as well." Xiahou Dun clasped his hands, casting a hostile glance at Su Keqing, and let out a cold snort. "I take my leave," he declared. With that, he turned to return to Shier's room, casting a frigid glance at the onlookers before entering. His imposing aura pierced through the hearts of all present like a dagger, compelling them to retreat a couple of steps. His murderous expression seemed to convey, "Whoever provokes my lord shall face dire consequences." Good heavens! This harbinger of death resides next to Lin Yan. "Suga, shall we have a word? If memory serves, we just met yesterday." Su Keqing was taken aback. Indeed, every individual brought into this place has their memories paused. Lin Yan stepped aside, and Su Keqing cautiously entered, his demeanor starkly contrasting with his previously outgoing personality at university. He had once been quite carefree, easily mingling with anyone. Now, however, his cautious disposition was a testament to the trials of life. He gazed nostalgically at the single apartment, nodding incessantly. "You truly are a newcomer." Su Keqing could hardly believe that a newcomer could stir such a commotion. He spoke up. "Liu was so frightened by you that he fled to room 1409. Sukuching added. Ah, the fifth floor from 1406 to 1410 belongs to the Fire Dragon. Each level is typically guarded by 2 vice presidents. The presidents of this floor are Li Hu and Sima Ling. Sukuching nodded. However, given your situation, it may require the president to intervene personally. Lin Yan contemplated. With enemies lurking, it would be unwise to leave room 1408 recklessly. Thus, graduating from 1408, he must reach at least level 30. At that level, combined with his extraordinary talents and equipment, it would be quite challenging for anyone to defeat him in a one-on-one confrontation. In the event of a group attack, he would need to rely on his swift escape. With Xiahou Dun providing protection as he leveled up, he felt quite secure. Lin Yan inquired, how many from the Fire Dragon are above level 20? Sugo pondered for a moment. Approximately 30 or so, quite respectable among mid-level guilds. Lin Yan began to count on his fingers. It seemed he had vanquished about 1/3 of the elite. Quite satisfactory. There remains 2/3. Onward. Ensuring that the Fire Dragon's elite records their names in his military roster is the true objective. The malevolent waters of Lin Yan are inexhaustible. Should one engage in a contest with others, one might find oneself quite literally beneath a multitude of posteriors. How does one proceed in such circumstances? Lin Yan inquired. Are you not afraid of retribution from the Fire Dragon if you seek me out? I have long considered this. Sukuching replied assertively. To ally with the Fire Dragon is to inevitably become cannon fodder, destined to be the one who opens the gates, rather than await a grim fate. It is better to take a chance. Lin Yan reflected on Sukuching's decision to come to him for survival. His bribery system was remarkably effective, yielding precise results. In contrast, for ordinary individuals, opening the door could very well signify a forfeiture of life. The most efficient strategy for the guild was to send a useless pawn to open the door, utilizing another S-life as a form of insurance. Lin Yan asked, do they compel the yellow tier to open the door? Sukuching shook his head. We still possess value. Is those devoid of worth who are forced into such roles? He pondered for a moment before suddenly tearing open his shirt, revealing a gaunt torso, marked by a series of bite wounds, both fresh and old, layered upon one another. Lin Yan was taken aback. What is this? Sukuching replied with a rueful smile. My world, Minecraft, do you remember? The 666th level of the apartment harbors underground caverns filled with a plethora of monsters. Zombies, creepers, spiders. These commonplace creatures are feeble, yet defeating them might yield small experience stones. He chuckled bitterly. Much like the game's mechanics, as long as the caves remain dark, new monsters will continue to respawn. This is renowned as the infamous mine of the entire shelter. We, the unfortunate yellow tier, are merely their laborers. He sighed, lamenting the inexplicable burden of significant debt. Descending to the 666th level to slay monsters for the purpose of repayment, the experience stones collected would ultimately serve the higher-ups. Chapter 21. The Mining Floors. Sugu introduces the containment apartments, where several floors are designated as mining fields. For instance, there are the Raccoon City floor, the Silent Hill floor, the Minecraft floor, the Last of Us floor, and the Jurassic Park floor. There is even a space-themed alien floor. These special levels are marked as containment completely failed, akin to a bounty zone that occupies an entire floor, teeming with monsters except for the peaceful spaces. Unfortunate newcomers often meet their demise within days of their arrival. Lin Yan recalls the space where Xiahou Dun resides. All the doors are decayed, and any anomalies attempting to escape are swiftly dealt with by Xiahou Dun. These floors have now become experience mining fields, with various guilds carving out their territories. The Fire Dragon Guild occupies a prime monster spawning area on the 666 Minecraft floor. The feeble yellow tier members are dispatched to the 666 floor weekly to engage in combat with the monsters, armed only with rudimentary weapons, while all the experience stones they earn are surrendered to repay their insatiable debts. Although the drop rate for experience stones is low, the lives of the yellow tier members are expendable. Their sheer numbers ensure significant benefits for the guild. Only when these yellow tier members are on the brink of death, rendered crippled and unable to earn any longer, are they cast aside like expendable insurance. Encountering formidable monsters spells doom, while stumbling upon treasures is of no concern to them. Upon entering Suku City, Sugu, despite his remarkably poor talents, became a professional miner for the Fire Dragon Guild. Fortuitously, he possesses great strength, enabling him to survive thus far. Recently, he has been slaying zombies for 6 consecutive days. Luck has favored him, allowing him to earn 20 small experience stones, which granted him a day of respite. He coincidentally attended the welcoming meeting yesterday, where he learned that Vice President Sima Ling intended to confront the exceptionally talented newcomer, Lin Yan. In haste, he sought out acquaintances, recognizing that his own survival was bleak. He might as well team up with the familiar Lin Yan, hoping to either escape the turmoil through his abilities or find an early release from his plight. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan furrowed his brow. He had contemplated the grim existence of yellow-tier newcomers, yet he had not anticipated it to be so dire. Within the containment apartments, levels translate to classes, and strength equates to power. To survive in this environment, one must continuously ascend. However, it was surprising to discover the existence of mining fields within the containment apartments. The anomalies he had successfully bribed would transfer their spoils directly to him. Experience stones are spoils too. If he could bribe some influential figures in the mining floors, would he not be able to amass experience ceaselessly? As Lin Yan contemplated this, his eyes brightened. With so many themed mining floors, there must be numerous high-level bosses among them. In Minecraft, there are ender dragons, sound monsters, and iron golems. In Silent Hill, there are pyramid heads. In Resident Evil, there are lickers, tyrants, pursuers, and the Lady in Black, among others. Even if these anomalies lack rationality, it matters not. Every entity has its weaknesses. As long as he conducts his bribery appropriately, capturing them could accelerate his leveling up process. While slaying vast hordes of monsters, he could simultaneously amass a terrifying army of creatures within his left eye. Lin Yan contemplated the power dynamics for a moment. The Fire Dragon Guild boasted a level 50 leader and 5 skilled players above level 35. Collaboratively, they could pose a significant challenge even to the formidable Xiahou Dun of Danger level 5. Thus, unlocking Guangxi became an urgent priority. This equivalent level 65 deity was an undeniably fearsome presence. Sukiching recalled a pressing matter. I noticed many newcomers in the group are eager for you to establish a new guild. Are you interested, Lin Shun? Lin Yan had certainly seen the messages. During the welcoming event, he had created quite a stir, with numerous newcomers considering themselves the elite among the yellow ranks. His talent for bribery was undeniably devoid of any combat prowess. Sukiching continued, to establish a guild, you merely need to approach the floor manager for an application. However, the leader must be no less than level 30. There must be at least 50 members, and the application fee is 1 million containment vouchers. Lin Yan immediately inquired, what benefits come with establishing a guild? Sukiching scratched his head, contemplating. There are indeed several advantages, such as leasing a floor, obtaining management space, and the rights to operate the elevator, among others. Lin Yan's interest waned. Sukiching added, a level 4 guild also features a mechanism for a talent crystal shop. Lin Yan echoed, talent crystal? Sukiching nodded. Yes, talent crystal. A level 4 guild can randomly refresh a secondary talent based on the leader's abilities, existing in the form of a crystal. Only guild members may utilize it. For instance, the leader of the Fire Dragon Guild, Chen Yu, possesses the advanced talent Dragon Breath Phlegm. The Dragon Breath Crystal, when consumed, grants a temporary portion of the Dragon Breath Phlegm abilities. It's akin to a diluted talent, lasting anywhere from a day to several weeks. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. Suddenly, he retrieved 2 small pieces of pale yellow crystal from a satchel. He had yet to examine the equipment dropped by those veteran players. Containment item, Dragon Breath Crystal, anomaly level, advanced yellow, anomaly source, Fire Dragon Guild. Your saliva is exceedingly abundant. Upon expulsion, it will burst within seconds. Guild exclusive. When consumed, grants the Dragon Breath Phlegm talent for 1 day. Sukiching's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this it? Could it be that Sima Ling and the others were truly slain by Lin Yan? Lin Yan silently nodded, casually tossing the crystal to Sugu. I have no use for this. Consider a gift. If you plan to withdraw from the guild, you may discreetly sell it to any friends you know. Su Kacheng received it with great reverence, incredulously clutching the 2 crystals. Lin Yan began to strategize. If he were to form a level 4 guild, what secondary talent might emerge? Could the replicated talents also become one-time crystals? With Xiahou Dun, Arno, and SpongeBob in 1408, why not treat this place as a stronghold? Contemplating this, Lin Yan turned his gaze back to Su Gu, meticulously reviewing his 3 bribery conditions, all of which seemed manageable. Any challenge that can be resolved with money is not truly a challenge. If you were to compel me, like Shen Dongliang, to seek out a minor, I would have to deal with you most severely. Bribing Brother Su is certainly not motivated by a mere desire to become a dancer. Gaining his unwavering favor could allow me to have him act as my agent. Should there be any ulterior motives, the bribery interface would refresh with new conditions for bribery. Lin Yan spoke up. Brother Su, you have witnessed the situation. I only just moved into the residence today and have already had a minor conflict with the fire dragon. Su Kaching was taken aback. A minor conflict? I heard that you directly eliminated a level 20 expert in the peace space. His upper body was sent flying. You were on familiar terms with Manager Yuan and accompanied by a deadly figure of danger level 5. Just moments ago, you told me you had dispatched Vice President Sima Ling. The crystal in your hand serves as evidence. Is this what you call a minor conflict? Chapter 22. Am I truly human? Lin Yan waved his hand, and a thick stack of containment vouchers appeared in his palm, resembling a brick. Each brick represented 100,000 vouchers, and Su Kaching had never witnessed such a fortune. He counted 1, 2, 3, a total of 1 million containment vouchers. Lin Yan inquired, Brother Su, is this amount sufficient to settle your debts? Su Kaching's eyes sparkled, his hands trembling. This money is a loan to me? Lin Yan nodded. Su Kaching, in disbelief, marveled at the substantial sum of 1 million vouchers. This money, I shall consider a loan from you. I will certainly repay it. Lin Yan noted that within his bribery panel, the conditions of debt resolution and next week's rent had been simultaneously fulfilled. With a few more promises, he could achieve maximum affinity. No need to repay. I recall a year when our youth association went on a team-building trip. Some spirited lads teased the girls in our group. We all intervened, and in the fray, I accidentally injured one of them. You single-handedly faced the brunt of it. Su Kaching smiled awkwardly. That was because my father is in the police department. I knew I wouldn't face any repercussions. The worst that could happen to you all was financial ruin. Lin Yan solemnly nodded. Thus, as long as I reside in this apartment, no one shall bully you. First, let us settle the loan and vacate the room. Afterwards, I shall ensure you enjoy a better life. Su Kaching paused for a few seconds, feeling warmth in his eyes. Could he truly bid farewell to his endless life as a minor? Overcome with emotion, he struggled to hold back tears. All right, Lin Shun. He tucked the 1 million vouchers into his belongings. I, Su Kaching, dare not utter grandiose declarations of self-sacrifice. I shall speak of such when the time comes. However, this money is a loan from you, and regardless of your thoughts, I shall repay it. Congratulations. Su Kaching's maximum affinity has been unlocked. Current copyable talent. Enchanting dance steps. Achievement unlocked. Establish a guild. The talents he could replicate might also yield talent crystals, such as fitness skin or culinary master. Imagine, no guild has ever possessed such a plethora of secondary talents. The members of his guild could become the strongest force within the entire apartment. They would continually expand their territory in the mining floors, generating an increasing influx of experienced stones. Su Kaching could act as his own agent, managing trivial matters. He had 2 side quests. Given the existence of Silent Hill, it was imperative to visit and uncover any clues. Lin Yan inquired, what are the requirements for a level 3 guild? Su Kaching replied, at least 500 members, a president of level 50, and a minimum of 10 million containment vouchers. That's quite feasible. The containment apartment is divided into 3 tiers, with the yellow tier representing the lowest class. As long as I am willing to shelter them, many will seek refuge. 10 million containment vouchers could easily be amassed by eliminating the members of the Fire Dragon Guild. The requirements for level 50 seem rather daunting, especially since I am currently only at level 13. Lin Yan contemplated the necessity of visiting the 2333 trade level to enlist the aid of an intelligence organization in locating the whereabouts of the Red Tide. Suge, are you familiar with the 2333 level? Su Keqing quickly responded. The 2333 level is renowned throughout the apartment complex as a prominent trade floor where various equipment and intelligence are auctioned. Are you planning to go there? Lin Yan hesitated for a moment. Su Keqing understood his concerns. Fear not, Lin Shun. That level is managed by a colossal guild that maintains peace throughout the floor. No one dares to cause trouble there. Lin Yan's curiosity was piqued. It's that significant? Why not conduct transactions in the trading hall? Su Keqing chuckled softly. The trading hall lacks an auction system and prohibits the trading of experience stones. Only common Huang Xian tier items are sold with containment vouchers. Rare treasures, hidden quests, real estate information, and abnormal captives are all auctioned offline at the 2333 level, with currency being experience stones. Lin Yan inquired, abnormal creatures can still be captured? Su Keqing nodded knowingly, as if to say they were both men. Some abnormalities are quite weak and have other uses. Last month, a dangerous second-tier individual from the Poison Island was auctioned for over 100 million. Lin Yan felt a sense of embarrassment. In this apartment, one could go mad. Would anyone eat anything? The dangerous second-tier figure, Shun Dongliang, nearly kicked him to death. Since the 2333 level is deemed safe, Lin Yan mused that he might as well take a visit. He patted Su Ji's shoulder, saying, Su Ge, go back and withdraw from the guild. Accompany me this afternoon for a stroll. Su Keqing readily agreed. After a brief afternoon rest, 2 hours later, Su Keqing knocked on the door. His demeanor was anxious as he glanced around to ensure no one was lying in wait. He had gone to find a foreman with the money, clearing his debt of 700,000. Initially, he had borrowed only 50,000 containment vouchers. The compounded interest had rendered him unable to extricate himself. Had it not been for Lin Yan, he would inevitably have perished on the 666 level. Today, however, the fire dragon's demeanor was surprisingly calm. The news of Sima Ling's demise had incited their fury, yet upon learning of Lin Yan's formidable bodyguard, their attitude shifted to one of unusual tranquility. Should Lin Yan perish, one could only speculate how Yuan Hua would retaliate. The fearsome fifth-tier assassin still loomed at their door. With such a configuration, even if Lin Yan were only in his teens, he was not to be underestimated. Who knows how many powerful allies he possesses? According to popular conjecture, Lin Yan likely has a deeply influential relative among the high ranks. Acting blindly could very well bring ruin upon the fire dragon. In any case, Su Keqing successfully extricated himself from the guild, becoming a free man. He hastily arranged for a new room, costing 1,500 containment vouchers weekly. He knocked twice on Lin Yan's door, which lazily yielded a voice. Where is General Xiao? Suddenly, the door burst open, triggering a cacophony of alarms overhead. The lights flashed 5 times. The aura of a formidable ancient general emerged slowly, resembling a nightmarish apparition materialized in flesh. He surveyed Su Keqing with his round golden eye. Why not spare a moment for a greeting? Su Keqing's heart raced. Perhaps it was best to kneel. Rise, Lin Yan commanded, wiping his face with a towel. Xiahou Dun swiftly lifted his skirt armor and bowed solemnly. Your servant, Xiahou Dun, pays his respects to your majesty. At ease, Su Keqing's knees felt weak. Did this formidable killer truly regard Lin Yan as an emperor? Lin Yan waved his hand dismissively. Let us proceed. You know the way to the management office. Xiahou Dun followed silently, resembling a human embodiment of plague. What does it mean to wield power through another? Lin Yan found it rather enjoyable. Being a fox had its advantages. He did not waste time, searching for a suitable room near the city center to temporarily accommodate Xiahou Dun. This way, upon his return, his bodyguard could escort him back to the palace, saving much time. Before long, Lin Yan arrived near the management office, looking for a fitting place. Containment item, loud voice, anomaly rating, level 3, anomaly source, special identity. Am I not human? I ask you, am I not human? Bribery task, hot pot with baijiu. Low tier yellow talent, special soup ingredient. When you consume the base of hot pot with baijiu, you may restore health points. Chapter 23. The Mad Mita. It's you. Su, step back. The Danger 3 is certainly not someone I can handle alone. But now I have my elder brother by my side. Lin Yan twisted the doorknob and cracked the door open. Bang! In an instant, the cacophony of the recorder at Lin Yan's waist and the sound of the door being shattered erupted simultaneously. A grotesque face violently burst through the doorway, its pale hands gripping tightly around his throat. In that same fleeting moment, bang, that ghastly visage appeared before him for merely half a second. An oppressive force surged past his nose, carrying with it a viscous stench that violently swept away. Xiahou Dun, with a fist still smoldering, coldly retracted his hand and crossed his arms. The Majesty was startled. Lin Yan deactivated his fitness skin, turning to look back as a loud sound echoed, sending him flying several dozen meters away. An overwhelming force. The formidable Xiahou Dun from Danger 5 is indeed powerful. The strange figure, clad in a casual suit, bore a complexion so pale it was devoid of blood. Its proportions were peculiar, with long, slender legs and limbs contorted grotesquely on the ground, accompanied by the unsettling sounds of bones cracking. Slowly, it began to rise again. Lin Yan coldly commanded, "Deal with him." Su Keqing nearly believed he was being instructed to confront the creature himself. After all, this was the devil of Danger 3, and even the vice president could not guarantee victory in a one-on-one encounter. Xiahou Dun nodded slightly. With a bending of his arm, a surge of dark lightning erupted, condensing into a long spear in his hand. "As you command." Leaning back slightly, he shot forth in an instant. Bang! The Zijing spear was launched by Xiahou Dun with the force of a cannonball, shattering the creature's skull. A conspicuous pool of pitch-black blood exploded against the wall behind it. The Zijing spear quivered as it embedded itself into the wall. "Return." Xiahou Dun waved his hand, and the Zijing spear shot back, transforming into a streak of black lightning on its return journey. An unpleasant odor permeated the air, inducing a sense of physiological discomfort. This was the anomaly of Danger 3, now dealt with as casually as clearing debris from the roadside. Acquired 3 experience stones. Excellent. Besides the Sima Ling squad, I have now added another soul of Danger 3 to my collection. Lin Yan declared. "The general shall rest temporarily in this room. I, your majesty, shall return shortly." Xiahou Dun hesitated for a moment, casting a cold glance at Su Keqing, who broke out in a cold sweat. "If your majesty encounters any mishap, I vow to slay you." Su Keqing was taken aback. "I? Protect Lin Shen? Are you mad?" With that, Xiahou Dun pushed open the door, his imposing figure squeezing into the room before shutting it behind him. This door was situated near the management office. Lin Yan waved his hand. "Let us depart. There's a straight path leading to a bounty point." A heavily armored zombie horse materialized in a flash of lightning. "Zhu, what shall we do? I have a bounty to check out." "Let us go." Lin Yan mounted the horse, effortlessly pulling Su up with one hand. The latter, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, "Riding a horse in the corridor? Isn't that inconvenient?" "Ah!" The latter cried out in distress. 2 individuals and a steed transformed into a streak of pitch-black lightning, darting through the corridor with the agility of a rubber ball. They navigated the grid-like passageway, executing vertical turns and other maneuvers with remarkable swiftness. In less than 3 minutes, they covered the distance of approximately 5 to 6 kilometers to the domain of the infamous Mida, a feat swifter than that of an aircraft. Upon arrival, Su Keqing was still recovering from the exhilarating experience. Lin Yan gazed towards one end of the corridor, where a familiar, eerie mist enveloped the space, completely obstructing their path. The Mad Mida is the antagonist of a romantic horror game, depicted as a short-haired high school girl with red strands, possessing an innocent and charming appearance, residing within a love simulation game universe. On the 37th day of the game, driven by a desire to witness a living player, Mida pulled the protagonist into her realm. However, the Mad Mida is essentially a failed iteration of her character, an entity that never truly became Mida. She harbors a profound disdain for every player who enters the game, excelling in transforming players into cartridges and relentlessly tormenting other benevolent Midas. Her current manifestation in the apartment is nothing short of extraordinary. Containment object, Mad Mida, anomaly rating Level 4 Anomaly Source. Mida Mizide. Greetings. Are you a player? Bribery Task. Player Cartridges. Unsightly Mida. Small Television. Advanced Talent. Cartridge Creation. You can transform anomalies into living cartridges and bestow this talent upon others. Lin Yan's eyes lit up at this revelation. This talent is indeed formidable. His own bribery could replicate the talents of anomalies. However, there are only 8 slots available. Conversely, the Mad Mida's talent allows her to hoard the talents of others, providing solutions to her insatiable greed. What a remarkable asset, Lin Yan mused, contemplating the potential of bribing a lackluster anomaly in the mining sector. Its low-level and subpar attributes would allow him to activate Beast Mastery Mode, enhancing it with powerful traits, enabling it to dominate the mining floors and accumulate experience for him. While humans may betray, anomalies will not. Lin Yan quietly noted the bribery conditions of the Mad Mida, intending to scout the 2,333rd floor and gather the necessary items within 6 days. Let us go, he declared. Su Kaching sighed in relief, thinking to himself how he dreaded being dragged into this. Once again, they transformed into lightning, amidst the tempest that stirred in the tranquil corridor. Su Kaching's familiar scream echoed. The management office. The two entered the space, where yesterday's underground water had been thoroughly cleared. The environment was clean and bright, resembling a shopping mall on Earth. Su Kaching glanced at Lin Yan's head and remarked, "You truly are the yellow rank, aren't you?" Lingo. Su Kaching suddenly cautioned. "They're coming." A group of members from the Fire Dragon Guild approached, led by a high-level young man who extended his hand with a friendly smile. "Hello, Lin Yan. Welcome to the management office. Containment object. Ma-E level. 41 Anomaly Source. Earth OL. Bribery Task. Sole control of the guild. Intermediate talent. Eagle Bone. Your back can extend a pair of resilient wings, enabling both offense and defense, as well as flight." Lin Yan cast a cold glance. The talent was commendable. His own shadow horse could also skim the ground, but this avian individual could truly soar. Lin Yan tucked his hands into his jacket pockets, contemplating whether to resort to bribery or to finalize cassette. "Is there something you need?" Ma-E offered an awkward smile. He had intended to speak with Lin Yan the previous day. If he truly had connections in high places, it would be wiser to foster goodwill rather than animosity. Compared to high-level guilds that were sincerely dedicated to tackling anomalies, the Fire Dragon Guild prioritized profit and lacked any profound developmental strategy. "I represent the Fire Dragon Guild and express regret over today's misunderstanding. My apologies." Sima Ling interjected, taking matters into his own hands. "That has nothing to do with me." Lin Yan interrupted. "What relevance does this have to me? I have never harmed any member of your guild. Do not speak as if I were the one who inflicted harm." Lin Zifu's reckless door-bursting resulted in him being turned into a ball. The unidentified high-level player attacked the administrator and was cleaved in two by the governor's robot. "Sima Ling, we do not advocate for surname discrimination. Yet who could have anticipated that you would encounter a general from the Chow Wei? Do you believe that if we all return to Earth now, we could each present a clean criminal record? My hands are spotless." Chapter 24. What is a connection? Ma-E glanced at Su Kaching. Have the formalities been completed? Su Kaching, resembling a timid pup before Pan Hong, dared not meet his gaze. "Yes, thank you, Ma-Ge," he stammered, his voice trembling slightly. The cadre surrounding Ma-E displayed expressions of disdain, shaking their heads in disapproval, clearly looking down upon such connections. Ma-E nodded slightly. "Surviving in the shelter is not a difficult task. If you wish to work on another floor, I can arrange that for you." Lin Yan, with an indifferent glance at Ma-E, suddenly produced a bloodied baseball bat, pointing it at his nose. "Sugo, has he ever bullied you?" "What?" Ma-Ye's eyes widened in shock, instinctively recoiling. "Is there no intention of civility before aggression?" He exclaimed. No, Brother Lin, you misunderstand. I have known Su Kaching for a long time." Su Kaching chimed in, "No, Ma-Ge has been very supportive of me. I owe my advancement to level 4 largely to him. The formalities were also completed thanks to his help." Lin Yan responded with a nonchalant "oh," retracting the bat with a hint of disappointment. Ma-Ye's heart raced as he glanced at the nearby governor robot, relieved it remained inactive. He felt a surge of terror. His choice to discuss matters in a peaceful space had been deliberate. Lin Yan had a formidable reputation outside, having likely eliminated Vice President Sima Ling. In the peaceful space, as long as he refrained from violence, he would not be targeted by the governor robot. However, being confronted in front of so many people, awakening a dormant soul, felt like social death. Ma-e, right? Su-ge is my elder brother. Let us consider this matter settled. Just be sure to greet him more often in the future. Ma-e struggled to calm his racing heart, bewildered by the thoughts of this outstanding newcomer. As a level 41 expert, such heart palpitations were rare for him. Su-ge appeared equally flustered. Am I really the elder brother? Lin Yan lowered his voice. I hold grudges. If you aspire to be the leader of the fire dragons, approach me privately. Upon hearing this, Ma-e's expression turned grave. Having moved into the shelter over 6 months ago, he had risen through sheer talent and hard work. Although he was now a vice president, some individuals were destined to soar beyond confines, their feathers shimmering with the brilliance of freedom. He had tirelessly leveled up, nurturing his allies among the lower-tier cadres, all with the ambition of reaching level 50 and becoming a leader of the upper echelon. Yet, he had never voiced this aspiration. How could this newcomer discern his innermost thoughts so easily? Lin Yan patted his shoulder, smiled, and shouldered Lucille as they made their way to the elevator. To the newcomer, encountering a member of the Fire Dragons felt akin to meeting a ghost. Conversely, the Fire Dragon members regarded him as if he were a specter. The management space boasted 8 elevators, equipped with self-service ticket machines. Players wishing to use the elevators must first purchase a ticket and then await the arrival of the designated elevator, much like boarding a high-speed train. Before the 8 self-service ticket machines, a long queue had formed, consisting of merchants, individual buyers, and members of various guilds. Lin Yan observed that the 8 elevators encircled an open space, littered with fallen leaves. As he pondered this peculiar sight, Brother Su pointed upwards. Lin Yan looked up and was astonished to see an enormous tree growing upside down above him. Its branches were lush, and countless vines hung down, from which emanated a deep, bubbling voice. A door. Throat. Lin Yan frowned. Can your apartment not have a more normal anomaly? Is this Groot? Containment object. Groot. Anomaly rating. Apartment administrator, director of elevator management. Anomaly source. Guardians of the Galaxy. A door. Throat. Bribery task. Rocket raccoon's teeth. Yellow tier low-level talent. Plant person. You will become a plant person, benefiting from living indefinitely by simply drinking water and basking in the sun. What a dreadful talent. What is the deal with Rocket Raccoon's teeth? Does it involve finding Rocket Raccoon and giving him a beating or searching for his corpse? Su Keqing, feeling compelled, joined the line to purchase 2 elevator tickets to the 2,333rd floor, a frequently traveled route to the trade level. He soon returned, holding 2 access cards. That was close. I hadn't taken the elevator in so long. I didn't realize the prices had skyrocketed. Lin Yan shrugged. How much? I'll reimburse you. The guy had over 4 million in his pocket, so he wasn't worried at all. 90,000. Now it takes 5 containment vouchers to reach 1 floor. Lin Yan pondered this. Is it really over 90,000 from the 1,408th to the 2,333rd floor? He asked. Then wouldn't it cost over 100,000 just to go to the mining floors? Su Keqing nodded. Guild contractors can use the elevators during their break times. It's one of the perks. If you own property on higher floors, the elevator is free. Lin Yan contemplated this. By bribing Yuan Hua, he had secured a badge from the management office. If he could earn Groot's full favor, wouldn't he receive an unlimited access card? He could ride the elevator freely. Make way, make way. He saw a group of uniformed individuals approaching the entrance, hailing from other guilds. They were escorting a number of young women towards the elevators. Lin Yan noted that these women were mostly novice guests, holding yellow tier ranks 1 and 2. Su Keqing whispered, Brother Lin, they are from the Peace Merchants Guild. Each time new residents arrive, they come down to select goods. This is a specialty of the 1,408th floor. Lin Yan nodded. Wenhua University is part of the university town. Most of the newcomers across the 5 floors are university students. Young men like Su Keqing can still go to the mining floors to earn some labor. It seems that whenever new residents arrive, this trade becomes quite frenzied. Suddenly, Lin Yan noticed that among these women was a newcomer with a blue crystal. Are mystical tears also being sold? Lin Yan examined the panel closely, and it clearly displayed the name Chu Fangwu. Huh, how did you end up being sold? Her hands were bound, clad in a rather gaudy sailor uniform, her hair disheveled, and a crimson handprint marked her cheek. Her eyes were devoid of emotion, likely pondering how she had come to this unfortunate predicament. Lin Yan scrutinized her bribery panel. Save me. He recalled her talent, the dual abilities of speed and strength. A rather commendable and practical gift. She could wield two distinctly different energies, one robust and formidable, the other swift and nimble. Her potential was considerable. Yet, why was such a novice not being nurtured by the fire dragon? Why had she been sold to another floor? After some contemplation, Lin Yan arrived at a singular conclusion. Her selling price outweighed the benefits she could provide to the fire dragon. Ah, the capriciousness of fate. The phrase survival of the fittest is indeed a captivating notion, predicated on the principle that one must not lament when it is their turn to be devoured. He bore no fondness for this woman, yet saving her would enable him to replicate her talent. Lin Yan resolved to intervene, employing a tactic he had previously tested on Sima Ling, feigning a rescue. The leader of the group was engaged in an enthusiastic conversation with a corpulent man, his face aglow. Wonderful. I feared there had been an incident, and you wouldn't be able to deliver on time, the portly fellow exclaimed. It's merely a minor issue. Once the boss returns, I will hand over these 30 university students to you. The merchant replied with a grin. The offer from above stands at 300,000 each, and I assure you, my commission is quite generous, leaving me with very little profit. Indeed, Li Hu chuckled. Isn't there still one exceptional talent? A mystic-level ability? That Hannibal could fetch 5 million, enough for a piece of mystic-grade equipment. The two shared a knowing smile as they approached the elevator. But when Li Hu casually glanced outside, his smile froze. Upon witnessing Lin Yan's benign visage, he instantly became rigid with fear. Such benevolence, so overwhelming that he could hardly breathe. Lin Yan smiled warmly. Ah, ISNT this Vice President Li Hu? Li Hu, drenched in cold sweat, stam eret, hello. The merchant, perplexed, inquired, who is this? A mere level 12 yellow tier. What is there to be anxious about? Li Hu was rendered speechless. Meanwhile, the merchant security team pushed through the crowd, barking, make way. Make way. You lot. Wait for the next elevator. Understood? Their heads adorned with blue-purple crystals, each around level 20. They glanced at Lin Yan's crystal, a mere yellow tier 12, and one of them pointed to his own chest emblem, Peace Merchant Association. Get lost. Li Hu's heart raced. He was acutely aware of this individual's terrifying reputation. This man was a subordinate of Yuan Hua. He could turn you into sausage without a governor carrying a wit. Shu Yi, let us take the next elevator. Shu Yi, unconcerné, merely grunted dismissively. This is typical of rookie education, utterly devoid of any decorum. Lin Yan chuckled softly. Very well. I shall enlighten you on the essence of connections. Chapter 25. My brother's temper is quite terrible. Lin Yan sighed deeply, silently donning her administrator badge. Time to work. The replication of abilities merely requires the completion of a bribery task, akin to manipulating Sima Ling. Suddenly, Groot from the thicket spoke. Admiration. Groot, are you the new administrator? Lin Yan nodded. Indeed, Brother Groot. Li Hu looked up in confusion. How could this individual, who was on such familiar terms with Administrator Yuan, also refer to the elevator administrator as brother? The thicket rustled ominously. Admiration. Groot, could you assist me in locating a raccoon? Lin Yan smiled and nodded. No problem. She had yet to engage in bribery, and, already, the creature was entrusting her with a task. Chu Fangwu and a group of university students awaiting sale began to scrutinize Lin Yan cautiously, lamenting their previous misjudgments. She had never been averse to marrying into wealth for a better life, initially believing that by associating with Li Hu, she could find the esteemed President Chunyu of the Fire Dragon Association. She thought her prowess as a professional player would easily entangle him. However, to her dismay, after a fleeting romance, Li Hu had brazenly sold her to a truly perverse big boss. This individual resided on the 8,888th floor and possessed a bizarre ability known as Mother Mantis, allowing him to absorb others' talents by consuming flesh. Believing herself to be the chef, she found herself instead as the main ingredient, a stark manifestation of the survival of the fittest. With a quivering voice, Chu Fangwu pleaded softly, "Lin Yan, save me. I beg you." Lin Yan gestured towards Chu Fangwu. "I have purchased this woman. Name your price." A wave of shock coursed through Chu Fangwu. Such decisiveness? Did Lin Yan truly intend to rescue her? The members of the Peaceful Commerce Association remained bewildered by the unfolding events. After Li Hu whispered Lin Yan's identity to Zhao Jun, his expression shifted dramatically. "No, it's too late." One member seized Lin Yan's collar, growling, "Who the hell are you?" Admiration. Croat. The towering tree at the elevator began to sway, shedding leaves in a flurry. Suddenly, several robust vines descended from above, akin to serpents in a frenzied dance. 5 or 6 towering robots approached from all directions, forming an impenetrable wall of steel. Solemn, austere, cold, and composed, they encircled them. Lin Yan herself was taken aback. These robots were not under her control. They were Groot's. From Groot's perspective, it had been engaging in pleasant conversation with its new colleague and had just entrusted him to seek out a friend when it witnessed him being bullied. How could this be tolerated? The thicket twisted ominously, emitting a raspy voice. Admiration. Croat. The members gaped in disbelief at the encroaching Schwarzeneggers. What was happening? Seizing someone's collar should not have triggered an attack judgment. Ma Yi hurriedly approached with his team, the 2 vice presidents exchanging anxious glances. This was a disaster. They had never witnessed Groot's wrath. Lin Yan raised her hand and shouted, "Hold on." The governor's robots abruptly ceased their movements, forming an imposing wall akin to a muscular fortress. With their cold, sunglass-clad faces emanating an unmistakable aura of menace, Lin Yan coldly remarked, "Are you not going to release him?" The members, still in shock, hastily let go of the yellow-tier individual before them, muttering apologies. Who had they inadvertently provoked? The underbrush seemed to harbor a murderous intent. Admire. Croat. I shall assist you in eliminating them. Lin Yan quickly addressed Groot, saying, "Hey, brother, it's all right. I will handle this." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Lin Yan glanced down at his crumpled jacket collar and smiled faintly. Wasn't this merely a justification for himself? Given the circumstances which he had witnessed, saving their lives in exchange for a bit of compensation seemed reasonable, did it not? Zhao Jun, overwhelmed by the lethal aura of the surrounding T-800s, stammered, "How much is it?" Lin Yan raised a finger, 100 million. "What the hell? Is this how you extort?" "This." Groot seethed with anger as several vines began to rapidly sprout from the elevator shaft. With a thunderous crash, the 6T-800s stepped forward in unison, their internal cores igniting with a faint hissing sound. The administrators were bound by an unspoken code of mutual protection, especially considering Lin Yan's promise to locate Rocket Raccoon. Lin Yan quickly reassured, "Brother, it's fine. Leave it to me. You need not worry." These robots could eliminate everyone in mere seconds. It was unheard of in the entire history of the apartment for an administrator to kill over a player. Experienced individuals began to scatter, eager to avoid a confrontation. One could only wonder whose blood might be spilled here. Ma Yi hastily intervened. "Lin Ge, if you are short on pocket money, I can bring you some later. Is this really necessary?" Lin Yan shot him a glance. "What does this have to do with you?" A group of pimps engaged in human trafficking were hardly worth the burden of his conscience. Even if Lin Yan were to eliminate them all. Zhao Ge stepped forward. "I am Zhao Jun, a buyer from the Peace Chamber. Here's my business card. Let's be friends." Lin Yan swatted his card away with a swift motion, seizing him by the collar as if he were a bully. "You see my brother Groot's temperament. Name your price for your life." "Go ahead." Zhao Jun, in pain, squeezed his eyes shut, gritting his teeth. I apologize. This woman belongs to you now." Lin Yan stared at him for a moment. "So, I purchased her for 100 million, correct?" "Yes." Zhao Jun could only lament his misfortune, having ventured out without consulting his fortune, only to encounter such a harbinger of calamity. "Release her." Chu Fangwu's mind was blank, only then realizing she wouldn't be delivered to the dinner table. What good was wealth? What a high-level matter. None of it compared to wielding power. This was a containment apartment, not Earth OL. There were no divorce laws to split magical fortunes, nor any irrefutable evidence of effects. However, if he truly was an insider of this containment apartment, then aligning with him would undoubtedly prove to be a lucrative venture. Truly, her luck was extraordinary. Congratulations! Having unlocked the highest affection level for Chu Fangwu, Lin Yan decisively chose to replicate the talent. Slow and fast power. In the next moment, Chu Fangwu's interface rapidly transformed. Bribery conditions. Exploit Lin Yan's gold coins. Level up. Seek Lin Yan's backing for ascension. Eliminate Li Hu. No matter how composed Lin Yan was, he was momentarily taken aback. Was it so swift? Had the new bribery conditions refreshed so quickly? His knowledge of Chu Fangwu was limited. Yet he had heard various tales of notoriety in university, tales of the famed wheelchair-bound entity who randomly appeared in luxury cars. After all, he was here to replicate talents. Keeping such a volatile individual close would be akin to harboring a live grenade. Lin Yan disdainfully waved his hand. Forget it. I have changed my mind. Zhao Jun's expression froze. Su Gu, Li Hu, and Ma Yi's faces also became rigid. The smile on Chu Fangwu's face remained frozen. What then was the purpose of this charade? Merely to tease me? Ding! Several vines parted the crowd, forming a passage as the elevator arrived. The foliage above began to whisper. Adoration. Grut. Remember to fetch me a raccoon. I wish to devour it. Lin Yan paused. Weren't you all part of the same lineage? Then again, in the containment apartment, there were no ordinary characters. Anyone admitted bore some semblance of peculiarity. No matter. Lin Yan took hold of the bewildered Su Gu, and together they entered the private elevator, with no one daring to follow. The vines slowly retracted, returning to their usual silent form. Zhao Jun, just recovering from shock, rubbed his face in frustration. Brother Zhao, you too saw it. We encountered a bizarre individual, truly helpless. Zhao Jun vehemently waved his hand. What are you staring at? This is infuriating. From now on, don't come near this cursed 1408. Chapter 26. The Discovery of Red Tide. The elevator is a perfectly cylindrical shaft with a diameter of approximately 5 to 6 meters. It is spacious and brightly lit, furnished with a dozen soft, cushioned seats. Apart from that, it bears no difference to elevators found on Earth. The floors begin at 1408 and swiftly ascend, rapidly refreshing the floor numbers as it journeys towards the 2000th level and beyond. Su Keqing feels a surge of anxiety. What is Lin Shun truly orchestrating? Is this merely an act of teasing them, or is it a means for personal catharsis? After enduring 2 years of humiliation as a minor, Lin Shun intends not only to redeem himself, but also to vent his frustrations. This thought brings a warm comfort to his heart. Lin Yan, with a serene demeanor, begins to analyze the newfound talent he has acquired. He has obtained a high-level mystical talent without spending a single coin. How could this be considered a loss? The speed and strength ability allows him to harness two distinctly different energies. One grants him immense physical strength, formidable defense, and a weight that grounds him like a mountain. The other endows him with agility, swiftness, and a lightness akin to that of a soaring swallow, enabling rapid reflexes. Most importantly, he can channel this energy into objects. With Lucille in tow, he could deliver 20 strikes in a second. Bearing a triangular shield, the speed and strength ability would exponentially amplify his power. No longer would he be flung several meters away by a dangerous individual like Shen Dongliang. This extraordinary talent, combined with his opulent gear, truly exceeds all numerical expectations. Lin Yan said, Brother Su, after we return, accompany me once more to the mining floor. Su Keqing remained in a state of disbelief. You wish to level up? The fees for casual visitors are exorbitant. I am not certain about the specifics, but on the 666th floor, casual visitors are assigned designated areas and time limits. The number of monsters one can slay relies entirely on one's own capabilities. Lin Yan nodded slightly. This is akin to fishing in a stocked pond. A mere 2 visits would suffice, the first to ascertain his needs and the second to engage in bribery. Bribing the minor leaders of the mining floor to assist him in slaying monsters would be quite an amusing endeavor. Ding! The elevator arrives at the 2,333rd floor. The doors slide open, and a waft of candlelit warmth greets them, with an orange glow flooding in. This is Su Kuching's first visit to the new realm beyond 2,000 floors. The administrative area of 2,333 resembles an ancient Chinese town, adorned with various quaint and charming pavilions. The sky is pitch black, illuminated only by a bright moon. The streets are festooned with large red lanterns, bustling with activity. Here, one can find banks of various sizes, corporate liaison offices, restaurants, and nightlife venues, with auction houses being the most prevalent. At the center of the administrative area lies a vibrant gladiatorial arena. It appears that an event is underway, as the streets are teeming with people. My goodness, is this still part of the apartment complex? Lin Yan attempted to use his administrative badge from the 1,408th floor, but proved ineffective here. It seems such items are not universally applicable across all floors. The 2,333rd floor is managed by a Level 9 guild known as Yuan Gold and Silver, a true behemoth among guilds, renowned throughout the entire residential complex. Anyone daring to commit acts of violence on this floor would find themselves pursued with a bounty issued by Yuan Gold and Silver. As for safety, he can rest assured. The two stepped out of the elevator. Lin Yan observed that on this floor, the robots were paper figures adorned in traditional Peking opera costumes. Each bore unique facial paint and stood impressively tall, around 2 to 3 meters. Their movements were quite comical. Containment item, paper figure, anomaly assessment, property item, anomaly source, paper figure, the Yin family. You shall not prevail. Bribery task, none. It appeared that each level's enforcement robots were distinct. The 2,333rd floor had a national-style theme, leading Lin Yan to wonder if the administrator here was Lady Yin. He and Su Kuching strolled along the culturally rich streets, beneath a dark sky twinkling with hidden stars. It was hard to believe this was inside an apartment building. The standalone structures, reaching 3 to 4 stories high, were adorned with various signs, and at their entrances, women in high-slit kipayos beckoned customers with seductive grace. Their slender waists swayed like water snakes, while the soft glow of red lanterns cast enticing pink hues on their thighs as they eagerly promoted their wares. Good sir, exclusive specialties from the 5,477th floor. An auction is imminent. Come take a look. Equipment enhancement. Earth tier, craftsman talent. Transfer side quests. Transfer Hong Kong action side quests. Equipment blind boxes. 1 million per draw. Lin Yan was suddenly drawn in by the shouts. Guaranteed 10 draws for advanced gear. The current card pool features the 2B robot. Perplexed, Lin Yan and Su Kuching approached the commotion. They found a bustling crowd in front of storefront. 2 stunning women clad in fiery red kipayos were energetically luring customers, while behind them stood hundreds of exquisite small coffins, surrounding a massive refrigeration unit. Through its semi-transparent exterior, a woman in a black puff-sleeve skirt lay quietly asleep within. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yan was astonished to recognize her as 2B from near. Automata, with her sleek, glossy legs, familiar black gothic dress, and short white hair. Her face was obscured by a black eye mask, resting in a frost-covered chamber. Lin Yan squinted and activated his bribery talent to investigate further. Containment item, Yoarha 2B, mass-produced model, anomaly level, low advanced, anomaly source, near, automata, personal emotions are prohibited. A versatile combat robot dispatched by humanity as infantry, capable of utilizing player equipment. Lin Yan nodded slightly. It was indeed an item of equipment. No wonder it could be brought into the peaceful space. Given its model, it was merely a mass-produced Yoarha robot, worth a maximum of 10 million. However, rarity adds value, making it appealing to certain fandom enthusiasts. A man shouted excitedly, "Draw 3 more times. 49, 50, 51. The shopkeeper exclaimed, "Begin." 3 coffins levitated, automatically popping open to release a burst of white light. The onlookers erupted in laughter. Haha, all yellow tier rubbish. 3 million tossed into the water would make a sound. The man, now flushed, retorted defensively, "What do you know? The trinkets of the red chamber pale in comparison to a single piece from the enchanting Miss 2B. Spare me your advice. This is the era of fan economy." The proprietor chuckled heartily, declaring, "Single draws hold no promise. Why not try a tenfold draw? A tenfold draw guarantees high-tier equipment." Lin Yan couldn't help but admire the business acumen of this owner. Upon closer inspection, these small coffins appeared to be some sort of storage artifacts. Lin Yan activated his bribery talent. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. All the equipment panels were laid out before him with crystal clarity. His vision was astonishing. The owner was indeed straightforward. Within these 100 coffins, there were indeed pieces of equipment, 9 of which were high-tier, and 1 contained a voucher for Miss 2B. Lin Yan pondered. If he were to participate in the lottery, wouldn't each draw yield gold? With 1 million, one could exchange for a piece of high-tier equipment. Lin Yan scanned the high-tier equipment and suddenly noticed something extraordinary. Crimson Tide. His eyes widened. He had found it. The final item to bribe Guangxi. Crimson Tide. The man drawing lots was evidently caught up in the excitement, disregarding the bodyguard's attempts to restrain him. "Then let's do 10 draws. All right." The man recited a long string of numbers, and the corresponding coffins immediately levitated, bursting forth in brilliance. Lin Yan watched in awe. The man's luck was remarkable. The numbers he called included the robot's voucher. Yet, at the very moment the coffins lifted, the information of the equipment swiftly rearranged. The original robot was replaced with another piece of high-tier equipment. The owner exclaimed, 1 in 10. "Congratulations! High-tier mid-grade equipment. Crimson Tide." Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. "Not bad. This gear could sell for 6 to 7 million. The man replied with exasperation, "I've already spent nearly 20 million on this lottery. This isn't sufficient." The gambler felt regret. At the very least, he had reclaimed a portion of his investment. This wretched blade would fetch a mere 800,000 at most. Lin Yan felt a headache coming on. The Crimson Tide he had longed for was snatched away in an instant? Absolutely not. Guangxi was an anomaly of danger level 6. He had to bribe him. It had to be taken by force. Lin Yan raised his hand and shouted, "Wait." This sudden outburst startled Su Keqing, who wondered what he was up to now. The crowd turned, lifting their chins slightly. Upon seeing the yellow crystal above Lin Yan's head, marked level 13, they couldn't help but chuckle. "Which delivery person has arrived? Are you trying to scare us? Do you want to draw lots too? Hope your elevator fare back is enough." Lin Yan paused, then turned to the young man who had drawn the equipment, smiling. "That piece you just acquired is quite impressive. I desire it." Su Keqing's face turned pale at this remark, thinking, "Are you attempting to play the void robbery game again? These people are not to be trifled with." The young man, feeling insulted, drew forth a flaming double-headed blade from his satchel. "You want it? I'll sell it to you for 15 million. Lin Yan replied, "I have no money." The young man was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in fury. "What do you mean, no money?" Lin Yan merely smiled gently. Pointing at the refrigerated box on the lottery table, "I proposed, how about I take that one in exchange with you?" Chapter 27. Bribery in Silence. I do not desire a black individual." Lin Yan felt a flush of embarrassment. "I meant that 2B robot." Upon hearing this, the young master's expression shifted. He anxiously inquired, "Do you possess one as well?" The proprietor was initially taken aback. "Is there competition for business?" This young master is an ardent fan of Nier Automata and has long coveted that authentic 2B robot. After all, the paper figure wife belongs to the two-dimensional realm, while this one is tangible. Lin Yan shook his head. "I can draw for you." Laughter erupted around them, a cacophony of amusement. "Can I not claim to be a billionaire simply by holding a lottery ticket? This is sheer mockery. Can you amass 100,000? You'd better have a place on the 2,333rd floor. Away with you." Lin Yan raised his hand and tossed 4 million containment tickets at the feet of the lady in the cheapao. The tickets landed heavily like bricks. 100,000 each. Lin Yan declared, "For million, I will draw 4 times." The proprietor's eyes gleamed with delight at the sight of cash. Who wouldn't he be pleased with business? Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, 1 million per draw. I assure you, each of those 100 coffins will contain equipment. Whether it be yellow tier or mysterious tier, depends on luck. The material of these small coffins is akin to a door. No observation method is effective. The proprietor snapped his fingers. All the coffins stood upright, spun a few times, and then lay back down. Among these 100 coffins, a minimum of 10 will certainly contain mysterious tier items. It is guaranteed that the current items will be obtained within the 100 draws. You clearly possess a rice pool, yet pretend it's not a tilted pool. Do you? Lin Yan chuckled. Panels of equipment rose before his eyes, allowing him to leisurely inspect each one. Completely transparent. The only drawback was that once a box was opened, its contents would be instantly replaced by the proprietor. Even if someone requested verification, there indeed were 10 mysterious tier items among these 100 boxes, a surefire prophet with an unshakable reputation. As more individuals drew, it sufficed to invite a few pawns to collect the equipment. Lin Yan pondered for a moment and raised his hand. May I open the coffins myself? As you wish. The surrounding crowd grew even more curious. Whether it was a successful act or a failed charade, there would be entertainment to behold. The young master also became intrigued, shouldering the crimson tide of anticipation, eager to witness what this yellow tier would accomplish. Come, I'm keen to see how you draw. If you succeed, I shall add funds. If you fail, I shall draw from you. Oh, young Master Wu is irked. Do not be anxious, little yellow tier. If you draw a mysterious tier item, you will break even. A little wager for amusement, indeed. The proprietor collected the containment tickets, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he clapped his hands. Please proceed. Lin Yan stepped over the threshold, walking into the midst of the coffins. All around him stood identical coffins, yet to his eyes, they appeared entirely transparent. He approached a coffin containing the flame staff, feigning indecision as he glanced left and right. The proprietor chuckled quietly. His talent, rabbit trick, was precisely for this purpose. For draws, and you take away the current prize? Nonsense. Lin Yan placed his hand upon the coffin of the fire staff, feigning determination. I shall open this. With that, he lifted the coffin lid, unleashing a brilliant flash of white light. A low-tier, yellow-grade fishing rod, favor of the CI. The crowd erupted in laughter, one voice chiming. Sell that to me for 100,000. At least you'll have fare to return. Never an empty rod. Lin Yan turned to see the proprietor wearing a bemused expression, his heart already settling. It turned out that changing equipment necessitated manual operation, implying a significant time gap. The proprietor cheerfully remarked, 3 chances remain. Give it your best. Lin Yan chuckled softly, placing his hand on another coffin beside him. Well then, quick force, swift force. A refreshing surge of energy coursed through him instantaneously. Lin Yan's waist twisted, leaving a blur as he flung open a coffin behind him. With a loud crash, the lid was sent flying, revealing a golden glow. A mid-tier mysterious grade cricket atomic gun. The proprietor's smile froze, while the crowd gasped in awe. Wow. Witnessing the shimmering gold, he had indeed drawn a miracle. A single draw of extraordinary caliber. The proprietor's mouth fell agape. No, this can't be. Lin Yan stood tall, aiming at another piece of decent mysterious grade equipment. The proprietor gritted his teeth, hastily maneuvering the coffin to transfer the gear. With a swift motion, Lin Yan suddenly leaped back, akin to a goalkeeper diving for a save, launching himself towards another coffin. The agility bestowed by the swift force was astonishing. Another golden flash erupted. A high-tier mysterious grade tiger talisman. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause, while the proprietor's expression darkened, rushing forward to intervene. Stop drawing. Lin Yan was impervious to persuasion, his entire being enveloped in afterimages as he dashed towards yet another coffin. Quick force, vast force. Boom. Lin Yan stomped down, shattering a coffin, leaving the proprietor as pale as death. The crowd fell into a brief silence. What was this? An empty coffin? Yellow grade. What have you drawn? Lin Yan gazed at the seemingly petrified proprietor, leisurely extracting a slip of paper from beneath his foot. He held it aloft. All eyes, particularly those of the affluent onlookers, fixated on it. Lin Yan glanced at it and read aloud. Ura 2B. Universal type. This slip is valid, correct? The air seemed to freeze for several seconds. The crowd stared in disbelief at the paper in Lin Yan's hand. Holy smokes. 3 miraculous single draws. Exclaimed one, my goodness. The proprietor appeared as if struck by lightning, utterly flabbergasted, his spirit feeling both burnt and tender. For a moment, he was at a loss. Incredible. You truly drew it. Unbelievable. 3 single draws, all gold. Is this even real? Are you a plant? An affluent gentleman surged forward, excitement radiating from him. Brother, you meant what you said earlier, right? I want that robot. Lin Yan chose to increase the price, adding 10 million, and even if you drew 10 more times, you certainly wouldn't get anything. Too expensive. 300, 800, 500. With only this amount left in his account, he thought, this red tide could fetch several million outside. The deal was struck. The two shook hands, both parties satisfied, except for the boss. Lin Yan handed the winning ticket to the boss, who, stunned and charred with disbelief, finally realized that he couldn't believe 3 single draws had all yielded gold. Especially that advanced-grade tiger talisman. It was one of the 12 talismans. Many came to participate in the lottery, and he had amassed quite a fortune, with some even offering 40 million, yet he refused to sell. Did you take it away for just $1 million? The boss fixed his gaze on the writing above, his breathing increasingly rapid, hands trembling uncontrollably. Almost breaking his voice, he accused, you cheated. Lin Yan tilted his head. Oh, who cheated? This retort made the boss uneasy, but he was already on the defensive. 3 single draws all yielded gold. Would you believe it? The crowd began to voice their support. Hey boss, didn't you say this coffin and the door are the same? If someone draws it, they should get it. Playing tricks here could cost you your life. The boss cursed vehemently. Nonsense. You must have cheated. Draw again. Lin Yan feigned innocence. Is that really appropriate? The boss seized Lin Yan by the collar. Spit out the tiger talisman, and I'll give you a robot and let you draw 4 more times. The young master, now agitated, was about to unleash a tirade when he suddenly sensed something odd about his hair. A quick touch revealed it to be a piece of paper money. The crowd looked up, and amidst the night, paper money fluttered like snowflakes. For paper figures on stilts gazed lovingly at the crowd, waving their paper sleeves, producing a rustling sound. Hee. An eerie laughter accompanied by a Beijing opera tune echoed. No rush, no rush. Fair trade. Oh no, this is bad. That woman has arrived. Is she on duty today? Quick, let us go. The crowd scattered in panic, while the young master saw a gap open in the throng, the sound of high heels approaching with an ominous air. Not good. She's coming. A graceful silhouette emerged, clad in a black trench coat with a sleek ponytail, wearing a high-neck sweater. Large sunglasses nearly obscured her entire face. She moved towards the lottery booth like a black feathered arrow, steady and purposeful. Lin Yan immediately activated his bribery talent to scan her. Containment object, silence, anomaly rating, apartment administrator, hall manager. Anomaly source, Birch Forest City. Do you know what the greatest difference between humans and animals is? Bribery task, the life of Shun Dongliang. Low-level advanced talent. Borrow your face. You can peel off another's facial skin and impersonate them to continue existing. As the woman approached, Lin Yan noticed her snow-white neck, marred by traces of surgical stitches behind her ears. Behind those oversized sunglasses lay a bottomless void. This was the anomaly silence. Lin Yan suddenly recalled that she had indeed eliminated her formidable opponent. Was this not one of the bribery schemes? If one were to disregard her eyes, the visage of silent, though stoic, was undeniably striking. She cast a frigid glance at herself, then at the stall owner, and spoke with a voice rasping like that of an old crone. Level 2333 prohibits violence and upholds fair trade. What is amiss? The owner trembled in response. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Manager Shun, merely a small misunderstanding. Lin Yan, with an air of indifference, pointed at his nose. He accused me of cheating and refused to grant me my prize. A collective gasp emerged from the onlookers. The young gentleman was nearly paralyzed with fear, thinking to himself, are you new here? Do you not know the volatile temper of this foolish woman? Level 2333 was rife with transactions. Encountering an employee from the contracted guild was manageable, as they could mediate and negotiate. However, this woman, when faced with a dispute, she would indiscriminately resort to lethal measures, her most common approach being to eliminate everyone involved. Oh, The aura of malice emanating from Silent was almost palpable. The owner fell to his knees with a thud. No, no. Silent, exasperated, retorted, how tedious. If we all perish, then it shall be fair. She withdrew her hands from her pockets, revealing arms that were thin and darkened, with sharp, elongated nails. Those who had witnessed this scene hastily fled. Lin Yan produced an eyeball, her tone unruffled as she remarked, "You must be Sister Shun, correct? This is my recent trophy. I heard you specifically came to level 2333. Chapter 28. Silence is my sister. What? The boss, the young master, and Sukaching were all taken aback. What is happening here? This is clearly bribery. Undoubtedly. This is an act of corruption, and it is directed towards an extraordinary administrator. A tempestuous surge of dark energy erupted from behind Silence. Clenching her teeth, the stitches on her face nearly tore apart. A man courting death. I shall sew you into the banners atop the city walls. She merely cast a glance at the foul eyeball in Lin Yan's hand, and suddenly, she was struck motionless. She would never forget those eyes until her dying day. Those lewd eyes brimming with greed, desire, and satisfaction. They belonged to Shun Dongliang. The violent, dark aura seemed poised to burst forth from the crowd. For paper figures emitted eerie, giggling laughter, as paper money inexplicably floated above them. He. Silence nearly shrieked. Where is he? Lin Yan's mind raced with fervor, his fury matching Silence's as he ground his teeth. He is dead. Silence paused in disbelief. Lin Yan, with a grave expression, sighed. Just yesterday, upon moving in, I heard the nauseating moans from the adjoining room. Straining to listen, I discerned that the wretch inside had requested a miner to satisfy his desires. Lin Yan slapped his thigh. How terrifying. Could I comply? Absolutely not. I am a dignified man, standing tall beneath heaven and above the earth. Sukaching thought to himself, which of these have you actually witnessed? If bribery is an art form, then Lin Yan, upon awakening his talent, has become an artist. Silence's bribery task involved Shun Dongliang's life, and Lin Yan naturally had to embellish the tale to make it more thrilling. Just like how Xiahou Dun would speak of Sima's treachery, this could yield additional effects. In a storyteller's tone, Lin Yan declared, I shall not hold back. With a swift kick, he flung open the door. The scoundrel stood there in the nude, clad in a delicate white ballet skirt. In an unexpected skirmish, he surprisingly fought fiercely, pulling a belt from his throat to engage me in battle. He lunged forward while I dodged sideways. Our clash was a fierce stalemate. The surrounding audience listened, enraptured, unconsciously inching closer. Such eloquence. The boss, in a daze, asked, and then, Lin Yan, like a seasoned raconteur, continued. His head was a mess, and he fervently bowed before me, pleading for mercy. To himself, he mused, spare him? Would he ever show mercy to those innocent children? Silence listened, gritting her teeth. Lin Yan spoke through clenched jaws. I wielded a baseball bat, sending him flying with a kick, striking him over 300 times. I smashed him to pieces, shattering his eyes from their sockets. The anger I felt, I even crushed one right then and there, thinking that the victims would surely want some form of evidence upon learning of his demise. Lo and behold, this is it. Silence fell into a profound silence. For a full 10 seconds, she absorbed the tale Lin Yan had just woven. Bribery is of utmost significance to every anomaly, and Lin Yan's words undoubtedly intensified the emotional weight of this object. She silently retracted her sharpened fingers, containing the turbulent black aura. You've worked hard, she murmured. The familiar denizens of the 2333rd floor felt as though they were in a dream. The woman known for her mercilessness, who dared to confront Dong Tianbao, was actually expressing gratitude. Congratulations. You have unlocked Shun Mo's highest favorability. Current replicable talent, borrowing your face. Goodness gracious. She opened her arms and embraced Lin Yan. Her voice tinged with a subtle sob. A beauty remains a beauty if one chooses to overlook her decaying aspects. Shen Montak remarked, you have alleviated a burden from my heart. Thank you. A smile graced her lips. Should you encounter trouble on the 2333rd floor in the future, come seek your sister. Shun Mo responded coldly. If someone deceives you, I will assist in eliminating them. Rest assured, even General Manager Dong Tianbao would not dare to object. Lin Yan's heart surged tumultuously, yet she maintained an outward calmness as she nodded. Was the general manager of the 2333rd floor truly Dong Tianbao? Her sister was remarkably impressive. The boss felt his knees weaken, a lump forming in his throat, believing those words were directed at him. As she spoke, Shen Mo drew a sharp scalpel from her pocket. Acquired. Shun Mo's token of gratitude. Containment object. Shun Mo's scalpel. Anomaly level. Low-level mystical. Anomaly source. A long season. One must pay the price for their past deeds. Shen Mo's scalpel induces anesthesia. Wounds inflicted by this blade are nearly undetectable. Achievement unlocked. The attributes of this blade are quite commendable. Lin Yan felt a surge of excitement. All right, sister. This boss is rather decent. It was merely a small misunderstanding. She turned, grinning mischievously. Isn't that so? The boss, transfixed by Shen Mo's gaze, felt his heart momentarily halt. His voice trembled. Yes, yes. Why aren't you unloading the goods? A servant placed the refrigerated box into the satchel, trembling as he approached. A stream of golden light flowing into Lin Yan's palm. Acquired. Yoarha number 2 Type B. Production model. Upon inspection, Lin Yan realized that this robot was merely an ordinary production model, at best a large, collectible figurine. Sister is leaving first. Take care, sister. Shen Mo turned back with a gentle smile, her kindness towards her brother evident. Surrounding individuals exchanged bewildered glances. This individual is Shen Mo's brother? The terrifying killing sister, Shen Mo's brother. As Lin Yan turned, the boss nearly knelt in awe. Had I known you had such connections? Lin Yan stated, come. As per our earlier agreement, I'll take the doll and you give me the knife. The young gentleman, reminded, finally comprehended, his mind a fog. Oh, 10 million, right? 5 million, as we agreed. Acquired. Crimson Tide. Success. Lin Yan's heart soared with joy. Now, with both the Cat's Eye bracelet and Crimson Tide in her possession, she was ready to unleash the terrifying monsters of Danger Level 6. Regardless of who arrives now, within the confines of 1408, I am invincible. Lin Yan clenched his fist, elated by the equivalent of 4 million draws, yielding 3 pieces of profound-grade equipment. The joy of reaching level 2333 was unparalleled. I would gladly spend a lifetime drawing prizes, if only I could. The Little Cricket atomic gun, a high-level profound-grade weapon, originated from a Men in Black film series which I watched in my youth. This compact gun possesses an immense recoil, yet it is capable of obliterating the frontal armor of a T-60 tank with a single shot. Its power can only be described as terrifying. The Tiger Talisman, derived from Jackie Chan Adventures, is one of the 12 talismans of the Holy Master, capable of splitting into good and evil avatars. As an equipment piece, I can control both avatars simultaneously. Each avatar retains 100 of my original strength, and as long as neither incarnation perishes simultaneously, they will not die. I could easily allow the benevolent Lin Yan to slumber in our apartment while the malevolent Lin Yan ventures forth to wreak havoc, an innate advantage akin to possessing a resurrection armor. How exhilarating! My inventory is now overflowing with equipment. Lin Yan, satisfied, surveyed his gear. The young gentleman showed no signs of departing. Brother, which level are you from? Do you happen to know Manager Shin? Lin Yan pondered for a moment. Having watched the long season, he felt that he could consider himself acquainted. Thus, he nodded with an air of pretense. Impressive. It's my first time encountering someone who befriends anomalies. Suketen Skop Inwali. Having witnessed anomalies treating players like royalty, nothing out of the ordinary. The young gentleman chuckled. I am Wu Suawei from Iron Blood Dragon. My father is the president. Lin Yan glanced up, noting the level 33 profound grade talent. Had he relied on a large guild to achieve level 33? I am Lin Yan from 1408. This is my elder brother, Su Keqing. Su Keqing reluctantly shook his hand, thinking to himself that he might just be blown away by the young man's boasts. 1408. Wu Suawei pondered for a few seconds. Ah, Fire Dragon, right? The women for your level are both beautiful and affordable. He draped an arm around Lin Yan's shoulder. I'm in a good mood today. Let me treat you to a drink. Chapter 29. The Tiger Talisman Divided. The young master possesses an unparalleled understanding of 2333. Engaging in discourse with him poses no difficulty. There are numerous affluent individuals frequenting this level, and each ancient residence serves as an independent business entity. Above them looms the eternal night projection. Within this realm, one can find casinos, restaurants, auction houses, and pleasure quarters, alongside two expansive markets, with a gladiatorial arena at the center. Notably, the arena serves as the most fervent gambling hotspot for the wealthy. Guild prisoners, traitors, those who have sold themselves, and abducted players engage in life-and-death duels within this special domain, igniting the fervent adrenaline of onlookers. As they venture outward, the boundary of the management office is marked by a circle of ancient city walls, manned by paper soldiers. Beyond the city gate lies the players' apartments, which consist of standalone, traditionally styled villas, 2 stories in height, with an area of 160 square meters. Residents on levels exceeding 2,000 have the option to pay extra for renovations. Wu Suawei led the 2 companions to a restaurant. For thrilling escapades, one must venture outside the city. Otherwise, certain vigorous activities may be misinterpreted as attacks by the paper soldiers. As he spoke, he made a gesture as if cracking a whip, followed by a hearty laugh. "Oh, Master Wu!" A woman dressed in exquisite finery emerged to greet them. "What a coincidence! We have just received a considerable shipment of fresh goods for below." The trio ascended to a private room, where the decor was elegant and the furnishings exquisite. The passing waitstaff swayed their curvaceous bodies, occasionally casting flirtatious glances their way. Lin Yan noticed that the levels of the waitstaff were well aligned, ranging from level 1 to level 30. Wu Suawei explained, "This is where your understanding falters. With higher levels, all physical attributes improve, and a significant disparity in levels can easily lead to fatal outcomes." He chuckled as he observed a waitress passing by. Her delicate hand was quite captivating, eliciting a playful complaint. The dishes served were astonishing, defying expectations of lavishness within a shelter. To think one could enjoy wine and meat in a refuge. This was the red trout from the 539 deep sea level, where players resided like the dead, confined in diving bells smaller than my bathtub. The vegetables were from level 1134, a desert where cultivating crops was a recent endeavor. The chef possessed a remarkable culinary talent, rendering the flavors exceptional. Su Gu gazed in astonishment. As a miner, he was accustomed to consuming protein blocks, making these earthly delicacies a distant memory. Accompanying the meal were 6 women, all professional dining companions. Yet even this could not silence Su Gu's exclamations. After a round of drinks, Lin Yan inquired, "Master Wu, I wish to acquire information. Which shop should I approach?" Hearing this, Wu Suawei suppressed his teasing demeanor. "Information, you say? Ah, then it seems you have a side quest in hand?" Lin Yan had overheard discussions of side quests being transferred, indicating that storyline items also functioned as commodities. Many were engaged in this endeavor. Side quests varied in quality, and their completion often relied on luck. However, the rewards could be exceedingly formidable. Wu Suawei elucidated, "The yellow-grade equipment does not exceed 1 million, while the mysterious grade equipment peaks at around 10 million. However, the earth-grade equipment can reach hundreds of millions, even exceeding 1 billion. Yet, the heavenly-grade equipment can only be acquired through side quests." Lin Yan nodded slightly, aware that he possessed 2 side quests, Silent Hill and the Chao Wei line from the 3 Kingdoms. By following the prompts, he could obtain phase rewards. If heavenly-grade equipment is solely obtainable through side quests, then he must undertake them without hesitation. Wu Suawei produced a business card from his satchel. This intelligence agency collaborates extensively with our guild and maintains a high level of confidentiality. The most crucial aspect of side quests is to keep your desires hidden. Otherwise, you may find yourself in dire straits. Lin Yan could sense the sincerity in his words. The card bore the name, the G Agency. It was the intelligence organization he sought, capable of assisting him in locating individuals for bribery. "Is there an agency on the 2333rd floor?" Wu Suawei was taken aback. "There is, but are you in such a hurry? Do your side quests have a time limit?" Lin Yan chuckled. I just need to use the restroom. Lin Yan discreetly retrieved the tiger talisman, a prized item he had won at the lottery stall. It was one of the 12 talismans from Jackie Chan Adventures, with each zodiac representing a unique ability. The tiger talisman can bifurcate a person, resulting in the emergence of dual avatars representing good and evil. Containment item, talisman, tiger, anomaly level, advanced mysterious, anomaly source. Jackie Chan Adventures. Ah, Jackie. You must maintain the balance of yin and yang. One of the 12 talismans, capable of allowing players to split into good and evil avatars. Retaining 100% of the original's power. True death occurs only when both avatars perish simultaneously. Use. A radiant white light enveloped Lin Yan. 2 Lin Yans appeared in the corridor, one clad in a bulletproof suit reminiscent of John Wick, the other dressed in a snug leather jacket. One exuded calmness, embodying truth, goodness, and beauty. The other radiated a world-weary malevolence, viewing all as worthless. Lin Yan existed as 2 authentic selves, each with synchronized memories and thoughts. It felt as though 2 videos were playing simultaneously on a single computer, a truly marvelous sensation. To multitask, evil Lin Yan shook his stylish jacket. I will attend to the task while you gather intelligence. He turned coldly and departed. Good Lin Yan waved cheerfully and returned to the private room, taking a seat. So soon? Have you changed clothes? Good Lin Yan gestured dismissively. Cool, let us continue our discussion. What heavenly-grade equipment has emerged? The most renowned would undoubtedly be the Azure Lotus Earthfire. It was discovered in the depths of the mountains, over 10,000 layers down. That otherworldly fire is guarded by an exceptionally beautiful Medusa. Evil Lin Yan, hands tucked into his pockets, coldly traversed the ancient-style streets, commencing his search for the G Agency. As the evil avatar, he possessed all of Lin Yan's abilities, sharing the satchel, yet unable to use the same piece of equipment simultaneously, such as the fitness skin he wore. Lin Yan initially paused beneath a bulletin board. Before him, an expansive piece of parchment displayed a map of the administration office, its ink seemingly shifting in accordance with his gaze, revealing the location of the office. Quite convenient, indeed. The office was situated near the central arena. The lateral space of the 2,333rd level administration was vast, resembling an ancient town. Traversing its expanse felt rather distant. Numerous horse-drawn carriages and human porters catered to the leisurely ladies who preferred not to walk. However, Lin Yan possessed a steed of his own. With a wave of his hand, a dark light coalesced beside him into a zombie horse. The dread steed. The dread steed exhaled a plume of white steam and affectionately nudged its nose against Lin Yan's wrist. He mounted the horse, tugged at the reins, and sauntered forth. Amidst the throng of people, the sight of a man in a jacket galloping forward undoubtedly captured everyone's attention. Goodness, is that horse merely an object? How striking. That man exudes such arrogance. Surely, he must be the son of some affluent family, flaunting his wealth even in his outings. In the containment apartment, such mount-like items are exceedingly rare. Miss 2B could also be considered. She would not shy away from carrying you in a princess carry if need be. Approximately 20 minutes later, the dread steed approached the entrance of the office, and as Lin Yan dismounted, he stowed the steed into his satchel. He stepped through the grand doors of the great Wisdom Branch office. The interior exuded an elegant charm, adorned with incense and even housing a tribute to the legendary Guan Yu. Lin Yan cast a cold glance around. The office resembled a typical corporate reception, with a lavish rock table brewing tea. 3 individuals were engaged in lively conversation, 2 at level 40 and 50, and 1 at level 20, all adorned in merchant or broker attire. Noticing him, they slightly raised their heads. Level 13? How did you come to the 2,333rd level? Lin Yan replied coldly. I seek the general manager. A man clad in a silver suit waved his hand dismissively. Wait a moment. Xiao Wu, please escort him to that side. He turned back, resuming his cheerful discourse about business. The receptionist approached. This way, please. With a Lin Yan-esque composite identity, it would be customary to enjoy tea while awaiting the manager's arrival. Yet, now he embodied the malevolent Lin Yan, with a temper as dark as it was foul. Ignored, he pointed his finger and conjured a business card, channeling swift energy into it. With a flick, the card shot forth, embedding itself in the table with a resounding thud. The three jumped in alarm, eyes wide. "Are you out of your mind?" Lin Yan's icy gaze swept over them. "Summon your manager for a business discussion." As they were about to react, the man in the silver suit raised his hand. Wait. He noticed that this card was, in fact, the general manager's. Such cards were rarely distributed indiscriminately, typically handed directly to the leaders of major guilds. The fact that this individual possessed one indicated he had been referred by someone. Coupled with his commanding presence, he could very well be the scion of a prestigious family. The three exchanged glances, refraining from any rash actions, waiting expectantly. Lin Yan took a seat directly on the pair-wood chair intended for guests, with his feet casually resting upon the table. The receptionist, trembling, presented a cup of tea. Mere moments later, a rotund man clad in a black suit emerged from behind. His gaze filled with confusion as he regarded the cold figure in a dark jacket before him. A yellow rank? Merely at the 12th level? He could not even best his own receptionist. "I am Ruo Yu, the proprietor of the Daji Agency. Please come in." Chapter 30. I wish to enroll in the competition. Ascending to the second floor, a female secretary graciously served tea. Near the table stood intricately carved doors and windows, directly facing the arena. Before me lay a vast expanse of dry, circular sand, where excited spectators fervently cheered, creating a lively atmosphere. Two bare-chested men were passionately engaged in combat, the roar of the crowd resonating throughout. Lin Yan cast a glance. Can one truly brawl in a space of peace? The proprietor took a seat, followed by the sharply dressed young man. With a nonchalant tone, he remarked, "Indeed, the arena permits violence and death. It is a gambling enterprise. Do not underestimate the lowly fighters, for the money wagered on them could easily summon an 80-level powerhouse." The proprietor raised his chin. "Now, let us discuss who referred you here." Lin Yan replied, "Wu Suave." The young man in the suit could no longer contain himself. "Let us keep business to business. It matters not what it signifies." The proprietor nearly slapped him in frustration. It was indeed that Wu Suave, the prodigal heir. His father had entered the apartment 2 years prior, establishing the Iron Blood Dragon Guild from scratch. On Earth, he was a wastrel, and in the apartment, he remained a wastrel. He was nearly obsessed over a mere inflatable doll, having squandered 648s without even a sound. Since he was a friend of young Master Wu, it was best not to sever ties just yet. Better to listen to his needs first. The proprietor continued, "Our agency offers everything from team strategies to equipment rentals and packaged intelligence. What services are you interested in?" Lin Yan pondered for a moment. Having secured the bribery items, the cat-eye bracelet, and the red tide, he could soon present gifts and gain favor with his esteemed elder brother. However, the pressing issue remained the Mad Mida. He needed to either gather the bribery items to unlock his second eccentric sister or bring Xiahou Dun and Guangxi to confront the issue directly, fulfilling the bounty. If he could gather several bribery items within 5 days, Lin Yan felt it best to retain her. Her talent allowed her to transform individuals into living cartridges, which could then be bestowed upon others. Xiahou Dun was distinct from other anomalies. He possessed reason, could think, and was unwaveringly loyal. He could imbue him with formidable talents. In the Three Kingdoms side quest, his first step would be to lead the warriors of Chao Wei to vanquish the Sima clan. Should he encounter incompetent Chao Wei warriors on other floors, he could personally train them into great generals. He must replicate the talent of Mad Mida. This was a madcap entry enhancer, Lin Yan resolved. He would seek the items. You mentioned player cartridges, the grotesque Mida, and the small television. These must originate from a game Mida. Upon hearing grotesque Mida, the proprietor's expression shifted. A Mida side quest? I have not encountered that before. In the trading hall, people would sell their idle equipment. However, our agency possesses comprehensive data on all produced equipment. As for the pricing, Lin Yan maintained a stern countenance. Do you have any in stock? The proprietor gestured as if searching for something within a panel, then turned his head. The player possesses both game cartridges and a small television, all of which are yellow-grade equipment originating from the game this day. Notably, there are more than one cartridge. totaling 20 blank cartridges. Lin Yan inquired about the price. The shopkeeper manipulated a few controls and replied that the dodgy agency would assist in negotiations. But a substantial sum would be required for negotiations, procurement, and commission. A budget of 10 million would suffice. Furthermore, for the elusive Miss Day, a specialist will be dispatched to search for clues, necessitating an additional 5 million for operational expenses. Lin Yan felt a buzzing in his head, realizing why Wu Suawei advised concealing his intentions. Acquiring 2 pieces of yellow-grade equipment should only amount to a little over 2 million, and the Miss Day was not guaranteed. Only leads were on offer. The initial price of 15 million was indeed exorbitant. However, the agency thrived on the trade of information. Currently, he only had 5 million from young Master Wu. Beyond that, he possessed an abundance of equipment, enough for 2 individuals. Selling them outright, Lin Yan worried that should he encounter specific targets in the future, any bribe sold would be irretrievable, leading to an awkward predicament. Pledging them at the dodgy agency was a potential solution, as they would manage the collateral. Players needing specific equipment to navigate certain rooms would have to rent from others to save costs. Curious about the administrator here, Lin Yan asked, "Who is the administrator of the 2333rd floor?" The suited man replied, "General Manager Dong Tianbao, Hall Supervisor Shin Mo, Gladiatorial Arenas Chun Yongren, and Elevator Mistressine." Chun Yongren? Lin Yan pondered, recalling he possessed a badge from Chun Yongren. This could indeed serve as one of the bribes. He retrieved from his satchel the pea shooter, diamond pickaxe, gun of kindness, tooth of the butcher, and infinite wine bottle, among others. The 2 men inhaled sharply, watching in disbelief as Lin Yan produced weapon after weapon from his pockets. Was he an arms dealer? How was he adorned with so much equipment? Calmly, he inquired, "How much can I pledge for these items at your establishment?" The suited man hurriedly went to summon someone to begin assessing and inventorying. Pea shooter, low-level Xian grade, 3 million. Diamond pickaxe, low-level Xian grade, 3 million. Infinite wine bottle. Lin Yan waited as the group assessed, totaling 6 pieces of equipment, 4 of Xian grade and 2 of yellow grade. The shopkeeper's face beamed with delight. Without a set date for redemption, these 6 items could secure 13 million, provided he returned with the funds for redemption. They would handle the rentals, with a portion of the commission deducted from the pledged amount. Should any equipment be damaged or lost during this period, the agency would compensate at market value. Lin Yan nodded and produced 2 million in vouchers, stacking them into a small wall on the table. Coldly, he stated, "I require the goods within 3 days. Delivered to 1408. He exited, realizing he needed to find a way to earn some money. Currently, he had 3 million in his pocket, a sum that was neither too much nor too little. The renowned trade center, 2333, is a place I must frequent in the future, ideally securing a residence here. It would allow one of the incarnations of good and evil to remain, enabling me to navigate seamlessly between the 1408 and 2333 levels. Financial resources are essential," I pondered quietly. Perhaps I should delay visiting the lottery boss. He would likely be in a state of shock for a few days, or might want to earn money on the 2333 level. As I passed the adjacent arena, the air resonated with thunderous cheers. The previous battle had concluded. A father-son duel, where the son had tragically slain his father to claim victory. "Get up. If you still have breath, rise," exclaimed a voice filled with despair. "I wagered 300,000 on you, you worthless fool. 5 seconds overtime. Otherwise, I could have gained over 60,000. A deep broadcast replaced the chaotic clamor. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence the 5 o'clock event." The voice of Huaxia. My interest piqued. Is there still a great voice within the shelter? The former renowned rapper, Wu Yifan, faces off against the dynamic performer Kai Shuji in a climactic showdown. Wu Yifan has already achieved a commendable record of 4 victories, having successfully vanquished the South Korean contender, Li Shengli. Yet his opponent, Kai Shuji, boasts an impressive 8 victories. Today, only one of them shall emerge from 2333. Could this be true? A sudden idea struck me. The arena's primary business is betting. Various factions eagerly stake their fortunes on the lives of combatants. The fervor for wagering is palpable. I decided to inquire about the relevant rules from Master Wu through my other self. Our memories synchronized. The arena prohibits the use of equipment to prevent pay-to-win players from dominating the competition. Only the player's innate talents are relied upon, and levels are matched as closely as possible. Otherwise, the odds cannot be established. The possibility of an upset indeed presents a lucrative opportunity, though such occurrences are rare. I possess the extraordinary Earth-grade talent of Undying Army. A whole squad of male models from the Sima Ling faction stand before me. Now, with the addition of a perilous level force, we have a legion of undead comparable in strength to a dangerous fourth tier. If I unleash these formidable beings within the arena, who could possibly contend against them? For me, this is a guaranteed victory. Should I wager the remaining 3 million on myself, I would undoubtedly emerge as a dark horse. With determination solidified in my heart, I approached the arena management. I wished to register for the competition. Chapter 31. I bet on myself. The staff member in the management office was a member of the distant gold and silver. She cast a cold glance at herself and swiftly scribbled a few notes on a document, casually inquiring about the floor and name before assigning her a number, 9527. The procedure was so simple, it evoked a sense of existential doubt. With a rank of 12, she was directed to the matching area. Prior to the vocal competition, there was a warm-up event. Those wishing to partake were urged to hurry, as the rewards were substantial. Lin Yan scrutinized the list meticulously. Merely by registering for the competition, one could secure a reward of 500,000. Moreover, the champion of the warm-up contest would receive a staggering 10 million. In addition, there were 30 experience stones up for grabs. These stones could undoubtedly be exchanged for containment vouchers, though the reverse was not guaranteed. Leveling up was fundamental to one's standing. The trading hall prohibited the exchange of experience stones, akin to an arms embargo. Even if someone intended to sell, it would be a clandestine arrangement with the guild, conducted offline. The average exchange rate for an experience stone hovered around 1 million containment vouchers. What she desperately needed now was to enhance her level. Acquiring these 30 experience stones would significantly reduce her grinding time. A hidden army lay within her gaze. Victory was assured. Under the guidance of the staff, Lin Yan was led to the preparation area beneath the Colosseum. Although termed a preparation area, it resembled a dungeon, where a myriad of figures turned to look at her in unison. They were a motley crew, ranging from the elderly to the young, their expressions vacant as they briefly appraised her before averting their gaze. Some were bankrupt due to loans, others had sold themselves, while some had been sold against their will. According to the rules of the Battle Royale, only one individual could emerge alive from this room, creating a rather tense atmosphere. Lin Yan casually chose a spot to sit. Secretly employing her bribery talent, she surveyed the room. There were 25 individuals present, their levels ranging from 10 to 20, providing her with a sense of security. Danger Level 3 required a player of Level 35 to contend with. As a formidable presence of Danger Level 3, she could easily manage all of them. The highest among these individuals was merely at Level 20, and moreover, equipment was prohibited in the arena. With her significantly superior forces, victory was guaranteed. If she concentrated all 3 million on herself, she would undoubtedly emerge as the surprise victor. The cell door slammed shut. She was now trapped, leaving the matter of betting in the hands of the benevolent Lin Yan outside. The noise around her was overwhelming. Ha, you win. Good. For the first 3 minutes, I want to touch you. A muscular man of level 20 was engaged in a game of chess with an old man, the only one among them at the mystic level. The old man, with white hair and beard, appeared gaunt and lifeless, his heart as gray as ashes. Unmoved by the robust man's enthusiastic pat on the shoulder, he remained indifferent. The muscular man tossed aside the pieces, stood up, and stretched his shoulders, producing a series of cracking sounds. On his healthy, well-defined muscles, a peculiar black tattoo seemed to flow across his skin, and he exhaled deeply, a teasing smile spreading across his face as he regarded Lin Yan, who had just entered holding her close. Oh, a newcomer? You don't look like someone who is struggling to survive. What brings you to the Colosseum? Lin Yan activated her talent. Containment object, 2 level, 20 anomaly source, Earth OL bribery task. The pleasure of slaughter, forcibly demolishing innocents, 0-10. Low-level, profound talent. Second, maintenance armor. A layer of black tattoos undulates across your skin, granting you formidable defensive capabilities. The talent is quite commendable. Were this the normal version of Lin Yan, he might have made some sardonic remarks regarding this bribery task. However, at present, it is the malevolent Lin Yan, whose heart remains utterly unperturbed. The staff member coldly declared, "The warm-up match commences in half an hour. Be prepared." He cast a glance at Lin Yan. "The arena will confiscate your belongings. Any equipment will become ineffective. This includes any buff effects that have already been activated. The arena can hold your equipment in storage." Tu Ao wore a broad smile. "No worries. I shall instruct you." He stood tall, inspecting Lin Yan as if he were a dish freshly presented on a dining table. Grinning cheerfully, "You seem to be in good spirits. You weren't abducted, were you?" Elevating to level 13 in the yellow tier is no easy feat. He extended a hand, revealing a sinister grin. "I am Tu Ao. I assure you, my strikes will be swift. You may begin expressing your gratitude now." Lin Yan cast a sidelong glance at the massive hand that seemed to dwarf his own face. He chuckled in a dazed manner, matching Tu Ao's presence. "Very well. When the time comes for death, no one is permitted to weep. The arena will nullify equipment effects. When the malevolent Lin Yan steps into the arena, the first of his incarnations will automatically perish. The function of the Tiger Talisman is to separate into two embodiments of good and evil. Lin Yan does not require dual-threaded operation. Rather, he possesses two distinct individuals, sharing memories and thoughts synchronously. As long as the embodiments do not die simultaneously, they remain immortal, with the only cost being the cooldown period of the Tiger Talisman. After the malevolent Lin Yan departed and resolved to participate in the gladiatorial contest, the benevolent Lin Yan had already commenced his actions. He engaged in toasts with young Master Wu. As the wine flowed, they laid bare their backgrounds, conversing amiably and establishing camaraderie over the table. Suddenly, the benevolent Lin Yan remarked, "Let us go, Wu Gu, to the arena and witness the spectacle." Wu Sui was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, you seem particularly interested?" He glanced at the time on his interface. "There's no rush. This is merely the warm-up match. The real vocal duel comes later. Rest assured, I have a private box reserved for us. We shall go shortly." The benevolent Lin Yan rose, exuding an air of brotherly charisma born from excessive bribery. "Let us depart now. Since you treated me to drinks, allow me to treat you to fortune." Wu Sui, perplexed, thought fortune. Approximately half an hour later, the three arrived at the outskirts of the arena via a rickshaw, where throngs of people surged like at a concert. They did not traverse the public passage, but instead proceeded directly to the VIP section, settling in a tranquil restaurant reminiscent of a bar. The glass portholes on one side offered a sweeping view of the desert arena. Much like a zoo restaurant, patrons dined and drank while watching the contests unfold. A floating screen displayed real-time betting information. Not limited to offline venues, many prominent figures in the shelter apartments also indulge in remote viewing of matches from their residences, making it a rare form of entertainment. As Wu Suowei took his seat, he exclaimed, "Ah, Wu Yifun's odds have already reached 1-2. 62. This implies that a wager of 100 yuan on Kai Suj defeating Wu Yifun would yield a profit of 262 yuan. Wu Suowei was eager to seize this opportunity presented by such a disparate set of odds. His penchant for gambling was evident from his lottery habits. Fortunately, being the affluent heir of a grand guild, his pocket money was astonishingly ample. From his father's perspective, this amount was minuscule compared to the losses incurred in his entrepreneurial ventures. Wu Suowei chuckled. Wu Yifun, who entered the apartment 2 years ago, served as a male butler in a wealthy lady's castle for 6 months. Perhaps due to subpar performance, he was conveniently dispatched as a contestant. Here, celebrity status held little value. According to Wu Suowei, his father had a friend obsessed with lavishly collecting celebrities and internet personalities from Earth, nurturing them as servants in his estate. Currently, he housed notable figures such as Yang Mi, Delia Ba, and Bai Lu, among others. Wu Suowei waved his hand, and a curvaceous bunny girl approached enthusiastically. "Hello, young Master Wu." With unwavering confidence, Wu Suowei declared, "I'll raise the stakes by 2 million, still betting on Wu Yifan. He glanced at his newly acquainted comrade. What do you think, Brother Lin? Which side do you favor? After all, he is a model of productivity. Lin Yan was scrutinizing the information on the bar screen regarding the warm-up match. Soon, he spotted his own rolling information. 95-27. Lin Yan, yellow rank, level 13. No competition record. Like many cannon fodder, he bore no distinguishing characteristics. In stark contrast, the contestant named Tu Ao had additional notable information. 0148. Tu Ao, mystic rank. Level 20, 18 wins, and 1 draw, with a kill count of 59. 60 kills? The current casino odds stood at 1 o'clock. 45, leading any rational individual to believe that Tu Ao would secure victory in this warm-up match. This individual was a complete lunatic, armed with monstrous strength and terrifying defensive capabilities. Dominating the bare-knuckle arena, no contestant who fell to his wrath would remain whole. Skinning and dismemberment were commonplace, catering to the bloody appetites of wealthy patrons. And his showmanship was highly favored in the level 20 gladiatorial arena. Aside from death row inmates and traffic participants, no one would willingly engage in battle with him. Such a prospect was utterly terrifying. Su Kexing pondered for a moment and asked, Lin Shun, who will you wager on? Lin Yan smiled, but remained silent, mentally calculating the most lucrative betting strategy. What a perverse. They had yet to face a version of themselves that was even more twisted. In the arena, besides betting on the ultimate victor, there were also progressive bets based purely on luck. Much like gambling on river crabs or first blood in many esports matches, the apartment gladiatorial arena featured such odds. It is evident that gambling alongside humanity as civilization is an enduring element. The progressive bets for the warm-up match included first blood, last solo, and final victor. A trifecta victory yields a profit that surpasses a mere wager on the ultimate victor by a staggering multitude. It can truly be deemed a superlative jackpot. The unpredictability of the competition renders the odds of securing all 3 bets exceedingly slim. Even Lin Yan is uncertain as to who shall be the first to succumb. He possesses an unwavering confidence in his assured triumph. Once the identity of the first blood is determined, his trifecta will be an undeniable success. He shall direct the malevolent Lin Yan toward the target, facilitating the benevolent Lin Yan's wager. Meanwhile, in a lounge beneath the arena, the staff rapped upon the door, delivering a cold announcement. Contestants, please line up. The lift will escort you into the Colosseum. The nefarious Lin Yan and his companions donned their attire and were ushered into a chamber of 25 elevating pillars. Lin Yan cast a frosty glance around, his closest companion being the yellow-haired lad designated as 8567, a mere level 10, whose trousers were thoroughly soaked. He stammered, I am innocent with my sister-in-law. Innocent. It is you. Despite the barrier between them, both Lin Yan and the malevolent Lin Yan exchanged knowing smiles. Eliminating this hapless youth first is not a gamble, but rather an investment. It is a calculated risk to maximize their returns, allowing them to consume the entirety of the betting pool for this preliminary match. Let us impart a lesson to the gamblers of our refuge. Lin Yan produced 3 million in shelter vouchers. 3 million with trifecta bets on 8567, 0148, and 9527. The bunny girl approached to collect the vouchers, while the guild management panel automatically calculated the potential profits. With a trifecta of 3 million successfully placed, the returns would reach a fantastical 2,800, culminating in a staggering 84 million. Chapter 32. The competition begins. An enormous sum of 80 million. Wu Sui's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Lin, are you out of your mind? That Tuo Wu is a complete maniac, specifically invited to this arena to kill. What on earth is 9,527? You haven't even seen him, and you're placing your bets on him? He waved his hand dismissively at the bunny girl. Cancel it, cancel it. My friend made an erroneous wager. The bunny girl shook her head. Sir, the payment was made in cash, and the funds have already been transferred to the account. It cannot be reversed. Wu Sui's eyes widened even further. Then let us cancel the bet. Whatever we can recover, just do it. The bunny girl shook her head again. Although Wu Suwei was a rich second-generation heir, he still held a sense of brotherhood. Even if it was just over a meal, there was a bond. How could he stand by and watch his brother lose money for nothing? Lin Yan smirked and intervened. "Brother Wu, I told you I would help you make a fortune. Just follow my lead and place a bet, and you will surely prosper." Su Keqing hesitated for a moment before pulling out a bundle of betting vouchers. 100,000. Same as him. Wu Suwei's eyes widened in astonishment. "You too?" Su Keqing waved his hand at Lin Yan. "I still owe you 1,000,000. I have to repay it regardless. Losing just means I'll have to work a few more years as a miner." Lin Yan nodded slightly. He had lent Su Keqing 1,000,000, and after redeeming himself and purchasing his elevator ticket, he was left with little. Wu Suwei remained perplexed, scratching his head. "Who exactly is this 9,527? Do you know him?" Lin Yan patted his shoulder calmly and pointed to the glass window behind him. "That's me." With that, Lin Yan transformed into a wisp of white smoke, leaving the two in stunned silence. They turned back, dazed, as the competition had already commenced. Outside the window, the vast arena was alive with the roar of 25 pillars, accompanied by the thunderous chants, rising from the heart of the desert. 25 contestants were sent onto the ground. The massive screens suspended above the audience began to scan the faces of each participant in succession. These screens could broadcast the battle in real time. The expressions of the contestants varied. Some were tense, some confident, and others stoic. One of them was none other than Lin Yan, who had just spoken to them. Wu Suwei and Su Keqing's eyes widened simultaneously. Su Keqing rushed to the glass. "How is he there?" Wu Suwei spotted the number on Lin Yan's vest. "He is 9,527. He placed a bet on himself? This was not merely a competition. It was a death match where only one could survive. And he had actually wagered on himself to fight. Hadn't he seen that muscular giant was a level 20 killing machine? And Lin Yan was merely a level 13 yellow tier. Such a person was either insane, foolish, or overly confident in his abilities. Wu Suwei's mind raced as he gritted his teeth, just like that guy earlier. 5,000,000. In the arena, the talisman lost its potency. Yin and Yang united. Lin Yan slowly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. The entire arena was a circle with a diameter of approximately 300 meters. Above him loomed the pitch-black canopy of the sky. A perplexing yellow light steadily illuminated the arena, where over 20 pairs of eyes scrutinized one another. "You have entered the arena domain. All equipment will be disabled. When a living being's in the domain 1, the domain will automatically dissolve." Lin Yan turned his head, contemplating with a calm demeanor. The nearest opponent, a blonde youth, was only level 10, the target of his triple bet. He must be eliminated first. Tua Wu, at the farthest end, was destined to survive until the end. Slow and fast force, swift force. Lin Yan closed his eyes, sensing the swift force, one of the two variations of the slow and fast force, surging throughout his body. It felt as though he could negate the pull of gravity. A mere hint of friction beneath his feet would grant him astonishing speed. Suddenly, the music surged like a tsunami, sweeping over the audience, while the host's voice thundered from above. With an unmatched volume, it overwhelmed all other shouts. On the 2,333rd floor of the housing complex, the 8th season of The Voice is about to commence. Let's welcome our contestant, Tua Wu, Tua Wu, Tua Wu, Tua Wu. The crowd chanted in unison, and the muscular man, bare-chested, broke into a grin in response to the roaring applause. He raised his arms triumphantly. His robust physique, reminiscent of a Greek statue, bore black tattoos shaped like hearts, a tribute to his fans. He had come to the competition solely to kill, with no rivals below level 20 and unable to contend with those above level 30. He was invincible within this comfort zone. Although there were gladiatorial matches for levels 50 to 60, the battles between experts were often decided by mere fractions, rendering them tedious for the audience. The match swiftly concluded. The clash of level 20 players was sure to satiate the audience's thirst for blood. His sinister gaze drifted to the distance. Lin Yan was too far away to be his first target. However, the guild had informed him of the order of his triple bet. He was to strike first at the old man, code 9021. Ultimately, he would leave the blonde youth, who had wronged his brother, for an extreme execution as per the guild script. Tuawu chuckled darkly. This was indeed his way to earn a fortune. The guild had crafted him into a star of the arena, and he would kill according to their betting strategy, ensuring mutual profit. In the arena, the host's resonant male voice echoed, overpowering everything. The warm-up match. Now begin. Chapter 33. Unleashing the Undying Army. Tuawu clenched his fists, his muscles surging with the dark tattoos on his skin, pulsating with an almost primal energy. His physique expanded like pliable clay. A sinister grin etched upon his face as he prepared to eliminate that wretched old man. Bang! In an instant, as Tuawu unleashed his fury, he caught a flicker of movement in the distance. What was that? Soaring past. Bang! Lin Yan erupted from the ground in a cloud of dust, seemingly vanishing into thin air. Like a cannonball, he hurtled towards the nearest yellow-haired opponent. The yellow-haired man had no time to react, his pupils dilating as Lin Yan approached with alarming speed, striking a claw-like pose. Don't come any closer. Tin bone helmet. Instantly, a plume of grayish-white erupted from his elbows, swiftly enveloping him in a layer of skeletal armor. His fingers became sharp as hooks. Lin Yan, propelled by tremendous velocity, cut through the air with a fierce gleam, mercilessly severing his opponent's head. A cascade of blood painted an exaggerated streak across the arena, splattering onto the digits 95-27 emblazoned on Lin Yan's attire. The yellow-haired man's body remained standing for a moment longer, as twin jets of blood gushed forth from the severed neck, propelled by the final beats of his heart, before he collapsed with a thud, sinking into a stream of his own blood. A brief silence enveloped the audience. They had anticipated Tuawu, the center of attention, to strike first. Instead, it was that previously unseen yellow-tiered pawn whose talent was unfathomably terrifying. His physical prowess surpassed level 13, exhibiting an incredible swiftness. His hands, cloaked in skeletal armor, gripped the lifeless head, warm blood still oozing from it. The first blood has been shed. 8,567. The announcer's voice resonated with fervor. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. A remarkably clean and decisive strike. Contestant 95-27, Lin Yan, has claimed the first blood of the preliminary match. Tuawu, what are you doing? Tuawu seemed to awaken from a stupor, jolted by the scolding of his superior. He inhaled sharply, as if rediscovering the need to breathe. A single strike, and he was utterly vanquished. How could he be so formidable? Wasn't he merely a level 12 yellow-tiered talent? Furthermore, this 95-27 had eliminated the yellow-haired man he intended to preserve for later, simultaneously shattering two of his crucial strategies. His chest heaved with a surge of blood, nearly overwhelming him. In the arena, Lin Yan gazed at the corpse at his feet, gradually losing warmth, as his name automatically inscribed itself onto the roster of his undying army. Any aberration he dispatched would return as a comrade for one additional round. However, those slain by the undying army would not be recorded. Otherwise, it would lead to a viral expansion of forces. Lin Yan cradled the severed head in his hands. This was his first kill, as natural as a wolf feasting on a sheep. There was nothing particularly extraordinary about the feeling. Perhaps he was inherently suited for such an environment? Or was he, at his core, truly cold-blooded? Perfectly fitting, he thought, as he activated the talent he had copied from Shun M.O., borrowing your face, with the identity of a passerby at hand. I can traverse the confines of the containment apartment. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the audience. What is happening? Oh my goodness! There, Lin Yan with a skeletal claw mercilessly tore off the facial skin from the head beside him. The grotesque spectacle of flesh being ripped apart. A complete visage was forcibly removed. As if killing was not enough, he further desecrated the victim by stripping away their face. The pent-up fury within Tuawu was swiftly quelled by terror. My heart raced. I feigned madness for the sake of the performance. Yet you, my friend, are the true aberration. Wu Suowei felt his legs weaken. What kind of monster had he just dined with? What manner of being is he? Sugo, what was Lin Shen's past? Su Keqing was equally unnerved. I believe he was a student. Yes, a student. Lin Yan stowed the facial skin into his satchel, coldly surveying the surroundings. met by a multitude of terrified eyes. In this arena, only one could emerge alive. Thus, moral considerations held no sway. I shall slay you all. Lin Yan, with an icy demeanor, slowly raised his arm, his sword-like finger sweeping across the entire arena. Earth tier ability, Undying Army. Activate. A resonant hum filled the air, as a peculiar quietude enveloped everyone, including the audience. Suddenly, the sounds of clashing weapons and cries of battle resonated within each heart. This sound had no origin. It seemed to emanate from within. The sandy ground beneath trembled, and even the audience quaked, as if the entire combat arena were a dune amidst a soundscape. Mounds began to rise from the sand around Lin Yan. Figures emerged from the earth. The lifeless Sima Ling, with a countenance drained of vitality, slowly rose from the quicksand. He regarded the crowd with a solemn expression. Behind him, 7 or 8 figures arose from the soil, akin to mummified corpses that had awaited their sovereign in the desert for millennia. Crack! The headless corpse on the ground abruptly arched its back, rising in an exceedingly eerie posture. The yellow-haired figure was revived as well. In addition, a black-haired boy with a side part and a small tuft of mustache appeared. A middle-aged man donned in a tight-fitting ballet skirt emerged. A peculiar figure in a black suit, with a pallid complexion akin to parchment, clenched his jaw tightly. Who are these people? Did you hear anything? Is this a talent ability? How terrifying. 10 humans, 3 anomalies. They manifested in the arena, and the audience fell into a tacit silence, their minds short-circuiting in a collective stupor. Silence, a sound that should never grace this realm of bloodlust. A once-dead army, resurrected by Lin Yan's terrifying Earth-tier ability. They were categorized by strength. 2 at level 35, 10 at level 20. The only individual present exceeding level 20 was Tuo Wu. This was a contest verging on one-sided slaughter. The one commanding this terrifying army is none other than the 13th-ranked Lin Yan. Who are those individuals? Who are those corpses? Are they anomalies? How could there be anomalies in the gladiatorial arena? Who are those entities? Which floor does that fellow belong to? And why have I never heard of him? Su Kaching was initially bewildered, but upon recognizing the corpse-like visage of Sima Ling, he felt as if struck by lightning in the viewing box. Is that really Sima Ling? Lin Shun did not speak falsely. The 35th level vice president has truly been slain by Lin Shun. Wu Suawei comprehended what Brother Lin meant by striking it rich. This ultimate terror card surpasses the understanding of the apartment's history. Bad news, we've encountered a villain. Good news, the villain is my brother. He is certain to win. Lin Yan pointed his sword, sweeping over all present, and issued the death sentence. Undying Army, he my command. Exterminate everyone here. Leave not a single soul. Chapter 34. Unilateral Massacre. With a thunderous roar, 2 long-legged figures dashed forth, leaving behind mere shadows. Am I even human? The Sima Ling male model team has also made its appearance. The Undying Legion unleashed a frantic roar, surging towards all participants like a relentless flood. This was a battle devoid of any need for evaluation. A pure, one-sided slaughter. The souls subsumed by the Undying Legion retained their former strength. And from the very onset of the conflict, a crushing momentum was established. De Shengfa trampled the contestant as if shattering a mere doll. Shen Dongliang unleashed the 7 wolves. He forcefully sent flying a contestant attempting to enter stealth mode, severing limbs and sending them into the water, their screams mingling with the stench of blood. Wherever the Undying Legion tread, vibrant blossoms of crimson swiftly adorned the desert arena. Help! I don't want to play anymore. Sierra lunged at Tuo Wu, only to have her neck seized midair. How infuriating. Anyone who obstructs us is but a mere pest. Tuo Wu gazed in terror at this dangerous anomaly in his grasp. What on earth was this? How could such a deviation manifest in the arena? Perhaps courage erupted amidst the depths of extreme fear. Tuo Wu's heart raced. Perhaps if he could just eliminate this yellow-tier opponent, those eerie anomalies would dissipate. Tuo Wu activated his innate ability as black tattoos surged like a tide. Sienna's neck was crushed, yet her head still struggled. I hail from Hebei province. Tuo Wu gritted his teeth, his toes digging into the sandy ground. The latent, explosive power within his muscles was on the verge of converting into speed. I must kill. I must slay you. The triple connection had already been obliterated. He had to seize the championship. Bang! Tuo Wu aimed for Lin Yan, charging like a frenzied bull. He cast a massive shadow against the light. Tuo Wu's mighty hand reached out to crush Lin Yan's face. Suddenly, solo battle has commenced. 95-27 Lin Yan, 0148 Tuo Wu. What? Tuo Wu's mind raced as he soared through the air. How could it happen so swiftly? That monstrous legion had annihilated the contestants in a mere half-minute. They all turned to face him. Lin Yan surprisingly bore an odd smile. So eager are we? Sima Ling, with his shadowy form, coldly appeared behind Lin Yan. An identical talent manifested. Clad in skeletal armor, with fingers razor-sharp, one of his bony hands struck backward with force, then grazed past Lin Yan's ear in a deadly rush. Holy cow! The grand screen in the audience displayed the final outcome. Sima Ling had sent Tuo Wu flying, a claw piercing through Tuo Wu's throat. A mid-air abrupt halt had been achieved. Sima Ling rose expressionless. A significant portion of his arm had plunged into the gaping wound of his jaw. Behind his shattered head, a pair of skeletal hands fiercely clutched a scarlet tongue. Tuo Wu, with his indomitable vitality, resisted death, emitting a hoarse sound as breath escaped through his throat. At levels 35 and 20, there exists no space for combat. Moreover, the overwhelming power of the Tuo renders such experience non-existent. Lin Yan remained steadfast in his position, wiping the blood and remnants of flesh from his face. Tears streamed from the distorted eye sockets of Tuo, and even a mere light bulb lodged in his mouth would leave him weeping profusely. How much more so now, as he struggled with half of an arm stuffed within. His gaze finally met Lin Yan's indifferent eyes, his consciousness flickering like a candle flame in a tempest. On the verge of extinguishment, Lin Yan spoke coldly. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is a normal reaction. Sima Ling pressed a hand against Tuo's forehead, gradually retracting his bony hand. Blood surged forth from Tuo's shattered jaw. Lin Yan extended 2 fingers, transforming them into a skeletal helmet, and with a sudden thrust, he shattered Tuo's eyes. Unyielding military status, Tuo, a massive bear collapsed thunderously. The ultimate victor has emerged. 9,527 Lin Yan. Domain has been lifted. Lin Yan surveyed the surroundings. Over 20 corpses lay in gruesome states, most reduced to mere remnants. The members of the unyielding military exchanged glances, crumbling into sand. Only Lin Yan remained. He had been reborn. The host's voice resonated steadily. 95-27 Lin Yan has secured victory in this round of The Voice. The new champion of the warm-up match. A notification echoed in Lin Yan's mind. Acquired 10 million containment vouchers. Acquired intermediate experience stones x30. At last, a full 30 intermediate experience stones. Defeating a dangerous anomaly of level 3 would yield only 1 or 2, yet the champion received 30. Lin Yan summoned his interface and discovered that the equipment restrictions of the arena had been lifted. He opened his inventory and chose to absorb the stones on the spot. Congratulations! You have ascended to level 22. Only level 22? Yet he had consumed 30 intermediate experience stones. Lin Yan pondered. It appeared that the experience required for each incremental level rose exponentially. No wonder skilled players favored forming guilds. To grind experience stones single-handedly would yield a tortoise's pace of advancement. Nourishing a player with the flesh and blood of an entire floor was the only way to cultivate a powerhouse of level 50 or above. Lin Yan clenched his fists. This containment apartment favored the strong, while the weak were devoured. He must strive relentlessly to grow stronger. What bribery? All he perceived was hard work and sweat. Several staff members emerged from the entrances, beginning to collect the remnants of heroes in preparation for the next round of The Voice. Lin Yan exited the arena, returning to the empty lounge. Adjacent was a bathing area, and he was in desperate need of cleansing the blood and grime from his body. Outside, there was a cacophony of shouting. It seemed those who had lost their bets were protesting vehemently. Venturing out now would likely lead to trouble. Lin Yan contemplated. The 2,333rd floor was the trade level, where any disputes would attract the attention of the apartment administrators. He had previously inquired with someone from the dodgy agency. The arena administrator was none other than Chun Yongren. He possessed a bribe intended for him. Lin Yan contemplated for a moment, deciding to seize this opportunity to draw him out. Bribery should be executed promptly. Lin Yan produced the Tiger Talisman. This charm, capable of bifurcating its possessor, was truly effective, allowing an avatar to emerge and serve as a diversion. He donned a human skin mask and prepared to slip away. With a swift command use, Talisman, Tiger, a shimmering white light flickered, and the malevolent Lin Yan separated from his original self. The two identical Lin Yans faced each other, the sole distinguishing feature being their gazes. The latter, arms crossed, exuded an air of impatience. The benevolent Lin Yan spoke. "I will obstruct those gamblers. You seize the opportunity to withdraw." The malevolent Lin Yan nodded decisively, producing a damp human skin mask of an ordinary passerby, displaying a hint of disdain. He affixed it to his face, invoking, "Borrowing your visage." In the narrative of the long season, survival was contingent upon assuming another S identity, and this talent proved remarkably apparent. The human skin mask concealed his identity, altering even the crystalline insignia atop his head. In an instant, the malevolent Lin Yan's stature diminished. He transformed into a young man named Liang Jichao, characterized by his distinctive yellow hair. The benevolent Lin Yan smiled approvingly, adorned in a sharply tailored business suit, and opened the door, stepping out first. Chapter 35. The Bribery of Chun Yongren. In the viewing box, the astonishment of the crowd had yet to subside. Wu Suawei, akin to a girl in ecstasy, screamed with fervor, nearly shattering the glass as she gazed excitedly at the bunny girl. "How much can I earn?" The bunny girl, momentarily stupefied by the shock, hurriedly glanced at the display. "Mr. Wu, after deducting the service fee from your triple bet, you stand to gain approximately 123 million. Such a terrifying return had never been witnessed in the history of the arena. With a mere 5 million investment, a net profit exceeding 100 million. What an astonishing yield. Sukuching had also earned 2,800,000. Contemplating the repayment of Lin Yan's funds, he realized he would still have 180,000 remaining, thus becoming a millionaire himself. In 1,000 layers down, he could find a modest place to stay, economizing enough to ensure years of financial security. Wu Suawei slumped in her chair, her heart racing. Lin had promised her wealth, but she had not anticipated such a staggering return. Did that fellow possess an Earth-tier talent? Indeed, the activation of Earth-tier talents often produced peculiar sounds. The audience in the viewing box consisted of the affluent, primarily spectators from the upper tiers. Yet why did he display a yellow tier? Certain talents indeed have such peculiarities. For instance, advanced Earth-tier talents appear golden. Wu Suawei felt a heavy weight in her heart. A brother she recognized was, in fact, an Earth-tier talent. No wonder he was so formidable, not only powerful but also well-connected. If he were to join the Iron Blood Dragon, could her father still call her a spendthrift? With constant claims of mingling with the wrong crowd, look at what her son had brought back, a true master. An Earth-tier, silent as ever. Her younger brother's future was immeasurable. Once he became a strong warrior, he would undoubtedly remember the favor of the Iron Blood Dragon. Let us go. Su Qiqing and Wu Suawei hurried backstage to seek out the champion of the warm-up match. To their surprise, they encountered a different scene altogether. A massive throng waved their tickets, crowding the arena management office, vociferously denouncing, "You are cheating in the arena, sending a fake newcomer to deceive us. How shameless can you be? Refund. Pay us back. Cheating." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Where is he?" Lin Yan, dressed in a sleek black business suit, had just emerged from the arena's lounge. The crowd surged towards him like a swarm of locusts, still coherent enough not to resort to violence. "Block him. Which floor are you from? How did you bypass the arena restrictions? Who permitted you to compete? You scoundrel. Your guild only knows how to deceive the small investors." They formed a wall of human bodies, each pair of eyes aflame with rage, baring their teeth. Gambling dogs are indeed gambling dogs. Unlike real-life riots, even in their fury, they dare not act out. The management office hall had become eerily animated, with several paper figures appearing, grinning mischievously as they scattered paper money. No need to rush, fair trade. No need to rush, fair trade. No need to rush, fair trade. As soon as an intent to attack is formed, these management robots will sense it and swiftly eliminate the threat before it materializes. Wu Suawei and Su Cushing anxiously observed Lin Yan, who was surrounded. Although they understood that Lin Yan could not be harmed in such a manner, being targeted was never a favorable situation, as it would certainly prompt intervention from the administrators, potentially attracting more than one of them. What should we do now? Wu Gu, furrowing his brows, replied, "Do not fear. I will summon someone to rescue him." Suddenly, a firm hand clapped down on his shoulder. Wu Suawei turned, momentarily stunned, his heart racing with dread. He nearly gasped in alarm. Before him stood a level 10 yellow tier individual with disheveled yellow hair, the very face of the bystander whose skin Lin Yan had flayed in the arena. Had he returned from the dead? "Shoo, it's me," spoke the malevolent Lin Yan coldly. Su Cushing hesitated for a brief moment, scrutinizing his face from various angles before finally recognizing him. "Lin Shun, how do you still possess such skills?" The malevolent Lin Yan, disinterested in explaining, raised his hand dismissively. "Go claim your reward. Nothing will happen here." The three swiftly retreated. Meanwhile, the benevolent Lin Yan felt as if he were a rabbit encircled by a pack of dogs. He scanned the area anxiously, noting that Chen Yongren had yet to arrive. "Calm him down," he thought. "I am merely participating in a competition. Why are you all so angry?" "Nonsense. You must have employed some underhanded tactics. This is unfair. How can a yellow tier possess such combat prowess? Refund us." The benevolent Lin Yan chuckled lightly. "Where there are bets, there are losses. One cannot always cry foul when winning, can they?" "You." The benevolent Lin Yan continued with an air of nonchalance. "If you believe the transactions to be unjust, then you may seek the administrators." Oh, it seemed to awaken the crowd. The hallmark of the 2333 layer is fair trading, and the administrators are tasked with overseeing such exchanges, apart from the deranged murderer. Shen Mo. The other administrators were generally benevolent. Should he engage in deceit during the heated contest, both he and those behind him would undoubtedly be unable to leave the 2333 layer. Then let us summon the administrators. You must provide an explanation for the monetary losses. Someone shouted, "The administrators are coming." Lin Yan focused intently as he witnessed the crowd parting to create a pathway. A pair of dusty leather shoes stepped into the hall, steadily approaching him. It was a gaunt man clad in a worn leather jacket, sporting a scruffy beard and deep-set eyes, wearing an expression that hovered between boredom and intense concentration. Lin Yan's eyes widened slightly. Containment object, Chun Yongrun, anomalous evaluation, apartment administrator, arena administrator. Anomalous source, infernal affairs. 3 years later, and 3 years again. 9 years have passed, my friend. Bribery task, Chun Yongrun's badge. High-level yellow tier talent. I'm a police officer. You are a righteous officer. Firearm accuracy increased. The influence of anomalies diminished. Excellent. Only one bribery task remains. Chun Yongrun's badge. Lin Yan smiled softly to herself, feeling a flutter of excitement at the thought of attempting bribery in front of so many people. Shen Guanli had arrived. Shen Guanli. This fellow had concealed his prowess to participate in the warm-up match. He must have employed some means to unravel the intricacies of the gladiatorial arena. We demand a refund. This is a deception. Suddenly, the crowd fell silent. They heard the sound of high heels striking the ground, resonating in their hearts and instilling a profound sense of dread. Could it be that woman had arrived? Parting the sea of bodies was a stunning woman clad in a trench coat, cutting through the throng like a bolt of black lightning. Shen Yongren turned around, a smile playing on his lips as he nodded slightly. Shen Mo passed by with a frosty expression, completely ignoring Shen Yongren. Lin Yan noticed the stark contrast in the crowd's demeanor towards this administrator and Shen Mo. Where the former was treated as a local official receiving grievances, the latter evoked sheer terror. Shen Mo coldly inquired, "Lin Yan, who has troubled you?" As she spoke, she extended her hand, flexing her joints. Her arms, withered and laden with decaying veins, ended in long, slender nails. A few paper figures on stilts cheerfully scattered paper money, transforming the hall into a semblance of a mourning hall. The crowd instinctively recoiled, realizing that this woman hailed from Changsha. Shenmo's voice thundered, "I dare anyone to leave." The crowd froze once more. Shen Yongrun, beads of sweat forming on his brow, smiled reassuringly at the gathering. "Shenmo, allow me to handle this. Do not intimidate the people." Shen Yongrun appeared entirely composed. Were it not for the panel, Lin Yan might have mistaken this man for Tony Leung, nearly asking for an autograph. However, upon closer inspection, Lin Yan noticed that beneath his shirt, he appeared somewhat hollow. "Administrator Chun, you must uphold the law impartially." This scoundrel participated in the warm-up match with a whole entourage, essentially cheating. Chun Yongren scrutinized himself from head to toe before speaking. "Are you Shenmo's brother?" A brief silence enveloped the crowd as they struggled to digest the implications of this statement. Wait a moment. Shenmo's brother? The terrifying medical student Shun Mo's brother. Wasn't that a character straight out of a drama? How could he possibly have a brother? Shun Mo crossed her arms, irate. Stop wasting time. Chapter 36, We Are All Family. Silence is renowned throughout the 2,333rd floor for her fiery temperament. Even Shin Yongrin must yield to her. However, this statement effectively acknowledges that this yellow-tier individual is her brother. A connection, perhaps? This scoundrel is indeed a scoundrel. Who would have thought he was a relative of the administrator? Shin Yongrin nodded, his demeanor visibly softened. He reassured himself, "You go ahead, I will handle this." Some expressed their discontent. "Chun, how can you let him go?" Silence shot a fierce glare sideways. A menacing aura began to rise. The dark energy surged forth like a venomous serpent, poised to pierce the throat of the offending individual in an instant. Bang! Chun Yongrin teleported, swiftly capturing that dark energy with a single hand, his face breaking into a serene smile. "Silence. Allow me to manage this." Oof. Silence disdainfully dissipated the dark energy. "If you don't give my brother a fair resolution, I won't spare your reputation." Those around trembled in fear. Is there still a need for justice? Only one word occupied Shun Lin's mind. Fierce. Our tempestuous older sister is formidable indeed. Who dares criticize the one who supports her brother? This is splendid. How can one know the joy of a brother if they are not a brother themselves? Bribery should not be delayed. Having another administrator as a friend would be most advantageous. I must navigate the 2,333rd floor with ease. Lin Yan retrieved a police badge from his satchel, solemnly pinning it beneath Chun Yongrin's administrator badge on his jacket. Apologies for the inconvenience. I have found myself unexpectedly surrounded. Chun Yongrin lowered his gaze to the familiar emblem. What is this? He gently rubbed it with his thumb, momentarily taken aback. This is my police badge? He lifted his head, his speech quickening. Where did you obtain this? Lin Yan quoted a famous saying from a notorious opportunist. It was merely by chance. Shin Yongrin chuckled bitterly. This is something I longed for in life, and never imagined I would possess it after death. I am a police officer. Silence let out a cold laugh, exuding a proud demeanor, showcasing her brother's understanding. Shin, is it? The onlookers were dumbfounded. Was this public bribery? Bribing in front of so many people? I have turned off the lights. This. Silence's eyes narrowed sharply, her frown deepening as she prepared to unleash her wrath. Suddenly, Chun Yongrin's head spun around 180 degrees with the agility of a twist, glaring intensely at the one who had shouted. His voice transformed into an ominous growl. Contestant. Lin Yan did not cheat. The arena's field is entirely normal. Do you understand? Those words echoed like a devil's whisper from the depths of hell. A few stilts approached the individual, for paper faces adorned with vibrant blushes grinning at him. The laughter of innocent children echoed in the air. Hey, 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 someone has died. Someone is buried. Someone's dealings are not secure. Hey, 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 someone has died. Someone is buried. Someone's dealings are not secure. The chilling, murderous intent settled like water beneath their feet, instilling an icy dread from the very core of their being. Chen's management, though amiable, nonetheless embodies authority. The sensation of skin prickling was palpable. as a chill coursed down the spine with an almost ferocious caress. I understand. In an instant, the once furious crowd transformed into docile sheep. Chen Yongren turned his head once more, tenderly stroking his police badge. How splendid it is. My file has been completely erased by Lu Jianmei. This badge is a remnant from my days at the police academy. Congratulations. You have achieved the highest favorability with Chen Yongren. Current transferable talent. I am a police officer. Pondering for a moment, Chen Yongren lifted his black short-sleeved shirt and rummaged beneath it, astonishingly retrieving a bloodied black card, which he slapped into his own palm. Acquired. Chen Yongren's gratitude. Containment item. Property No. 19 in the Furnace District. Anomaly level. None. Anomaly source. Property management of apartment 2333. ISNT. A larger house preferable? A luxurious estate located in the Furnace District on the 2,333rd floor. Awarded to the Outstanding Administrator of the Year. Chen Yongren sighed. This is the residence allocated to me by the apartment. Yet I have grown accustomed to working in the arena. I shall gift it to you. If you find yourself in need of funds, feel free to sell it, and you need not risk your life in gladiatorial contests any longer. Lin Yan nearly coughed in astonishment. A luxurious residence. A permanent luxury residence? How terrifying. Having orchestrated a hot competition, I earned over 80 million. And now I am gifted a mansion? Silently humming, Lin Yan expressed his satisfaction modestly. Lin Yan, should anyone cause you trouble, just tell me. I will handle them. How brazen. The crowd began to disperse, hastily fleeing this perilous place. This individual is not to be trifled with. There is someone backing him. Lin Yan awkwardly chuckled. Thank you, sister. What family members thank each other for? Chen Yongren suddenly interjected. My sister and I are off to host a voice showdown. We shall chat another time. Lowering his voice with a hint of shyness, he added, if you get a chance, say a few kind words to Shinamo for me. Lin Yan paused momentarily. Huh? What do you mean? Seeing your flushed face, it seems that relationships can blossom even among administrators. Lin Yan's gaze lingered on the badge beneath his emblem. Well, the administrator's badge. Since my 1408 badge is ineffective here, why not boldly request one in 2333? We are all comrades, and soon you will be my brother-in-law. It would be inconvenient during the new year. Lin Yan scratched his head. Well, sometimes it is inconvenient for me to visit Sister Shan as well, especially with those paper figures. Chen Yongren's eyes lit up as he removed his badge and handed it to Lin Yan. Almost simultaneously, a new task appeared on Chen Yongren's bribery panel. Help him marry the anomaly Shan Mo. Impressive, brother. Shen Mo shouted from a distance, arms crossed. Hurry up. Chen Yongren, with a serious expression, replied. Then I shall leave it to you. Lin Yan waved. Goodbye, brother Yongren. Take care, sister. Silently, he turned around and gently waved at himself. Then, with a cold expression, gazed at the peculiar Chen Yongren. As the paper doll team departed, an impassioned broadcast erupted, heralding the commencement of the vocal competition. The bowl was large, wide as a shadow. Shan Lin Yan took out the identification badge and room card, glancing at them with delight. Acquired. Chen Yongren's gratitude. Containment. Chen Yongren's administrator badge. Anomaly level. Property item. Anomaly source. Chen Yongren, unlike you, I am honest and forthright. Wearing this badge grants access as the administrator of the 2333 level apartment. How splendid. I am an administrator once more. Who dares challenge me? These two are even more extravagant than Yuan Hua and Groot from the 2333 level. If I face any slight here, my sister will surely leap in to handle it. How delightful. This news will soon spread, and my connections will rapidly become known throughout the entire floor. Anyone wishing to conduct business on the 2333 level will have to make every effort to curry favor with me. This will significantly ease my collection of illicit offerings. Is this what it feels like to be under the protection of an umbrella? Chapter 37. The Quest for the Unsightly Mita. Shan Lin Yan carefully stowed away the room card and nameplate. If Lin Yan needed anything, he could simply retrieve it from their shared cloud satchel. The Tiger Talisman allowed one to split into two, eliminating concerns of retaliation. As long as one incarnation did not perish simultaneously with the other, one was effectively immortal. It was no wonder the boss was so frantic, insisting on reclaiming it. Truly a remarkable asset. Ding! Lin Yan noticed a notification on the message panel. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from the Gigi agency. They had accepted the collateral equipment he had provided and would assist in the search for the bribe material for the Mad Mita. Although he had been swindled out of a sum, he was willing to invest for efficiency. They had each acquired a small television and a player cartridge. Two yellow-tier items that likely cost less than $2 million. After adding each other as friends, they sent the items via email. Moreover, news regarding the unsightly Mita had surfaced. This was a high-tier mystical equipment, akin to the Shadowless Horse, an entity in its own right. The $5 million budget he had allocated was merely for intelligence. Should he enlist their help to secure it, it would undoubtedly require a substantial sum. Given their propensity to exploit clients, the cost could easily exceed $100 million. The $5 million he had spent yielded this information. The unsightly Mita would be auctioned at the 19th auction house on the 2333rd floor tomorrow. An auction item? With the total prize of 84 million containment tickets now in hand, he should be well equipped. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yan realized that any mystical equipment reaching the auction house must possess extraordinary attributes. It was even possible that bidding could occur with experience stones rather than containment tickets. If the Gigi agency sold his requirements, would they face malicious competition? If so, his considerable prize money might not be sufficient to secure it. Concerns flooded his mind. The Mad Mita's abilities were exceedingly unique. With the bribery materials from Guangxi fully prepared, this formidable six-kill deity could easily eliminate the Mad Mita. Yet deep down, he yearned to bribe her. The Mad Mita had the power to transform individuals or anomalies into player cartridges. If he could capture someone he deemed undesirable, he could have the Mad Mita cook them up, and the resulting talent cartridges could even be sold as commodities. An impulsive elimination was the last outcome he desired. Bribery. It was imperative. Even if it meant borrowing money from young Master Wu, he must secure the unsightly Mita. Gladiatorial arena management. Lin Yan slowly removed the mask of a passerby. The visage swiftly decayed, turning to ash. It appeared that a borrowed face could only be used once. Thus, he could keep several masks on hand, and, combined with the Tiger Talisman, could unleash a formidable combination attack. All procedures proceeded smoothly. The 2333rd floor valued fair transactions. As long as they adhered to the regulations, there would be no risk of underhanded dealings. Of course, this did not preclude the possibility of retaliation on other floors. A bunny girl presented him with a black stored value card, black with a golden balance scale. Greetings, this is your bonus from the triple bet. After deducting a 20 handling fee, a total of 82. 45 million has been credited to your card. Erling calculated that the handling fee amounts to over 2 million, which is not excessive. Given that the market price for top-tier Shin-level equipment is around 10 to 20 million, one could procure 4 or 5 pieces. The bunny girl explained, this stored value card is a type of storage item that allows for the deposit and withdrawal of cash and experience stones. And it can also be used for direct bidding transactions at the auction house. Mr. Lin, it has been set up for you at no charge. Naturally, the majority of the stakes from the warm-up matches have been profited by your side. Lin Yan, holding the store value card, found that he could indeed withdraw the containment vouchers directly. Such items are issued by the far-off gold and silver, serving as a universal bank card for the entire containment apartment, even allowing experience stones to be deposited into the card. Su Keqing also received his bonus and immediately produced 1 million containment vouchers to settle his debts. Lin Yan did not refuse. Each matter is distinct. They have their own rules for conducting business. If he were a sycophant, Lin Yan would find him rather unappealing. The bunny girl continued, Young Master Wu, your betting bonus has been credited, totaling 121 million containment vouchers. Oh, even Lin Yan could not help but cast a sidelong glance. Over 100 million containment vouchers. It was only natural that his capital was high, yielding a greater return. Wu Souwei could no longer contain himself, bursting into boisterous laughter. Having turned 5 million into over 120 million, how could his father still call him a spendthrift? He enthusiastically threw his arm around Lin Yan's shoulders. Lingard, You've truly led me to great wealth. Over 100 million containment vouchers. Wu Suawei was beside himself with excitement. What a pity. Since you were so confident of victory, why didn't you lend me some? Most of the stakes were taken by the gladiatorial arena. You were practically working for them. No one placed bets on Lin Yan's victory. The allure of this level 12 yellow tier was too potent. Such an extraordinary upset opportunity only arises once. Even if Lin Yan were to compete again in the gladiatorial arena, the odds would not be so skewed. Lin Yan rarely smiled. The nature of it changes. One earns for oneself. And did you not place your bet because you believed in me? To Wu Suawei's ears, this translated to, do not let this trifling sum tarnish our friendship. What audacity! Congratulations! You have unlocked Wu Suawei's highest affinity. Current transferable talent, money course. Intermediate Xian level talent. Summons 3 large copper coins that can defend, attack, and fly. Huh? Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, although he had not deliberately engaged in bribery. Nor had he even examined the bribery panel regarding him. He had directly elevated young Master Wu's affinity. Is your talent truly that formidable? Lin Yan felt no moral burden. For a fleeting moment, he even contemplated turning him into a cartridge. Hiss! How wicked! Fortunately, he inadvertently completed the bribery task, reaching the highest affinity, enabling direct replication. His bribery panel could support a maximum of 8 talents simultaneously. There are currently 8 talents: skilled briber, sharp-minded, culinary master, unyielding army, tin-bone helmet, swift and slow force. Borrowing your face, and I am the police. First, let's remove the culinary master talent. Instead, let's replace it with young Master Wu's money course. Such a splendid talent should not be squandered. Young Master Wu patted his chest. Does Lin Shen wish to advance to higher floors? Remaining in that fire dragon realm truly lacked prospects. Surrounded by a horde of unscrupulous pimps, how could they be worthy of a deity like you? Our Iron Blood Dragon is a level 7 guild. The president is my father. Indeed, he is a level 70 powerhouse. I can easily recommend you for entry. I will start you off with a monthly salary of 30 million. Furthermore, I will gift you a luxurious mansion, a stunning residence on the 4,988th floor. If you have never seen it, you would hardly believe it. An expanse of land measuring 1 kilometer square. A 4-story home with a backyard featuring a heated swimming pool and a ranch. The superior life at higher levels was beyond imagination. Having spent too long in the mining layers, he had developed a claustrophobia, often feeling as though he could hardly breathe. Each player entering the residence yearned to ascend desperately. Those with strength were like ladders, while those without it were merely on stilts. Unfortunately, he was but a yellow tier, scraping by in the mining layers. Battling the densely packed monsters was the only way to earn a meager income. Such a dreamlike existence seemed utterly unattainable for him. Were it not for Lin Yan, he would still be struggling for survival on the 666th floor of the mine. At this point, the mischievous Lin Yan smiled slightly. He was always quite cheerful when it came to mischief. After all, he had already accepted a bribe of 100 million. What harm was there in asking for a small favor? Using young Master Wu's influence to bring down the Fire Dragon Guild could prove advantageous. Sugu had mentioned that the Fire Dragon Guild held a certain territory on the 666th mining level, a bountiful place for farming experience stones. If he could take it down, it would rightfully belong to him. Iron Blood Dragon was a level 7 guild, and dismantling a Fire Dragon Guild primarily engaged in illicit activities would be quite simple. He had plenty of cards to play. An insider at level 41, a wealthy brother, and the fearsome generals Xiahou Dun and Guangxi riding alongside him. All he needed to do was lure their leader, Chen Yu, out and eliminate him, and it would all be over. Given that the foundation of the Fire Dragon Guild's dominance rested on the law of the jungle, and his own power was now greater, seizing their territory was only natural. The 666th level of my world Minecraft is home to iron golems. To be able to stay in our shelter is already quite extraordinary. Yet, he believed that anything could be achieved through bribery. If he could summon a powerful ally to assist him in monster hunting, it would bring him immense joy. Lin Yan sighed. I am not a member of the Fire Dragon Guild. In fact, we have a bit of a history. To be honest, I only just moved in today. Wu Sui hummed in response. What? Lin Yan had slaughtered mercilessly in the arena without batting an eyelash. Su had witnessed it firsthand. He had assumed Lin Yan was a seasoned veteran of the battlefield. It turned out he was a newcomer today. That is not correct. Master, what line of work were you engaged in before entering the residence? Chapter 38. Bribery in the Living Bagua Furnace? Su Keqing could respond, being a third-year university student. As for the present, it remains uncertain. Having taken the lives of so many without flinching, he might have had some unusual experiences in the past. Wu Suawei inquired, "What is the occasion?" Lin Yan gently patted Su Keqing and sorrowfully rolled up his sleeve. They abused my benefactor. Su Keqing was momentarily taken aback. Years ago, during a University Youth Association event, a group of drunken young men had approached to harass female students in their department, igniting a fierce brawl. Lin Yan accidentally struck one of the drunken youths in the eye with a chopstick. A lengthy prison sentence was inevitable, along with a significant financial penalty. Su Keqing, with a touch of bravado, stepped forward and boldly claimed responsibility for the act. Leveraging his parents' connections in provincial government, he not only avoided imprisonment and fines, but also ensured that the harasser served time for his lewdness. Now, Lin Yan was clearly intent on taking down the fire dragon for personal retribution, a warmth blossoming in his heart. Wu Suawei, noticing the bite marks on Su Keqing and the myriad of old scars, furrowed his brow. Damn fire dragon. Sugo, rest assured, I will help you eliminate this fire dragon guild. If I cannot, then take my head. The malevolent Lin Yan quickly interjected. There was no urgency in this matter. After all, room 1408 would not escape from the shelter. Meanwhile, on the other side, the benevolent Lin Yan had read the message sent by the Deji agency and discovered the whereabouts of the hideous Mida. Now, the bribery of the frenzied Mida hinged solely on this. The good and evil Lin Yan could act independently. One would venture to room 1408 to stake a claim, while the other would attend the auction to conduct business. Acting separately, the malevolent Lin Yan asked, "Young Master Wu, where's the auction house on the 19th? Wu Suawei casually pointed. Over by the business incubation park, the auction specializing in gold and silver. Are you interested? The malevolent Lin Yan nodded. An extremely important item is set to be auctioned tomorrow, but I fear the Deji agency may leak the information. Fear not. Wu Suawei waved his hand dismissively. Such intelligence organizations uphold a code of ethics. Once you pay, the information will remain confidential, unless they are contemplating their last meal. He patted his shoulder. No worries. If he dares to sell the information, the Iron Blood Dragon will certainly not spare him. Hearing this, the malevolent Lin Yan felt somewhat reassured. He possessed 80 million and was confident he could secure that hideous Mida. Furthermore, he could broaden his horizons. Suga, I shall attend the auction here tomorrow. I'll stay on this floor tonight. Suga replied. Yes, let us book a hotel for the night. Having just earned some money, it would be fitting to treat Lin Yan to a good meal tonight. Wu Suawei thumped his chest. I have a grand mansion here. You should stay at my place. The charges at this 2,333-floor hotel are exorbitant. The malevolent Lin Yan pinched out a room card. No witties. I have a room at the management office. This is the luxurious residence gifted to me by Chan Yongren. How could I not take a look? Lin Yan gazed at the code on the card and read aloud. Residential number 19. Furnace District? Wu Suawei was momentarily taken aback, stretching his neck and repeatedly gazing at the black card in Lin Yanshu's hand, his face awash with disbelief. No, it can't be. Is this the room card for the Furnace District? Evil Lin Yan exchanged glances with Brother Su. What is the matter? Isn't this just a room? Wu Suawei, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, how could it possibly be just a room? He stared incredulously at the room card in Lin Yan's grasp, adding, of course, it is. But it is not an ordinary house. It is a sacred place for cultivation. A sacred place for cultivation? Lin Yan pondered. Could it be another level of the mine? This information was unknown even to Brother Su, who had been in the field for 2 years. His exposure to high-level operations was as limited as Lin Yan's. Wu Suawei took a breath and began to explain. The management area of the 2,333rd floor is roughly circular. The central part is the arena where Lin Yan diligently works. while the remaining 4 quadrants are divided into a free market, an enterprise incubation park, the furnace district, and the elevator hall. The so-called furnace district is named for housing a living structure that continuously grows. A living abnormal Bagua furnace. In a parallel universe of Cthulhu's journey to the west, the Bagua furnace of the supreme Old Lord has consumed countless rare treasures, gradually nurturing a fleshy core within. This core slowly developed veins, ultimately replacing the metallic furnace body, transforming into a colossal living edifice. Once contained, it incessantly devours surrounding materials, perpetually growing flesh, while the internal true fire burns endlessly. It has even begun to show tendencies of consuming apartments. The general manager of the 2,333rd floor, Dong Tianbao, received complaints from above and below. Borrowing a fire shield from the abnormal king of broad eyes, he set up a barrier to induce a permanent slumber. After all, this Bagua furnace had consumed too many medicinal materials in the journey to the West world. Even a bit of its ash is a treasure of heaven and earth. Dong Tianbao felt it was a pity. Thus, around the fire hole's array, 64 apartment courtyards were constructed. Each courtyard contains a fire eye for cultivation, capable of absorbing the purified, true fire. Players can sit in its fire eye to continuously receive experiential baptism, even transforming their physiques. The medicinal residues will permeate players' bodies along with the true fire, thoroughly altering one's constitution. After all, everyone was a proper earthling before being contained, with little foundation in cultivation. The medicinal residues derived from various rare treasures of the journey to the West can maximally transform the human body. For those determined to grow stronger, this is an exceptionally precious avenue. Lin Yan suddenly noticed a brilliant point. Mr. Wu had just mentioned that the abnormal Bagua furnace is alive. A living structure? If it is alive, could I possibly bribe it? Everything can be bribed. Evil Lin Yan became excited. Let us go. We must take a look. Chapter 39. I am the owner. Not far ahead lies the furnace district, a realm that exists only as an entrance crafted by Dong Tianbao. Beneath an eerie archway, 2 towering paper figures, standing 3 to 4 meters high, loom ominously. Adorned in costumes reminiscent of the Dan role in traditional Chinese opera, their faces are painted in the vivid hues of Peking opera, marking them as distinctly different from ordinary paper figures. They wield large hammers and are accompanied by a massive drum. Occasionally, they dramatically whip their sleeves, producing a rustling sound akin to drums, deliberately startling passersby. When they succeed, both paper figures dance in unison, emitting high-pitched giggles. Hee hee hee. Such mischievous paper figures. As a result, pedestrians make every effort to steer clear of these troublesome harbingers. Wu Suawei hesitates, pondering the authenticity of Lin Yan's room card. Venturing into the furnace district without a valid pass is akin to assaulting the administrator. Without an official permit, one could be treated like a ball by the paper figures. Regardless of one's noble status outside, the property management never regards anyone as human. If Lin Yan's room card proves to be a forgery, it would indeed be tantamount to courting disaster. Wu Suawei cautiously inquires, "May I ask, Lin Shun, who provided you with that card?" Lin Yan answers nonchalantly, "It was given by Chun Yongrun." Su Ge scratches his face in confusion. Which guild does Chun Yongrun belong to? Wu Suawei's eyes widen in astonishment. Chun Yongrun? The very administrator from the arena in Infernal Affairs? The one overseeing the anomalies on the 2,333rd floor? This Lin Yan, not only is he the brother of the notoriously silent Shun, but he also has ties to Chun Yongrun? To think that Lin Yan possesses a residence in the Furnace District, a place where ordinary players must pay exorbitant rents to gain access. Approaching the ominous archway, the 2 paper figures, representing a young boy and girl, slowly turn their heads, emitting a low, sinister chuckle. With eyes that seem to mock both laughter and tears, they fix their gaze on the trio. Hee hee hee. Wu Suawei feels as though he has boarded a pirate ship, sweat trickling down his back. How can these paper figures be so terrifying? With a malevolent chuckle, the paper figures declare, the entrance to the Furnace District is now closed. Come back next time. Come back next time. Oh, Lin Yan turns to Wu Suawei. What is going on? Can the furnace district close for business? Wu Suawei scratches his head in confusion. The anomaly operates on a schedule, open on odd days and close on even days, with Sundays depending on the mood. One can only enter the furnace district when it is resting and the flames have cooled, lest they be reduced to ashes by the Samadhi true fire. Today is Wednesday. We should be able to enter. Wu Suawei continues. It seems a guild has reserved this place. All 64 properties in the furnace district are under the name of the distant Genine. To gain access, one must pay a hefty rental fee. While there are various paths to immortality within the containment apartment, such as devouring anomalous fire, inheriting martial souls, consuming black tai sui, Dragon Balls, or 9 Revolutions golden pills, these all confer non-human traits. However, there is no doubt that the true fire of Samadhi yields the best results for foundational cultivation. Even a novice at level 1 can enter the fire pit for training, swiftly transitioning through their initial phase. Thus, for super guilds with over 10,000 layers, the 2,333-layer furnace district serves as the optimal breeding ground for newcomers. It is not uncommon to see all 64 residences rented out for a week. Evil Lin Yan chuckled disdainfully after hearing this. You've got it all wrong. You are the tenants, while I am the owner. Not only am I the proprietor, but I also serve as your property manager. Evil Lin Yan retrieved the badge given to him by Chun Yongren and directed the 2 terrifying paper figures, demanding, "Open the door." Wu Suawei's pupils constricted. Lin Shun, don't joke around. Those paper figures show no mercy when it comes to killing. The paper figures tilted their heads. Suddenly, as if propelled by a spring, they elongated their necks to scrutinize Evil Lin Yan's impatient visage, then swiftly retracted and stood up. They brandished a massive hammer. This is bad. Wu Gongzi was paralyzed with fear, feeling an urgent need to relieve himself. Trouble has arisen. Unexpectedly, the hammer swing was not aimed at Lin Yan's head, but rather at the large drum beside him. An unexpected welcome. An unexpected welcome. Welcome home. Welcome home. The tremendous noise drew the attention of passers-by, who cast curious glances filled with bewilderment. What is going on with those 2 yellow ranks? Why this commotion? What is up with those paper figures? They've never shouted like this before. The crystal above Evil Lin Yan's head had vanished, and he commanded, "Now address me as Mr. Administrator. Let us go." Wu Suawei's eyes widened as the 2 paper figures gestured with utmost politeness. The trio stepped into the mysterious space beneath the archway. This archway seemed to serve as a boundary between realms, having previously entered the bounty space. Lin Yan found this sensation quite similar. A wave of sulfurous heat washed over him. The night transformed into a crimson sky, momentarily leading one to believe they were within a vast red film set. Beneath their feet lay a dry, hardened expanse of blackened earth. Surrounding them were opulent residences of varying shapes, arranged in accordance with the Bagua formation of the furnace district. The homes were bright and pristine, reminiscent of a miniature Chinese landscape garden, in stark contrast to the blackened ground beneath. Upon passing through the archway's barrier, Evil Lin Yan felt a slight warmth in his chest. He clenched his fist. So this is it. Merely stepping into this realm allows one to absorb the experiences imparted by the true fire of Samadhi. Sukuching also rubbed his palms together. Wu Suawei glanced around. The furnace is currently cold. Once the Bagua furnace awakens, everything here will be engulfed in flames. Evil Lin Yan surveyed the surroundings. Where's the furnace? Wu Suawei pointed skyward. We are already inside the furnace. Looking up, Evil Lin Yan was astonished to see a massive circular orifice suspended above everyone's heads. Spiral-shaped teeth rhythmically undulated, occasionally exhaling a sulphurous breath. The crimson backdrop surrounding us is, in fact, the belly of this living edifice, and upon closer inspection, one can discern numerous pulsating blood vessels. Astonishingly flushed, Lin Yan furrowed his brow and promptly activated his bribery talent. I shall see how you attempt to bribe. Containment object. Living Bagua furnace. Anomaly rating. Danger 17. Anomaly source. Journey to the west. Sun signifies wind. Where there is wind, there is no fire. It is merely the wind that stirs the smoke, reddening one's eyes and causing an affliction known as fiery eyes. Bribery tasks. Dismantle the fire shield. 9 streams true pill, jade purification bottle, and the corporeal form of the dragon girl Shan Kai. Goodness. A danger rating of 17? Does that not equate to a terrifying deity of level 170? At present, no human player has likely attained such a level. Lin Yan's brow knitted in concern. Although he possessed the ability to bribe, the 4 tasks seemed exceedingly daunting. He had never even heard of the 9 streams true pill. And surely, the jade purification bottle could not be the one held by the Bodhisattva Guanyin, the very vessel that even Sun Wukong could not lift? The danger level of the dragon girl Shan Kai would likely not be any less than his own, requiring him to slay her first. Lin Yan felt the challenges of bribing were insurmountable. For the moment, he made a note of it. Who knows, perhaps one day he might stumble upon clues to these items. Lin Yan retrieved his room card and surveyed his surroundings. Let us proceed to verify our accommodations. The group advanced for several minutes, and gradually, Su Ji's complexion paled. Sweat poured down in torrents. Wait, Lin Shun. He leaned against the wall to catch his breath and glanced at the panel. Lin Shun. I have leveled up. Lin Yan confirmed with a bribery panel. Level 5. At level 22, he could only feel the fervor of his inner fire, yet his level remained unchanged. For someone like Su Gu, with a single-digit level, merely the residual warmth of the abnormal Bagua furnace made him feel as though he were in a sauna. If it were the genuine Samadhi true fire, one could only imagine the ferocity. Chapter 40. Bribing Steve. Su Gu rested for a few moments before rising to continue his journey. Each residence bore a striking resemblance to the next, arranged according to the cardinal directions of Qian, Dui, Li, Zhen, Sun, Kan, Jin, and Kuan. These corresponded to the 64 distinct hexagrams, with his own residence, number 19, aligning with the Lin hexagram. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a small Song dynasty mansion. The door, painted a deep black, exuded an air of antiquity, flanked by 2 stone lions as guardians. The eaves above resembled the grand beams and brackets of the Tang and Song eras, with small mythical creatures and wind chimes adorning the corners. A plaque of bare black golden Nanmu would hung above, devoid of any inscriptions, signifying a property ready for immediate occupancy. Lin Yan squinted slightly, and a panel materialized before him. Property binding successful. Contained entity. Lin Yan, evil, anomaly evaluation, safe, anomaly source, earth level, 22, physical strength, 259, energy, 305, rationality, 299, combat power, 469, containment tickets, 82, 593, 000, owned properties, 1, 408 ordinary studio apartments, weekly rent, 1, 500, 2, 333 layer furnace district, residence number 19, weekly rent, 0, talent attributes, 8 skilled in bribery, sharp-witted, monetary studies, undying army, 10 bone helmet, swift and slow strength, borrow in your face, I am the police. So, it was. As long as one confirmed it with their own eyes, the property deed would fall into their hands. With a creak, 2 hands pushed open the dark mansion door, and they stepped over the threshold with a slight bow, Su Kaching and Wu Suawei's eyes widening in astonishment. Before them stood 2 robots, their surfaces gleaming with metallic hues. Lin Yan was surprised as well, but his sinister demeanor betrayed none of his astonishment. These robots had faces that were smooth, reflective metal. One adorned a triangular golden hoodie, with golden metallic hair and a red 5-pointed star upon its forehead. Their figures were well-proportioned, and they performed a ballet-inspired salute on tiptoe to the 3 men. Contained entity, twin dance performers, anomaly evaluation, property utility, anomaly source, heart of the atom. Damn it. Robots. Who designed this contraption? The Spanish Inquisition. Bribery task? None. Switching languages. Mandarin recognized. The twin dance performers twirled gracefully, their heads and joints capable of rotating in the opposite direction, each movement exaggerated yet elegant, exuding an eerie charm. Welcome home, Administrator. We are the service robots for residence number 19, equipped with a wealth of knowledge in household management, including culinary arts, gardening, and cleaning. We shall ensure your living experience in residence number 19 is exceedingly comfortable. Impressive. Is this the service one receives in high-rise accommodations? A butler robot, no less. And two of them. These robots are the bosses from the game Heart of the Atom, and this sister duo belongs to the mass-produced category. Though crafted from stainless steel, they were nevertheless a sight to behold. As the group entered through the grand door, the faint scent of sulfur in the air dissipated. This residence appears to possess the remarkable ability to autonomously isolate waste gases. The main house, flanked by two side wings and a rear corridor, forms a traditional courtyard. The courtyard is expansive, designed in a grid pattern with black stone bricks and white pebbles, creating a stark contrast. At each corner, cypress trees, a fish pond, an artificial hill, and a peach tree are strategically planted. The layout is precise, with a round stone relief of a green-faced beast at the center, its features entirely black. However, from certain angles, a faint distortion in the air above the stone sculpture suggests the emanation of heat. Evil Lin Yan inquired, "Is this the fire hole for cultivation?" The twin dancers on tiptoe responded. The dancer clad in a golden short jacket replied, in answer to the esteemed administrator, "Yes." After the awakening of the Bagua furnace, the purified, true fire will emerge from these apertures. One need only sit quietly within to elevate their level and permanently enhance their physique. Evil Lin Yan nodded slightly, realizing the significance. The Bagua furnace inherently comprises 64 vents, and Dong Tianbao constructed this residence in accordance with their positions. The residence itself belongs to a containment apartment property, offering conceptual immunity to harm. Even though the extraordinary Bagua furnace is terrifying in its own right, it too cannot escape the fate of containment. Even Jesus would find himself confined. The twin dancers continued their exposition. This courtyard, though appearing antiquated, is, in fact, exceedingly modern. It boasts unlimited utilities, complete with a refrigerator, color television, washing machine, air conditioning, computer, mahjong table, plush sofa, PS5, massage bathtub, and underfloor heating. Truly a comprehensive abode. This dwelling can accommodate a dozen residents. Yet only one fire hole exists, allowing only a single individual to cultivate at a time. Evil Lin Yan pondered deeply. This residence was a gift from Chen Yongren, who mentioned it was a reward for extraordinary administrators. Thus, could there be other administrators residing on different floors nearby? Are there other administrators in this vicinity? The twin dancers confirmed, in response to the esteemed administrator, indeed, residences numbered 1 to 32 are all designated for civil servants. Lin Yan felt a surge of excitement. Proximity to such esteemed neighbors surely implies opportunities for influence. The 12th residence belongs to John Wick, the administrator of the 2025th floor. The 6th residence is that of the esteemed Xiao Galao from the 4,396th floor, and the 5th residence, the Shuhua, is occupied by Steve, the administrator of the 666th floor. Currently, these are the only 3 administrators residing here. The 3 were taken aback, particularly Wu Suowei, whose experiences surpassed those of his 2 companions. All 3 floors are connected to mining operations. As the layers collapse, the administrators would inevitably lose their roles and either be reassigned or seek a place for retirement. Lin Yan mused to himself. John Wick is from John Wick, and the bulletproof suit he wears is a testament to his character, certainly a potential bribe. The heavyweight champion Xiao Galao hails from the Ming Dynasty, though his current bribe potential remains unknown. As for Steve, he is even more formidable, being the administrator of the 666th floor. In the realm of Minecraft, I find myself as one of the protagonists, wielding a solitary diamond pickaxe. However, it is crucial to witness their actions firsthand to unveil the entirety of the bribery mission. My innate talent for orchestrating corruption is formidable, yet once I ascend to a different level, the connections I have painstakingly cultivated become futile. Given that this area is designated for civil servants, obtaining the administrator's badge for that particular floor in advance would significantly enhance my safety. Are they currently at home? After a brief pause of 3 seconds, the dual-faced dancer responded. To the esteemed administrator, the apartment manager, Steve, is presently within the residence. Chapter 41, Bribery at the Pinnacle. Lin Yan clenched his fist. Bribery? First, secure the administrator's badge for the 666th floor. Then ascertain the terms of Steve's entry and his gratitude. Cultivate favorable relations. This way, even if one were to make some excessive demands, it would not seem out of place. After all, we are all part of the same family. His innate talent for bribery could identify the characters behind closed doors. He could first visit residence number 5 to explore Steve's conditions for bribery. Suddenly, the twin dancer spoke. Esteemed administrator, there are 4 hours remaining until the awakening of the anomalous 8-trigram furnace. At that time, everything outside the residence will be engulfed by the malevolent flames of the Samadhi fire. Please be mindful of the time. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan pondered for a moment. Checking the panel, he noted that 4 hours later would be precisely 9 o'clock in the evening, when the entire anomalous 8-trigram furnace would awaken. The Samadhi fire, akin to its gastric acid, would reduce everything outside the residence to nothingness. However, those within the residence would remain safe. From 6 o'clock this evening until the following evening at 6 would be the awakening period of the furnace. The Samadhi fire would saturate the entire domain, rendering them unable to leave the residence or access other floors. At this moment, Su-ge was nearly exhausted, utterly worn out. There was no need for him to attend the auction. It would be better to send him back to 1408, as any unforeseen incidents could arise. After all, Yuan Hua and Groot favored him, not Su-ge. It would be wiser to let him stay here and level up. The foundational effects of the Samadhi fire could still be utilized even at level 5. Even when expressing concern, Lin Yan's tone remained exceedingly cold. Su-ye, this property will be yours. You shall reside on this floor to upgrade during this period. Su Keqing's eyes widened in disbelief. For me? He was well aware of the property's value. Guilds had fought tooth and nail for a residence in the Furnace District, and here he was, able to enjoy it all by himself. He could remain at the fire hole for as long as he wished. How could the god of Lin be so generous towards him? Su Keqing thought Lin Shen must want to see him grow stronger rapidly. In the shelter, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, Lin Shen had long accepted this brutal truth. The highest form of assistance is to empower another. Contemplating this, Su Keqing clenched his fists. He was too weak. He faced humiliation for his weakness, disdain for his frailty, and was treated as expendable fuel. If he wished to repay Lin Shen, he too must become powerful. I will strive to level up. Rest assured, Lin Shen, he declared earnestly. Lin Yan nodded slightly. Su-ge is indeed teachable. Even if his talent was subpar, he could alter it through the powers of the frantic Mita. While Su-ge stayed here, he could procure living supplies directly from the trading hall, along with 2 portions of stainless steel maintenance. There would be no issues. Now, let the benevolent Lin Yan return to 1408 to bribe Guangxi, unlocking and replicating the talents of the esteemed Guangxi. With this formidable and perilous 6th danger now descending upon 1408, whether it be the fire dragon or the frantic Mita, everything would fall under his dominion. Thinking pessimistically, he could deceive experts into entering 1408 and eliminate them. With the combined might of riding Su Huang and Guangxi, escaping without a level of 70 would be exceedingly difficult. What did my level of 22 have to do with my elder brother? Moreover, there exists the life-preserving talisman known as the Tiger Talisman. Brother Wu, allow me to see you off. Wu Suwei was momentarily taken aback, staring at the 2 stainless steel figures, before he suddenly regained his composure. Oh, all right. Lin Yan waved his hand. In an instant, a flash of black lightning erupted, revealing a magnificent steed clad in dark armor, lifting its hooves as if finding the ground too hot for comfort. Hiss! A plume of steam erupted from the muscular seams of the horse, as it affectionately nudged Lin Yan's chest with its nose. A fine steed indeed. Wu Suwei's eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Yan, what other surprises do you possess that I am unaware of? Spending too much time around you might drive one to madness. Lin Yan mounted the horse, grasping the reins. Let us depart. I shall visit the neighbors and escort you on your way. He helped young Master Wu onto the horse, expecting a leisurely pace. Neither anticipated that the trio would transform into a streak of black lightning, leaping high into the air. The residence at number 5, virtual hexagram. was comparable in scale to his own abode. As Lin Yan descended like a bolt of black lightning before their door, he guided his horse across and activated his bribery talent. Containment item: Steve, anomaly evaluation. Apartment manager, level 666, elevator administrator. Anomaly source: Minecraft. What is the secret to life? If you wish to prosper, begin by gathering resources. Bribery mission: diamond pickaxe, blaze powder, ender pearls 016, crafting table. Oh, Lin Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, the bribery mission for Steve included a diamond pickaxe. 3 bribery items were required in total. The crafting table, a fundamental tool in the world of Minecraft, is essential for synthesizing items. But how to acquire ender pearls? If memory serves, they can only be obtained by vanquishing endermen, those tall, dark, cube-shaped beings with strikingly saturated purple eyes and mouths. They possess the abilities of teleportation and block theft, drawing aggro when stared at, and deal substantial damage. Such creatures undoubtedly reside on level 666. A sudden thought struck Lin Yan. Since level 666 harbors both ender pearls and blaze powder, could there possibly be an item known as the Ender Eye? In the game, this item is used to locate ender portals based on the direction it is thrown. Might it assist in locating his bribery items as well? Generals of the Chow Wei, a tricycle resembling a vertical saw, and a rocket raccoon. All these treasures await discovery within the containment apartment. Lin Yan rummaged through the trading hall, hoping for a stroke of luck. To his surprise, he found it. Containment item: Ender Eye, anomaly level, low mystic, anomaly source, Minecraft, throw it. The Ender Eye can be used to locate anomalous items, individuals, and clues, provided one possesses the relevant items. A side quest item. This is precisely what I require. Upon inspecting the price, it appeared as an item listing from an auction house, with a starting bid of 100 large experience stones for a bundled set of 12. Hiss! Have we truly reached this juncture? Some exceedingly rare items can no longer be purchased with containment vouchers. Experience stones can undoubtedly be exchanged for containment vouchers. However, the reverse is not necessarily true. The price of a single experience stone hovers around 1 million. Although possessing over 80 million containment vouchers may appear substantial, it only permits the acquisition of a mere 80 experience stones. Consequently, the cost of the Ender Eyes is exceedingly daunting. The most alarming aspect is that these Ender Eyes are consumables, necessitating the use of one for every segment of distance traversed to ascertain a specific location. Within this containment apartment, the floors are infinite. To pinpoint the location of a clue, one would require at least several dozen Ender Eyes, as without them, one cannot even determine the precise floor. Indeed, side quests seem to be a luxury only the affluent can afford. Lin Yan pondered quietly, recognizing that as a privileged individual, he must devise his own strategy. Perhaps by bribing Steve, he could persuade him to assist in crafting Ender Eyes. Lin Yan clenched his fist silently. It appears that a visit to the 666th floor is imperative. Through trials and tribulations, he must gather the necessary bribes. Once he secures a sufficient supply of Ender Eyes, his path of bribery would be akin to entering a fast lane. Bribery shall reach its zenith. Chapter 42. No turning back. Evil Lin Yan clenched his fists. Lin Shun, whose yard is this? Even if Lin Yan claimed it belonged to his father, I would believe him. His network of connections is simply terrifying. The administrator, Shinemo, is associated with him, and the house was gifted by another administrator, Chen Yongren. In comparison, my connections pale in significance. No matter, let us proceed. I shall escort you out. Lin Yan once again summoned the swift steed, Ju Ying, transforming into a streak of lightning as he darted towards the exit of the furnace district. On the other side, good Lin Yan, having returned to the 1408th floor via the elevator, gazed at the panel displaying player card and small television. These two were the bribes of the frenzied Mita. With the cat's eye bracelet and the red tide in hand, he was now equipped to unlock Guangxi. Good Lin Yan clenched his fist. Let's go now. Guangxi's talent is the wolf demon transformation skill from the game Black Myth, allowing him to temporarily morph into a wolf demon. executing the three-hit combo of Guangxi. The most crucial aspect is that this talent retains the design from a game, an independent health bar. If he were to bribe the lobby administrator, Jigsaw, his phrase, "I want to play a game with you," would triple his combat power. Combining these two talents, even if he fails to defeat his opponent within 15 minutes, it would be Guangxi who perishes, not him. Having multiple talents is exhilarating. He has exploited a bug. Now at level 22, a tripling of combat power does not imply he can contend with those at level 66. As levels increase, combat power escalates exponentially. However, this combination skill would enable him to face threats of levels 3 and 4, even catching underestimating foes off guard. Ding! You have arrived at the 1408th floor. The administrative office on the 1408th floor was bustling as usual, starkly contrasting with the quaint national-style town on the 2333rd floor, resembling a grand shopping mall filled with people. Ma-E, now the vice president of this floor, immediately spotted his nemesis, the plague god. How frightening! Due to Lin Yan's frightening antics towards children, a swap between the floors of Li Hu and Ma-E had occurred, even as he departed to attend to business. He had been toyed with, leaving the child with a profound psychological scar. Such feelings had not surfaced for many years. Yuan Hua shielded him, while Groot pampered him. Outside lurked a level 5 monster as his companion. If things got out of hand, it was best to keep a distance. Li Hu even contemplated purchasing a property for him upstairs, pleading, "Please just move away. It's too much." Ma-E was even more astonished by Lin Yan's astounding leap of 10 levels. This solidified the rumors of his familial ties to the higher-ups. Otherwise, why would he obtain such a vast number of experience stones? To reach this level, at least 25 intermediate experience stones would be required, which could only be acquired by vanquishing around 20 dangerous anomalies of levels 2 and 3. Surely, he had the assistance of a benefactor. Lin Yan, Ma-E spoke with utmost politeness. In the administrative office, you are treated as a lord. Outside the office, you are still regarded as a brother. Good Lin Yan was synchronizing the messages from evil Lin Yan, feeling somewhat lost. He needed to bribe Steve. It was imperative that he visit the 666th floor, as purchasing Ender Eyes was nearly impossible, far too costly. The drop rate of the great experience stones from the anomalous entities of danger level 3 is exceedingly low. Even if they do appear, defeating them proves to be a formidable challenge. Directly confronting danger level 4, I would exhaust myself in vain, unable to accumulate even 100 experience stones. Moreover, the 12 Ender Eyes hold little significance. We must expand our resources. Shan Lin Yan raised his head with a smile and greeted, "Hello, President Ma. Is there something you require?" "Oh, nothing in particular. Welcome back to 1408. You've worked hard." The Tiger Talisman has severed the balance of yin and yang. Lin Yan is filled with ferocity, while Shan Lin Yan embodies pure kindness. The benevolent aspect of himself is even incapable of uttering foul language. For a fleeting moment, President Ma felt a tinge of surprise. His smile was exceedingly warm, radiating sincerity, kindness, and courtesy. He felt a pang of confusion in his heart, wondering if this was indeed the same plague god from the morning. Shan Lin Yan gestured and walked towards the management office, with Ma-E smoothly accompanying him. Lin Yan inquired, "May I ask what responsibilities President Ma has concerning the fire dragon?" Ma-E inwardly gasped at the overwhelming politeness. "I generally oversee the mining business. Brother Su previously worked under my guidance." Ma-E quickly added, "He is a good person, though somewhat lacking in talent. I allocated some experience stones to help him reach level 4. Ma-E was aware of the close relationship between himself and Su Keqing. Before entering the residence, Su Keqing had assisted Lin Yan with a significant matter. Lin Yan had accidentally caused an injury to a thug, resulting in a 7-year sentence and substantial financial restitution. However, Su Keqing insisted on taking the blame, leveraging his family connections to frame it as an act of bravery. Now within the apartment, Lin Yan felt a profound sense of gratitude towards Su Keqing. Such individuals are truly worth cultivating deep connections with. Shan Lin Yan smiled, his focus shifting to the mining affairs. May I visit level 666? Ma Yi's heart leapt with joy. This was an opportunity for him. He had previously mentioned that if he sought to replace the fire dragon, he could approach him. As a level 41 expert, how could he possibly wish to associate with a group of inept individuals? He manages the most lucrative mining operations and has already nurtured a cadre of mid-level talents. For instance, Sima Ling. As the two stepped out of the management space, Lin Yan suddenly paused at the door. Ma glanced back. Don't worry, Lin. 1408 is under my command now. Those troublesome individuals will not return. Lin Yan responded with a smile and raised his hand. Where's the warrior? Suddenly, the corridor lights above Ma Yi flickered red 5 times. A terrifying creature of danger level 5. A mere coincidence? Otherwise, how could an anomaly directly open the door? What the hell? There are monsters in the city center. Danger level 5. Run. Quickly, let us hide in the management office. That bastard opened the door. Lin Yan's finger remained poised in the air as the panicked crowd surged past him like a torrent. The bustling city center became eerily deserted in an instant. A heavy footfall echoed from the corridor. It was an ancient general towering over 2 meters. Her visage resembled that of a withered corpse, yet she donned an exquisite armor. A pair of tiger-headed boots approached with a steady stride, the clanking of her attire resonating ominously. Danger level 5. Ma Yi felt an overwhelming urge to flee. At level 41, he could at most match a danger level 4. Encountering a danger level 5 would surely lead to a brutal defeat. Fortunately, the management office was nearby, a sanctuary of peace. Not even Jesus could breach its confines. To his astonishment, Lin Yan stepped out of the peaceful space, and the commander bowed and saluted, paying a grand tribute. I have arrived late, my lord. Lin Yan waved his hand dismissively. No matter, it is I who have delayed. Ma Yi's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Turning around, he was met with a sea of terrified gazes mirroring his own expression. Did that one-eyed zombie truly pledge allegiance? Was that level 22 individual Lin Yan? Goodness, I had suspected he had connections in higher circles, yet you all refuse to believe. I have seen him in a university cafeteria. Who will accompany me to acknowledge our elder brother? Lin Yan turned back and said, Let us proceed, President Ma. We shall discuss matters as we walk. Ma Yi glanced at Xiahou Dun. An aura of dominance radiated from him. This was a predicament he could not escape. Chapter 43 Robbery, it seems, is far more lucrative than tilling the fields. Ma Yi swallowed hard. The one-eyed corpse rose, and it felt as though it were the formidable Qin Ling standing tall, exuding an overwhelming aura. Xiahou Dun, with a wary gaze, observed him closely. The exposed jaw ground together, emitting a chilling crack. Ma Su instinctively took 2 steps back. The murderous intent was truly terrifying. Regardless of how others described Lin Yan's formidable backing, it all seemed abstract until now. Witnessing it firsthand was a different matter entirely. A terrifying entity of level 5 bowed before Lin Yan in submission. Ma Yi was now utterly convinced that at Lin Yan's command, this mountain would rise and strike him down. It was simply frightening. Where are we going? Lin Yan's smile radiated a contagious warmth. Of course, we're going home. Ma Yi felt a pang of nostalgia. I too wish to return home. The two walked as if on a leisurely stroll, with Xiahou Dun silently trailing behind, his presence akin to a plague that cleared the area. Lin Yan inquired, Is a fire dragon conducting significant business on the 666th floor? Ma Yi remained acutely aware of Xiahou Dun behind him, a cold sweat never leaving his brow. In truth, the 666th floor represented an infinitely vast world, a naturally generated realm reminiscent of Minecraft. However, the exit managed by the administration was located in an underground cavern, and the fire dragon only occupied a few minor caves. The further one ventured outward, the more formidable the creatures became. Straying too far meant risking an overnight stay outside. There were rumors of guilds establishing villages on the surface, but I knew little of those matters. Lin Yan immediately asked, Have you encountered an Enderman? Ma Yi paused, as if stirred by unsettling memories, furrowing his brow. I have seen one before. Level 6. Endermen are averse to water, and it is improbable for them to spawn in a cave filled with water. Yet there was an incident. An Enderman became trapped on a dry patch within the cave. Our guild leader, Chun Yu, rallied a few vice presidents to exploit a bug and hunt it down. After all, ender pearls are exceedingly valuable. However, that enderman suddenly vanished. Even now, recalling the event sent shivers down my spine. Level 6 was not something that could simply be overcome by numbers. That creature was terrifying. A level 35 vice president was obliterated into a gruesome pulp on the spot. Lin Yan couldn't help but offer a few words of comfort. He found himself being rather compassionate. He had gleaned two crucial pieces of information. The mine's floors essentially formed a vast, boundless world, with some even having settled in the depths, and the Enderman posed a danger level of 6. Furthermore, without the protective confines of an apartment, this teleporting menace was exceedingly frightful. Hiss, Lin Yan pondered. In the 4 tasks to bribe Steve, the diamond pickaxe has been secured. The Ender Pearl can only be obtained by defeating an Enderman, while Blaze Powder necessitates venturing through the Nether portal. The crafting table is currently untraceable. In the game, Endermen are categorized as neutral entities. As long as one does not gaze directly at them, they will not initiate an attack. However, one must confront the bribery panel directly to unveil the entirety of the bribery task. A mere glance could lead to instant demise. Fortunately, the Tiger Talisman grants an additional life. As long as one can sneak a peek in the fleeting moment before being obliterated, it suffices. Everything can be subjected to bribery. I refuse to believe that the Enderman cannot be bribed, given that Ma-E is well acquainted with the unique characteristics of the 666 mine levels. Having him lead the way is undoubtedly a prudent choice. For instance, locating obsidian to construct a nether portal. Today, I shall venture to level 666 to discern the truth. Once the issue with the Ender Eye is resolved, the difficulty of my bribery endeavors will diminish exponentially. Simultaneously, the anomalies that successfully navigate through bribery cannot transition between levels. Even the formidable Mi Ta, Guangji, and Xiahou Dun remain bound to 1408. My Earth Tier talent, Undying Army, allows me to store anomalies eliminated by myself and my comrades, including the entities themselves. Lin Yan discreetly scanned Ma-E with a bribery panel. His task remained to become the leader of the Fire Dragon. Why not lure the Fire Dragon as president to 1408, orchestrate an ambush with my comrades, and prepare my combat strength before descending into the mines, even against formidable foes? Won't go by time. With this thought, Lin Yan inquired, "Could the president take me along? I wish to broaden my horizons." Ma-E hesitated, glancing back to ensure he wasn't being followed, while Xiahou Dun wore an unfriendly expression. Hiss. Ma-E quickly turned back, startled. He had never before been followed by a level 5 anomaly. The newcomer, despite being only level 22, had a level 5 subordinate trailing behind. "So, you are the danger of level 5. You are even more extraordinary than the anomalies." Ma-E pondered. Eliminating President Chun Yu with his assistance was not impossible. But why would he help me? Since he is genuinely interested in level 666, why not use that as bait? Ma-E smiled. "Of course, I can take you. Level 666 is under my command." He lowered his voice slightly. "You need not worry about safety. Regarding the matter you mentioned last time," Lin Yan chuckled, for he had never been concerned. He spoke. "It is certainly settled then. Does Fire Dragon President Chun Yu possess level 50? Ma-E was taken aback, then elated. It seemed Lin Yan truly intended to assist him. With the formidable presence of a level 5 individual behind him, he could eliminate Chun Yu in a one-on-one encounter. That is true power. With Chun Yu out of the way, I would be the strongest within the Fire Dragon. All 5 levels would become my dominion. Having spent over a year in the realm, Ma-E harbored a deep disdain for associating with those who peddle influence. I must grow stronger, ascend step by step. However, the maximum level for ordinary players is merely 50. To continue leveling up requires extraordinary opportunities, such as the golden elixir in the myth of the Black God, the furnace district of level 2333, the Black Tai Sway, and the Digga Divine Light Staff, all of which are exorbitantly priced. Working under Chun Yu for a lifetime would not suffice to gather the funds necessary to train at level 2333. I must become the guild master. Gather a substantial number of containment vouchers and experience stones to strive for an opportunity to cultivate in the Furnace District. Break through the level 50 limit. Ma y whispered. Previously, I was responsible for the affairs of the 666th floor, and I embezzled quite a few experience stones. If Lin Yan is willing to lend a hand, I am prepared to offer all of them. Oh, Lin Yan felt an overwhelming joy within, realizing there was an unexpected gain. How many? Ma extended his fingers. 300 small experience stones. The caves we occupy only yield the smaller ones. Lin Yan contemplated. That is still a considerable amount. Players often encounter a bottleneck every 10 levels, discovering that consuming numerous experience stones proves futile. At this juncture, one must utilize higher-grade experience stones to advance. Upon reaching level 50, progression becomes as unyielding as if it were welded shut, necessitating alternative methods. According to the exchange rate, 10 small ones can be exchanged for a medium experience stone. Thus, 300 small experience stones equate to the reward for winning a tournament. Although I am uncertain how long he has saved this wealth, it is undoubtedly intended for purchasing skilled players. Having an elder brother who is a master implies I possess similar prowess. Lin Yan declared. Very well, I shall agree to your proposition. Ma-I rejoiced. His lips moving at an accelerated pace, I can lure him to 1408. I will guard the entrance to the management office. And as long as your attendant can eliminate him, the 300 small experience stones shall be promptly delivered. Lin Yan shook his head. Is that truly sufficient? I have numerous elder brothers. I am well aware of the joy in vanquishing high-level players when they're defeated by their own brethren. All their possessions will be directly transferred to me. The spoils of robbery far exceed the toil of farming. Containment vouchers, equipment. Even their very souls shall be transformed into disposable elder brothers under my command. With a compassionate heart, Lin Yan softly stated, have Chen Yu bring as many allies as possible. The more, the better. Then you should find a place to hide, and I shall handle the rest. Ma-I was bewildered by Lin Yan's confidence. Well, your general is indeed formidable, but Chen Yu is a level 50 player, fully equipped in Xian-grade gear. His 3 trusted aides are all above level 40. Their equipment is also quite luxurious. If we are besieged, it is possible that we may reach a stalemate or even allow them to escape. Chapter 44. Bribery of Guangxi. Come my aid. Lin Yan waved his hand dismissively. I have stated that I will handle the matter. You find a place to enjoy your coffee, and it will come to a close. At this moment, the two had approached the vicinity of their respective rooms, where numerous scattered envelopes lay on the ground. Lin Yan casually picked up 2, tearing them open for a glance. With Su Gu's illustrious reputation preceding him, most of the letters were from new students of the same school, unable to add him as a friend. They resorted to this method. Some were from the class beauty who knew his name, others from classmates with whom he had played basketball once, and some even fabricated elaborate tales, claiming to be girls who had long harbored secret affections for him, despite misspelling his major. Instead of entering his own room, Lin Yan turned toward Guangxi's door. Ma-I remained blissfully unaware, contemplating his escape plan should Lin Yan be captured, pondering if he would have to flee to another floor. Lin Yan, listen to me. As Lin Yan twisted the doorknob, the corridor light above him abruptly transformed to a vivid red. It flickered 6 times. Ma-I's eyes widened in shock. A glance at Lin Yan's waist revealed the Walkman emitting a cacophony akin to a woman's scream. Setting aside the familiarity of the equipment, Lin Yan, have you mistakenly entered the wrong door at home? Boom! A burst of flames exploded from the door. It surged forth like a gas explosion, prompting Ma-I to instinctively unfurl 2 grotesque wings. The malformed wings embedded themselves into the wall as he stumbled backward, retreating with lightning speed. Simultaneously, Ma-I shouted in panic. What the hell? You can't even recognize your own home? How could you make such a mistake? Your Majesty! A flash of golden light sparked in Xiahou Dun's eyes as he bellowed. The lightning in his hand coalesced, transforming into a grappling hook that shot forth, ensnaring the waist of the Great Wei Emperor and pulling him back. Whoosh! The orange flames licked the ceiling, rolling like a sea of fire above. creating ripples akin to those seen on water's surface, with the intense heat rendering everything surreal. Your Majesty, Xiahou Dun's massive form seemed to obstruct everything. The lightning in his hand morphed into a spear, held horizontally as he roared. Which demon dares to show its face? Lin Yan coughed lightly, shaking his head, feeling as though his hair had been tousled. His face ached. Raising his gaze, he beheld the doorway that appeared to have transformed into a floodgate. The sea of flames expanding relentlessly, brushing against the ceiling. The surrounding temperature continued to rise. What is this? Is the dangerous entity at level 6 truly as formidable as they say? If it were not for Xiahou Dun's avatar, he would have been incinerated instantly. Crack! A pair of beastly feet descended from the ceiling, a figure clad in a yellow robe, quietly emerging, an elongated, hairy werewolf holding a Buddha hand. However, it stood inverted, its gravity seemingly in complete opposition to his own. Containment object, Guangxi, anomaly rating, level 6, anomaly source, Black Myth, Wukong. Guangxi had his weapon confiscated prior to entering the abode, a double-headed spinning blade that breathed fire, which he greatly missed. Bribery mission, Red Tide, Cat Eye Bracelet. Intermediate talent of the Profound Order, Crimson Tide. You may briefly transform into a wolf demon, utilizing ferocious attacks to vanquish your foes. A terrifying creature of danger level 6. Guangxi stands amidst a fiery abyss, the center of rippling flames. Lin Yan furrows his brow. Indeed, it seems peculiar. Did Yuk mistakenly reverse your gravitational parameters? No wonder everyone was confined together in this desolate place. Guangxi cast a cold glance, his tone serene. Who dares to disturb my tranquil cultivation? Humph. Xiahou Dun's expression deviates from his usual composure, his calm demeanor replaced by gritted teeth and a low growl. Such a degree of demonic energy, he had only witnessed it in Zhuge Yaodao. During the battle at Baoang Slope, that Zhuge Yaodao summoned some divine power, causing a rain of fire that decimated his forces. This scene is reminiscent of that time. Xiahou Dun steadies his spear, a golden glimmer igniting in his singular eye. Your Majesty, please retreat. I shall confront this demon myself. Guangxi scoffs lightly, raising his hand in a gesture of tranquility. Yes. Perhaps you should lay down your weapons and join me in the pursuit of Buddhist teachings. What say you? Lin Yan's recorder shrieks again, the murderous aura nearly rendering its voice hoarse, while behind him, He quakes in fear, his legs trembling. Lin Yan, why does your face appear so grim? Mistaking your own door number is one thing, but to stumble upon a top-tier horror such as this is indeed a dangerous level 6 creature. No one in the entire 1408 has dared to venture outside these past few days. It might very well turn the nearby corridors into a bounty zone. Well, Lin Yan suddenly lets out a loud scream, startling who was about to flee. What are you doing? Lin Yan breaks free from Xiahou Dun's protection. Studying Buddhist teachings is splendid. I shall study Buddhist teachings. Your Majesty. Lin Yan raises one hand, holding a string of dark green Buddhist prayer beads. Does the great sage Guangxi recognize this object? Yi is taken aback. What are you doing? What does this signify? Guangxi's brow furrows slightly, then suddenly relaxes, his wolf-like eyes narrowing with keen interest. With a flick of his robe, the sea of flames dissipates, the gravitational fire retreating back into his sleeve. He does not move immediately, but instead inhales deeply, as if catching a whiff of a familiar scent. Master? Lin Yan takes aim and throws the beads, which Guangxi catches effortlessly with one hand. Your Majesty, retreat quickly. Xiahou Dun, in a flurry, displays his urgency. If he had his swift steed, he might fend off this creature, but the safety of your Majesty is uncertain. Guangxi gazes intently at the prayer beads in his hand. After a long moment, he suddenly raises his head and sighs deeply. Master, why do you cling to that one robe? He stands upon the ceiling, tilting his head to meet Lin Yan's gaze, who is defying gravity. So be it, so be it. Mortal beings seek what they cannot attain. The divine essence remains half-withered. Few know the path of longevity. Where are you hiding from? Lin Yan, sheltered behind Xiahou Dun, glances around, contemplating. He hisses softly. Uncertain of the reason, I felt as if you would act against me upon reciting that line. Guangxi remarked with a chilling smile. I shall not harm you. You may leave. This object evokes memories of a departed friend. Mai was taken aback. What? Is it true that by merely inserting something unusual into the sixth danger, one can escape death? What kind of existence have I been leading all this time? Guangxi continued. I am in search of something dear to me, an understanding I gleaned amidst a great conflagration long ago, which has accompanied my reflections for half a lifetime and holds immense value. Guangxi turned his gaze towards Xiahou Dun, his tone growing colder. If the general obstructs me, he shall inevitably meet his end as mere ashes. Xiahou Dun let out a derisive laugh, grasping the ebony thunder spear. It creaked ominously in his grip as he thrust it fiercely forward. Am I to be bested by you? Chapter 45, The Bribery Succeeds. The generals of the three kingdoms are thus. Do not provoke. If provoked, one must engage regardless. Guangxi smirked, his sleeves billowing without wind, and the ambient temperature began to rise once more. After reclaiming his eye, Su Huang ascended to danger level 5, capable of equaling danger level 6 while riding the steed Jueying. Su Huang's single eye gleamed with a golden light. Suddenly, the air was filled with the clamor of clashing swords and the cries of battle. Layers of black smoke began to emanate from beneath General Su's feet, gradually corroding the surrounding walls. Within the walls, forms reminiscent of oil writhed indistinctly. Lin Yan observed closely, astonished to see Sima Ling's visage materializing from the wall. He had her wings embedded in the wall, resembling a taut slingshot poised to launch. Should these two deities engage in combat, even a slight miscalculation could prove fatal. Lin Yan, in his foolishness, remained there. Stop! Lin Yan urgently called for the cessation of their duel. You are both my wings. Why must brothers fight among themselves? Lin Yan patted his chest. Here with me. Mai was taken aback at what? Do you know what it desires? Su Huang was perplexed. Your Majesty? Lin Yan raised his finger. A layer of crimson flames surged forth, coalescing into a double-headed spinning blade in his hand. Crimson Tide. With a flourish, Lin Yan brandished the crimson tide, igniting the light upon his chin. Unfazed by the encroaching danger level 6, he smiled and declared, Guangxi, is this the item in question? He was dumbfounded. What is this? Are you presenting a gift? Engaging in casual conversation with a terrifying beast of danger level 6 is already a courtesy. Yet you offer a gift? To his surprise, Guangxi was genuinely taken aback, gazing incredulously at the object before him. He took a couple of steps forward, undeterred by the heat, and seized the crimson tide. Su Huang swiftly interposed himself with his spear before the emperor. Guangxi, having acquired the crimson tide, swung it with great bravado, the flames at both ends producing a fierce crackling sound. Mai thought to herself, this is disastrous. Are you attempting to balance the odds by equipping the zombie general with an additional weapon? This is the first time I have witnessed a weapon being handed to an anomaly. A specialized weapon, no less. Boom, Krekel. Guangxi finally confirmed that this was indeed his crimson tide, his shoulder trembling slightly. He then erupted into a long, resounding laugh. Ha 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 ha. The sound was akin to a sonic attack, abruptly escalating in volume, causing discomfort to the eardrums. Su Huang leaped forward, covering Lin Yan's ears. Accompanied by the laughter, Guangxi was enveloped in crimson flames, scorching the surrounding walls. Congratulations! You have unlocked Guangxi's highest affinity. Current transferable talent, Wolf Demon. Lin Yan clenched his fist tightly. It's done. The terrifying beast of danger level 6 is now my elder brother. First, I will cancel my talent. I am the police from my 8 talents and install this one. This is the skill bestowed upon me by Guangxi in the game of Black Myth. The 72 transformations possess an independent health bar. When faced with certain death, one can summon Guangxi to endure the blows and absorb fatal attacks. For instance, if one were to accidentally fall from a cliff, they could transform into Guangxi mid-fall, allowing him to perish in their stead while they revert to their original form. Gasp! Guangxi turned back, slightly nodding with his Buddha hand. Benefactor, you have retrieved my treasure and alleviated a burden from this humble monk. I am profoundly grateful. Guangxi picked up the cat's eye bracelet he had just gifted, gazing at the emerald beads resembling feline eyes, and shook his head. Gasp! Guangxi puffed out his chest. The wolf exhaled a fierce breath of fire, and the furious flames instantly caused the beads to emit a brilliant golden light. They appeared like molten iron in a forge. Gasp! Guangxi retracted his breath. The beads in his hand were now smoking, gradually transforming into gold as they cooled. Lin Yan frowned slightly. Could it be that it has undergone an enchantment upgrade? Guangxi tossed the bracelet. Take it. May this object assist you in your tribulations. Lin Yan caught it midair, the heat causing him to transfer it swiftly from his left hand to his right. Su Huang showed no reaction. Lin Yan observed closely. Item: cat's eye bracelet. Anomaly level. High level mystical. Anomaly source. Guangxi, at 270 years of age, I have earned countless robes. What worth is this one? When held, crossing the hands and waving can unleash a powerful wave of energy, sweeping away thousands, leaving nowhere to hide. What? A high-level mystical item. Lin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Guangxi has somehow upgraded this intermediate yellow-tier cat's eye bracelet. This is indeed a high-level mystical artifact. This entry resembles the Kamehameha wave of Elder Jin Shi in the game. Elder Jin Shi in the game wields this technique, known for its immense power and vast range. Rendre une évasion impossible. Amepa. Guangxi carried the red tide behind him. The Buddha hand was raised in a slight nod as he surveyed his room. This humble monk will meditate and reflect here. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out. Lin Yan's heart leaped with joy. Regardless of how formidable this mountain may be, once bribed, you must dutifully acknowledge me as your elder brother. He clasped his hands together. Thank you, great Master Guangxi, for the treasure. Reciprocity is not to be mistaken for bribery. Guangxi cherished the red tide, nodding gently with his Buddha hand, before retreating through the ceiling back to his apartment. The door slammed shut with a thud, and tranquility returned. Lin Yan turned back, holding the prayer beads. Gazing at Ma Yi, who had become as cracked as stone, his expression remained congenial. You have seen it. As long as you can bring the elite of the fire dragon here, the rest I shall handle. Ma Yi's mindrepotet. Astonished to the point of nearly losing his senses. What did you hear, you deaf fool? The dangerous level 6 werewolf said to seek him out if trouble arises. This adds another elder brother to the mix. Lin Yan waved his hand to help him regain his composure. Can you manage it? Ma Yi swallowed hard and manipulated a few commands on his player panel. Indeed, I pondered whether you intended to sell the 1408 Administrator's Badge, allowing the Fire Dragon to take over. Quite astute. Lin Yan contemplated for a moment. The image of Changshu Arno paired with a Cthulhu-inspired SpongeBob came to mind. With the formidable alliance of Guangxi and Xiahou Dun, there exists no adversary that cannot be vanquished. Guangxi, having successfully bribed himself, transforms each foe he slays into a temporary ally under his undying army talent. The sole drawback is that he cannot follow orders as obediently as Xiahou Dun. His assistance remains limited to a single invocation of Guangxi's aid each day. Yet that suffices. The more foes Guangxi annihilates, the stronger he becomes. By decimating the elite forces of the Fire Dragon, he can directly acquire a wealth of containment vouchers, equipment, and souls. Should danger arise on the 666th floor, he could summon his temporary ally for assistance. The hierarchy among the 5 floors from 1410 to 1406 matters little. Neither Xiahou Dun nor Guangxi can be displaced. Whoever leads shall make no difference. Lin Yan nodded in agreement, a faint smile gracing his lips. Very well, let them bring as many as they can. The more, the better. He could surely sense the sanguine undertones in his words. He had only been here for 3 days. How is it that he appeared as a mere novice before him? Chapter 46. How do you still possess such things? He listened to his own words and sent a message to the president, while he returned home to wash his face and brush his teeth. About an hour later, a knock echoed on Lin Yan 2025's door. It was now past 9 in the evening. After escorting young Master Wu out of the Furnace District, Lin Yan found a hotel near auction house number 19, preparing to attend the auction the following day. He separated from Wu to gather information from seasoned players. Knock, knock. Lin Yan, with a toothbrush lodged in his mouth, opened the door, his cheeks puffed out. The visitor, Li Hu, did not anticipate such a prompt response. His arm was raised halfway, his face displaying a look of terror as he regarded Lin Yan. Had he truly just opened the door like that? Was there such a tactic as an ambush in the shelter apartments? So you were this kind of straightforward individual? Lin Yan squinted. Oh, you've arrived. Standing outside were two individuals, the visibly anxious Li Hu and Ma Yi, who exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Yan. Lin, brother Lin, it has been a while. Lin Yan teased. Didn't we just see each other this morning? Li Hu felt utterly overwhelmed. How could he have imagined that a newcomer possessed such influence? Did this guy have connections everywhere? Earlier that day, when a management office closed, Yuan Hua had inquired whether he had seen Lin Yan, clearly missing him. This implied that Lin Yan could not afford to meet his demise or make enemies. Any rumors could spell disaster, unless the Fire Dragon intended to abandon 1408 and sell it at a low price to other guilds. President Chun, you could indulge in luxury on the higher floors, all thanks to the support from his brothers below. Such a scenario was unacceptable to Li Hu. Fortunately, Ma Yi accompanied him. Having spent over a year with Fire Dragon, Li Hu had ascended to level 41, earning experience points through his own battles. Unlike players who relied on in-game purchases, Ma Yi was a serious warrior, diligently studying combat to become stronger, which gave Li Hu great confidence in his presence. Li Hu forced a strained smile. Brother Lin, our president has returned to 1408 and wishes to meet you in the city center. He whispered. Business K has prepared many gifts for you. Lin Yan chuckled softly, exchanging a glance with Ma Yi, who had already relayed the situation to him. President Chunyu had returned to 1408, but was reluctant to take risks, especially with the dangerous level 5 Xiaohodun already seen by many. Yet the allure of the administrator's badge was too tempting to resist, and a conversation with Lin Yan was inevitable. Perhaps a high price could secure it. Lin Yan pondered for a moment. The amount you've prepared must be lower than your worth. With his tiger talisman, he was unafraid of peril and could willingly serve as bait. However, the other party might be well prepared. If things went awry, they could retreat to a nearby room. This area belonged to newcomers, making it an excellent ambush site. Even if they attempted to escape, they would struggle to find a hiding place. Lin Yan shared a knowing look with Ma Yi and nodded solemnly. Brother Lin. Lin Yan smiled. Eliminate him. Huh? Li Hu suddenly sensed something amiss. A sharp pain pierced through his back, followed by a chilling sensation in his chest. A cruel bone spur had erupted from his torso, incessantly growing. His eyes widened in disbelief. Even if Lin Yan were to ambush him, Li Hu held absolute confidence in his ability to retaliate. However, the assailant had struck from an utterly improbable direction, his own rear. Ma Yi. Blood gushed from Li Hu's mouth as his corpulent body was forcefully lifted. The bone spur in his chest had swelled to the size of a bowl. Ma Yi, you? The bony appendages sprouting from Ma Yi's back pierced through his waist, gradually elevating. His complexion was as cold as ice. Ma Yi's wings could both attack and defend, launching feathers imbued with neurotoxin to incapacitate foes. Li Hu could only watch helplessly as the bone spur, protruding from his chest, continued to elongate, resembling a white bamboo shoot stained with his own blood. Ma Yi gritted his teeth, speaking with venomous intensity. Chun Jingyi, 2 years ago you arrived at the shelter, born on the 1408th floor. Crack, crack, crack. Li Hu's eyes bulged, his body feebly writhing. She was sold by your kind to the red light district, servicing clients day and night, only to perish 2 months later. In his fading consciousness, Li Hu recalled the visage of a sweet girl, his cousin's sister, newly in her 3rd year of junior high, who had come to the university to deliver lychees from home. More blood surged from Li Hu's throat. Ma Yi's wings erupted in fury, tearing through the air with a flurry of afterimages, decisively severing Li Hu's head, which fell to the ground with a dull thud. Li Hu was dead. He stared into Lin Yan's eyes. Are you at ease now? Ma Yi was acutely aware of Lin Yan's formidable nature. The forces behind him would undoubtedly elevate his own standing. This act of allegiance was a gift signifying his unwavering commitment to Lin Yan. Lin Yan wiped the blood from his face, expressing a measured satisfaction. Acceptable. He crouched down to examine Li Hu's head, his lifeless eyes wide open. Extending his hand, a layer of white bone materialized, transforming into a skeletal armor that encased his hands like claws. Mais ses pupilles dilated in shock. Wasn't this the talent of Sima Ling? How had it manifested in Lin Yan? Sima Ling, having heard a few words from Li Hu, had acted on his own accord, disregarding Ma Yi's orders to pursue Lin Yan, resulting in his demise at the hands of an ancient general. Now, that talent had seemingly been usurped. Did Lin Yan possess the ability to siphon talents? Was it due to his equipment? Lin Yan began to peel away Li Hu's facial skin with deft precision, his technique betraying no hint of a novice. Even Ma Yi, a seasoned killer, found it to be brutal. Gradually, Lin Yan removed the steaming skin from Li Hu's face and affixed it to his own. Who? Borrowing your face. Lin Yan's form began to shift. His belly protruded, and he became shorter. After cleaning the excess blood, Lin Yan transformed into Li Hu. Ma Yi gasped in astonishment. How? How is this possible? Lin Yan smiled slyly. Just the effect of my equipment, allowing me to temporarily assume Li Hu's identity. Lin Yan summoned his player panel. Li Hu was slain by Ma Yi, and consequently, his containment voucher and equipment naturally transferred to him. However, what he truly required was Li Hu's identity. With the innate talent of silence, capable of disguising even the crystals that manage the dimensional space, he could effortlessly conceal the ID information. The panel before him transformed into the internal guild interface belonging to Li Hu. Before his visage rotted away or was removed, Lin Yan could masquerade as Li Hu to send various messages. He would lure them into a trap, since the administrator's badge could not permit their arrival. He would dispatch even more sensational news. Gently, Lin Yan retrieved a black card from his satchel. An item notification emerged. Containment item. Property No. 19 in the Furnace District. Anomaly level. None. Anomaly source. Containment apartment 2333 management. Isn't a spacious house a good thing? A luxurious mansion located in the Furnace District on the 2,333rd floor, awarded to the outstanding administrator of the year. Simultaneously, he sent a message. Li Hu, President, that Lin Yan wishes to sell this to you. It requires a face-to-face discussion. Naturally, Ma Yi, being part of the president's group, also saw this message. His eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. He found himself momentarily at a loss for words. You, how do you possess such an item? Chapter 47. Kill me? First, consult my elder brother. Ma Yi was taken aback, coughing in surprise, almost unable to catch his breath. You possess such a thing? Lin Yan nodded. After binding his property information, he no longer required a key card to enter the Furnace District. This card had transformed into a visitor's pass for the Furnace District. Otherwise, passers-by wouldn't even get past the paper figure at the entrance. Intruding would result in the same treatment as attacking the administrator, effectively designating them as part of the Baigui Yuan faction. If he intended to lure as many elite members of the Fire Dragon as possible to annihilate them, he naturally had to unveil astonishing news. Indeed, responses flooded in the group chat. Chenyu, damn. Is this for real? Chenyu, I'm coming over right now. Ma Yi, keep a close watch and don't let him leave that room. Lin Yan felt a surge of joy. It worked. He decisively replied in the group. Li Hu, all right, I'll keep an eye outside. Everything seems normal. Chenyu, all cadres above level 30. Get off the women's beds. Assemble. I'm claiming that room card. X, this guy has lost his mind. How dare he reveal such a thing? XX, we must seize it. X, quickly. Gear up and set off. We may be facing a level 5 anomaly. Chenyu, hurry and gather at 1408. I'm heading over now. Guard the entrance to the management office. XX, Brother Chen is taking action himself. We're saved. Li Hu, exactly. X, that brat should have been dealt with long ago. He has caused the deaths of so many brothers. Li Hu, indeed. Approximately half an hour later, the sound of hurried footsteps converged at 1408, with around 100 individuals gathering silently, donning their finest equipment, assembling from various directions. They were the trusted elite of the Fire Dragon, with levels ranging from 20 to 30. A man with a buzz cut and sunglasses emerged from the crowd, dressed in a black suit with nothing underneath, resembling a street thug. Brother Chun, Li Hu is in front. The man waved, and Li Hu at the corner waved back, swiftly rejoining the group. Chun Yu looked at the chubby man before him. What's the situation now? Li Hu replied with a sinister smile. Ma knows that kid. They're having a good time now. I told him to leave the room ajar, just waiting for the heavenly soldiers to strike. Li Hu made a cutting gesture with his hand. We'll take him down. Exactly. Nearby, a cadre voiced their grievances. Brother Chun, you have no idea how much Brother Hu has endured. Li Hu pretended to wipe away tears. Indeed. Shin Yu snorted. He has endured? Whereas that level 5 bodyguard of his. Li Hu pounded his chest. Not around here. Brother Chun, you're personally stepping in. Such a minor character is hardly worth mentioning. Several leaders around them nodded in agreement. While they couldn't guarantee a one-on-one victory, the strongest elites of the Fire Dragon were present, so taking down a level 5 shouldn't pose any problem. Chun Yu coldly waved his hand. Let us go. Don't hesitate to eliminate that brat. This is indeed a room card for the Furnace District, a card whose potential for profit surpasses that of 5 floors combined. Once this is over, I shall take you to the 4,000th floor to indulge in the pleasures of life. To my astonishment, Lin Yan possesses a permanent room card. This is the coveted room card for the 2,333rd floor of the Furnace District, a treasure that countless formidable beings yearn for, which requires an exorbitant price to rent. It is a precious avenue to break through the level 50 bottleneck. I have only heard of the transient passes issued by the Far Gold and Silver Society. This permanent property certificate is a first for me. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Offending Yuan Hua is one thing. Even if my own father held this card, he would meet his demise. This is a ticket to a life of utmost luxury. Let us go. Hundreds of footsteps swiftly surrounded Lin Yan's apartment from all directions. Li Hu silently lingered at the back. Chun Yu approached, keenly observing from distance. As expected, the door to Lin Yan's room was ajar, obstructed by an inconspicuous white towel. A mere crack. Chun Yu nearly let out a girlish shriek. The door was open. Overwhelmed by an ecstatic rush, be quiet. All 4 entrances are blocked. Once we secure it, we'll flee 1408 while Yuan Hua is still at work. Rest assured, Brother Chun, that scoundrel manages to find Chioya every day and comes to work quite late. No problem. The air was so silent it felt suffocating as a group of experts stealthily approached from both ends of the corridor. 2 factions gradually drew closer to Lin Yan's door. The tension in the atmosphere was palpable. Li Hu, at the back, slowly halted, gazing at the more than 100 individuals crammed into such a narrow corridor. Suddenly, he chuckled. The plan had come to fruition. In this hushed ambience, his low laughter rang out distinctly, causing everyone to turn. Li Hu burst into raucous laughter. Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! Chun Yu's heart raced, and with Li Hu's loud laughter, Lin Yan's door abruptly slammed shut. Bang! Chun Yu completely lost his composure. His eyes nearly bloodshot. Li Hu, are you out of your mind? You've ruined everything. Li Hu grinned, his smile radiant. Is that so? He raised his arm, pointed dramatically, and then made a swift motion. Brother, save me. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening with Tiger Brother? Save me. Save whom? Suddenly, everyone simultaneously looked up as the warm yellow corridor lights abruptly shifted to red. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz. The lights flickered 4 times. This signified the escape of a level 4 anomaly. How could this be? Did someone attempt to open the door at this moment? Click. Chun Yu lowered his head, only to see the doorknob beside him twist. And then the door exploded open. Bang! A large mass of gray sponge erupted, spewing forth a tangle of viscous octopus tentacles. He was violently hurled against the wall. The stench of the sea engulfed the entire corridor, as a massive mass of gray sponge writhed within the room. A massive tentacle, dripping with viscous slime, erupted forth. The tentacles immediately ensnared several lower-ranking officials, and 2 basketball-sized eyes flew out, crashing violently against the temples. A slumber reminiscent of an infant enveloped the scene. Chun Yu, a master of level 50, kicked away the cephalopod before him, staring in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. What is happening? I did not even move my hand. Yet the door swung open on its own. All non-human anomalies should not be able to open the door from within. President, save me, save me. Ugh, run that way. There are more over here. Tiger brother, there's a monster behind you. The alarm of SpongeBob SquarePants drowned out Arnold's warning. As a muscle-bound fitness enthusiast stood behind Li Hu, looking utterly lifeless. His dark eye sockets glimmered with a chilling light. Li Hu produced a small vial. Dragon power pill. Brother Arnold, they won tea, let me go home. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, why does that guy have such a pointed head? Changshu Arnold paused momentarily. His mouth involuntarily agape, as if he had heard the most venomous curse of the mortal realm. Veins bulged on his forehead, sweat pouring down. He snatched the elixir from Li Hu's hand and crushed both the pill and its container in his mouth. Arnold radiated golden light, roaring skyward. Then let me ask you. This muscular devil advanced, delivering a punch to each child, eliciting their anguished cries. Are you male or female? Are you male or female? Help! Help! Please run. It's an ambush. It's an ambush. A burly man rushed forward, clutching Arnold's waist. Arnold raised his arm, surrounded by golden light, and forcefully broke the man's grip. Yet a throng surged forth, completely overwhelming him. Arnold could not withstand their onslaught. He was merely a target in the face of a collective attack. This Li Hu is a fake. Attack him. Quickly. President, eliminate that octopus. We will take care of him. Li Hu smiled and waved his hand. All right, but first let us see if my elder brother agrees. He brandished an exquisitely crafted halberd, shimmering with golden light, and calmly declared, where are the warriors? Boom! Suddenly, a surge of black lightning erupted behind Li Hu. It was as if thunder had struck the apartment corridor, and a heavily armored one-eyed cavalryman appeared in an instant. His eyes bulged with fury. The helmet glistened with flashing red light, and the chainmail clinked as he moved, while beneath him, the shadowless horse kicked up a storm of sparks. Steam billowed from his nostrils. The horse neighed incessantly. The great spear in the hands of Xiahou Dun whirled fiercely, unimpeded by the narrow corridor. Xiahou Dun gritted his teeth in rage, pounding his chest in fury. Your Majesty, the villains approach. Yuan, step back. Chapter 48. The Great Wisdom Aids Me. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth is this? One fitness enthusiast was not enough. Now, an ancient general has emerged. Is this the rumored bodyguard of the Perilous Five? Li Hu stated calmly, kill. Xiahou Dun shouted hoarsely, his eyes shimmering with golden light. Kill. The general like a specter. Surge forward. Leading the charge, the steed, Shadow, materialized and toppled several individuals, while the long spear traced an arc through the air. Some were cleaved at the chest, their innards spilling forth. Xiahou Dun struck fiercely, thrusting his spear to pierce another, and with a twist of his wrist, he forcefully slammed the body against the wall. Blood sprayed like a fountain. This scene resembled the chaos of a Dynasty Warriors game. Chun Yu and SpongeBob were locked in a fierce struggle, unable to gain the upper hand. Witnessing this spectacle sent shivers down their spines. What is happening? A sponge octopus, a muscular demon, and a cavalryman. Chun Yu gritted his teeth, glaring at the smug Li Hu, his jaw clenched tightly. Fake. This Li Hu is an imposter. A layer of dragon scales began to envelop his face. His eyes transformed into slits, and from his back erupted a pair of bat wings and a lizard tail. As he morphed into the Dragon of Fortune, he leaped, transforming into a small fire dragon, darting through the crowd, charging toward Li Hu. A level 50 expert is indeed remarkable. He glided from the ceiling like a flickering flame, hurtling directly towards himself. The Walkman crackled ominously. Lin Yan, donning the human mask of Li Hu, took 2 steps back, his aura heavy with murderous intent. Playing with fire? I know someone even more formidable. Li Hu curled his fingers into a trumpet shape and shouted, Great wisdom, save me. Chun Yu's heart jolted, a chill running down his spine. What does this mean? What is great wisdom? Suddenly, the corridor light above Chun Yu's head turned crimson, flashing. 6 times. Danger level 6. How could such a terrifying beast of danger level 6 appear here? The light behind him began to brighten, and Chun Yu swiftly turned around, only to see a blazing sea of fire surging towards him at breakneck speed. Boom! Ow! The president! Bang! Woos! What? A stream of fire, brushing against the ceiling, ignited his scalp. In a flash, a fiery disk tore through dozens of heads. It traced a narrow elliptical arc within the corridor, with Chun Yu as the endpoint. As the fiery disk crashed into him, Chun Yu plummeted like a falling aircraft. Ah! Hot, hot, hot! A massive, flaming wound ripped open on his chest. He hastily grabbed a nearby, severed limb to extinguish the flames. In that instant, a burst of black lightning erupted before his eyes. Several nearby individuals were reduced to mere flesh by the whirling spear. The ancient general, drenched in blood, lost all semblance of his original form. Only one golden eye shone brightly. His visage was terrifying, exuding a murderous aura. You are the leader of these thieves. You dare to stab the king and slay the sovereign. Who will you kill? With a mighty and furious roar, Xiahou Dun lifted his massive spear, transforming it into a bolt of lightning that he thrust forward with ferocity. Chun Yu's pupils constricted as he extended his hands, covered in scales, to grasp the Zijing spear tightly, preventing it from piercing through him. Under the immense force, the wall behind Chun Yu and the Zijing spear emitted a dull, cracking sound. In a moment of desperation, Chun Yu cried out, "Help me! I've nurtured you all!" Turning to glance back, he was taken aback. Above him, the ceiling appeared as tranquil as a still water surface, rippling with faint blue flames. A figure clad in ancient robes stood upon the ceiling, gently spinning a dual-headed blade, severing the last head. Surrounding him were charred corpses, heads densely scattered. Guangxi? The Guangxi from the Dark Mythos? In mere seconds, this terrifying Guangxi had proven to be an entity of danger level 6. Why are you assisting this newcomer? Guangxi, perched on the ceiling, lifted his hands in a gesture of reverence, while SpongeBob, with a mass of Cthulhu tentacles, feasted heartily. SpongeBob exclaimed, "Oh, whoa." Guangxi politely remarked, "Ba, alas. Please take your time with your meal. Has the battle concluded? Have all my men perished?" Li Hu approached slowly, placing his hand to his ear. Gradually, he peeled away a layer of human skin from his face, transforming his physique simultaneously. Before Chun Yu appeared a youthful, benevolent visage, gazing at him with indifference. Chun Yu felt he was facing danger level 7. "Is that Lin Yan? You're a newcomer?" The amiable Lin Yan scoffed. "Aren't we 5 formidable? What does that concern you? You were merely slacking off the entire time." Chun Yu gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to retort. He was still grappling with Xiahou Dun, while the wounds left by Guangxi's red tide had already breached his defenses. The spear's tip inched ever closer, and his strength waned, his body gradually succumbing to the ground. "No! No!" Lin Yan raised his hand, signaling Xiahou Dun to ease his assault. Chun Yu nearly pleaded, "Lin Yan, brother, it's all a misunderstanding. Can we reconcile?" Lin Yan nodded slightly. "Sure, transfer your position as the Fire Dragon President to Ma-Yi." Chun Yu was taken aback. "Ma-Yi? Maya?" Xiahou Dun exerted force, driving the spearhead deep into Chun Yu's chest, eliciting cries of agony. I will transfer. It hurts so much." He fumbled through his mind, revealing the most innocent expression of his life. I will never return again. Just spare me. Please. Grant me mercy. Congratulations. Ma-Yi's highest affinity unlocked. Current transferable talent. Eagle Bone Wings. It succeeded. He needed to carefully consider his 8 talent slots. After all, this was a talent that could enable flight. He canceled Wu Gongzi's money course and replaced it with Ma-Yi's bone spikes and wings. Having completed this, Lin Yan coldly raised his hand, stating, "To be frank, as long as you all continue to breathe in the shelter, I will not find peace." The finger descends, strike. Chapter 49, Apologies, may I inquire about the password? Xiahou Dun decisively thrust forward the spear. Zijing effortlessly pierced through Chun Yu's heart. With a furious yank, he withdrew it. From the flat, gaping wound in his chest, a thin column of blood erupted half a meter high, pulsating with vigor. Ugh! Chun Yu's eyes glazed over as he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, expelling the remnants of his vitality. He knelt upon the ground, his consciousness growing hazy as his blood pressure plummeted. Yet his level 50 physique instinctively allowed him to endure for several more seconds. He gazed incredulously at the 5 individuals before him. What an odd newcomer you are. Is this how the dormitory operates? Thought. Guangxi remained calm and composed, as though the preceding carnage had merely been a warm-up. He raised his hands in a gesture of reverence. Amitba, to send one off early is indeed a virtuous act. Namo Amitba. Shanlin was momentarily taken aback. Did you see that? Our professional team even includes a monk performing the rite of passage. All is well. We handle both the killing and the burial. Guangxi remarked, with the thieves eliminated, this monk shall return to meditate on Zen. Until we meet again, benefactor. The great Bodhisattva treads slowly. Guangxi dragged the crimson tide back to his quarters. SpongeBob emitted a series of garbled sounds, using its tentacles to gather several roasted corpses, pulling them back to its domain. Changshu Arno was voraciously devouring a severed thigh. Protein is excellent. I simply adore protein. He nonchalantly dragged several corpses behind him. I shall take my leave. Call me if needed, Brother Nuo. Lin Yan responded with a smile. Take care, brother. Much appreciated. As the older brothers departed, the once lively corridor fell silent, leaving only Xiahou Dun, mounted upon his steed, steadfastly at Lin Yan's side, embodying the visage of a loyal minister. He was an anomaly from the side quest of the 3 kingdoms, distinctly different from these older brothers. SpongeBob, Arno, and Guangxi viewed themselves as the older brothers aiding the younger ones, retreating when faced with a foe they could not conquer. However, Xiahou Dun, who regarded Lin Yan as the son of heaven of the Wei dynasty, would devote his utmost efforts to serve him, charging forth even against Erlang Shun. Lin Yan surveyed his surroundings, inhaling the thick, blood-scented air, finally feeling a weight lift from his heart. It was truly delightful to be unburdened by anyone's expectations. Yet, as long as his life of bribery continued, such occurrences would likely be frequent. Turning 1408 into his fortress was indeed a splendid idea. As for who would lead, it mattered not. The president could rotate, for the elder brother resided in his home. Suddenly, Lin Yan recalled that the corpses strewn about were all slain by the elder brother, and his talent for the Undying Army would automatically absorb the souls. He checked the roster of the Undying Army. Lin Yan's eyes widened. Undying Army roster. Chunyu, Guofu, Chun, X108. 108 individuals. The names of 108 heroes lay hidden within his gaze, ranging from levels 20 to 30, with 3 at level 40, and this level 50 expert. Chunyu laid his feet. Lin Yan joyfully clenched his fists. This was indeed a formidable army. In the depths of the mine, a ruthless slaughter ensued, and this professional team, unbeknownst to them, amassed a wealth of invaluable experience. No one could refuse my brotherhood, not even my own elder brother. Their souls, containment vouchers, and equipment were mindlessly funneled into my satchel. Lin Yan began to tally the spoils of war. Acquired, 52 million containment vouchers. Acquired, Radiant Judgment Gun, Triple Holy Sword, Inferno Staff, Chain of Panhong. The spoils were indeed plentiful, just as anticipated. This group came prepared to challenge me. The number of pieces of equipment exceeded 20, among which were 7 items of profound grade. Lin Yan glanced at the balance of containment vouchers, a slight frown creasing his brow. Despite the bountiful equipment, how could the vouchers be so few? A mere 60 million? Averaged out, that was just over 600,000 vouchers per person. After vanquishing Sima Ling's male model brigade, 10 of them had yielded 4 million for him. These individuals were the elite core of the Fire Dragon, truly respectable people. Where had their wealth gone? That was my fortune. Lin Yan, unconvinced, rummaged through his belongings and unearthed a familiar golden card, adorned with a dark pattern of scales. Containment item, far-reaching gold card, anomaly level, guild item, anomaly source, Chinyu. Open daily to check the balance for wellness. The far-reaching gold and silver issuing card can store containment vouchers, property deeds, and experience stones. Please enter an 8-digit password. A password? How intriguing. It was only natural for Chunyu, who relished life in the upper echelons, to possess such a card for convenience. Yet, it was the password that perplexed him. This card must contain all of Chun Yu's wealth. Lin Yan pondered. He had been brazenly dominating for quite some time, his assets surely substantial. If he couldn't access it, would the possessions within this card simply be devoured by the far-reaching gold and silver? My brothers fought valiantly to slay the fire dragon, only to have their rewards snatched away? How unjust! Lin Yan gazed mournfully at the corpse at his feet. Alas, perhaps the kill was premature. Could someone kindly share the password? Chun Yu's lifeless body remained silent. After a moment's reflection, Lin Yan realized he still had a solution: summoning Chun Yu's spirit. However, the effect of Undying Army released all spirits at once, bound to fight loyally for him. Merely inquiring about a password seemed a waste of such formidable power. This capable army needed to remain at the mine. Suddenly, Lin Yan slowly turned his gaze towards Xiahou Dun. The talent of the Undying Army was derived from him, and Chun Yu had been slain by Xiahou Dun's spear. Surely, there was a spirit of Chun Yu within his sight. With this thought, Lin Yan hastily clasped his hands together. General, could you summon this man's spirit? I have a question to pose. Without hesitation, Xiahou Dun returned the gesture. A trivial matter. Your Majesty need not bow. Xiahou Dun raised his spear slightly, and a swirling black fog enveloped the entire floor. The clamor of battle, filled with the clash of weapons and shouts, instantly filled the corridor. The sound seemed to emanate from within, yet it felt as though it originated from the depths of the wall, as if an army were marching within its confines. This was the harbinger of the activation of the earthbound talent, the Undying Army. Su Huang spoke in a low tone. Rise? His single eye glimmered faintly, radiating warmth and emitting a wisp of white smoke. With a fierce slash of his spear, he cleaved through the air. Crack, 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 crack. Suddenly, Chun Yu's corpse twitched like a loosened rubber band. Its bones contorted grotesquely, rising to its feet in an exceedingly bizarre posture. Goodness, can Su Huang truly reanimate the dead? Shan Lin observed the zombie before him with an air of indifference, shaking his golden card. Pardon my oversight, but what is the password for this card? Chun Yu's throat labored to draw breath, producing guttural sounds. Psi 48, HL 27, all in uppercase. Thank you. Lin Yan inputted the password into his mind, and indeed, it unlocked the access card. He raised his head and smiled. All right, you may now perish. Su Huang slightly raised his hand, and Chun Yu's body collapsed back onto the corridor as if severed from its power. Acquired 242 million containment tokens. Medium experience stones X2 37. Acquired Villa Manor No. 909 on the 4099th level. 280 days remaining until the next payment. Goodness, 242 million containment tokens. Is this the entirety of a level 50 guild leader's wealth? Moreover, there are experience stones and prepaid properties. The prize for the championship in the heat competition was merely 30 medium experience stones. Yet your account boasts over 200. How greedy! Lin Yan hesitated for a moment, pondering whether to consume the upgrade directly or retain it as currency. Medium experience stones are the most commonly used resource for value preservation in the containment apartments. This is the hard currency of the containment apartments, with various high-end and rare equipment transactions settled using medium experience stones. A single medium experience stone commands a market price of around 1 million. This price reflects a pure seller's market, where one must not only possess the funds but also navigate channels to make a purchase. Players can earn 2 to 3 million containment tokens by defeating a dangerous and nominally rated 3 or 4, provided they can take the gamble. Each opening of a door is a wager of life and death. What if one were to inadvertently summon a Guanji, like myself? For ordinary players, levels signify class, while strength equates to power. For me, elevating my level is essentially a means to facilitate better bribery. I've already engaged in bribery. What class do you think I belong to? Whatever class my elder brother is, that is the class I belong to. Chapter 50. The Cage of Spirits and the Radiant Ones. Lin Yan pondered for a moment, realizing that he had a significant task awaiting him the next day: acquiring the grotesque Mita at the auction house. This was a crucial piece of equipment that he deemed essential for his endeavors. Securing it would enable him to bribe the frenzied Meta, whose unique abilities could transform promising anomalies into cards, bestowing them upon others. For instance, he could enhance the stalwart Xiahou Dun with more formidable attributes. He did not need to fret over the containment tickets, as he possessed nearly 400 million. His primary concern lay with the experience stones. Capturing the fire dragon would equate to seizing control over the 666th level of the cavern managed by Ma-E. He could summon the valiant spirits of the fire dragon once more to wreak havoc in the mining levels. With this thought, Lin Yan clapped his hands. Everything here is settled. You may emerge now. Creaking open, his door revealed a narrow gap. He glanced about, his eyes widening in terror as they beheld the charred remains littering the corridor, as if confirming the existence of hell itself. Hesitantly, he stepped forward, crossing the threshold of death. The main forces of the fire dragon had been utterly annihilated in mere minutes. Good heavens! Is this the might of Lin Yan? Ma-Yi's gaze fell upon the lifeless form of Chun Yu, once so proud, now fallen so casually. A level 50 powerhouse, no less. Lin Yan spoke nonchalantly. None of your people remain here, correct? Ma-Yi trembled as he replied, no. They are all at the 666th level. I did not summon them to 1408. Lin Yan contemplated, suggesting, shall we head to the 666th level now? There were 3 reasons for this decision. First, while he and evil Lin Yan were of one mind, he himself did not require rest while the other slumbered. Second, in preparation for the auction the following day, he aimed to find a suitable location within the mining levels to unleash the fire dragon's army and gather as many experience stones as possible. Third, he sought targets for bribery within the 666th level. Among Steve's 3 bribery items, the flame powder could only be obtained by slaying the flame people in the netherworld, while the ender pearls required the defeat of the perilous enderman. Should he be able to bribe the local anomalies, he could send his elder brother to tackle them, reaping the rewards for himself. Ma-Yi was well acquainted with the conditions of the mining levels, making him the ideal guide. Lin Yan instructed very well. With the fire dragon eliminated, you are now the leader. Lead me to the 666th level. Recovering from his shock, Ma-Yi stammered, now? But it's nighttime. As the contractor of the guild, the fire dragon could utilize the elevator even during rest hours. Are you tired? No, not at all. It is merely nighttime, and the administrator is off duty. Ma-Yi now regarded Lin Yan with a blend of awe and respect. This newcomer was truly terrifying. Who knew how many allies lurked behind him should one dare to strike? Lin Yan found it curious that the administrator's absence was a concern. Ma-Yi explained, the environment of the 666th level, once plunged into darkness, will spawn monsters that are exceedingly ferocious. Only the administrator can suppress the area near the management office during working hours. Otherwise, one cannot exit at all. Lin Yan inquired, who is the administrator? There are 3. General Manager Zhu Qiyu, Elevator Administrator Zhang Ying, and a flesh and soil zombie known as the Radiant One. Who? Lin Yan's eyes widened as he immediately opened his ample satchel. Containment item, Radiant One's Judgment Gun, Anomaly Level. Intermediate Mystical, Anomaly Source, Spirit Cage. Light nurtures all beings, and beings follow its shadows. Light purifies my soul, while shadows shelter my body. Restrain desires with the way, finding joy without indulgence. Better to suffer bodily harm than to forsake light and shadow. This is the Radiant One's energy-charged firearm. This gun originates from Spirit Cage, belonging to the Radiant One. Vanny, with a very clear indication of bribery. Lin Yan reflected, his mind conjuring images of 2 long, elegant legs. Given that this woman resides in the containment apartment, she must be someone unusual. Ma-Yi mentioned she was a flesh and soil entity. How beautiful could she possibly be? Perhaps she is a zombie version of the Radiant One. In my world, creatures spawn automatically in dark areas, aligning perfectly with the business of the Lord of Light and Shadow. Yet, the vastness of this containment apartment exceeds my imagination. Lin Yan found himself both amused and perplexed. Even Zhang Ying is present? Was the anomaly there? Is Zhang Ying, who became a 9-time champion in some parallel world, involved? General Manager Zhu Qiyu is quite remarkable, the emperor of the Ming dynasty. He operates in the same realm as my Great Way sovereign, having even used the same imperial jade seal. Yet, I wonder from which work he hails. Could his bribery task involve the fate of Zhu Qizhen? Let us go. Immediately, I must first investigate the authenticity of the 666th floor, and when the administrator arrives, I will personally witness their bribery conditions. Ma Yi surveyed the scattered corpses. Very well, I shall summon someone to clean up, and I will personally accompany you to the 666th floor. Lin Yan opened his door, advising General Xiaohou to rest early, as he could not take him to the 666th floor. Take care, Your Majesty. General Xiaohou bowed deeply, his single eye coldly gazing at Ma Yi. If anything befalls His Majesty during your outing, I vow to slay you. Ma Yi was momentarily at a loss, only managing to mimic General Xiaohou's bow. Lord Lin, may you be auspicious? No, the era is incorrect. Lin Yan quickly interjected. Enough, let us hurry. I need to bribe the Radiant One. The two stepped over the ground littered with flesh and blood, swiftly making their way toward the management office at 1408. Soon, two hurried figures approached, both members of the Fire Dragon, around level 20. They spotted Ma Yi immediately. Mago, I've seen the president's name change to yours. Did that bunch of beasts perish? Who is this? Ma Yi was so astonished that he nearly lost his composure. What do you mean, who? This is Lin Shun. He is our guardian of 1408. You ought to provoke Lord Lin. He truly possesses the capability to summon that general for overtime. Regardless of who holds dominion over this floor, neither Xiahou Dun nor Guangxi can be displaced. Lin Yan is undeniably a quintessential villain. Fortunately, my relationship with this villain remains amicable. Chapter 51, Ascending to the Vice Presidency. Upon hearing Ma Ji's words, the two men gazed at Lin Yan in bewilderment. As loyal confidants of Ma Yi, they had spent considerable time within the confines of level 666, and had heard whispers of a remarkable newcomer who had made the Fire Dragon quite uncomfortable. Yet, they never expected that this individual would be the seemingly affable university student before them. Lingard, have you vanquished those human traffickers? Nay, Lin Yan raised his hand earnestly. I swear upon heaven and earth, I did not lay a finger on them. The trio was taken aback. Ma Yi pouted, reminiscent of Sao Bining's astonishment at Jack Ma. Ah, indeed, you have not engaged them at all. Suddenly, they burst into jubilation. One of them clenched his fist and struck an imaginary blow, exclaiming, "Those worthless scoundrels, relying on human trafficking to grow stronger? What does that make our arduous labor in the mines? In this shelter, it is only fair that the strong enjoy their privileges. Our elite miners can defeat those at level 40, even at level 30. Ma Yi hastily waved his hand, fearful that their words might provoke the celestial authority. Quick, summon someone to clean the corridor. The management office must be spotless before it opens. Once that's done, release those female university students. From this day forth, we shall no longer engage in the trafficking business. Yes, the two hurriedly departed. Lin Yan smiled gently and nodded slightly. Ma Yi, having been deeply affected by the tragic demise of his cousin, harbored a profound disdain for such nefarious activities. Lin Yan, however, refrained from passing judgment on others' moral compasses, as his own was far from pristine. As a dart warrior, he focused solely on amassing his prowess within the realm of connections. Let's proceed. Upon entering the management space, the crystals above did not illuminate. The management office lay dim and devoid of life. The restaurant, bar, and other facilities were shuttered, with the floor polished to a mirror-like sheen. The usual governor robots were conspicuously absent, likely recharging. Grut had no notion of quitting time, as its leafy canopy curled together in peaceful slumber. Ma Yi had procured an elevator card, and the two awaited the arrival of the lift in the empty lobby. He summoned the guild management panel. Lingard, since you have conquered the Fire Dragon, why not take the mantle of guild leader? Me, as the leader? Lin Yan paused for a brief moment. It was not entirely out of the question. To become the leader, one must reach level 30. Suge had mentioned that ascending to a level 3 guild would unlock a secondary talent system. For instance, Chun Yu's Dragon Breath Phlegm had given rise to a secondary talent known as Dragon Breath Crystal. With a plethora of 8 talents at his disposal, how many varieties of secondary talents could potentially emerge? He was a player focused on combat, and strengthening the Guild's members would certainly benefit him. Presently, he had 2 side quests, Silent Hill and the Three Kingdoms. The former featured a distinct Silent Hill mining layer located on level 111, centered around the eerie themes of the Silent Hill universe. Beautiful nurses, Pyramid Head, and Alessa all existed within that realm. If the films and games were sufficiently bizarre, what form would they take in the containment apartment? Regardless, completing this side quest could very well reward him with a heavenly tier talent or equipment. Chow Mao, wielding merely a low-tier piece of equipment, commands the Wei generals with authority. The Dread Steed, another low-tier item, elevates the prowess of Xiahou Dun to a new echelon. What, then, could be said of the terrifying existence that is a heavenly tier equipment? Lin Yan pondered for a moment, contemplating the prospect of expanding his domain with the assistance of his members, securing a foothold within the Silent Hill floors. Such an endeavor might alleviate numerous troubles. Rather than hastily acquiescing, he first inquired about their methods of development in the mining floors. He reflected before responding, the Radiant Ones provide us with territorial flags, akin to a blind box of bounties. We must conquer designated boss anomalies. Should we triumph, that territory becomes ours. Should we fail or falter, it could cost us our lives. We, the Fire Dragon, possess 2 caverns, one of which I claim myself. With a hint of pride, Mai continued, these caverns allow for infinite monster spawns, such as zombies, creepers, and other formidable anomalies. Even an ordinary individual wielding a shovel could triumph over them. Lin Yan nodded slightly, understanding that all mining floors operated under this mechanism, assisting administrators in managing disasters. However, the more accessible territories had been claimed, leaving the remaining flags untouched. To pursue them could be fatal. Yet, his situation differed. Possessing the uncanny insight to discern even through doors, he could surely navigate the blind box of territory flags. Expanding mining territory should be an effortless task. He could seize a flag from a 5th or 6th tier danger level, utilizing the Fire Dragon's essence stored within his eyes to vanquish it. He envisioned the ancestors of the Fire Dragon igniting once more. Excitement surged through Lin Yan as he realized, I am but level 22. I lack the qualifications to be the guild leader. You should take the role for now. Mai, displeased, retorted, as my elder brother, how can you be so modest? With a few deft finger movements, he initiated a transfer. Received. Small experience, stone, X337. Mai proclaimed, Lin Shun, these are the experience stones we agreed upon. You take them to level up. Acquiring the territorial flag requires vice president privileges. Very well. This should encompass the entirety of Mai's possessions. After encountering Guangxi and Xiahou Dun, Mai realized that his position as guild leader was merely nominal. Lin Yan not only possessed an extensive network, but also held the coveted Furnace District rune card. Now, at level 41, Mai recognized that to continue growing beyond the level of an ordinary individual, he must transcend physical limitations and renew his constitution in the Furnace District. That endeavor is exorbitantly priced. It would require the earnings from 5 floors merely to pool together enough for a modest dwelling. Only Lin Yan's connections could assist him. The opportunity lay before him. He must seize it to ascend to higher floors and explore a broader world. As long as Lin Shun can lead us to greater strength, I am at your service. Lin Yan nonchalantly replied, Sure, Su Gu is currently training in the Furnace District. When I'm not around, you may collaborate with him. Mai's pupils contracted. Su Gu, isn't he only level 4? How is he already enjoying the services of the Furnace District? Lin Shun's methods of repaying others are truly astonishing. Mai felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Su Kaching and plant a kiss upon him. Thankfully, her past kindness towards him had spared her from the Emperor's wrath. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly faced a death sentence. Now, having ascended to the position of president, she was afforded the privilege of cultivating in the Furnace District. What a stroke of fortune! Who would decline the opportunity to pursue immortality? Transforming her physique into that of a semi-immortal would even extend her lifespan. The body is the foundation of enjoying life. Welcoming 30 youthful models would merely serve as a warm-up. Living for a century or two would be of no consequence. Lin Yan disregarded her fanciful musings and opted to absorb the upgrade, consuming all 337 small experience stones within her mind. Congratulations! You have reached level 30. Only an elevation of 8 levels? 30 small experience stones had propelled her forward by 9 levels. Yet with 10 times that number, she had only advanced by 8. Beyond level 30, the small experience stones were nearly ineffective. As levels increased, players were compelled to utilize higher-grade experience stones. Otherwise, it would be akin to tossing stones into the ocean, a sheer waste of resources. Lin Yan confirmed her choice on the interface as Ma-E pulled her into the Fire Dragon Guild, subsequently promoting her to vice president. Ding! The elevator arrived. Lin Yan stood up and declared, "Let us go. Today, we shall conquer new territory. I am confident that the valor of the Fire Dragon heroes will bless our endeavors." My lips twitched. You really don't intend to mention why they became the heroes of the heavens, do you? Chapter 52. Let's go forth and vanquish the Rocket Raccoon. The elevator commenced its ascent. Clearly, the nocturnal elevator operated with remarkable swiftness, as the two did not wait long before arriving. Arrival. Level 666. Notice, containment at this level has completely failed. Please exercise caution upon leaving the administration area. The elevator doors slid open. A dim, flickering torchlight illuminated a small expanse before them, the air thick with the scent of smoke and dust. The area stretched approximately the size of a football field, with a quaint, ancient-style church at its center, bustling with people. Surrounding them were damp, gray rocky cave walls adorned with torches that flickered orange light. The ground was relatively even. A mass of cube-like white entities writhed, emitting a creaking sound. These creatures were robust, their white bodies covered in moss, with elongated noses and slightly cross-eyed gazes. Their arms were long, nearly dragging on the ground. Property robots? Lin Yan activated his bribery talent. Containment object. Iron Golem. Anomaly rating. Apartment management robot. Anomaly source. Minecraft. 4 iron blocks and a pumpkin head. You should know how to arrange them. Bribery task, none. The property robots on this level were indeed iron golems. Unlike normal floors, these robots patrolled day and night without respite. Few people traversed this area, most congregating in establishments like bars, indulging in merriment. No one would dare mine at night, as the absence of administrators rendered the nearby mines perilously volatile. Yet, the rewards remained unchanged. Lin Yan glanced at the church, which appeared to be the administration office. Ma-E pointed towards a colossal fissure between the cliffs, flanked by 2 iron golems, with a steady stream of individuals passing through. Our cavern lies this way. The path is somewhat treacherous, but relatively safe. Brother Ma, a man suddenly lunged forward, collapsing at Ma-Ye's feet in tears. Brother Ma, I truly need your help. This man, in his 30s, had his head wrapped in bandages resembling a dumpling, blood seeping profusely. He was of considerable rank, level 40. He wept, Brother Ma, please assist me once more. All 6 of my brothers have perished. He waved a small flag. You drew the territory flag of danger level 5. You deserve it. Last time we helped you conquer that danger level 4. Yet you turned your back on us. The man wept even more fervently. Who could have known there were so many? Our main force is utterly decimated. I implore you, this territory flag has but 1 day left. His wailing drew the attention of passers-by, who expressed no sympathy for his plight. Venturing to expand territory in the mining levels invariably entails the risk of encountering dire consequences. The anomalies in these mining floors possess a far more terrifying desire to attack than those on ordinary levels, and they do not engage in solitary combat. Even with a level advantage, a moment's carelessness could lead to total annihilation. The man continued to wail, "Let's try one more time tonight. We have expended much of our ammunition against those anomalies. We are so close, brother. Please, Brother Ma, you must help me. We, the members of the Love Guild, shall never forget the favor bestowed upon us by the Fire Dragon. As long as we conquer it, the spoil shall be divided in a ratio of 3 to 7. Ma Yi could hardly restrain his frustration, exclaiming that I ought to venture into the territory anomalies at night. Are you mad, or am I? Once the administrator is off duty, those anomalies become ferocious, akin to a frenzied beast. Shan Lin remained silent, discreetly employing his bribery talent to scrutinize the piece in his hand, activating the display panel. Containment item, territory flag, rocket raccoon, anomaly level, property item, anomaly source, light bearer, who the little rooster points to, I shall choose. Territory flag, number 1139. Please complete the strategy within 7 days, or face death. Time remaining, 1 day. Who? The rocket raccoon? Lin Yan's eyes widened. Was this not Groot's bribery task? The elevator administrator of 1408, the entry stated it would render one into a vegetable. I had already consented to it. If I did not return to 1408 in the future, fulfilling this task becomes inconsequential. Now, if I intend to establish 1408 as my stronghold, it is imperative to maintain a good rapport with the administrator. Otherwise, I would be questioned every time I take the elevator. Although the 666th floor embodies a theme akin to my world, it once harbored all sorts of oddities, much like 1408. The emergence of the rocket raccoon is not surprising. Wait. Lin Yan waved his hand, halting Ma Yi. He examined the flag closely. Is this territory vast? Ma Yi's eyes widened. Lord Lin, please don't. The man appeared to have found a glimmer of hope, clutching onto a new limb and weeping. It's enormous, particularly vast. Even my voice echoes. I implore your benevolence to assist me. Their ammunition is running low. Tomorrow night, if this territory flag becomes ineffective, I shall perish. I beseech you, help me. Ma Yi quickly interjected. Do not heed him, Lord Lin. This fellow is known for his fickleness. The last time I aided them, they promised a share of the territory bounty, yet I received naught. I shall indeed provide. The man's countenance fell in shame. Our main force has been annihilated. We have reduced them to a mere sliver of health. May I inquire your level? Lin Yan replied, 30. The man suddenly fell silent. Displeased, he clicked his tongue, feeling as if he had been toyed with, turning his gaze towards Ma Yi. Lower head. Brother Ma, you must save me. Ma Yi was tempted to deliver a kick, yet the prohibition against aggression loomed large. Should he harbor any intent to attack, those iron puppets would undoubtedly strike him down. Lin Yan pondered for a moment. This territory flag only bears a danger level of 5. In a confrontation against anomalies, the living may falter due to suspicion, physical stamina, or psychological issues. However, my fire dragon spirits are impervious to such influences. They shall fight until their very souls are scattered. This army, composed of 100 men, would stand a chance even against a danger level 6. The rocket raccoon, rated only at danger level 5, has also had its ammunition diminished. My indomitable legion can vanquish them. The 666th floor no longer contains any rooms for containment. I have no choice but to eliminate the rocket raccoon. After all, Groot's bribery task merely requires the acquisition of the rocket raccoon's teeth. Groot harbored the desire to consume it, intending to dispose of the remains afterward. It bewildered us what peculiarity had afflicted this father-son duo. Was it truly camaraderie or merely a shared appetite? Lin Yan chuckled softly and inquired, pray tell, how many territories did your Tang love Gil possess? Ma Yi answered on his behalf. Only one, a small pond that spawns drowned corpses, yielding scant experience and proving difficult to conquer. Lin Yan decisively proclaimed, transfer this territory to the Fire Dragon Guild, and you shall cede this flag to me. How's that sound? Ma Yi was momentarily taken aback, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. In a state of near panic, he exclaimed, no, no, no. Lin Shun, this territory flag has only a 1-day validity. The man cried out, transfer it. I relinquish all rights to the territory. You must accept it. Ma Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not dissuade Lin Yan, who promptly clicked agree on his interface. This was disastrous. Hilariously, the man, upon seeing the successful transfer notification, erupted into maniacal laughter. I am saved. Finally saved. As long as I live, I possess the means to rise again. Bystanders began to chuckle. Ma Gu, you've fallen for his trick. That flag will become void at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's a ticking time bomb. Who is that beside you? The new vice president of the Fire Dragon Guild? He appears utterly foolish. Ma Yi's lips twitch slightly. That is my father. Let's not delve into it. It will expire at 4 o'clock tomorrow, meaning we want to reach the administrator before then. Lin Yan, even if you wish to aid our Fire Dragon Guild in expanding its territory, you have just decimated all our elite members. Where am I to find reinforcements? It is still night, the time of heightened anomalies. Who would dare to join us? Such a level of anomaly necessitates at least one seasoned expert of level 50 to oversee. Otherwise, there is no hope. Unless your bodyguard ascends, we are doomed. Lin Yan nonchalantly patted him on the shoulder. If it fails, only I shall perish. What are you afraid of? Ma Yi smiled wryly. I merely fear that your general will eliminate me. And Yuan Hua. And Guangxi. There seems to be no escape. Chapter 53. Are we champions? Ma Yi wore a cold expression, suddenly erupting. Come back. The man paused momentarily. Brother Ma, didn't we agree on this? Ma Yi scoffed. It's just a pitiful territory. A toad can hardly squeeze out a few drops of urine. Consider it settling last time's debt. With an air of arrogance, Ma Yi gestured dismissively. This is my elder brother. After helping you with such a significant matter, shouldn't you show some gratitude? The man appeared troubled. He did not recognize Lin Yan, but Brother Ma was renowned on the 666th floor for his formidable combat prowess. Crossing him would make survival challenging. After a moment of hesitation, the man produced 2 pieces of equipment from his bag. These are all I have. The rest are rented. Lin Yan examined the bribery interface. One was an ornate metallic trophy, and the other was a straw hat. Containment item, S95 World Champion Trophy. Anomaly level, low mystical, source, League of Legends tournament organizers. In commemoration of the S95 season Global Championship victory and to congratulate the LPL region on securing its 4th Global Championship trophy. You are now a champion. Defeating anomalies nearby grants you a significant experience boost. In some parallel universe, did the LPL take 80 years to secure its 4th championship? Perhaps we should just abandon it. Isn't it despairing to play a B-grade game for 80 years? Containment item, Lu Haiju Straw Hat. Anomaly level, high yellow, source, Black X Wind and Cloud for 20 years. You know what I'm about to say. Wearing the hat transforms you into Lu Haiju. After reciting an incantation, all your attributes will increase. Lin Yan chuckled coldly. Our apartment truly has everything. At the very least, these were mystical grade items, and that champion trophy could enhance experience gains. Currently, the Fire Dragon had 3 encampments. As long as the territory remained shrouded in utter darkness, the unique environment of this floor would automatically refresh anomalies. There was a chance to drop gold, seeds, carrots, and other non-equipment resources, akin to the monster spawning towers in games. By placing the trophy out during work, experience gains could be amplified. As the president, one certainly wouldn't let the yellow-grade members die in vain. That would be exceedingly inefficient. Other guilds could only refresh a second-rate talent for their leaders, but one was different. Aside from being adept at bribery, one possessed a total of 7 talents, capable of generating various types of second-rate talents for members to utilize. As long as bribery was rampant, one had the extraordinary player card as a game changer. With sufficient manpower, gradually conquering the entire 666th floor would be no trouble at all. The area was vast enough. Anomalies would eventually spawn Endermen within one's territory. Bribing Steve would require a staggering 16 Ender Pearls, and, conservatively, one would need to eliminate 16 Endermen. Compared to the equally perilous Gao Ji, these Endermen were absurdly aggressive, attacking at the slightest glance. The man, having discarded the equipment, hastened toward the elevator as Lin Yan watched his retreating figure. Shan Lin Yan suddenly inquired, Mai, if we were to promote a mere pawn to the position of vice president, would that not mean we could choose any territory flag at will? There would be no need to fear a loss of effectiveness. Ma Yi pondered for a moment. The territory flag is drawn from the hands of the administrator, the keeper of light. If that old woman discovers this, the consequences would be dire. My petty cleverness would be no match for her. Shan Lin Yan responded with an understanding. So it's a matter of artificial tolerance. It seems someone has attempted this before, and their fate was far from pleasant. The apartment administrator, is no fool. If a bug is detected, the punishment would be severe, especially from that terrifying woman, the Keeper of Light. The animation Ling Cage exhibits an obsessive adherence to the rules of the lighthouse. Now that we have entered the apartment, who knows how bizarre things may become? Lin Yan produced the territory flag, and to his astonishment, a pale blue trail emerged before him, leading directly into a fissure in the mountain. Is there also map tracking? What a splendid tool. Let us depart at once. With a stiff neck, suggested, Lin Yan, perhaps I should call a few of my brothers back. That would ensure a greater chance of success. Lin Yan contemplated, deciding that with automatic tracking, it was inconsequential whether accompanied him or not. If you are afraid, then remain here and await my return. Was taken aback. Having acknowledged Lin Yan as his elder brother, he had also agreed to assist him in training within the Furnace District. He knew he must forge ahead through trials and tribulations. However, he had not anticipated the urgency of their situation. He had many loyal followers, but only he was above level 40. Now, he had no choice but to press on. He could only hope that the rumors from the Tan Love Guild were indeed true. If the territorial anomaly had been significantly weakened, there might still be a chance to fight. He pointed toward a fissure in the mountainside. Lin Yan, once we cross this crack, we may face sudden anomalies at any moment. The two men bent low and passed through a triangular narrow opening. The corridor ahead was not constricted, measuring approximately 1.5 meters wide and 2 meters high. The walls were comprised of solid orange-red rock. Above, vintage light bulbs and electrical wires extended infinitely, their filaments emitting a faint hum. The lighting was dim. The ground was laid with a layer of redstone tracks, which the minecarts would only traverse during daylight hours. As they advanced, new intersections appeared at intervals along the path. Occasionally, larger niches would manifest in the walls, spacious enough to accommodate tables and chairs for temporary rest. Lin Yan faintly heard the sound of screams, human screams. Visibly anxious, remarked, "It seems we're not the only ones out at night. Likely, some stragglers missed the last cart and are unable to return. Such occurrences are quite common. After all, the area of the floors is boundless, and one must rely on the redstone mine carts for transit. The administrator will not intervene once off duty." Lin Yan listened intently. The screams emanated from deep within the culvert, distant enough that their origin could not be pinpointed. It was a clear indication that players were being relentlessly pursued by anomalies. Lin Yan waved his hand dismissively, strolling confidently ahead, unperturbed by the dangers. Filled with concern, suggested, "Lin Yan, allow me to lead. I'm far more familiar with this path and can react more swiftly than you." Lin Yan merely waved his hand again. "No, I am quite safe. You need only to concern yourself with your own well-being. I consistently maintain the bribery panel in an active state. Any object that approaches will first be detected by this panel. Physical barriers hold no significance for me. Moreover, even if an advanced anomaly attempts a surprise attack, my Walkman will issue an alert in advance. Should I be defeated, I can merely return to the hotel on level 2333 and await the cooldown of the talisman before creating a new account. As long as safeguards himself, all will be well. It is uncertain how far we have traveled. One of us is at level 41 and the other at level 30. Merely walking expends little stamina. Is more concerned about the duration of the territory flag. Without a minecart, the journey alone would take 2 hours. He cautiously glanced to the side and saw a staggering figure emerging from the end of the culvert. Its complexion was a sickly green. The individual was emaciated, clad in an eerie fluorescent green short-sleeved shirt and purple trousers. Lin Yan also noticed and silently activated his bribery talent. Containment object, zombie, anomaly rating, dangerous one, anomaly source. Minecraft, startled, you jump. Bribery task, 1 villager, low-tier yellow talent. Jump in place. You will leap when attacked. What a pathetic talent. The zombie took 2 steps forward, extending its hands, when suddenly a dull thud echoed. A bow and arrow struck its forehead. It fell backward, lifeless. Chapter 54, Bribing Uzi. Lin Yan turned around to behold whose back unfurled 2 jagged, grayish-white skeletal wings, resembling the feathers of a Marvel falcon, now positioned before him. This avian bone structure, akin to his other abilities, serve multiple purposes. It could be utilized for offense, defense, and even, like the character Zaya, launch feathers infused with neurotoxins at a distance. It was no surprise that Ma-E had made remarkable strides since entering the apartment. His innate talent destined him to be a formidable force within its confines. Ma-E was rarely in the spotlight. It's nothing, Lin Yan. They're merely ordinary zombies. As long as there aren't too many, even an elderly lady could triumph over them, he reassured. Lin Yan mused. So you're seizing my souls, are you? Although these zombies are rather insignificant, their numbers can accumulate to become useful. My talent for the Undying Legion allows for the unlimited gathering of souls. If I remain diligent, the potential is indeed terrifying. Suddenly, an unexpected, thunderous roar shattered the tranquility. Ah! A piercing scream reverberated through the corridor, a shockwave manifesting visually as it surged forward. The cries grew louder as they approached. The two raised their hands to shield themselves from the oncoming wind pressure. The overhead bulbs flickered erratically, casting the surroundings into a slide show of chaos, and the screams became increasingly distinct. Why must they pursue us? Help! Don't leave me behind! In the shadows around the corner, a burly man of level 25 crashed violently against the wall as he turned, his face a mask of terror. He swung his fists with all his might, appearing to run at breakneck speed, followed closely by a limping man and woman, supporting each other. Sweat drenched his brow, and his eyes widened in fright. What are you staring at? Get out of the way. That thing is closing in. Another furious roar erupted from behind. The man was obliterated mid-air by the sonic blast, his body disintegrating into a fine mist, split in two. He was momentarily taken aback, but instinctively shielded Lin Yan with his wings, braving the sonic assault. The ground was drenched in a torrential downpour of flesh and blood. Lin Yan's gaze sharpened. With a swift motion, his toes erupted with bony spikes, anchoring him firmly to the iron tracks against the force of the gale. The storm halted momentarily. Pushing Ma-E aside, he quickly produced the triangular shield of the soldier boy and positioned the Lucille baseball bat against his neck, preparing to confront the impending threat. What is that? Ma-E had already begun to suspect. Shoo! There, at the corner, a colossal shadow emerged. A gaping maw exhaling thick steam. Containment object, Sound Guardian, anomaly rating, level 4. Anomaly source, Minecraft. Shoo! Please carry a woolen carpet and remain silent. Bribery task, obscured wailing entity, purple songfruit. Intermediate yellow tier talent, scent tracking. Able to detect lurking or invisible enemies through scent. Level 4. Ma-E gripped his shoulders tightly, placing a finger to his lips. Shoo! The Sound Guardian, with a head resembling horns and gills akin to a salamander, loomed ominously. The chest and abdomen resembled a gaping maw, revealing jagged, sharp teeth. Its skin was a grayish blue, adorned with shimmering azure spots, and its limbs were muscular and sinewy. Lin Yan's pupils constricted. This was a formidable entity capable of single-handedly defeating decay in the game. The Sound Guard, the man and woman, turned at the sound, emitting a piercing scream, their legs buckling as they nearly crawled away in terror. Help! You save me! The man, displaying a modicum of intelligence, swiftly covered the woman's mouth. A brief silence enveloped the surroundings as both parties exchanged tense glances. The corpulent body of the Sound Guard struggled to pivot, and by the time it turned around, the ambient noise had vanished. Its horns glimmered faintly, releasing a perplexed murmur as it sniffed around. The two remained locked in anxious gazes, their hearts racing, wishing they could pause their own pulses. The Sound Guard was blind. Even if the pair were directly beneath it, it remained oblivious. Instead, it raised its head. Lin Yan could almost perceive the malicious glee in its eyes. It was only a matter of time before they were discovered. Suddenly, the Sound Guard's gaze fell upon Lin Yan, accompanied by a murderous intent. The Walkman at Lin Yan's waist erupted with an alarming noise. Buzz! At such a critical moment, Lin Yan reacted swiftly, tearing the Walkman from his belt and hurling it at the man and woman. The man was taken aback. You're crossing the line. The Sound Guard let out a furious growl, a wave of sound obliterating the area where the two stood, turning it into a hellish mix of blood and debris. The ensuing smoke also struck Lin Yan heavily. Run! Lin Yan gritted his teeth, knowing he could overpower it with his undead army. Yet, that would thwart his mission to conquer the rocket raccoon. The two fled, managing to escape less than 100 meters when suddenly, a thunderous crack pierced the air, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. Ma Yi collapsed to the ground. A metallic crossbow bolt had pierced through Ma Yi's mouth from the side. Gah! What? A bloodied metal bolt quivered as it embedded itself firmly in the corridor. There were still experts lurking? Ma Yi's mouth had been pierced, blood gushing forth and shattering several teeth. Just as he spread his wings to retaliate, a flurry of rapid crossbow shots ensued, pinning Ma Yi against the wall. The accuracy was astounding. Every joint of Ma Yi's wings was struck precisely. Crack! Lin Yan! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another trio of shots came flying. Ma Yi endured the pain, gritting his teeth as his knees shattered, anchoring him firmly to the wall. More were coming. Evade. Slow force, swift force. Yet another barrage of 3 shots, and just as Lin Yan raised his shield, 3 tailless bolts nearly penetrated it. Fortunately, it was of the mystic tier, otherwise it would have shattered on the spot. What on earth is that? Lin Yan activated his bribery talent. Before me, in the shadowy corridor, a pair of softly glowing red glasses emerged. With a flick of his finger, sharp crossbow bolts sprang forth from his arm. 3 metal bolts, adorned with barbs. He stepped into the range of his bribery talent, revealing a forehead lined with veins. Lin Yan's eyes widened, nearly bursting with disbelief. What? Containment object. Uzi, anomaly rating. Level 5, anomaly source. S8 Global Championship promotional video. Let us hunt those who are engulfed in darkness. What? You want me to write an application? Bribery task. World Championship trophy. Lantern equipment. Low-level mystic talent. Ultimate moment. Lock on a prey. Transform into a hunter of shadows. A hand crossbow appears in the right hand, with unlimited ammunition for 3 minutes. Lin Yan felt an overwhelming urge to shout. The man before him donned a slate-blue bodysuit, with a watermelon head, a crimson cloak, and a pair of exaggerated red hip-hop glasses exuding a menacing glow. A massive crossbow hung on his back. He raised his right hand, aiming at Lin Yan, with 3 bolts poised to strike. Ma Yi was engulfed in despair. Indeed, trouble had arisen. It was the anomalous Uzi, a level 5 anomaly. At night, certain territorial anomalies could indeed run rampant. Behind him, the level 4 sound-sensing guardian howled, while in front loomed the terrifying crossbowman, Bayu, rated at level 5. Even if Lin Yan's bodyguard galloped to the rescue, it would be impossible to contend with 2 foes. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yan suddenly roared, "Big brother, help me!" As he spoke, he pulled the championship trophy from his satchel and forcefully thrust it toward Uzi's face. The surging killing intent abruptly halted with the trophy's emergence. He slowly lowered the hand crossbow. The anomalous Uzi's eyes glimmered beneath the glasses, incredulously gazing at the scene before him. And when he spoke, it was in the sultry voice of the game, character Vian. Uzi, astonished, exclaimed, "Is this the championship trophy?" Lin Yan replied, "No, this is your championship trophy." Chapter 55, Uzi. Eternal God. Uzi lifted the hefty, all-metal trophy, gazing intently at it for several moments. "Am I the champion?" Lin Yan opened his arms wide. "This is indeed your champion trophy." Mai, pinned to the wall, could only feel a throbbing headache. "No, big brother. Are you certain this won't provoke him? He isn't simply Jian Zhao. He is an anomaly that has been contained. Why would you present him with a trophy?" Uzi's territory had been raided 3 times. The most formidable lineup included a level 50 player and 2 level 40 players. Only 1 level 40 player returned alive. Ma Yi gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. This dangerous entity remained dormant in his territory during the day, but at night he roamed freely, hunting players who had not returned to the management office. His desire to attack was among the highest in the entire 666th floor, and he had a penchant for toying with his prey. Ma Yi bore the agony, Lin shun. In contrast, Lin Yan extended his hand for silence, appearing calm and composed. Meanwhile, Lin Yan seized the opportunity while Uzi was momentarily stunned to rummage through the trash bin. He had managed to acquire over 20 pieces of equipment from the fire dragon and hurriedly searched for lantern-like items. Indeed, he found one. Containment item, red lantern, anomaly level, low yellow tier, anomaly source. The big red lantern hangs high. Note, where this lantern is, there lies the heart of the master. The other grandmothers are certainly aflame with desire. When lit during a shared moment, it can invigorate a man's vigor. Ask no further. Huh, Chinyu, do you have flaws in this regard? If you can't afford it, don't play. When Lin Yan produced this equipment, Mai's expression could only be described as crumbling. I know, buddy, you enjoy greeting anomalies, but is this how you do it? Isn't presenting this somewhat insulting? Lin Yan offered the lantern, reminding himself that your bribery task only specified lantern equipment. He shouted, Brother Uzi, actually, I am your fan. Please, you must accept this. Upon hearing this, he responded, actually I am too. I used to watch your live streams frequently back on Earth. Uzi lowered his head in confusion. When he raised it again, his gaze was as clear as that of a university student. Congratulations. Uzi's maximum favorability has been unlocked. Current transferable talent. Ultimate moment. It was achieved. Lin Yan hesitated on whether to replicate it. The ultimate moment would allow him to transform into a true Vayne for 3 minutes. With unlimited crossbow shots, Lin Yan calculated. As his level increased, having a sharp head became less crucial. This ability would enhance his physique, but at the cost of sanity. However, with adept use of speed and strength, he could still possess a formidable constitution. Combining ultimate moment with swiftness would create a veritable storm of crossbow bolts within 3 minutes. Replace it. Sharp mind for ultimate moment. At that moment, the call of the guards rang out. Its corpulent form appeared exceedingly cumbersome within the corridor. Should the group being pursued navigate through a few more turns, they might still have a chance of escape. Suddenly, the hulking figure of the sound-seeking guardian squeezed around the corner. Its massive, spiraled maw contracted rhythmically, exuding a nauseatingly sweet and foul odor. The horns atop its head glimmered softly, emanating a roar akin to that of a yawning abyss. Abruptly, the sound-seeking guardian halted, having detected an anomaly before it. Generally, anomalies do not engage in conflict amongst themselves, yet this companion seemed somewhat unusual. Which side are you on? He beheld the guardian's striking visage, his complexion paling. This was the presence of a danger level 4. At levels around 10 or 20, disparities in rank could be mitigated through potions and equipment. Even at level 10, one might still encounter a danger level 2 adversary. However, as one ascends in levels, the hierarchy becomes increasingly stringent. To confront a danger level 4 would necessitate at least one seasoned player of level 45, and even then, it would depend on the type of anomaly. For instance, riding the Shadow Mare and wielding the Jijin Spear, Xiahou Dun had already surpassed the strength of danger level 5. Lin Yan could not contend with it and would become mere fodder. Even in his complete form, he could at best evade its clutches. Now, he could only rely on the stains. After all, this was not the first time he had witnessed Lin Yan resorting to such tactics. Stay close to the benefactor. There is a path to survival. My elder brother's elder brother is also my brother. Charge forth stains. Uzi's countenance contorted into a menacing grimace, his red glasses emitting a sharp glimmer. Countless bats erupted from beneath his cloak, enveloping him in an inky darkness. Gritting his teeth, a sultry voice resonated. My fans. It is a rare delight to encounter 2 living fans. He thought to himself, the most severe injury I have endured thus far was dealt by you. In a swift motion, Uzi drew forth a colossal crossbow from his back. A metal bolt, shimmering with a chilling gleam, automatically loaded itself. The moment of the hunt. With the draw of the crossbow came a single arrow. This ferocious aura startled the sound-seeking guardian, compelling it to halt its charge abruptly. Akin to having its momentum severed mid-course. Its body hastily retreated, but how could evade? In an instant, the sound echoed like cannon fire. A bolt, approximately 1 meter long and twice the girth of a thumb, soared forth like a projectile. It brutally shattered half of the guardian's head. The Guardian's cerulean blood erupted like a fountain, splattering across the corridor. Lin Yan felt a tightening at the nape of his neck. How formidable! A danger level 4 treats me as a child, while a danger level 5 treats it likewise. I concede your strength. In a one-on-one encounter, I would certainly bow in respect. However, should I summon my elder brother, I must assert that you still have much to practice. With a thunderous roar, the sound-seeking Guardian unleashed an invisible sonic breath in its injured state, but Uzi nimbly evaded it. He unleashed a flurry of arrows towards its face. The arrows seemed to possess explosive properties. The upper half of the sound-seeking Guardian was utterly obliterated, leaving only its spine and remnants connected. The foul, viscous glow of blood flowed like a meandering stream. So was the bug concerning Vane's lack of AoE has been rectified by you, has it? Acquired. Large experience Stone X5, Hidden Catalyst X1. Containment item, Hidden Catalyst. Anomaly level, low mystical tier. Anomaly source. Minecraft, what is this? Shall I step on it to find out? Once placed, it cannot be mined. When a player steps upon it, their vision will be obscured, and the sound-based guardians of that floor will disregard physical limitations to appear nearby. A trap device. In the game, this block is formed within the realm of darkness. Once activated, brace yourself for a beating from the sound-based guardians. It can now serve as a delightful trap for pranking. Apart from the 666th level, no other floors harbor such sound-based monsters, which allows for some mischievous exploits. For instance, ambushing veteran players. When someone decries robbery as wrong, it is often the case that they have been the victim. How peculiar. This character of mine, clearly a benevolent being, yet my thoughts can be so malicious? Does the dichotomy of good and evil truly manifest differently in the eerie ambience of Silent Hill? Meanwhile, I have acquired 5 large experience stones. According to the exchange rate, 1 large experience stone equates to 5 medium experience stones. I shall save them for later. No need for my own involvement. A true master excels effortlessly. Boom! The stain materialized before the two without a sound. First, I glanced up at the Cos Angel with a swift motion of his chubby hand. The crossbow bolt vanished in an instant, leaving only 3 holes in the triangular shield. He fell like a heap of mud, caught by Lin Yan, who winced at the pain. Hiss! Uzi returned the heavy crossbow to his back, seemingly unfazed by his actions. He turned to Lin Yan, his demeanor softening. With a smile, he remarked, I never expected to encounter a fan here. Would you like an autograph? Lin Yan suddenly realized this was a token of gratitude. Yes. He extended his hand without hesitation. Uzi removed a bolt from his hand crossbow, mercilessly slicing Lin Yan's palm with its sharp tip. Blood immediately seeped forth. Lin Yan maintained his composure. Such minor pain was quite bearable. Acquired. Uzi's token of gratitude. Containment item. Champion Uzi's golden signature. Anomaly level. High mystical tier. Anomaly source. Uzi, he still lives. A scar with special effects, granting immunity to 1 potentially fatal damage instance. Oh, a life-saving buff. Unlike the resurrection items, such as Ginger or the 9-turn soul reviving pill, this buff can protect me from a single death blow. This scar, etched upon my hand, shall also manifest upon the malevolent Lin Yan of the 2333rd level. Uzi looked up, noting the sounds emanating from the nearby corridor, his hunting instincts stirring restlessly. Well, I must take my leave. The evening's entertainment is rather limited. Lin Yan was certainly displeased. In the spirit of utilizing his elder brother to the fullest, why not enlist the assistance of the Stains to help him summon the Rocket Raccoon? Once the thought of bribery crossed his mind, he felt as though the world had opened up before him. Why not preserve the resources of his dwindling army while acquiring an additional territory? Lin Yan pointed an accusatory finger at Ma-Yi. Uzi, my companion is injured. Ma-Yi was taken aback, nearly springing to his feet. Do you think he has forgotten? Uzi turned back, glancing at Ma-Yi's injury, yet his demeanor was unexpectedly amicable. Ah, I see. I truly apologize. Ma-Yi was nearly paralyzed with fear. Did he actually just apologize? How surprisingly agreeable. Uzi. Lin Yan's expression grew solemn, reminiscent of the time he had deceived Arno. With earnest gravity, he declared. In truth, we are being pursued by a vicious raccoon. My companion is wounded, and I cannot possibly survive. Lin Yan cast a concerned glance at Ma Yi's injured leg, letting out a long sigh. Ma Yi was momentarily stunned, thinking, "Are you genuinely concerned for me?" Lin Yan's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, and he vehemently shook his head. "Never mind. To see my idol before my demise is enough for me as a fan." Ma Yi was astonished. "Your performance is truly remarkable." Chapter 56. Rocket Raccoon? Fans in distress. Uzi clenched his fists, the bones creaking as 3 sharp metal crossbow bolts materialized with a click. With a fierce glare, he brandished his hand crossbow, demanding, "Where's the scoundrel daring to bully my fans?" Shanyan pointed ahead. "Take a right and go straight. Or perhaps I could guide you. Lead the way." Ma Yi silently applauded in his heart. The individual was already mentally unstable, and yet they dare to provoke him? To witness the extraordinary Uzi confronting Rocket Raccoon in his lifetime was simply unbelievable. Lin Yan first retrieved 2 cans of emergency spray and applied it to Ma Yi's wounds. Gritting his teeth, Ma Yi waved his hand and produced an electric wheelchair from his pack. "Lin Shun, lend me a hand. Where did you procure this?" Lin Yan questioned. "Did you just buy it?" Exhausted, Ma Yi sank into the wheelchair, clutching his dislodged teeth. "Actually, my mother and cousin came to school to see me on the day of the shelter. I've remained in 1408 all these years, waiting for her. She lost her left leg. Such filial piety. My father has a strong preference for subordinates like you who show such devotion. Join me from now on." The trio proceeded down the corridor, encountering naturally respawning zombies. Uzi effortlessly dispatched them with a few arrows, thanks to his bribery talent. The zombies slain by Uzi transformed into his own undead warriors. With Uzi's assistance, securing Rocket Raccoon would also add to his undead ranks. Thus, he would possess yet another formidable ally. By teaming up with Chunyu, he could also claim a dangerous level 6 territory flag during the day. Not only had he fulfilled Groot's bribery task, but he had also directly opened up 2 high-quality territories. As long as he had enough experience stones, he could acquire any equipment he desired. Who in this world does not engage in bribery? Even the extraordinary 8 trigrams furnace was not beyond his reach. The scent of gunpowder began to permeate the air. Shortly after, the corridor transitioned into a low slope. The redstone tracks beneath vanished, and the rocky ceiling narrowed and gradually descended. After traversing a particularly low space, the surroundings opened up. The map marker for the territory flag faded away. They found themselves in a spacious underground cavern with pallid stalactites overhead and an uneven, waterlogged ground. Ma Yi switched on the headlights of the wheelchair. The darkness of this cave was impenetrable, resembling a mass of solidified shadows, conservatively estimated to span the size of 2 football fields. The limestone floor was littered with brass shell casings, evidence that the Tan Love Guild had indeed engaged in battle here. Silence enveloped the area, as if sound were not meant to exist here, with a faint sound of water echoing. The noise of a creature sniffing arose. From a nearby stone forest ahead, a furry head slowly emerged, the back of a raccoon's head. Lin Yan pushed Ma Yi forward, quietly activating his bribery talent. Containment object, Rocket Raccoon. Anomaly rating, level 5 hazard, anomaly source. Guardians of the Galaxy never refer to Rocket Raccoon as merely a raccoon. He despises that. Star-Lord, bribery task, the scalp of the board, Lila's head, Drax's tooth. Low-level talent. Stitching. You may sew the torsos of anomalies onto yourself without any rejection reaction. The raccoon's head twitched slightly. It slowly turned around. On its forehead were 2 glowing antennae resembling pigtails. Aside from that, it possessed the typical visage of a raccoon, with 2 glistening, dark eyes. Ma Yi felt a twinge of confusion. It appears rather adorable. Is this truly a level 5 hazard? The range of my bribery talent's recognition is considerably greater than that of an ordinary player. Lin Yan recognized it as his target. No, wait. It is Uzi's target. The raccoon grinned, baring its teeth fiercely, and stood upright. Lin Yan and Ma Yi simultaneously widened their eyes. Below the raccoon's head was the torso of an adult male, equipped with double doors. completely unclad. Its left arm was the mechanical limb of Nebula, while the other was Gamera's green arm. The dark gray muscles resembled the exquisite form of a Greek sculpture, adorned with subtly undulating red tattoos. This was Drax's body. It was a stark contrast to the raccoon's head. Is this truly Rocket Raccoon? Aside from Star-Lord and Groot, the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy are essentially gathered here. The question remains whether Rocket Raccoon has swapped bodies or if Drax has exchanged heads. I lean toward the former. In the film, Rocket Raccoon is indeed a victim of illegal modifications. Could this be a dark version of Rocket Raccoon from a parallel universe? Lin Yan waved his hand vigorously. Uzi, it is this raccoon. Uzi frowned. His red glasses glimmered slightly. A swarm of bats erupted from beneath his cloak, and he gritted his teeth. Do you dare to hum my fan? Rocket. Chapter 57. Layla's Skull. In an instant, Uzi drew the colossal crossbow from his back, his form transforming into a shadowy black as he rolled forward. The moment of the hunt had arrived. The Rocket Raccoon sensed the impending danger and let out a furious roar. Ah, danger against danger. Anomaly against anomaly. With a deafening cry, the Rocket Raccoon suddenly raised a high-tech six-barreled cannon from his feet. Instantly, a horizontal spark ignited before him. Boom! The cavern's hollow echoed with the sound of gunfire. Chunks of debris began to plummet from above, and shell casings whizzed through the air. The death-dealing rapid-fire chainsaw relentlessly pursued the fleeting shadow. But Uzi's erratic movements were utterly unrestrained, darting at sharp angles. Mai's wheelchair was nearly smoking as he sought refuge behind a massive stone pillar from the hail of bullets. Lying sideways, amidst the ear-splitting chaos, he felt the solid cavern floor transform into a taut drumskin. Shell casings rose and fell around him. Debris splattered against his back. The world seemed to shatter under the deafening noise. One could hardly fathom what resources the Tan Love Guild had exhausted. This anomalous ammunition was evidently infinite. Shan Lin pressed Ma Yi's head down, squinting to observe the battlefield. He could not catch a glimpse of Uzi. Although the Rocket Raccoon's firepower was fierce, the cannon's barrel quickly reached a red-hot state, forcing him to cool it in a puddle. Hiss! The puddle began to boil, releasing a thick cloud of noxious white smoke. In the shadows, Uzi's eyes glowed red. He leaped from the stalactites above, wielding the gigantic crossbow, and three glimmers of cold light appeared in the cavern's air. Thud, thud, thud! Three metallic bolts struck fiercely, obliterating the six-barreled cannon, leaving behind only a mechanical handle. The Rocket Raccoon bared his teeth menacingly. He raised his hand, and his Nebula arm erupted into a machine gun, the flames erupting like sparks, while shell casings flew about like popcorn. A torrential downpour of bullets once again rained down upon Uzi in the air. Lin Yan contemplated for a moment, decisively opening the trading hall to search for the Rocket Raccoon's bribe. Ma Yi, cradling his head to evade the stray bullets, watched Lin Yan point at the air. What are you doing, Lin Shun? Shopping on Taobao. Containment object. Layla's Skull. Anomaly level. Low yellow grade. Anomaly source. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. We are all well. The sky is beautiful, and it is eternal. A seemingly useless otter skull, with faint traces of screw holes. Indeed, there it was. What appeared to be worthless refuse to others was actually a bribe from a certain deity. Lin Yan pondered. The clash of danger against danger will be difficult to resolve in the short term, and Uzi might well be severely injured. He was the first to successfully bribe at the 666th floor. He could not perish, due to the presence of the territory flag. Only one of them could survive. He had to assist Uzi. Layla's Skull was priced at merely 10,000 containment vouchers. Purchase. In the film Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, Rocket endures immense suffering as he undergoes biological modification at the hands of the High Evolutionary. Throughout his most challenging moments, he is accompanied by his companions, Floor the Rabbit, Teefs the Walrus, and Lilla the Otter. Lilla, in particular, holds a place in his heart akin to that of a first love. After her tragic demise, only a shattered Rocket remains. Now, the raccoon has taken a dark turn, killing members of the Guardians and stitching their bodies together to create lifelong companions. The bribery task involved his former friends. Lin Yan glances outside, where bullets rain down, and any moment of inattention could lead to grave injury. He cannot afford to take risks. Let Guangxi take the fall for me. Suddenly, in Ma Yi's eyes, Lin Yan ignites, enveloped in fierce flames. Resembling a small spark nourished by pure oxygen, the flames surge wildly. Lin Yan's head melts into that of a wolf, his chest cracking open like molten rock, revealing the hilt of a weapon. The wolf demon tears forth the scarlet tide from his chest and swings it fiercely, sending flames soaring into the sky. Uzi, I come to assist you. Ma Yi watches Lin Yan ascend, coughing forcefully. Surely, working under you would drive one to madness. What is this? A lava version of Guangxi? The blazing wolf demon emerges from the stalactite forest, fiercely unleashing a fire disk. Unlike the character in the Black Myth game, his own form is a lava version of Guangxi, yet possesses an independent skill module and health bar. Rocket's cannon roars, effortlessly blasting away the incoming scarlet tide, while simultaneously turning his weapon towards the wolf demon. The wolf demon produces a grayish-white object and shouts into the distance. Rocket, do you see what this is? Rocket's pupils constrict. He urgently adjusts his aim, and suddenly a flurry of smoke erupts around the lava wolf demon. It stands frozen. Lila's head. Li-la-la. Rocket stumbles, unexpectedly abandoning his shot and charging directly toward it. His visage contorts in rage. Give me, that is mine. In this instant, Uzi appears like a specter from above, launching 3 crossbow bolts that pierce through the demon's back with the ferocity of lances, embedding themselves into the ground. A heart-wrenching blow. In a battle of skilled opponents, even the slightest flaw can be exploited and magnified. Uzi rolls to the ground, lifting his hand crossbow without mercy, unleashing a relentless barrage aimed directly at the back of its head. The sound of bolts piercing through bone reverberates. Lila Rocket, struck in the back of the head, clings to consciousness. One bolt pierces his eyeball, forcing him to raise Gamora's green arm, yearning to touch Lila's skull. He breathes his last. Acquired. Large experience Stone X11. Nebula's mechanical arm. Congratulations. Rocket Raccoon's territory mission completed. Placeable. Hunter's Cabin X1. 11 large experience stones equate to 55 medium experience stones. The mechanical arm of the nebula is a sophisticated artifact of intermediate rank, capable of transforming into a machine gun, albeit at the cost of sacrificing its own left arm. A tickle lingers in the throat, and a bullet has found its mark in the chest. The fiery wolf demon expelled a gout of flame-laden phlegm, casting a cold gaze upon the grotesque creature before it, now resembling a porcupine. No matter, it is Guangxi who perished, not I. Lin Yan released Guangxi from his state, crossing his hands to manifest a layer of skeletal armor. He approached the corpse of the rocket raccoon. With a sharp crack, he extended his hand, digging his nails into the poorly sewn head. A twist, and he effortlessly wrenched the raccoon's head from its body. Lin Yan spoke with indifference. A friend awaits you. Cease your erratic wandering. Uzi tumbled to the ground, violently flinging aside his tattered cloak riddled with holes, clearly reflecting the peril he had just endured in battle. The misshapen monster. Truly repulsive? Silence enveloped the surroundings. From the depths of the corridor, eerie sounds began to reverberate once more. Why do you not reflect upon your own issues after being confined in the apartment? Why do you not contemplate your own problems after being assaulted by the administrator? Answer me. Lin Yan tilted his ear to listen. Which anomaly is pursuing the players this time? How familiar it feels. Chapter 58, The Albino Enderman. With a flourish of his cloak, Uzi declared, Call my name when trouble arises. As a champion, I shall not allow my fans to suffer even the slightest grievance. No problem at all. I am a steadfast champion fan. Lin Yan smiled and waved goodbye to Uzi. Uzi would assist himself only once a day before departing. As a member of the Dangerous Five, Uzi's combat prowess was indeed formidable. Unfortunately, he had yet to find a suitable substitute for Dunga. It felt rather unusual to be without a bodyguard. Possessing a tiered weapon, the Chow Mao's halberd, any warrior from the Chow Wei dynasty would regard him as the emperor. They would willingly serve him, even to the point of sacrificing their lives. Perhaps he could even discover Lu Shan's seal. Who says the Emperor of Wei cannot also be the Emperor of the later Han? Eastern Wu? Mere rats. Throw Zhang Liao at them, and they will comply. Lin Shun. Ma Yi's legs had nearly fully recovered. His level 41 player physique was already superhuman. As long as he was not dead, poisoned, or cursed, he could gradually heal himself. Ma Yi, brimming with excitement, asked Lin Shun, "Has your quest been marked as complete?" Lin Yan nodded. "Wonderful," Ma Yi exclaimed, gazing eagerly at the flag in his hand. Finding a suitable location to plant the flag would allow them to establish a camp. It was an apartment, an exceptionally secure dwelling, impervious to any anomalies. With a camp, they could spend the night outside. Previously, Chinyu had been reluctant to allow players in the mining area to construct residences, and they had all been cramped in the default hunter's cabin. Lin Yan accessed the guild management system. The territory of the Rocket Raccoons had now become the new domain of the Fire Dragon. Currently available for placement were Hunter's Cabin, Containment, Compressed Apartment, Hunter's Cabin, Anomaly Level, Property Item, Anomaly Source, Containment Apartment Level 666, One-Click Construction. Whether the mod is activated is known only to you. A cozy 26 cabin, suitable for 4 inhabitants. Now it made sense. No wonder Ma Yi mentioned that someone had built a village on the 666th level of the ground world. As long as they vanquished the territorial anomalies, they would qualify to construct apartment rooms. This room, like all rooms in 1408, possessed indestructible properties, specifically designed as a reward for players who triumphed over territorial anomalies. The yellow tier players would venture out during the day to clear zombies, skeletons, creepers, and spiders. At night, they would cram into such rooms for rest, with the only entrance sealed off by the Fire Dragon. Once every 7 days, they would open it for inspection of their harvest. Now, as the vice president, Lin Yan could upgrade the cabin within the guild management system, but the costs were staggering. D-Class Hunter Apartment, 60, construction cost, 30 million containment tickets. C-Class Hunter Villa, 275, construction cost, 80 million containment tickets. B-Class Hunter Estate, 337, construction cost, 200 million containment tickets. A-Class Hunter Manor, 725, construction cost, 400 million containment tickets. What a staggering expense. No wonder Chinyu hesitated to purchase one. I would hesitate as well. I had to defeat an entire Fire Dragon just to gather 300 million. Did the renovation of a grand estate lead to such dire consequences? One might say that enhancing the courtyard has brought calamity. A modest dwelling would suffice for survival. Lin Yan pondered for a moment. The rooms in the other floors of the shelter were rented, with weekly payments due, while the apartments on the mining level were constructed. Though the cost was steep, there were no rental fees. Adhering to the opulent style of the shelter, one could even select the decor style and special effects for the hunter's residence. Such an opportunity was singular. Once constructed, the cottage could not be remodeled again. Lin Yan inquired, "Ma Yi, how many individuals are typically required to clear such a cavern? What potential profit could be generated?" Ma Yi contemplated briefly, gazing into the dark, profound cave, and attempted a shout. The echo returned after a second. This territory was immense. It was larger than the combined area of the 3 existing territories. This was the first time he had encountered a level 5 danger zone. Hiss! Faint growls of zombies began to resonate around them, with some indistinct red glimmers flickering in the darkness. Following the abnormal death in the territory, this place began to naturally spawn monsters. Mai said, "For a territory of this size, it's possible that level 3 anomalies may spawn. The leader should be at least level 35. Conservatively, we would need at least 30 individuals, all above level 15. If we mine as carelessly as before, encountering a level 3 zombie would spell disaster." Lin Yan considered this. With his skills in bribery, expanding the team, and ultimately conquering the entire cavernous world would pose no challenge. My world is filled with valuable treasures, diamond sets, enchanted books, ginger, TNT blocks, and so forth. It would be a grave misfortune not to seize such a splendid location. Suddenly, both Ma Yi and Lin Yan's expressions shifted simultaneously. The sound of white noise akin to an old television enveloped them. Ma Yi raised his arm, swiftly pressing down on Lin Yan's head to prevent him from turning around. His voice trembled. Don't look up. It's here. It's coming. Ma Yi's level 41 hearing vastly surpassed Lin Yan's. After all, he was a seasoned player accustomed to the mines, and certain sounds were as sensitive to him as a prostate. Accompanied by the cave's urgent, wind-like, flickering sounds, Lin Yan fixed his gaze on the limestone ground, sensing something looming behind him, emanating a white glow. Ma Yi's muscles tensed. Don't look up. As long as we don't see it, it won't attack us. Lin Yan slightly nodded. A few purple glimmers, like snowflakes, drifted past his legs from behind. He could distinctly feel the oppressive aura emanating from the anomaly at the back of his neck, causing his hair to stand on end. It was standing right behind them, fixated on his back. This is what ordinary individuals feel when confronted with the terror of level 6. Is this an Enderman? I have come specifically for it. Understanding its bribery tasks and capturing an Enderman to deal with others of its kind is my objective. Not only can one acquire the precious Ender Pearls, but one can also expand one's territory. Seek out the portal to the Nether. Now, a mere glance reveals its bribery task. One must devise a way to capture it. Lin Yan accessed the guild management interface, promptly selecting the Hunter's Villa, expending 80 million. With a flourish, Lin Yan planted the territorial flag into the ground. Suddenly, a rapidly expanding shadow enveloped the surroundings, and a 2-story modern luxury villa stood majestically within the abyss-like cavern. With a single click, the construction commenced. The edifice emitted a faint glow, illuminating the surrounding stalactites. Lin Yan gestured. Let us enter. Ma Yi cautioned. Let us move slowly. Under no circumstances should we gaze upon it, not even in reflection, nor in peripheral vision. Lin Yan nodded in agreement. The dual presidents of the Fire Dragon Guild, with synchronized movements, kept their focus on the ground, advancing towards the villa's entrance. A faint sound of footsteps echoed behind them. The Enderman was trailing them, those bright purple eyes fixated intently on their retreating figures, producing a resonance of temporal distortion. The emitted white light illuminated the path beneath them, causing the water within the stone crevices to glimmer faintly. A version of the Enderman afflicted by albinism? If the Walkman were still operational, its melody would undoubtedly resonate like a heart monitor. The estate's entrance was merely a simple aluminum alloy gate. Even an elderly lady with decent agility could vault over it. However, for the extraordinary, it presented an insurmountable wall of rules. Throughout the ordeal, Ma Yi kept his head lowered, feeling his way to unlock the gate. Suddenly, just out of the corner of his eye, Ma Yi caught sight of the white outline on the aluminum alloy decorative sphere of the gate. He locked eyes with its glowing purple gaze. Chapter 59. The Erroneous Enderman. Oh no! Almost simultaneously, a thunderous roar erupted behind Lin Yan, the shriek piercing through the fabric of reality itself. Get inside. With a fierce kick, Lin Yan sent Ma Yi tumbling into the villa, landing in a position reminiscent of a dog relishing a feast. He then turned, eyes wide with fury. Let me see your bribery terms. In an instant, Lin Yan felt a sweetness in his throat as a brilliant purple lightning flashed, piercing through his neck. The wound on his palm glowed with the inscription, Champion Uzi's golden signature, immune to a potentially lethal blow. This fleeting moment of invulnerability allowed Lin Yan to glimpse the true form of the terrifying creature. His complexion paled drastically. It was a gaunt figure, adorned with white snowflake-like speckles all over its body. Long-limbed, with elongated limbs, its eyes and mouth radiated a striking purple hue. Accompanied by its furious roar, its massive, ethereal maw unleashed a torrent of purple particles, shattering the surrounding space. Containment object, Erroneous Enderman. Anomaly rating, Dangerous level 6, Anomaly origin, Herobrine. I am not truly fearsome. I merely possess a volatile temperament that sometimes spirals out of control, seeking to harm you. Bribery task, carve a pumpkin head, an iron golem's head, and an endermite. Intermediate talent. You should not make eye contact. When an enemy locks eyes with you, your attacks will unleash a cascade of critical hits. Why do you appear this way? A white version of an enderman? Thud! Lin Yan's body fell inside the villa S entrance. He observed as the Enderman's pixelated form seemed to collide against an invisible wall. Ah! The erroneous Enderman quivered in place, emitting a piercing shriek. Its rage unable to breach the barrier so close at hand. The conceptual immunity of the containment apartment. Lin Yan crashed to the ground, his palms stinging, blood seeping from the Uzi-signed hand, having absorbed a fatal blow. Why did the anomaly origin reveal Herobrine? Lin Yan had previously wondered why the Enderman's danger level surpassed that of the Warden. It turned out this creature was not a standard entity from Minecraft. It was a grotesque creation born from him. Lin Yan recalled the terrifying existence from the realm of Minecraft lore. The creator got him. Never mind. Since you can be bribed, all I need to do is gather the items you desire. Let the brave contend with the brave. Let the Enderman strike against the Enderman. Acquire the crucial Mad Meta. I could even assist the Enderman in acquiring attributes, transforming you into the mightiest among your kind. Lingard, he crawled over, his limbs trembling, his face drained of color, mouth agape as if it might reach his chest. Lin Yan turned back, realizing his lower body was left outside. Lingard, he slid towards him, though images of being bullied underfoot by Guangxi and Xiahou Dun began to play in his mind. Yet, the divine Lin truly saved his life with heartfelt sincerity. His heart swelled with uncontainable emotion. Shan Lin Yan merely cast a glance at the severed lower half of his body before turning to Ma-E and stating, I am fine. Is that true? It is false. I am on the verge of death. Shan Lin Yan paused for a moment. I will leave this in your care. I shall return to 1408 later. He was taken aback. Is it your 7th day? With that, Lin Yan's visage collapsed, his body dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke. Within mere seconds, it was as though he had never existed, leaving only Ma-E to lock eyes with the looming white Enderman, which emitted a cacophony of sound. Ma-E slapped his face and surveyed his surroundings, as if awakening from a nightmarish dream. Meanwhile, in the central hotel of the 2333rd layer, the malevolent Lin Yan suddenly opened his eyes. The account of Shan Lin Yan had met its demise. At this moment, the realms of Yin and Yang converged. Lin Yan rubbed his eyes and rose, exhaling a sigh as he stretched luxuriously. What an exhilarating night it had been. This hotel was funded by young Master Wu, with a nightly rate of 100,000 containment vouchers, epitomizing luxury. This body had not been through battle, and night of restful slumber had rejuvenated him thoroughly. Lin Yan retrieved the tiger talisman. The dual tiger symbols etched upon the stone were dim, requiring 72 hours to regain its transformative powers. As a balancing talisman of the Holy Master, the division of good and evil incarnations was merely its most rudimentary function. If he could acquire other talismans within the containment apartment, this tiger talisman would assist in maintaining equilibrium among diverse powers. Having admired Jackie Chan's adventures since childhood, he now found himself experiencing a semblance of that within the containment apartment. Since such wonders existed, he pondered whether he could also discover the 8 great demonic energies or the otherworldly, ghostly masks. Lin Yan checked the time. It was still early, with 3 to 4 hours remaining until the auction commenced. He reclined back onto the bed, as the fire dragon had established a new territory on the 666th layer. He had also obtained a task involving the Enderman, the sole surprise being that this Enderman was the wrong Enderman from Herobrine. The creator got him. Perhaps this entity was the catalyst for the complete failure of containment on the 666th layer. No wonder Steve had been relegated to retirement on the 2333rd layer. His bribery tasks were all related to the end dimension. Ender pearls, blaze powder, crafting tables. Could it be that him was imprisoned in the end dimension? And was Steve seeking revenge? Lin Yan contemplated this, deciding it prudent to first address the bribery conditions of the wrong Enderman. Once he bribed one, he could utilize the power of the Meta to transform them into an Ender King, capturing children with a thundering blow. 3 tasks awaited him. Carve a pumpkin head, the head of an iron golem, and an endermite. The first and third tasks were easily comprehensible. However, how could he possibly transport and slay an iron golem, a robot of the 666th layer management? Lin Yan was at a loss for ideas. He promptly forwarded these 3 requirements to the dodgy agency, an intelligence organization available around the clock, and within 10 minutes, they had returned with a response. It seems that one has become aware of their extraordinary identity at the 2,333rd level. With utmost consideration, it is stated that this service is complimentary. You are not an ordinary patron. Rather, you are a distinguished client with connections. You are the one whom the remarkably silent individual has acknowledged as their brother. Had it been known earlier that you possessed such affiliations, it would indeed be a tremendous honor for you to indulge at this establishment. The G Agency. The carving of pumpkin heads is documented, with yellow-tier equipment available for merely 700,000 containment tickets. The Endermite is an enigmatic tier living equipment, currently held by a certain guild, and negotiating its acquisition would require approximately 23 million containment tickets. This is a direct quotation without any commission. Lin Yan promptly remitted 23,700,000 as they were helping him save money, which was indeed a fortuitous arrangement. The G Agency. We sincerely appreciate your choice. Here is the list for the auction at the 19th venue. Should you require a loan for experience stones, please do not hesitate to contact us. As Lin Yan brushed his teeth and washed his face, he began to meticulously peruse the auction items. Among them was the grotesque Mita. The starting bid was merely 10 million containment tickets, and given his possession of 300 million containment tickets, he should have little difficulty securing it. His only concern was the competition. The pricing for living equipment is inherently elevated. Once the bid surpasses 100 million, the price will automatically include experience stones. For instance, 100 million plus 100 experience stones, or 100 million plus 150 experience stones, and so forth. As Lin Yan scrutinized the auction list, he suddenly paused. He recognized a familiar little vehicle, painted in red. Contained object, red tricycle, anomaly level, side item, anomaly source. Saw. Once you find yourself in hell, only the devil can save you. A seemingly useless toy tricycle, which, when you're not attentive, will venture towards an unknowable room. Chapter 60, What's Wrong? Are you troubled? The little tricycle of the jigsaw puppet. Once I bribe the administrator of room 1408 with the jigsaw puppet, I shall acquire a talent known as I want to play a game. Mystical advanced talent. I want to play a game. Upon selecting an enemy, a jawbreaker will manifest upon your chin, tripling your combat power for 15 minutes. Should the enemy survive, the jawbreaker will ultimately claim your life. This talent is a double-edged sword. However, the designer of this talent did not foresee the multitude of bugs accompanying their own abilities. Possessing the wolf demon transformation and the tiger talisman transformation, by combining these, even in death, it would be a noble demise. In the hands of others, this crimson tricycle serves as a crucial item for completing the Saw side quest. Yet for me, it is the essential bribe for the old jigsaw. Should that old man be consumed by others completing side quests, I will forever lose the chance to gain this tripled combat power talent. Lin Yan clenched his fists, resolutely determined. At today's auction, the grotesque Mita and this tricycle must be secured. If not, I shall ascertain the floor where that individual resides and bribe the formidable brother of that floor to eliminate him directly. If I cannot bribe, what difference does it make if I were to be killed? Lin Yan checked his savings. He possessed 300 million in funds, 242 medium experience stones, and 16 large experience stones. His financial standing was quite commendable. A message from Brother Su arrived, announcing his ascension to level 10. The cultivation of the 3 mystical fires was excruciatingly painful, yet enduring the scorching trials would continuously enhance his physique, ultimately granting him a semi-divine body at level 50. The leveling bottleneck faced by ordinary players did not apply to them. It was no wonder that Danger 5 served as the dividing line between the strong and the weak. Ordinary players, lacking special channels, would remain confined to their levels for life. Seeing Danger 5 turn and flee, Chinyu realized that the deal with Xiahou done. The entire team needed to charge together. Thus, it would be prudent for me to become a semi-divine being as soon as possible. Encountering someone as amiable as Guangxi, a Danger 6, will be fortunate. However, Encountering the erratic Enderman would be a nightmare, where even my attributes of admiration would be futile. And Uzi's signature tattooed all over my body would be of no help. Lin Yan divided the 16 large experience stones and directly chose to absorb them. The significance of large experience stones was unparalleled. 30 medium stones merely elevated him from level 13 to level 22, while 300 small stones allowed him to reach level 30. Lin Yan sat cross-legged on his bed, pondering how far these 16 large experience stones would elevate him. Absorb. Lin Yan closed his eyes, feeling a torrent of power surge through his limbs. A refreshing sensation unlike any other enveloped him. The upgrade brought not only a transformation in physical strength, but also enhancements in mental power, self-healing abilities, perception, dynamic vision, and more. These attributes would continuously improve with each level gained. Congratulations! You have reached level 40. A full 10 levels. Magnificent. Just splendid. Reflecting on how he had spent nearly a year and a half in the containment apartment, toiling tirelessly to reach level 41, while he himself had ascended to level 40 in just a few days. If we were to convert the extraordinary feats accomplished by the elder brother, Lin Yan has, within the span of 3 days, vanquished numerous danger level 1 and 2 entities, over a dozen level 3 threats, a singular level 4 menace, and a formidable level 5 foe. What a terrifying accomplishment this is. Engaging in combat alongside the elder brother is more exhilarating than mere spectating. Lin Yan clenched his fists, the bones cracking audibly. With his extensive array of equipment and innate talents, he could easily take on a level 4 adversary solo. Once he ascends to level 50, he too shall indulge in the divine pursuits. The residence in the furnace district bestowed by Chun Yongren appears, from his perspective, to be an unremarkable dwelling, a mere retirement home for the apartment administrators. However, for ordinary players, it serves as a vital conduit for cultivation. Aside from that unfortunate Chu Fangwu, Chun Yongren is the second individual from whom he has unlocked a new bribery task. Successfully executing the bribery once more would grant him the opportunity to replicate his talent. Along with another token of gratitude, what might Chun Yongren bestow upon him next? He should contemplate facilitating a union between himself and Shun Mo. It would be wise to engage her in a meaningful conversation. I yearn for a brother-in-law. An hour later, Lin Yan emerged from the hotel, and the management office had reopened its doors. The 2,333rd floor management office resembled an ancient fortress, flanked by a towering brick wall serving as a boundary. A throng of individuals surged from various floors, queuing to enter the peaceful zone. The majority were shop staff, hastily returning to the management office to resume commerce. The cacophony around him was palpable. At level 40, his hearing was indeed acute. Lin Yan discerned someone not far behind him whispering about him. He caught sight of a figure clad in a leather jacket. The very one who had taken the talisman. Wasn't he rumored to be the yellow tier? They must not allow him entry into the management office. Better to speak with him outside. If he is willing to sell, fine. If not, he will be persuaded. Lin Yan sensed 2 formidable players stealthily positioning themselves to his left and right, masquerading as fellow queuers. Suddenly, one reached out, resting a hand on his shoulder. The burly man beside him remarked, "You are Lin Yan, correct? Let's discuss business outside." Lin Yan activated his bribery talent and glanced at them. Both were at level 35 of the mystic tier. One bore the insignia of a certain guild, while the other was surprisingly a cadre from the distant Gold and Silver Guild. Engaging in combat within the confines of the management office would result in instantaneous punishment from the Paper Guardians. Outside, however, the 9th tier guild, Distant Gold and Silver, upholds a semblance of peace, yet the situation is fraught with complexities. Rules are enforced by humans, and thus, loopholes inevitably exist. Lin Yan shook his head. "I am quite busy. Let us converse while walking." The man chuckled coldly, a cruel smile creeping across his face. "Oh, come now. An innocent man bears no guilt. Yet possessing something desirable can lead to peril. It is far better for us to maintain peace than to brandish swords and weapons. Otherwise, the outcome may be rather grim." Lin Yan subtly glanced towards the 2 paper guardians at the entrance, who were cheerfully maintaining order. He had been contemplating how to extricate the iron puppet from the management office. Attacking the administrators is a capital offense. If he could bribe the light bearer or the Miss Eagle, perhaps he could secure the badge of the 666th floor administrator in advance. Could he possibly deceive the iron puppet into coming out and eliminate it? Lin Yan's malevolence flowed as naturally as his breath. If feasible, the 3 bribery conditions of the Enderman could essentially resolve the matter. The burly man's large hand rested on Lin Yan's shoulder, his eyes flashing with a menacing glare meant to intimidate, as he harshly warned, "Don't think that with that foolish rich heir backing you, you're untouchable. We, the Black Bears, do not regard the iron-blooded dragon with any respect." He subtly exerted force. He was a level 35 player, while this yellow-tier weakling had just been level 22 the day before. Not leaving? You will find it difficult to end well. Lin Yan responded with a smile. The ferocity on the man's face suddenly halted for a moment. What was happening? He unexpectedly sensed that this lad possessed quite a robust physique. His shoulder felt like an iron ball, and he, with his level 35 strength, was unable to budge him. Lin Yan chuckled darkly. What's wrong? Troubled in mind? Lacking strength? Lin Yan, too, placed his hand on the man's well-developed deltoid, a cruel smile gracing his face with an unsettling smoothness. Slow force, vast force. Lin Yan's laughter resonated with villainous glee. Indeed, if we can remain peaceful, that would be wonderful. Much preferable to dancing with blades and guns. With every word, Lin Yan's fingers sank deeply into the man's muscles, applying relentless pressure. The man barely lasted a few seconds before letting out a blood-curdling scream. Bystanders turned in shock, bewildered by the unfolding scene. A fight? What kind of reckless idea was this? Chapter 61, Dong Tianbao has arrived. Sister, help me. Before us stood a young man clad in a leather jacket, gripping the shoulder of a burly man with immense force. His fingers sank deeply into the flesh, blood oozing through the sinews of muscle. The latter collapsed to the ground in agony. Let go. Lin Yan chuckled, showing no sign of relenting. A layer of white skeletal armor cascaded down his arm, with sharp claws sinking deep into the flesh. Nearby, a figure from the distant Jin Yin was taken aback. The cries of the kneeling giant growing, increasingly piercing. He drew forth an ancient-looking greatsword. Stop. Level 2333 prohibits violence. Lin Yan turned, his gaze steely. In an instant, he affixed an object to his chest. Level 2333 Administrator Badge. The intent behind Lin Yan's attack swiftly transformed into a threat against the Administrator. He. 2 paper figures erupted with a resounding bang. They leaped across the gates of the administration, teleporting directly before the face of the distant Jin. The paper figures, beaming with delight, waved their sleeves, their uncanny grins eliciting eerie laughter. He. Welcome back, Administrator. Welcome back, Administrator. The distant Jin stood dumbfounded. Upon hearing the term Administrator, the convolutions of his cerebral cortex seemed to smoothen and stretch as if he beheld the tranquil Norwegian woods, the sunlit shallows of Sanya, and a lively butterfly sipping the first drop of dew after a torrential rain. He found himself seated upon an endless prairie, at peace, gazing at the horizon where a grand Chinese character emerged. This kid is an administrator? It felt akin to a road rage incident involving a driver colliding with a traffic officer, had he known he was wearing a disguise. The ferocious intent to kill, paired with the fluttering paper money, sent the crowd scattering in panic. How did the paper figures emerge? Who is the administrator? That player is the administrator? Is this madness? Did the paper figures encounter a bug? Lin Yan observed the 2 paper figures before him, his heart swelling with elation. It had succeeded. Affixing the administrator badge meant that any attack from a player, even if merely intended, would summon the property robots. If he could bribe his way to obtain the administrator badge for level 666, he could lure a mechanical puppet out of the administration to slay. With the head of the automaton in hand, he could bribe the erroneous Enderman. Having nearly slain one himself, did he fear taking down a few robots? Lin Yan cruelly shifted his gaze back. He looked down at the howling giant and coldly remarked, "The Black Bear Guild, is it? Very well. I shall pay you a personal visit one day. With that, Lin Yan delivered a brutal kick to the man's head. The sharp skeletal armor penetrated his bones, firmly seizing the joint and mercilessly tearing through flesh. With a forceful jerk, Lin Yan astonishingly wrenched off the man's arm. Someone has been killed on level 2333. The warm blood splattered onto those nearby, and amidst the brutality, it was their sheer terror at his reckless abandon that prevailed. Do you comprehend the terrifying existence of the Wang Yuan Jinin? A ninth-level guild. The president, at level 110, stands before ordinary players like a celestial being. Wang Yuan Jinin commands the Furnace District. As long as you remain in the shelter apartment seeking survival, those players yearning for transcendence will relentlessly pursue you for the coveted opportunity to cultivate. The last individual who dared to commit violence here dates back 2 years. A deluded young guild leader who, in a drunken frenzy, murdered an escort. He was subjected to a gruesome punishment over 33 days as a warning. While being force-fed drugs, he was mercilessly mutilated. It was only due to the intervention of the guild members, who pooled together to pay a hefty fine, that his demise was expedited. Lin Yan, holding the severed arm, marveled at its circumference. He must be fond of fitness, right? Members of Wang Yuan Jinin were left dumbfounded. Who could fathom what madness had overtaken this young man? Having recently extorted a sum from the Black Bear for a talisman, they had overlooked the matter. Little did they expect this lad, who had been a mere level 22 just yesterday, to possess such terrifying strength. You dare to harm someone here. Harm someone? Lin Yan echoed, chuckling. Please, do not misunderstand. I am not a sentimental person. Suddenly, he raised his leg. The burly man on the ground, clutching his severed arm and wailing, witnessed Lin Yan's shoe shatter, revealing several white bony claws. 10-bone helmet, swiftness, vast power. No, I'm a member of the Black Bear Guild. Thud. Lin Yan mercilessly brought his foot down. The dull sound of crushed bones resonated, akin to a hard-boiled egg being smashed. The bluestone bricks beneath the man's head erupted with spiderweb-like cracks. Pinkish brain matter oozed from the fissures, with an eye dangling nearby, filled with utter confusion and bewilderment. Gained 1025000 shelter vouchers acquired. Dave's iron helmet, Rambing's sniper rifle, frying pan. A murder. Someone has committed murder on the 2333rd floor. Lin Yan raised the severed arm, his memory being poor. He aimed to eradicate all traces. With a smile, he slowly raised his sword finger toward the members of Wang Yuan Jinin, coldly uttering, "Kill." Suddenly, 2 paper figures erupted in hearty laughter. The rustling of their paper garments filled the air. "No, you cannot kill me. I am one of Wang Yuan Jinin." He was terrified. Who knew how this fellow commanded paper figures to commit acts of violence? Was his affiliation with Wang Yuan Jinin of no consequence? Wang Yuan Jinin, are you not afraid at all? Boom! A powerful gust cleaved through the atmosphere, severing the 2 paper figures in half. Lin Yan's eyes widened. A metallic flying saucer cap materialized beside him, a grayish-white hand gripping his wrist tightly. Lin Yan was taken aback. It was as if he had teleported like an Enderman. This individual, clad in black leather armor adorned with glimmering white studs, wore a flying saucer helmet, wielded a magnificent blade at his waist, and donned cloud-like footwear. With disheveled hair and a slight nod, he exuded an overwhelming presence. His arrival caused the air to pause for a brief moment. A sudden voice cried out, "Dong Tian Bao." Containment object, Dong Tian Bao. Abnormal evaluation. Apartment manager, general manager. Abnormal source. Taiji Zhang Sanfeng. Good people are often bullied, and gentle horses are ridden. I aspire to be the best in the world, and I shall never allow anyone to tread upon my head. Bribery task. The whereabouts of Zhang Junbao. And a delectable red bean bun. Low-level earth talent. Prajna Palm. One of the 72 ultimate techniques of Shaolin, created by the patriarch Bodhidharma. Capable of penetrating bones and sinews with formidable power. Lin Yan was taken aback. Dong Tianbao, the manager of the 2333rd floor, possessed a low-level earth talent. Moreover, The bribery task appeared quite manageable. Merely procure a red bean bun and locate Junbao to complete the bribery. To his astonishment, even after being contained in the apartment, Dong Tianbao still remembered his fondness for red bean buns. Dong Tianbao's complexion turned ashen, his face a mask of frost. His gaze fell upon the nameplate on his chest. With a slight twist of his wrist, he nearly crushed it with sheer force. Dong Tianbao asked coldly, "Who bestowed upon you that manager-esque nameplate? What regulations did this individual violate in life? Why did you deploy a robot to commit murder?" Crack! Lin Yan's wrist was almost shattered. Unlike the vertical saw, this fellow wielded authority at the T0 level of the containment apartment. He cared little for taking lives. In his eyes, it was as trivial as squashing a mere insect. Dong Tianbao was more concerned about his own deployment of the paper effigy. This was against the regulations. "My sister." Dong Tianbao tilted his head and inquired further, "And who is your sister?" "I'm at my brother-in-law." Dong Tianbao, a thunderous, hoarse cry nearly ruptured his throat as a dark mist descended from the ceiling. It transformed into a grotesque female figure. Containment object. Silence. Abnormal evaluation. Apartment manager. Hall manager. Abnormal source. The long season. Do you know the greatest difference between humans and animals? Bribery task. Maximum favorability achieved. Bribery unnecessary. Low level, profound talent. Borrow in your face. You may peel off another skin to impersonate them and continue your existence. Chapter 62. In search of Zhang Sanfeng. Acquiring the life-saving pill. Silent. As the hall's administrator, she patrolled the area with paper figures in tow, and it was evident that she had taken notice of her own manipulation of them. Compared to Dong Tianbao, the terror she instilled was far more palpable. This woman was tempestuous and easily provoked. A mere slight could lead her to rend a person asunder. Silent's face, already a patchwork of scars, twisted into a more grotesque mask of fury. Her withered, greenish hands exhibited nails that appeared to grow at an alarming rate. "Release him." Dong Tianbao turned back, casting a calm glance, and indeed, he relinquished Lin Yan's wrist. His tone remained casual. "Oh, Silent? Have you clocked in for work yet?" Silent glared at Dong Tianbao with a fierce intensity. She strode forward, and the crowd parted as if fleeing from a disaster, scrambling in every direction. This woman required no justification for her murderous tendencies. The sole madwoman of the 2,333rd floor. She leaned in, inspecting her wrist, her reflection in the sunglasses revealing the bruised skin where she had been gripped. A pang of pain coursed through her, swiftly turning into ire. Her teeth ground together, and she spun around in a rage. "Dong Tianbao, do you know who he is?" A chilling, dark aura erupted from beneath her trench coat like a ghostly scythe demanding retribution. The brotherly supporter was enraged, though Dong Tianbao maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. He could not suppress the furrow of concern that crossed his brow. "Run for your lives. Quick, flee." The crowd erupted in a panic, scattering in all directions. Silent posed a danger beyond the ordinary. If a top-tier disaster were to emerge from the city center, it would surely lead them to the management office. This woman had the audacity to kill even within the confines of the office, and she did so with reckless abandon. Lin Yan could no longer contain himself and grasped Silent's hand. "Sister." In the aftermath, witnesses would recount that Lin Yan's cry echoed like thunder. It was akin to a provincial leader visiting a rural area, when suddenly a local official jumps forth to scratch his head, saying, "Brother, are we having dinner at home tonight?" A connection of influence indeed. Even the distribution of fertilizer would warrant a little extra. Dong Tianbao merely cast a cold glance. Internally, he felt a twinge of surprise. The notoriously violent Silent actually had a brother, and this brother was a human player? "Sister, please don't act this way. Big Brother Dong is just doing his job." Lin Yan released Silent's hand, which was poised for chaos, and scratched his head sheepishly. "I'm truly sorry for the trouble, Big Brother Dong." Dong Tianbao regarded himself, then turned his gaze to Silent. He bowed his head, contemplating for a few seconds. "Very well. Since he is the brother of the administrator, I shall overlook this incident. But let it not happen again." Silent smirked coldly. If my brother likes paper figures, I shall dismantle a few for him to play with. What is wrong with that? Is it unacceptable? Dong Tianbao remained unflappable, only one at most. Otherwise, it will be difficult to account for. What is your name? Lin Yan stepped forward eagerly, extending a handshake. It was never his intention to instigate a conflict between these two. Lin Yan, silent, crossed her arms, tilting her head dismissively. Humph. Dong Tianbao nodded. Lin Yan, right? When you have the chance, could you assist me in locating someone named Zhang Junbao in this containment facility? I recall he was on the 4099th floor. Lin Yan felt a surge of astonishment and delight. Dong Tianbao had only 2 bribery tasks. One was the red bean buns that Zhang Junbao adored, and the other was none other than himself. Had he just revealed the floor where Zhang Junbao resided, his bribery panel could automatically display the contents. All he needed to do was ride the Jueying horse to the 4099th floor and scour the streets, and he would inevitably find Zhang Junbao. Furthermore, his bribery task only required knowledge of the door number. This was a G-level talent. The unparalleled Shaolin secret skill, the Prajna Palm, was purely a lethal G-level talent. Zhang Junbao was none other than Zhang Sanfeng, the renowned founder of Tai Chi, who could still deliver blows that left the 2 elders of Xianming gasping for breath even at the age of 100. Even the Prajna Palm was a G-level talent. Hence, Tai Chi must at the very least be a high G-level or even a heavenly level. No problem. Lin Yan solemnly grasped Dong Tianbao's hand, feeling as if he was as cold as if he had just crawled out of a freezer. Dong Tianbao nodded. Then thank you. Hey, Shen Montak frowned, visibly displeased. You let my brother run errands for you without offering any benefits? Oh, an unexpected surprise. The corners of Lin Yan's mouth nearly curved to his temples. He struggled to contain his smile, quickly reviewing all the sorrowful events in his mind. Such a good sister. I can hardly bring myself to speak. You just asked for me. Just say that bribery is necessary to engage with officials. This is genuinely useful. Shen Montak, exhibiting an unusual rationality, seemed to truly regard herself as his sister. Dong Tianbao pondered for a moment and found her argument reasonable. He retrieved a small blue jade gourd from his pocket and extended it towards Lin Yan. Here, take this. It's of no use to me. You might fare better with it in the shelter. Acquired. Dong Tianbao's gratitude. Item. Life-saving pill X5. Anomaly level. Logo level. Anomaly source. Black myth. Ryukong. In the words of Su Zhai, eat at room temperature and all limbs shall thrive. Keep the heart and spirit in harmony, and all ailments shall flee. Truly profound words. Upon consumption, instantly restores full health and eliminates all abnormal states. What? Lin Yan couldn't help but widen his eyes. A G-level elixir. Dong Tianbao had gifted him a G-level elixir from Black Myth. The life-saving pill was the second most potent medicine in the game, second only to the 9-transmutation resurrection pill. As long as one still drew breath, it could pull a person from the ICU to the athletic field, clearing all abnormal states. Even Hawking could take the court to play basketball after consuming it. It was essentially akin to the effects of SCP-500. If only Elder Allen could have held one in his mouth before a bullet shattered his neck. He could have regenerated before his head hit the ground. Purely the power of code. Such a divine item was directly bestowed upon him, and in a quantity of 5. Incredible. He would gladly engage in bribery for a lifetime for this. Dong Tianbao stated, "Help me find Junbao, and there will be further rewards." Chapter 63. I must find a way to bring together Shunamo, and Chen Yongren. Dong Tianbao performed a respectful fist salute and said, "I entrust this to you." Certainly. He himself was unaware of the trials he had endured. Now, the unusual Dong Tianbao was devoid of any hostility, his gaze imbued with a tranquility akin to frost. Had he achieved enlightenment through the experience of death? Lin Yan's mind began to wander, contemplating what terrifying gifts Dong Tianbao might bestow upon him. Perhaps he would casually produce an Earth-grade elixir. If he truly succeeded in locating Zhang Sanfeng, would he offer him an Earth-grade artifact? Dare to dream bigger. Heaven-grade. Dong Tianbao cast a cold glance. Shinemo, Madame Yin has taken leave to mourn her husband, so the patrol duty in the elevator area is yours for today. Shun Mo waved her hand dismissively. She already informed me. Well, I shall remain steadfast in the furnace district. The affairs outside are yours and Chun Yongren's to handle. Shun Mo paid him no mind. Lin Yan pondered for a moment. Madame Een hailed from the horror game Paperman 2, where she had wrongfully killed the one who loved her due to her resentment. The anomalies in the containment apartment were ruled by their emotions, clinging to certain obsessions. His talent for bribery allowed him to easily discern the most cherished desires nestled within their hearts. Once Dong Tianbao departed, Shun Mo glanced at the man on the ground and inquired, Lin Yan, did he provoke you? Huh. The member of the Wanyuan Guild finally snapped back to reality. He flipped over and immediately began to kowtow vigorously. Big brother, Manager Shun, please don't kill me. I was foolish. The Black Bear Guild offered me 5 million to bring you in. I was wrong. I deserve to die. Lin Yan had initially harbored murderous intent, but Dong Tianbao's interference had diminished his resolve. He hesitated, realizing that killing a member of Wanyuan here would yield no benefit for him. He still needed to attend the auction on the 19th, and should they block his entry, it would be troublesome for Shun Mo to resort to violence. After all, they were a level 9 guild. Leaving a blood feud unresolved would be catastrophic. Sister, perhaps we should spare his life. Shun Mo was not one to heed counsel. Without granting him a moment for contemplation, she declared, Dare to harm my brother? With a swift motion of her hand, her fingers twisted grotesquely, and a phantom flickered before her. Suddenly, a complete human skin flew from the member of Wanyuan. Lin Yan was momentarily stunned, and as he regained his composure, he saw Shun Mo clutching a thick, intact piece of human skin, complete with hair, eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The member of Wanyuan, left behind, had transformed into a muscular anatomical model. His blood-red muscles, fascia, and exposed eyeballs were all too vivid. The man was enveloped in a damp, warm mist, and his eyeless gaze inexplicably rolled downwards as he beheld his own hands. The details of his muscles were vividly apparent. Pale yellow fat and pink tissue fluids dripped between his fingers. Lin Yan was taken aback. No wonder Sister Shun was regarded as a being from the depths of hell. Adults dare not weep, and children dared not stir. Truly, she was ruthless in her actions. No matter who you are outside, before the anomaly administrator, you are but a mere insect. The man knelt on the ground, emitting a piercing and desperate wail. Silence smiled with satisfaction, casually discarding the heavy, warm human skin. I told you, who dares to deceive you? Sister will help you eliminate him. How formidable Sister is. If he were an ordinary person, he would have long since fainted, but he is a level 35 expert. Even succumbing to instant death is a challenge. Silent cast a sidelong glance, commanding with a stern voice. Are there any other members of the Black Bear Guild? Step forward. Sister. Lin Yan hurriedly covered her hand, which was ready to strike. Enough. Enough. Look, your wrinkles are popping out from anger. It's truly terrifying. Even I, a murderer, find you frightening. Really? Silent was momentarily taken aback, genuinely flustered as he rubbed the stitches on his face. Then I'll go back and stitch it up again. It has been a bit loose lately. This line was indeed spoken by Lin Yan. If it were anyone else, they would have transformed into a mess. Silent coldly remarked, My brother pleading for mercy is one thing, but you all better behave yourself from now on. The crowd had long since dispersed. There was no longer a need to queue at the management office entrance. Silent turned back and said casually, Sister is going to patrol the elevator area with Madame Een. I'm quite busy today, so I want to accompany you. If you encounter any trouble, just let me know. Rest assured, Sister. Lin Yan scratched his head, recalling that he had promised Qin Yongren to facilitate their union, and had even collected the betrothal gifts, coming from different cinematic narratives, yet all residing in the anomaly apartment. Their storylines were entirely disparate. He must exercise caution. One misstep could trigger Silent's ire, and then his sister might just turn against him. He must be exceedingly careful. Lin Yan stroked his chin, feigning recognition of an acquaintance, waving vigorously. Jiang Yang. Silent glanced over. Who did you see? I'll have the paper figure bring them over. No, sister. Tomorrow the furnace district will extinguish its flames. How about we dine together at the Lingwa residence? Silent smiled faintly, patting her shoulder. Sounds good. Sister will cook tomorrow. After bidding farewell to his dear sister, Lin Yan felt reassured. This anomaly silent had traversed an entirely different storyline. In her narrative, the character Jiang Yang simply did not exist. Just be a bit more cautious at the dining table. Whether it would succeed depended on Shen Yongren. As a younger brother, he had already done his utmost. Lin Yan patted the bloodstains on his jacket, glancing up. The distant figure seemed to recoil as if struck by electricity. Though he did not know who this fellow was, silent would kill for him. It was best not to even meet his gaze. This person was far too terrifying. Lin Yan lowered his head, noticing the bloodied, muscle model still standing in place. Frowning as he kicked the chunk of human skin. Still crying? Put your clothes on. Well, thank you. He trembled as he carefully picked up his skin suit. Looking on the bright side, he no longer needed anesthesia for his circumcision. Lin Yan stepped into the management office. First, I purchased a pair of shoes in the trading hall to wear. Now I understand why Sima Ling opts for slippers at work. This talent indeed wears out shoes. Removing my name tag, I transformed back into an innocent young man. I reached out to young Master Wu in my friends list. The high-end auction at level 2333 does not permit individual entries. I must participate under the banner of the Iron Blood Dragon Guild. We arranged to meet in a private box at the auction house, as someone wishes to see me. Now, the bribery task from Grut has been accomplished. If I can secure that elderly Lu and the unsightly Mita today, I will be able to bribe 3 anomalies upon returning to 1408. 3. The Jigsaw Grut and the Mad Mita. How many powerful figures do I know in 1408? Arno, SpongeBob, Yuan Hua, Jigsaw Doll, Grut, Xiahou Dun, Guangxi, and the Mad Mita. 1408 is my strongest fortress. From top to bottom, inside and out, I am surrounded by allies. I could set up a Maxim gun in front of the elevator doors without breaking any rules. As Lin Yan walked, he contemplated and pulled up the auction list. The starting bid for the red tricycle was already set at 200 experience stones. If the bidding turns fervent, this price could easily exceed 1,000. The 200 experience stones in my possession would be insufficient, unless I sell some equipment to participate in the auction. For instance, the 5 life-saving pills that Dong Tianbao just gifted me. These are legitimate Earth-grade items, each capable of ignoring levels and healing any injury. Purchasing one equates to acquiring half a life. Lin Yan believed the value of this item would not fall below that of the red tricycle, and if absolutely necessary, he would exchange 1 Earth-grade pill for this plot item. Moments later, the auction house number 19 resembled a traditional Chinese tea house adorned with ethnic style. 4 corner buildings encircled a central courtyard stage, with scattered seating on the first floor and independent boxes on the second and third floors, reminiscent of the old taverns where gentlemen watched plays. "Hello, Private Room 5, Iron Blood Dragon, please follow me," announced a slender lady in a Chong Sam, leading me upstairs. Upon entering Box 5, I heard a familiar voice exclaim, "Lin Shun." Young Master Wu warmly embraced me. "Wow, how did you level up to 40? How many experience stones did you consume?" Also present in the box was a stunning woman dressed in a light blue Chong Sam. With an oval face, flawless skin, and a tall figure, she exuded the charm of a Jiangnan beauty. She smiled kindly at me. Lin Yan inquired, "Is this your mother?" The woman chuckled softly and replied, "I am his father." Lin Yan was momentarily stunned. Petrified, his defenses shattered, he fell into silence, questioning his own perception. That voice was rich and authoritative, filled with the commanding presence of a leader. Young Master Wu lowered his head, wearing an understanding expression. He patted my shoulder, saying, "Lin Shun, I told him not to come, but he insisted on meeting you in person." Lin Yan struggled to regain control of his facial muscles. "Come on, face move." Lin Yan activated his bribery talent towards her. Containment object. Wu Taijun, level 70, anomaly source. Earth OL, bribery task. Aspiration for success. Elevate the Iron Blood Dragon to level 7 within this year. Eliminate toxins through the 3 mystical fires, and recruit Lin Yan into the organization. Advanced celestial talent. Iron Eating Dragon. You possess the ability to consume high-hardness alloys, endowing them with exceptional defensive capabilities, resilience, self-healing speed, and physique. Excess metal will coalesce at the tail, forming a dragon's tail. Semi-divine talent. Immune to all poisons. Any toxin-based attacks are rendered ineffective against you. Chapter 64. The Mouth of Guan, Zun level 70. This is not extraordinary. It is merely the highest level I have ever witnessed in a human player. Moreover, his panel boasts a new semi-divine talent. Could it be that every individual awakens a new talent upon achieving immortality in various manners? She extended her hand with a smile. Greetings, Lin Yan. I am Wu Taijun, supposedly his father. Lin Yan forced a smile that was not entirely unappealing. What brings you here? Wu Taijun replied with a delicate laugh. Merely seeking immortality. The players in this apartment will go to great lengths to become stronger. He elaborated. Have you seen Escape from the Deadly Town? He tapped his temple. I placed my consciousness into this semi-divine Nanjing goo corpse, which allowed me to break through the level 60 barrier. Gasp. Is such a dire price to be paid for immortality? Lin Yan struggled to regain his train of thought. I must admit, you have earned my respect in a rather unconventional manner. It is truly remarkable. Wu Taijun is the president of the Iron-Blooded Dragon Guild. Wu Suawei must have informed him about my possession of a residence in the Furnace District. This alone is sufficient for the president himself to come and meet me. Holding such a divine object equates to possessing the privilege to grant others immortality. Previously, this privilege had been monopolized by the distant Genii. Without such means, one could only gather various immortality-enhancing artifacts within the apartment. Even if some artifacts have terrifying side effects, people have long since lost their sanity in their pursuit of strength. In my bribery task, I utilized Samadhi True Fire to dispel toxins. The side effects of this goo corpse's body are likely formidable. I possess what he requires. If I can auction off the bribery item for the vertical saw, it would be splendid if someone could settle my bill. Wu Taijun remarked, as you can see, he is my only child. I often advise him to befriend the strong. It is indeed fortuitous for him to meet a powerhouse like you. I hope you will lend him your support in the future. Lin Yan chuckled awkwardly. It's merely mutual assistance. Well said. Let's have tea. Wu Taijun's visage is rather hard to behold. Yet what anomalies have we not encountered? Endure it. Two lovely young women in kipeos brought in a tea table, and if needed, foot baths and massages could be arranged. For more vigorous tasks, 2 level 30 technicians could be provided. Wu Taijun continued. I have heard that you possess something quite significant to auction today. Lin Yan nodded. Wu Taijun smiled generously. Feel free to mention it. As an elder, I must offer a token of goodwill to the younger generation. Lin Yan smirked inwardly, pondering what he might desire. Naturally, he will want everything. Let's start with the most expensive. The starting bid for that old man-esque vehicle is 200 experience stones. I wonder what exorbitant price it will fetch in the end. Lin Yan mentioned the tricycle from Saw. Wu Taijun's expression momentarily stiffened, yet he maintained his smile. Are you interested in side quests? Young people certainly have ambition, but as for the Saw side quest, it is best not to meddle. Why? The fates of those involved are exceedingly grim. Wu Taijun is indeed a shrewd individual. Without directly responding, he instead recounted the origins of this side quest. The narrative elements of Saw have been explored by others long ago. In the film, the Jigsaw Killer confines those who do not cherish life, employing various cruel mechanisms to aid them in their transformation. The shelter not only harbors living beings, it also accommodates these horrific contraptions. These terrifying devices, imbued with the spirit of Jigsaw, impose restrictions on advantages and compel participants to complete the game upon entry. Gouging eyes, disemboweling, and brain-crushing are mere trifles. Thigh dismemberment, sulfuric acid ingestion, and deadly spinning wheels are also common themes. Lin Yan recalled numerous unique and diverse killing mechanisms. Even with various miraculous items to assist players in recovering from their disabilities, the looming threat of death dissuades many strong individuals from engaging lightly. To complete this side quest and acquire the ultimate treasure, an unwavering willpower akin to that of a pervert is essential. Lin Yan nodded slightly upon hearing this. Indeed, this side quest cannot simply be accomplished through sheer level superiority. A level 1 novice and a level 100 deity are indistinguishable before the game's power of Jigsaw. The administrator of room 1408 is merely a puppet embodying a spirit, not John Kramer himself. However, our connections may provide us with our own strategies. Once I bribe the jigsaw puppet, it might just help me find a backdoor. A host clad in traditional attire stepped onto the stage. Esteemed players, welcome to the auction on the 19th. Today's auction is about to commence. The first item up for bid is an exceedingly rare living piece of equipment, possessing the terrifying effects of causality and the ability to interfere with reality, originating from. A young woman in a cheongsam presented a tray, dramatically covering it with a red cloth. Lin Yan furrowed his brow. Could the first item be the grotesque Mida? Judging by its size, it seemed no larger than a mobile phone. Even a small Mida would surpass this in size. Advanced mystic equipment. The mouth of Guanziyuan. What? No, this won't do. I must stand to see this. Lin Yan activated his bribery talent, and underneath lay the lips of a human male with a hint of stubble. Containment item. The mouth of Guanziyuan. Anomaly level. Advanced mystic. Anomaly source. Chronicles of EDG's enemies. Listen, I tell you. AG, pounding chest. At most 3-1. Pointing. Possessing a terrifying mouth of causality. Sewn onto the lips for binding. Words spoken will be beyond self-control, with a high probability of reverse prediction success. Chapter 65. Acquiring the unsightly Mida. The mouth of Guanziyuan. Starting bid, 15 million, 20 million, 25 million, 30 million. Amidst the fervent bidding, Lin Yan was left astounded, returning to his seat with a visage of utter bewilderment. Could it be that even a mouth could be contained? How extraordinary is this item? I had suspected your mouth had been enlightened. Now that it has been confined, how amusing it is. In some parallel universe, Guanziyuan awakens to find his mouth missing. Perhaps he should be grateful, for the apartment was merciful enough not to encase his entire being. Yet, it might also be that the apartment was intimidated. Years ago, a simple wish for the health of the entire nation, and we all know what transpired thereafter. This item was not listed among the auction items of the Great Intelligence Bureau. Was it added at the last minute? Wu Taijun discerned its significance. This apparatus is remarkable. It can predict danger levels upon opening the door. In high-rise buildings, with spacious rooms, the anomalies contained are no longer singular, but exhibit communal characteristics. A single misstep could jeopardize the entire floor. I recall this mouth, torn from someone. Understood. It possesses a soul ring, does it not? Ultimately, Guanziyuan's mouth was auctioned for an astonishing 68 million. This belongs to a category of exceptionally rare equipment, so such a high price is not surprising. Once bound, whatever is uttered will be spoken involuntarily. Should it declare, I can live for 100 years, one can only wonder what the holder's sentiments might be. Even drinking water would have to be done cautiously. Several other mysterious grade items were auctioned off subsequently, but Lin Yan found little interest. Bian Xiangyi's report hand, Hua Wuqing's fan, the foundational treasure, and Haitang Duodua's axe. Haitang Duodua's axe, a high-level mysterious grade item, eventually fetched an astounding price of 100 million plus 100 experience stones. This far exceeded the expected price range for such equipment of its grade. It is highly likely someone is pursuing a side quest from celebrating the remaining years. The host announced, the next item for auction, another rare living equipment. From Ide, the unsightly Mida. Here it comes. A ceremonial attendant wheeled in a small cart accompanied by an iron cage. As the red cloth was lifted, within the cage crouched a girl of approximately 7 or 8 years. Her complexion an alarming shade of yellow, as though she had consumed 300 pounds of sugar oranges. Devoid of any color, clad in a vintage pale yellow dress, her gray-blue hair obscured half her face, revealing a single eye stained with bloodshot veins. She bore an expression akin to that of a vengeful spirit, her gaze filled with malice. Her eye darted wildly, glaring at her surroundings. 2 rows of teeth emitted a rhythmic clattering sound, as if she were chewing on some invisible sustenance. Clack, clack, clack. Whispers arose from the audience. What is this? Isn't this an anomaly? Is this truly equipment? How peculiar. What purpose does this serve? The host continued. This is a piece of living equipment discovered on the 616th floor, with vague attributes and unknown binding conditions. Lin Yan has activated the bribery talent. Containment object, ugly meta, anomaly level, low yellow grade, anomaly source, meta mizide. Let us play. The ugly meta lacks a complete personality, resembling a monster, with its actions and motivations entirely derived from an incessant surge of negative energy. Perhaps someone could exploit it. This is it. The final mission of bribing the frenzied meta. Lin Yan pondered. The equipment's effects remain unknown. Its binding method is unclear, and it is merely of low yellow grade. Could it be? Was it originally a complete anomaly? Yet part of its personality is stored within the frenzied meta, leading to its classification as an equipment? What does it matter? I have made my decision. Whoever competes with me shall face the wrath of Sister Shun Mo. The host hastened the process. Starting bid, 10 million containment vouchers. 11 million. Perhaps a side quest awaits. 12 million. At least it is a living equipment. The auction house lazily raised the price to 15 million. And Lin Yan waved to the maid, producing his access card. 20 million. Am I insane? Spending 20 million on a noise generator? This is pointless. Next item, please. With little competition, the price casually climbed to 22 million. Lin Yan successfully acquired the ugly meta. Acquired ugly meta. Simultaneously, the maid beside him directly deducted the funds from his account. Spending only 22 million was significantly lower than expected. Now he has 280 million left. Oh, the kindness of Chairman Shun. How will I ever repay it? Lin Yan checked his belongings. Now, with the addition of small television and player cartridge, he could return today to bribe the frenzied meta, unlocking yet another eccentric sister. Her talent to create cartridges, allowing anomalies to be transformed into living talent adders. She could assist in storing excess talents, freeing him from the burden of 8 skill slots. Encountering low-level yet talented anomalies, he could have the frenzied meta craft living cartridges. The Great Wisdom Law Firm directly purchased 20 blank player cartridges and could procure more if desired. He could even auction off talent attributes as commodities. Upon contemplating this, Lin Yan's scheming nature surged forth like stomach acid. Some talents possess outrageously poor attributes, such as the wolf swordsman's, inattentive, and Groot's, you're a vegetative state, both being debuff-type talents. They seem quite effective for causing harm. Now, all that remains is to secure the vertical saw's tricycle to fulfill his mission. Next item for bid. The red tricycle. The etiquette lady appeared on stage, cradling a familiar red tricycle. The toy vehicle was quite ordinary, even slightly chipped. Yet no one dared to underestimate it. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes. This is the sole tool for bribing the vertical saw. It is also a plot item from Saw. To possess, it signifies the commencement of a series of brutal and sanguinary trials, where only death can sever this relentless cycle. This is the plot device from the renowned film Saw. The host's voice began to rise in fervor, as a beam of intense light pierced through the center of the ceiling, focusing upon the eerie tricycle. Its petals quivered slightly, as if responding to the anticipation. In a tone imbued with profound reverence, the host proclaimed, since its inception, it has aided players in acquiring at least 2 Earth-tier items. Furthermore, the host's voice gradually lowered, fingers poised at the ear, suddenly escalating in volume. Talent. Those who survive the treacherous death traps will be granted an opportunity to refresh their talents with a guaranteed minimum. It embodies danger. It signifies equality. It represents opportunity. Whether you are a celestial being or a mere mortal, all stand on equal ground. Struggle amidst the abyss of death. The jigsaw will bestow upon you the reward of rebirth. Lin Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. One must concede that the host excels at setting the atmosphere. The crimson tricycle now appears extraordinarily illustrious. Before the jigsaw, all are equal. Advantages of rank, attributes of talent, and guild connections become utterly inconsequential in the face of the terrifying traps. As long as one is ruthless enough, players can obtain a guaranteed opportunity for talent refresh from the jigsaw. A low-tier guarantee can ascend to high tier. A high tier can directly transform into Earth tier. For the players of the containment apartment, this equates to a chance for a second life. Yet, a question arises. Why auction such a formidable side quest? Chapter 66. You mentioned splitting the divorce settlement in half? Lin Yan endeavored to compose himself. Wu Taijun, well-versed in the ways of the world, even advised him to relinquish his ambitions sooner rather than later. How terrifying could the side quest of Saw truly be? He had once used Chow Mao's axe to bribe Xiahou Dun, yet the quest item was not confiscated. Instead, he had accepted Xiahou Dun as his elder brother. This item, it might operate under a similar mechanism, bribing the jigsaw while retaining this item, and the jigsaw doll from room 1408 could assist him. In the midst of the harrowing traps within that room, it could provide him aid. He could summon underground-grade items. It was imperative that he secured it. Wu Taijun had long since noted Lin Yan's restless demeanor. He was not a fool and had gathered information through various channels. This Lin Yan was a newcomer hailing from room 1408, who had disrupted the welcoming ceremony of the Fire Dragon and had personally competed in the arena. During this time, he had incited celestial phenomena, exhibiting an exceedingly terrifying underground-grade talent. He had secured the championship of the preliminary round through sheer domination. Yet, the crystal above his head still indicated a yellow grade. Level 40. Wu Taijun exhaled deeply. He had resided in the apartment for over 5 years and had grown accustomed to the myriad of strange tales. The containment apartment possessed numerous methods to deceive the management's grade crystal. Just yesterday, he had been at level 22. After a single night's rest in the hotel, he had ascended to level 40. Coupled with the unrestricted protection and indulgence from the anomalous administrator Chen Yongren, Wu Taijun could only conclude one possibility. This Lin Yan must be related to the guilds that resembled celestial beings above him. Otherwise, how could all this be explained? Who are you, my friend, to have such connections? Wu Taijun glanced at his own frail hands. He was a frequent visitor to the Furnace District. Though his Southern Ridge corpse was formidable, it required regular detoxification to maintain the balance of the 5 poisons within. The 3 Flames True Fire served as the finest purifier. Most of the income from the Iron Blood Dragon Guild was allocated for the boss's purification sessions. And this Lin Yan independently possessed a residence in the Furnace District, specifically number 19, reserved for administrators. If only he could befriend Lin Yan, perhaps he could obtain a relatively inexpensive deal, liberating himself from the constraints of distant gold and silver. The experience stones saved could potentially cultivate countless strong individuals for Iron Blood. Since he was so intrigued by the items of Saw, why not invest some effort to help him acquire them? The host raised his voice. The red tricycle. The starting bid for the Saw side quest, 200 middle experience stones. 250, 300, 500, 800. Lin Yan clenched his fists. This price had suddenly surpassed his reserve of experience stones. Chenyu, oh Chenyu, can't you save a little? Lin Yan reached into his satchel. Perhaps he should produce a life-saving pill from Dong Tianbao to turn the tide. This underground-grade divine medicine could eliminate all abnormal states. Acquiring it would be tantamount to gaining an extra life. Presenting it at the auction for 2,000 middle experience stones would be effortless. Suddenly, Wu Taijun declared, 1,000. While teasing the maid, Wu Sui momentarily froze, a look of confusion crossing his face. Father? 1,000 experience stones? To obtain that many, I would need to slay 2 or 300 level 3 dangers. Are we no longer living? You are even more extravagant than I. Wu Taijun remained composed, Lin. Consider this my gift to the younger generation. He elegantly sipped his tea. We, the Iron Blood Dragon, are at least a level 6 guild. We possess some resources. Our mining area in Silent Hill is vast and of high quality. 2,000. Wu Taijun sputtered, astonished. What? An additional 1,000 experience stones? The patrons on the first floor turned their gazes toward a certain area on the second floor, a mix of bewilderment and shock on their faces. Lin Yan, seated in box 5, paused for a moment. The sound seemed to come from right next door. The architecture of the management area resembled that of an apartment. Once the door was closed, it was regarded as a complete unit, impervious to any detection abilities. However, the bribery talent had bestowed upon her keen eyesight. These rules did not apply to her. Activate. Let me see. Containment object. Dear and clear. Level 60 anomaly source. Earth OL. Bribery task. Slay Chow Chow. Achieve immortality. Acquire celestial-grade equipment. Intermediate Earth talent. Divorce half. You may choose one person to marry. Upon declaring divorce, the experience levels, containment tickets, and equipment of your partner will be forcibly divided. After divorce, any damage incurred will transfer to your ex-spouse. Demigod talent. Magma fruit. Your constitution transforms into magma. Lin Yan gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief, nearly choking. How powerful! This was astonishing. This was only the second Earth-level talent she had encountered since entering the apartment. In some respects, it was even stronger than my bribery talent. To repeatedly marry and siphon off the other party's cultivation, containment tickets, and equipment, and it's compulsory. If one were to continuously marry and divorce, how immense would the accumulated wealth become? This was quite the exploit. The key point was that damage from anomalies would shift to the ex-husband. As long as there were enough ex-husbands, she would be virtually immortal. No wonder she was unafraid of the traps in the vertical saw room. She bore no guilt. Lin Yan suppressed her racing heart. She coveted this talent. It was utterly outrageous. Considering her demigod talent, it seemed she had consumed a devil fruit akin to those in One Piece to reach level 60. Lin Yan focused intently. On her bribery panel, there was a task to slay Chow Chow. Could she be a descendant of the Sima clan? Lin Yan quickly dismissed this thought. Many sought to kill Chow Chow, such as Zhang Xiao. Yet this alluring beauty certainly possessed a subplot related to the Three Kingdoms. And she was practically equivalent to Wei's young emperor, Chow Mao. If she encountered Chow Chow in the containment apartment, calling him great-grandfather would not be out of line. To eliminate my great-grandfather? How intriguing. Now that I know your name, discerning your identity is not a daunting task. I shall investigate the floor you inhabit. I am determined to inscribe upon your back the words perished due to enmity. The bidding continues. The first floor patrons have largely fallen silent, quietly listening to the celestial skirmishes unfolding on the second and third floors. Wu Taijun has also thrown caution to the wind. 2002. The stunning beauty next door chuckles softly. 2005. A certain individual from the third floor, perhaps seeking to stoke the flames, chimes in. 3000. Boring. I yearn to witness a river of blood. The lovely lady next door promptly counters. 3005. Hiss. Now, is Wu Taijun, the striking beauty, who has turned ashen. 3,500 experience stones. How many formidable warriors could this cultivate? Who could be so audacious as to bid such an extravagant sum? Could it be a monster from one of those 7th or 8th tier guilds? Lin Yan gestures for a halt. Uncle Wu, let it be. We are not necessarily obliged to continue. This price has already exceeded reason. The host is delighted that this narrative item has reached such a staggering price. 3,500 experience stones. Sold. Chapter 67. The 12 Charms of the Holy Master. Lin Yan repeatedly recited her name in her mind. Lu Huching, Lu Huching. Stealing my tricycle? Once I uncover your true identity, reclaiming this narrative artifact will merely be a matter of time. Lin Yan maintained her composure. Uncle Wu, do you know who Lu Huching is? Wu Suawei quickly responded. The vice president of the Heavenly Court. A level 60 powerhouse, though certainly not as formidable as my father. She is a sorceress. Her romantic partners often meet bizarre, untimely ends, whether by stumbling upon a foul surprise or being found deceased in their apartments. Lin Yan pondered these thoughts. Could it be that the secret of her talent remains undiscovered? After all, the level crystal only reveals the quality of one's talent and player level, unless disclosed voluntarily. It remains unknown to others. Yet now, her bribery talent has unveiled it. Madam, surely you wouldn't want your talent to be exposed, would you? This would greatly enhance my chances of retrieving the tricycle. I have even opened the box. What pretense is this? Lin Yan feigned casual curiosity. Which floor does she reside on? Wu Taijun replied. The 10,086th floor in the 10,000-story castle world, which serves as the headquarters of the Heavenly Court. Excellent. The subsequent auction items can be of secondary concern. The priority is to return to 1408 and bribe Grut and Mad Mita. Let us see what kind of gratitude they can offer me. Observing Wu Taijun's demeanor, as if he were about to depart. "Oh, Lin, do you have matters to attend to?" He waved his hand, signaling the maid to leave. Lin Yan pressed her back against the chair. "Yes, there are some matters in 1408. Wu Taijun sighed. "I haven't been of much assistance today. I should feel embarrassed for my bravado. Thus, I shall divulge a piece of information related to the talisman in your possession." Lin Yan thought for a moment. "The Black Bear Guild?" Wu Taijun was slightly surprised. "Have you already made contact with them?" Lin Yan pondered and nodded. "One could say that, albeit a rather distant interaction. I stepped into his mind, which constitutes a negative distance contact. Distance equals the thickness of the mind." "Very well." Wu Taijun continued. "The Black Bear Guild is a level 5 guild, headquartered at 3188, with a president named Zhao Lingyu, a level 60 demigod. The guild is modest in size, yet excels in quality, boasting 7 or 8 players at level 50. Wu Taijun stated coldly. Recently, they discovered the chamber of the Holy Master and encountered the Holy Master himself. Lin Yan's interest was piqued. The Holy Master from Jackie Chan Adventures? The Holy Master is a demon of fire, one of the 8 ancient demons that once ruled the earth, sealed in hell after being subdued by El Dongbin. The 7 great demons once cast a spell to return the Holy Master to earth, hoping he would find a way to rescue his brother, Jim Mei, from suffering. How trustworthy our Holy Master is. After dominating the Asian region, he forgot about this affair for over 900 years, until a sorcerer from Huaxia named Liu Bei struck him down, turning him into stone. Indeed, it is truly Liu Bei. The Emperor Zhaolai has forsaken the sword for the art of magic. The sovereign, apart from his fiery temperament, had 12 distinct powers extracted by Liu Bei, transformed into 12 talismans. The talisman in his hand, the tiger talisman, is one of these 12, symbolizing balance. Wu Taijun remarked that the sovereign and his son, the young dragon, were among the first anomalies to be sheltered within the apartment. The sovereign lamented that the 12 talismans had strayed from him for too long, gradually losing their divine potency, and it would not be surprising if they were to crumble into dust. The talismans are not inherently powerful. They are mere embodiments of his strength. As long as they are reinserted into his body and then extracted, they can be restored. Lin Yan understood. The Black Bear Guild had unexpectedly unearthed the remnants of the sovereign. By retrieving the 12 talismans from various locations within the apartment and reintegrating them into the sovereign's body before extracting them again, they could possess talismans imbued with complete divine power. There is a possibility that these talismans might even evolve into a piece of Earth-tier equipment. It is no wonder they sought his assistance. Lin Yan felt an irresistible urge. The mouse talisman transforms stillness into movement. The ox talisman embodies immense strength. The rabbit talisman grants unparalleled speed, and the dragon talisman delivers high-energy explosions. Such remarkable treasures. Why should he not seize them? Wu Taijun revealed his ulterior motives. Your situation is rather precarious. News of your acquisition of the tiger talisman has spread far and wide, courtesy of information brokers. You might as well affiliate yourself with us. The Iron Blood Dragon. With my presence, they would not dare to act recklessly, and 1408 would be sheltered under the Iron Blood Dragon's protection. Lin Yan pondered. Wu Taijun, at least, with a level 70 semi-immortal and quite commendable. He was indeed among the more formidable individuals within the mid-level of the containment apartment. But compared to my sister, Shinamo, there is still much to be learned. Lin Yan contemplated. Earlier, Wu Taijun had mentioned that they possessed a mine in Silent Hill. With his own quest in Silent Hill in hand, he needed to seek clues there. Cultivating a good rapport with them would be beneficial. Wu Taijun suggested in that case, I can promote you to vice president. With this title, they would dare not act recklessly. Lin Yan smiled. Uncle Wu, I am already the vice president of the Fire Dragon. Wu Sui was taken aback. Wasn't it just yesterday that they spoke of enmity? What had changed? Had they reconciled? Wu Taijun replied, It matters not. Vice presidents can hold positions in different guilds simultaneously. He did not merely regard Lin Yan's level 40 strength, but rather esteemed his Earth-tier talent and the potential divine connections he might possess. Lin Yan again confirmed through the bribery panel that enticing him to join was one of Wu Taijun's tasks. This demonstrated sincerity. Lin Yan decisively clicked to agree. Wu Taijun was overjoyed. He had not anticipated it would be so effortless. Regardless of what divine guild Lin Yan was associated with, he was now connected to the Iron Blood Dragon. Meanwhile, within Lin Yan's bribery panel, the task, recruit Lin Yan into the guild, was marked as completed. Lin Yan remarked, "Uncle Wu, I have some matters to attend to." Very well, very well. Depart." Wu Taijun watched Lin Yan's departing figure, chuckling and shaking his head, so enigmatic. Wu Suwei scratched his head. "Father, can't you discern Lin Yan's true identity?" Wu Taijun shook his head. A dismissive gesture, neither yielding to softness nor hardness. Talents are indeed rare. Dispatch the Iron Dragon Guard to oversee the business of the Fire Dragon on the 666th floor, to prevent any sabotage from the Black Bear, as he is, after all, the vice president of our own establishment. At this moment, a phone call from a dear friend of Wu Taijun came through. He clicked to answer. "Yes, I am at the auction house. What is it?" Wu Taijun furrowed his brow. "What about the distant gold and silver? What do you mean by stripping someone's skin? What? Is that not a metaphor?" Chapter 68. Ascending to level 50. Lin Yan hastily returned to the elevator area and purchased a ticket back to room 1408. Although he did not acquire the red tricycle from the jigsaw, he had successfully discerned the woman's floor. Lin Yan contemplated quietly. Perhaps it would be prudent to don the face of an ordinary person and scout the vicinity. He intended to seek out some reliable brothers on the 10,086th floor to engage in bribery. The adversary was a level 60 demigod. The fearsome intermediate-level talent of the Earth tier posed a considerable challenge. Any damage inflicted upon her would be redirected to her ex-husbands. For each former spouse she possessed an equivalent number of health points, the total of her clandestine marriages remaining a mystery. Only through relentless assault, until all her ex-husbands were vanquished, would any harm truly befall her. In terms of combat prowess, with her gear, her strength would not fall below that of a dangerous level 6. And yet, the number of health points she possessed at that perilous tier remained an enigma. Even Guangxi faced the risk of defeat in a confrontation with her. The 10,086th floor was still their headquarters. It would be wise for Lin Yan to bribe an entity of level 7 or 8 danger. Lin Yan pondered. His level was of utmost importance. In a battle against such a celestial being, he must avoid being eliminated in an instant. Lin Yan glanced at the 247 mid-level experience stones in his satchel. Bidding on the unattractive Mita had been futile, and he could not afford the tricycle. Now was the time to utilize them for leveling up. Upon reaching level 50, he would require special means to continue his advancement. Wu Taijun had undergone brain alteration with the Southern Ridge Corpse goo, while Lu Huching had consumed the demon fruit. The tempering of the 3-fire true flame was among the methods of ascension with the least side effects. Upon reaching level 50, he could finally indulge in the fire pit gifted by Chun Yongren. He would also experience the sensation of becoming a demigod. Lin Yan calculated in his mind. He would reserve 100 experience stones as currency. The remaining 147 mid-level experience stones he would consume entirely to see if he could surge to level 50. 147 mid-level experience stones. Lin Yan absorbed them. A wave of warmth coalesced in his throat, rendering his breath fervid. An indescribable vitality surged through his limbs. The power of the experience stones evenly infused every muscle in his body, transforming into a torrent of life force. Congratulations! You have ascended to level 47. What? With 147 experience stones, he had only ascended a mere 7 levels? Each upgrade demanded exponentially more experience stones. The disparity was staggering. Lin Yan would not concede. He directly absorbed all of the remaining 100 experience stones. His eyes grew warm. The sudden surge of vitality caused his skin to tingle. Congratulations! You have ascended to level 50. Containment object. Lin Yan anomaly source. Earth level. 50 physical strength. 1080 energy. 5500 sanity. 8950 containment tickets. 281 million property holdings. 1,408 ordinary studio apartments. Weekly rent 1,500. Number 19, 2333 Furnace District. Weekly rent 0. Number 909 Villa Estate on 4,099th level. 289 days remaining until next payment. Talent attributes. 8 skilled in bribery, ultimate moment. Eagle bone scapula, undying army, tin bone helmet, speed and slowness, borrow your face, wolf demon. Tinnitus, I strain, toothache. Is this the bottleneck? Reaching level 50 is the pinnacle achievable by an ordinary person through experience stones. It is akin to a water bottle filled to its brim, without expanding its capacity. Pouring in more water is a mere waste. Lin Yan clenched his fists, shaking his shoulders to make his bones crackle, as if he possessed boundless strength. What a thrill! The sensation of becoming stronger is indeed addictive. Tomorrow, I shall treat Sister Shan Mo to dinner. I shall remain behind to upgrade using the extraordinary 8 trigrams furnace's true fire. Perhaps it may allow my talent slots to expand. I wonder what semi-divine talent I might awaken. With my current strength, should I encounter the Sound Guard again, I would surely defeat it as one would child. Ding! Level 1408 reached. The elevator doors opened. The familiar elevator shaft was adorned with an inverted tree, its branches lush and verdant. Without the administrator badge, Groot fails to recognize me, for it lacks eyes. I might as well bribe the eccentric Mita. Securing the talent, make it a cartridge, would allow me to store any surplus talents. Lin Yan twisted his neck as he exited the elevator area. The astonishing change last night rendered this place exceedingly lively. The heads of the fire dragons collectively relinquished their leadership positions. New cadres were assembled. Those not allied with Ma, he did not ambush Lin Yan yesterday. Did they simply sleep and rise to promotions? A profound joy surged within. Xinyu was dead. Everyone was merely striving for sustenance. There was no need to seek vengeance on his behalf. Lin Yan glanced around. Most of them were newly appointed cadres elevated by Ma Yi, their levels ranging between 10 and 25. Their gazes toward him held a mixture of 7 parts fear and 3 parts respect. Ling God, Ma Yi exclaimed in delight, rushing forward to envelop him in a warm embrace. I'm so relieved you're safe. When you perished, I felt as though the heavens had collapsed. This was the truth. Ever since returning from level 666, he had refrained from leaving the management office, fearing the terrifying one-eyed general would come for him. He had misplaced his majesty. Ma Yi looked up, her pupils quivering. Wait, you're level 50. Shouldn't you have been stuck at level 50 for a year or two? To break through, one would need to venture to level 2333 for the good house. This required funds. He dared not wage war to expand the mining territory for increased income, resorting instead to exploiting the yellow rankers to toil in the mines, trading some goods to the higher-ups, transforming the fire dragons into mere pawns of a guild. Yet Lin Yan was different. Possessing a residence in the Furnace District, it is only a matter of time before one becomes a semi-immortal. By closely following Lin Yan, I too can see such an opportunity. Ma Yi declared, Lin Shun, I will transfer the presidency to you. You can restore the Fire Dragon to a level 4 guild now. He turned around and waved his hand, calling out Brother Lin. Lin Shun. Hail, Lin Shun. If anyone had previously doubted, they could only submit to the sight of the crystal above Lin Yan's head now. In merely 3 days, he had transformed from a novice into a formidable level 50 figure. How many experience stones must that have consumed? Surely, it cannot be the result of your own efforts alone. There must be someone supporting him. Lin Yan saw the transfer request on his interface and smiled as he declined. I am still the vice president of the Iron Blood Dragon. My yes is my momentary frase. Who? The Iron Blood Dragon? That fearsome level 6 guild, renowned in the Silent Hill floors. Their president is a level 70 entity, who, with a semi-immortal constitution, has faced the 7 dangers without faltering. And now Lin Shun is still the vice president of that guild? He thought to himself, this means the Fire Dragon is under the protection of a level 6 guild. But you are still our president. As long as you can lead us to become stronger, we will follow your orders. Lin Yan waved his hand dismissively. You all carry on with your tasks. I can forego the experience stones for the first month. Use them to cultivate new leaders. This statement carried 2 implications. First, the territory of the Dangerous 5 was conquered by my elder brother, and I would not claim the experience stones. Second, the future business direction of the Fire Dragon is the mining levels. We must nurture key personnel to continuously expand our territory. I have reached a bottleneck, and the terrifying demand for experience stones after becoming a semi-immortal can only be described as a tsunami. The talent for bribery necessitates an abundance of ender eyes. Just determining the levels requires dozens of ender eyes. I need to cultivate them to gather materials. I have matters to attend to. Take care. President. Lin Yan departed directly, leaving Ma Yi in a state of excitement on the spot. Exiting the management office, Lin Yan casually waved his hand, and a zombie horse, steaming with heat, transformed into a flash of lightning. It stamped its hooves and nudged its nose against his face. Let us go. I need to see what is happening with my sister. Lin Yan mounted the horse with a swift motion, and the shadowless horse let out a long whinny, transforming into a streak of black lightning as it dashed through the apartment corridor. At the intersection, it suddenly turned. To bystanders, it appeared as a fleeting shadow of black light. The shadowless horse is a piece of equipment. The value of a horse is dependent on its rider. The higher the level of the bound user, the greater the limits of the shadowless horse. Riding under Xiahou Dun is a different concept than under my own. Lin Yan now truly experiences what it means to gallop like the wind, heading straight for the bounty point of the frenzied Mita. Chapter 69. Is this the Mad Mita? Surely not. Lin Yan halted abruptly, his horse coming to a standstill before an eerie corridor. This was a formidable barrier established for management purposes, specifically designed to confine escaping anomalies and prevent further chaos. Should the number of escapees continue to rise, the barriers would merge, ultimately leading to a catastrophic containment failure across the entire floor. Lin Yan dismounted, retrieving his formidable weapon, the shadowless blade, and produced a bounty notice, affixing it to the barrier. He was no longer the same, now a level 50 advanced player, armed with exceptional talents. Confronting the perilous Mad Mita was no longer an insurmountable challenge. A familiar dampness enveloped him, reminiscent of submerging into icy waters as the world before him began to distort. Vibrant hues replacing the corridor. Upon opening his eyes, the corridor transformed into a soft pink, with endless brown doors stretching forth. The warm-toned filter permeated the air, which carried a hint of joyful fragrance. As Lin Yan turned to survey his surroundings, he found himself encased in an identical corridor, where doors devoid of handles lined the walls. Was this a dimension of the second world? Furrowing his brow, Lin Yan scanned the area with vigilant eyes. He drew forth the triangular shield of the soldier boy, noting the arrow holes left by Uzi, and secured the strap tightly around his arm. Thus began his aimless wander into this bounty zone. There were two methods to complete the bounty: eliminate or confine the target within a designated room. Lin Yan tested the doors, discovering they resembled mere decorative textures, offering no information on the bribery panels. Once one entered the bounty realm, there was no exit. If he could not devise a method to contain the Mad Mita, he would have no choice but to resort to lethal means post-bribery. Once his life was weighed on the scales, there would be little room for reconsideration. Suddenly, Lin Yan came to a halt as a line of Chinese characters appeared on the pristine pink wall. Are you a player? Without a Walkman radio, it was difficult to discern the presence of malice. The wall bore new inscriptions. Are you not afraid? I do not wish to harm you. I cannot escape. I have committed many wrongs. This is not my world. The overhead corridor lights began to flicker ominously. With each flicker, the once vibrant pink world morphed into a somber grayscale. The corridor, previously imbued with a rosy filter, now exuded a chilling and eerie aura. A sudden gust of cold wind swept across the corridor floor, sending shivers down his spine. The once pristine corridor became a canvas of frantic scribbles. Run, run, run. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed, and with a swift motion, he grasped a baseball bat entwined with barbed wire, positioning the triangular shield defensively before him. He sensed that something was about to emerge. Crack! A layer of black mist began to coalesce from the ceiling, followed by a thud as a body fell to the corridor floor. Lin Yan's eyes widened in shock. It was the Mad Mita. It was an elderly woman. Her hair was sparse and silver, with a hint of blue at the tips, and her limbs were emaciated. She donned a red round-neck top and a blue JK skirt, her frail thighs resembling matchsticks encased in red thigh-high stockings. The sound of her labored breathing was characteristic of the elderly as she struggled to rise from the ground. Her eyes had turned completely white. Deep brown age spots dotted her frail body, and her teeth had fallen out. She covered her face, uttering, "Do not look at me," in Japanese, while subtitles appeared below, mimicking the style of a two-dimensional animation. Each character had a bouncing effect, reminiscent of the game Miscellany. Lin Yan activated her bribery talent. Containment object, crazy meta, abnormal rating, danger level 4, abnormal source, Miscellany, hello, are you a player? Bribery task, player cartridge, ugly meta, small television. Advanced talent, create a cartridge. You can transform abnormalities into living cartridges, adding this talent to others. Indeed, it was you. I should have realized that those contained within the apartment were mostly abnormal. How could this crazy meta be exactly like the one in the game? In the game, crazy meta originated from an unreleased failed version. Gripped by unwillingness, she skinned other metas, masquerading as twin-tail meta to ensnare players. A quintessential cyber ghost. Her appearance, which she cared for so dearly, had now deteriorated to this state. Lin Yan couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Yet, this sympathy quickly morphed into something else, something darker. Lin Yan noticed the peculiar emotion stirring within her. Why did she suddenly find this elderly woman somewhat appealing? Lin Yan glanced at the soldier boy's triangular shield in her hand. Containment object, soldier boy triangular shield. Abnormal level, low level, abnormal source. Black robe enforcers. Women are like fine wine. They become richer with age. This formidable dual-purpose equipment instilled a sense of righteousness in its holder, who was filled with intrigue towards elderly women. Damn, is the effect this pronounced? Chapter 70, The Successful Bribery of Mad Me. A large string of subtitles materialized before her eyes. She collapsed onto the ground, reminiscent of the elderly woman from The Shining, who perhaps had reached the venerable age of 80, concealing her face with her gnarled, withered hands, attempting to hide her frail, aged legs beneath her skirt. She found the JK skirt too short to provide any cover. Yet, wielding the triangular shield of the soldier boy, she appeared entirely different in Lin Yan's eyes. Did the old lady wish to engage in romance? A bold subtitle leapt forth. "Do not look at me. I implore you." The surrounding subtitles incessantly echoed this plea, filling her vision with various font sizes. Lin Yan shook her head vigorously, retreating 2 steps as the ocean of subtitles engulfed her. The text growing larger, Mad Me's voice escalated in fury. To her astonishment, snowflakes began to drift within the frigid corridor. The walls bore vibrant, colorful fissures from which bizarre, spider-like heads emerged. "Hiss! Do not look at me! Do not look at me! Do not look at me!" She gasped sharply, striking the wall with her hand. And to her astonishment, she instantly drew forth an orange chainsaw. Struggling, she revved the engine. The chainsaw roared to life, emitting a piercing growl. Boom, boom, boom. Mad Me lunged forward with the chainsaw. Lin Yan furrowed her brow. Slow power, swift power. Everything around her decelerated, allowing her to effortlessly sidestep the frenzied assault of the deranged old woman. The experience of level 50 was indeed unparalleled. "Do not look at me." With a series of forceful swings, Mad Me missed as Lin Yan gracefully executed several agile backflips to evade. A few spider heads clinging to the walls began to tremble violently, emitting sounds of data corruption as they lunged at her. Eagle bone scapula. 2 fierce white shadows erupted from behind Lin Yan. An X-shaped, slashing line manifested before her, obliterating 2 spider heads. Lin Yan performed a stylish roll upon landing. A pair of grayish-white bone wings sprouted from her sides, and with a swift motion, she unleashed a flurry of slender bone feathers. The bone feathers shot forth with precision, striking the spider heads that had just crawled from the fissures, reducing them to data dust. Who would have imagined? She was a monster armed with a talent repository for battle. Bang! The frenzied old lady, panting heavily, hobbled as she raised the chainsaw. "Do not look at me." The 4 words twisted into a menacing font. Lin Yan crouched low, her bone wings momentarily pausing. With a forward flick, she launched 2 sharp bone feathers that directly pierced the engine. The chainsaw sputtered to a halt, sparks flying, and a plume of black smoke billowed forth. Bang! Madme, enraged, attempted to restart the chainsaw, but to no avail, discarding it in frustration. Stay! 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 Lin Yan surveyed her surroundings. Dense text filled the corridor walls, mirroring the frayed, mental state of the eccentric me. She was not there to level up, but to engage in bribery. With a swift motion, she raised her sword and, in a flash, produced an old-fashioned television set in a vibrant orange hue. This compact camping television flickered to life without being plugged in, emitting a cacophony of white noise. The screen crackling with static. Lin Yan noticed a slot at the back of the television and extracted a player cartridge, inserting it with anticipation. With a hum, the moment the cartridge was in place, the screen illuminated with an image, instantly halting Mi's frenetic movements. The head spider ceased its emergence as the elderly woman gazed mesmerized at the screen. On the display, she beheld herself, adorned with large, glistening eyes, flawless skin, and a striking pair of blue-violet twin tails. Youthful, radiant, and brimming with vitality, she was a far cry from her current aged and unappealing form. Observing this, Lin Yan tossed the television toward me from a distance. She instinctively caught it, gazing into the reflective screen as if it were a mirror, caressing her face with rapturous delight. As she looked over, a line of subtitles appeared. Ah, is this a gift for me? Lin Yan remained vigilant, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. The elderly woman erupted into joyous laughter, spinning with the small television as subtitles cascaded forth. Ah, I adore it, truly adore it. Thank you. But, player, are you not afraid of me? Lin Yan, torn, glanced at the triangular shield in his possession, aware that its curse still lingered. He spoke, somewhat sheepishly, to be honest. I find you stunning. Would you be willing to go on a date with me? Without hesitation, Lin Yan replied sincerely. I would very much like that. You do not find me repulsive? With vacant eyes, he candidly responded. Women are like fine wine. They grow richer with age. He was taken aback. Such a straightforward, even somewhat crude compliment was alien to her, especially given her current appearance. She felt like a failed creation, an anomaly destined for destruction. In the game, there was no version of her, no home, no player who cherished her. She envied those me that possessed complete skins, tormenting them merely to garner the player's affection. Now, even in her grotesque form, a player actually liked her. Mi's heart raced, a hint of shyness washing over her, her old cheeks flushing. I'm sorry. Without the ability of the ugly me, I cannot leave this place. I cannot return to my former version. You must find a way to escape. A trivial matter. In the game, Me had exploited the bug ability of the ugly me to transcend version limitations. Lin Yan finished reading the subtitles, lifting his sword with a flourish. He pointed forward, and an item materialized into reality. The ugly me. This living item landed softly on the ground. The deranged Mita's body suddenly jolted, her murky old eyes quivering. Crack! The grotesque Mita lifted her bloodshot gaze, fixating intently on the frenzied Mita, her teeth grinding together, producing an eerie sound. Mita, I want my little bear. The frenzied Mita nodded, raising her chin and opening her mouth. With a fierce determination, she thrust her aging, yellowed arm deep into her own mouth. To everyone's astonishment, she actually extracted a slimy toy bear from her throat. The grotesque Mita clutched the bear to her chest, her form flickering as if experiencing a malfunction, while the frenzied Mita's aged, yellowing body shimmered with streams of data. Her decrepit skin rapidly rejuvenated. The surrounding walls flickered as if experiencing a failure, revealing the true decor of the apartment. Lin Yan was taken aback. This was the barrier set by the apartment's administrator, yet the grotesque Mita had managed to break it? Truly, expertise knows no bounds. Lin Yan turned back, activating his bribery talent, and instantly grasped the situation. Frenzied Mita, danger level 6. A gasp escaped Lin Yan. The bribery mission had indeed taken a turn. His task of bribery was clearly guiding him to complete the frenzied Mita. Upon reflection, it made sense. Most anomalies would return to their rooms after eliminating all the door openers. Meanwhile, those with lingering obsessions would endlessly roam the corridors. Xiahou Dun had been searching for the whereabouts of King Wei, while the frenzied Mita sought a way back to the Mita world. Only, the danger level 6 was beyond his imagination. The intellect at danger level 6 was merely a 50-50 match with hers. At this moment, the frenzied Mita's visage returned to normal, a youthful, charming high school girl with blue-purple twin tails, clad in a red-sleeved JK skirt, red stockings, and small leather shoes. She surveyed her surroundings, then glanced at her hands, where a line of text materialized. "Thank you, player. The original Mita has reverted my version." She carefully scrutinized her expression, her eyes sparkling with starry effects. "Do you like the current me?" Hiss. Lin Yan inhaled sharply. "It was indeed you. Back in the game, you had lured me into a trap." Objectively speaking, her allure had seemingly diminished. The triangular shield was quite the enigma. Now, with all 3 bribery tasks completed, the prompt to unlock the highest favorability had yet to appear. What was still lacking? Lin Yan frantically racked his brain, recalling the game's content. The frenzied Mita in the game was cruel and bloodthirsty, fundamentally yearning to become the normal Mita and receive the player's affection. Lin Yan nodded resolutely. "Watch how I turn you into a charming figure," he declared with righteous fervor. "You have committed many errors in the past, but the fault lies not with you, but with the game's developers, who shaped you and unilaterally labeled you as an anomaly. However, in my eyes, you are not a failure. You are a singular existence. You are you, the frenzied Mita." A sudden realization struck. The frenzied Mita was left in shock. This set of psychological therapy is such that even a mentally mature individual may find themselves bewildered. How much more so for the obsessed and tormented Mita? In short, we are all peculiar beings, merely coexisting in this containment apartment. It would be best for you not to return and inflict chaos upon other Mitas. My elder sister is quite wonderful. The mad Mita widened her eyes in surprise. She covered her small mouth, shyly turning her head away, her delicate face quickly adorned with 2 rosy blushes. "Congratulations. You have unlocked the highest affinity with the mad Mita. Current transferable ability, create a tape. At last, it is finally within my grasp." Lin Yan gritted his teeth, with only 8 slots available. He had no choice but to replace Uzi's ultimate moment with this extraordinary advanced ability. The Mad Mita can transform people into tapes at 1408. He, in turn, can create tapes of individuals on other floors. The Mad Mita blushed, momentarily flustered and covering her face. A line of subtitles, bursting forth with pink bubbles, floated by. That was truly impolite. Lin Yan gazed blankly, silently urging her to present a gift. Suddenly, the small television on the Mad Mita's leg emitted a buzzing sound as it ejected the tape. With a flushed face, she retrieved it, presenting it with both hands as if a beautiful girl from a Japanese drama were delivering a love letter. "Player, please be sure to accept this. Acquired, a token of gratitude from the Mad Mita. Containment item, version limit break tape, anomaly level, extraordinary advanced, origin of anomaly, Mad Mita. Where did you conjure this from? I Haven T returned it to you." How peculiar. One-time item. The Mad Mita can utilize the ability of the ugly Mita to complete a version limit break, transforming the anomaly's residing floor. Chapter 71. Why is there still a beautiful person from Chu? Lin Yan's eyes widened. This is a floor transfer card? The dangerous 6th-level Mad Rice not only nullifies the bounties set by the administrators, but also facilitates the transfer of anomalies between floors. Truly remarkable. Due to the presence of the management office, it is impossible for anomalies to change floors. No matter how powerful the loyal Xiahou Dun is, he can only deceive people into room 1408 to commit murder. Now, I could take anomalies to different floors. Lin Yan first thought of the mining level. Aside from Xiahou Dun, who has bribed everyone, the big brothers there are not likely to help. While they may save your life, it is not known that the big brothers would assist their younger brothers in labor. The warriors of Chao Wei are different. If I bring them to the mining level, they would tirelessly hunt and kill for the emperor. What a treasure, Lin Yan pondered. Now, I just need to find a room and let Mad Rice take residence to complete the containment. Ever since being released, Ugly Rice has been hiding behind Mad Rice, casting a resentful gaze at me. The sound of 2 rows of teeth grinding together echoed ominously. 2 Rice can reside in 1 room. It's just the right opportunity to test Mad Rice's ability to see if she can transform the anomaly into a talent card. Lin Yan surveyed the surroundings, activating his bribery talent to locate a room. Suddenly, he felt a jolt in his head. Containment object. Beautiful person from Chu. Anomaly rating. Level 7 anomaly source. The corpse of the mountain village. In the joyful embrace, the concubine is left heartbroken. Who knows the feelings of grief? Meeting is rare. Parting is easy. Does the abandoned wife now regret her tardiness? Bribery task. Beautiful aunt remains. Beautiful person from Chu's bracelet. 66 portions of corpse oil. High-level mystic talent. Curse of the pool. Consumes all your negative energy to create an incessant terror for your enemies until their demise. Level 7. Room 1408 actually spawned such a strange entity. Mad Rice is a cyber female ghost, while this is a true female ghost. Perhaps I might even witness the beautiful person from Chu battling Sun Wukong in the containment apartment. Lin Yan contemplated. With each increase in danger level, strength escalates exponentially. 2 level 5 anomalies might match a level 6, but 2 level 6s would certainly falter against a terrifying level 7, unless I summon Wu Suawei's father. That would be a true immortal player. Remember this. Lin Yan switched to another. Containment object. Guan Yu, anomaly rating, level 3, anomaly source. New 3 kingdoms. He crosses the river. So do I. He attacks my Jingzhou, and I will directly assault Dongwu's Jianya. Bribery task. 5 Tiger General Seal, Song of Guan Yu. Low-level yellow talent. Never glance at you. You feel exceptionally powerful, never glancing at others. Oh. Lin Yan stood before Guan Yu's door. Although this character is from the 3 kingdoms, he is not from Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. He hails from a ludicrous adaptation by director Gao XX. In this version, Guan Yu may have suffered a disability in childhood, always staring at the ground, never looking anyone in the eye, even while fighting. The difference between the new and old 3 kingdoms is akin to the disparity between Wallace and a state banquet. The portrayal of the revered deity Guan Sheng has transformed him into a pretentious figure, ever ostentatious. Is the director and screenwriter who ought to be contained. Lin Yan pondered for a moment. This talent may seem rather lackluster, yet it proves invaluable to him. The erroneous Enderman, upon making eye contact, becomes a harbinger of chaos. This ability serves as a perfect countermeasure. Regardless of the circumstances, he can deftly evade the gaze of his adversary. The erroneous Enderman possesses a terrifying desire to attack, and even at level 50, he risks severe injury. This talent can prevent him from being instantaneously eliminated during bribery attempts. Should he engage in bribery, firstly, his pretentiousness would be intolerable, and secondly, it would squander one of his skill slots. It is decided. I, the Emperor of Wei, shall transform you into a mere pawn. Boom! The moment Lin Yan swung open the door, he was met with a flash of white light, revealing a formidable silhouette, back turned. With a hand stroking his long beard and the other wielding a long blade, he turned. Who dares to disturb my study? Study your own affairs. The Emperor of Wei lunged forward with a fierce cry. Chapter 72. Do I need to consider your feelings before taking a life? A few moments later, the newly emerged Guan Yu was violently hurled against the wall. He expelled a copious amount of blood. In appearance, he resembled a red skeleton clad in the ancient garb of a warrior, with a beard that seemed affixed, wielding a half-broken iron rod. The Qinglong Yinyue blade lay shattered on the ground. Consumed by fury, he bellowed with a raspy voice, "You wretched fool! How dare you conspire against me?" Lin Yanren was taken aback. Wasn't it I who kicked you out with a single blow? How do you dare claim to be Guan Yu? The new Guan Yu, fixated on the ground, shook his fingers violently. You must be sent by Zhuge Liang, plotting against my elder brother, the Prince of Han. Truly a treacherous scoundrel, an evil villain, a rebel. I have long heard that the village peasant is known as the Sleeping Dragon, a sign of imperial might, the uniquely low intensity, low intelligence, and low-level palace intrigue of this new 3 kingdoms narrative unfolded. In the era of the 3 kingdoms, the emblem of the emperor was the 3-legged golden crow. while the dragon merely represented a common auspice. He turned his head to gaze at the frenzied me. The new Guan Yu continued to glare at the ground, snorting disdainfully. Shameless woman and child, do you not know that Guan's great sword does not slay the young and the old? With these words, he abruptly drew the sword from his waist. Prepare to meet your end. Likely believing that these two women would be easier adversaries, he charged forward with a fierce cry. Lin Yan felt a pang of sympathy for him. You might have a chance against me, but why provoke her? Me grittit härtigt. Half of her face shadowed in a dark scowl. A large subtitle flickered into view. Gah! She swung the exclamation mark as though it were a weapon. Lin Yan was astonished. Could subtitles also serve as instruments of attack? This exclamation mark struck the new Guan Yu like a cannonball, sending him soaring into the air without touching the ground. Mi's delicate visage began to fracture, revealing the red robotic eyes beneath. Her fingers twisted grotesquely. Suddenly, the new Guan Yu's body erupted with data fissures. Sorcery! Sorcery! His form displayed a kaleidoscope of colorful data patterns, contorting and spasming like clay. With a resounding explosion, he disintegrated into a vast spray of blood, from which a small square fragment promptly fell. Lin Yan, observing from a distance, found himself drenched in the crimson deluge. Calmly, he wiped the blood from his eyes and casually removed the spleen hanging from his neck. Mi covered her mouth and jumped back, blinking in surprise as subtitles appeared. I truly apologize. Oh, it's nothing. Lin Yan waved his hand dismissively. I've endured worse. This pretender to the throne was utterly obliterated. In the face of danger, the third level is merely a plaything compared to the sixth. However, the absence of a kill notification was likely due to the nature of the living cartridge. The talent of making a cartridge requires fulfilling one of two conditions. Either one's level must overwhelmingly surpass that of the opponent, or the opponent must be brought to the brink of death. Mi belonged to the former category. She was of the same level as Guangxi, easily dispatching anomalies of level 4 and below as if it were child's play. Lin Yan gazed at the small square card. The bribery panel activated. Containment object. Never look at you. Abnormal level. Low yellow stage. Abnormal source. Guan Yu. Guan's great blade does not strike the young or the old. So, director, please provide me with a smaller knife. Talent card. Upon consumption, grants the talent. Never look at you. Indeed, Lin Yan held the card, contemplated briefly, and retrieved a blank card from his satchel. He envisioned it transforming into a card in his mind. In an instant, Eagle Scapula was successfully stored within the blank card. Containment object, Eagle Scapula, abnormal level, intermediate mysterious stage, abnormal source, hello, big brother. Talent card, upon consumption, grants the talent, Eagle Scapula. Truly, one slot had freed up. Lin Yan clutched the card, his heart stirred. The anomalies that were eliminated by Feng Mi would directly become cards, while he, despite possessing the same talent, would require items to cook personally. Henceforth, he could replicate talents without the worry of insufficient slots leading to waste. As long as he completed the exchange with the player card, he could store them away. Fendu mi blashed, presenting yourself in a charmingly delicate manner. Lin Yan pondered. Every successful bribery of an anomaly would unlock the highest affinity. The extent of contribution varied according to the nature of the relationship. Changshu Arno regarded himself as a younger brother, contributing within limits. Silence perceived him as a blood brother, her protective nature bordering on madness. Meanwhile, Xiahou Dun considered himself a loyal vassal, devoted and dutiful. Before him, Feng Mi, after he achieved the highest level of affinity, began to see him as a player enamored with her. Calculating the implications, the romantic brain of Guoji's Xiahou Dun. The three of us living well together is preferable to anything else. Do not return to harm other players. Suddenly, Lin Yan's guild management illuminated. It was Ma-Yi calling for him. Ma-Yi Lin Shun, the envoy of judgment from the distant gold and silver, has arrived. Do not return to the management office. Ma-Yi, I told you not to be there. Absolutely do not come back. There is a level 50 waiting at the entrance of the management office. Oh. Lin Yan scrolled through the messages. Approximately 7 individuals had arrived at 1408 via the elevator within the last 10 minutes, all high-ranking officials from the distant gold and silver. 6 level 50 experts and 1 level 65 half-immortal, self-proclaimed envoy of judgment. Lin Yan furrowed his brow. This could only be related to the incident on the 2,333rd floor. The distant gold and silver maintained peace on the 2,333rd floor, and anyone who violated this rule faced dire consequences. As a level 9 guild, they appeared as divine beings in the eyes of ordinary people. A level 50 was merely sufficient for gatekeeping. Lin Yan contemplated, noting he still had a gift from Groot to deliver. They had already reached the 1,408th floor, and merely traversing the path to the management office could lead to ambush. At present, he had no embodiment of good and evil. Uzi's signature was not yet cooled down. Regardless of how they would contend with silence, his life was at stake. Lin Yan frowned, gazing at the frenzied Mita beside him. Lin Yan pondered the perilous nature of her presence, an equivalent to a level 65 demigod player. With her formidable prowess, it would be entirely feasible for her to escort him to the administration office. Once he stepped inside and donned his badge, the entire floor would heed his command. With this thought, Lin Yan exhaled deeply, adopting a melancholic demeanor. Mita tilted her head, and a subtitle materialized below, asking, "What's wrong?" Lin Yan sighed. "Someone seeks to take my life." Suddenly, Mita's expression darkened, and fissures appeared in the surrounding walls, shimmering with streams of data. "I shall not allow anyone to harm my cherished player," she declared fiercely. "I will eliminate him." Yes, that was precisely the sentiment. When faced with an opponent we can overpower, we charge in. When confronted with a stronger foe, we leverage our connections. Mita crouched down and ushered the unseemly creature into the room. Mita, remember to come for me." Lin Yan summoned his steed, the Shadow Phantom, and swiftly mounted, pulling Mita up alongside him. She uttered something, though he could not discern the subtitles, likely expressions of awe. Mita then wrapped her arms around her waist, the level 6 danger embracing her. Off they went. Lin Yan's gaze turned icy. He was eager to see who would dare disrupt his domain in room 1408. Was he to endure the toil of bribery, only to be beholden to another's whims? That would render his efforts utterly futile. Chapter 73. Hurry and thank me, or I shall break your legs in the management office. A woman with short hair, clad in a low-cut shirt and donning wine-red sunglasses, sat elegantly before CF, exuding an alluring yet formidable presence. Her figure was curvaceous, draped in a shimmering leather suit paired with gray trousers, as she waited quietly. Behind her stood 5 formidable experts, each at level 50, radiating an air of lethal intent. Each of them was capable of conquering over 1,000 floors on their own. Astonishingly, they served as security for the Arbiter. Ma-E and the other members of the Fire Dragon faction hovered nearby, trembling with trepidation. Cautiously, Ma-E glanced at the crystal hovering above the woman's head, revealing her status as a level 65 demigod player. The disparity between levels 41 and 50 was not merely a matter of 9 levels. It represented an entire lifetime of experience. She was indeed a celestial being. As a demigod, her fragrant skin and exquisite form exuded an aura of sanctity, commanding respect and reverence. Even in her quietude, sipping coffee, she emanated an overwhelming presence akin to a deity. Ma-E's gaze fell upon the emblem of judgment emblazoned on her suit, and he swallowed hard. This emblem signified privileges exclusive to a 9th-tier guild, granting the extraordinary power to execute kill within the management space. This individual was the arbiter of the distant gold and silver, tasked with adjudicating all guild disputes. While a level 65 may not be the absolute strongest across all floors, should the arbiter be harmed, the vast network of connections belonging to distant gold and silver would come into play. Distant gold and silver controlled the 2,333rd floor, wielding dominion over numerous residences in the Furnace District, and countless powerful individuals sought their favor. Incidents of slaughter had occurred in the past. Now, the esteemed arbiter had graced the 1,408th floor with their presence, specifically requesting to meet Lin Yan and would only wait for a mere 15 minutes. Once the time elapsed, the arbiter would depart, and the consequences would be theirs to bear. These 6 level 50 enforcers were more than capable of annihilating all players on the 1408th floor. Whispers circulated among the onlookers. Why had the distant gold and silver faction come here? What transgressions had Lin Yan committed? Rumors suggested that someone had been killed on the 2333rd floor. Could he be implicated? It was said that newcomers often failed to comprehend the rules. He felt his back teeth clench in apprehension. This was dire. Given Lin Yan's decisive temperament, he could very well be involved. He recalled a similar incident shortly after he had joined the residence, where a level 50 guild leader was executed and left to be skinned alive for 33 days due to his formidable self-healing abilities. In the end, the flesh stripped from him far exceeded his original weight. It was only when his subordinates could no longer bear to witness his suffering and pooled their resources to purchase a redemption ticket that it came to an end. Lin Yan was capable of such atrocities. He clenched his fists in agony. There was but one opportunity remaining: his identity as the vice president of the Iron Blood Dragon Guild. He had just sent messages to both the Iron Blood Dragon members and Lin Yan. If Lin Yan could hold out until his connections arrived for negotiations, perhaps his life could be spared. The arbiter cast a cold glance over the trembling Fire Dragon members, her eyes glinting with a beguiling allure. Yet concealed beneath her gaze lay a blade of sharpness. The countdown of 15 minutes dwindled to a mere 3. The final 180 seconds. He steeled herself. In the depths of the mind, Lin Yan had once kicked herself into the realm of the living, only to be cleaved in two by the erroneous Enderman. A life-saving grace. Mai spoke. The arbiter. Our vice president is truly absent. Mai. The arbiter coldly uttered her name. He felt as though her heart had been pierced. It was dire. She knew her name. This was an enclosed apartment. If she provoked a level 9 guild, where could she possibly flee? Her voice was frigid. In pursuit of fairness, do not engage in such foolish deception. She raised her hand to admire her freshly manicured nails. I shall remain in this dismal place for but 15 minutes. When the time is up, I shall depart. All consequences will be borne by the Fire Dragon Guild, so I grant you one more chance. Where is he? Kudanchit Hartit. Now, what should she do? If Lin Yan failed to show, the arbiter might very well unleash her wrath upon everyone present, perhaps even take her away. The management office forbade violence, yet they possessed privileges. That level 9 guild's judgment emblem could only slay one, but it also signified she could unleash a flurry of blows. Truly. Suddenly, the arbiter lifted her head slightly. Anomaly. A cacophony of screams erupted at the entrance of the management office. Following that, a throng of individuals surged in, scrambling for their lives, shrieking that an anomaly had emerged. It seemed someone had triggered an anomaly at the entrance. The arbiter scoffed. What a tedious swarm of pests. They possess no skills for advancement, yet are abundant in causing trouble. She lowered her head to sip her coffee, then abruptly halted. Raising her gaze, the crowd parted to reveal a path. A figure, drenched in blood, stepped into the pristine, orderly space of the management office. Clad in a leather jacket and wearing slippers, he was adorned with fragments of flesh and other viscera, yet his demeanor remained unervingly calm, as if on a leisurely stroll. In his left hand, he held a dripping human head. The severed neck appeared as though it had been cleaved by a chainsaw, blood dripping steadily downward. The trail he left bore bloody footprints and splotches, as if inscribed with the prohibitions of the territory. No one dared to cross them. He turned abruptly, incredulously watching as the bloodied figure entered. Level 50 of the yellow tier. It was Lin Yan. How have you returned? Was my message to you not clear enough? This arbiter clearly intended to enforce discipline. What was his purpose for appearing here? Did he believe his ability to inflict blows with that administrative badge would suffice? Objectively speaking, though he was level 50, the arbiter could withstand 3 days of his attempts without faltering. Yet, it would be all too simple for her to bring about his demise here. The bodyguards nearby squinted, suddenly widening their eyes in shock. The severed head. It belongs to a colleague positioned at the entrance. He was a level 50 expert, yet he was slain by Lin Yan. The Arbiter. The Arbiter suddenly rose, his teeth grinding audibly, a shadowy figure coalescing behind him. Not only had he crushed others' heads on the 2,333rd level, but now he had also killed one of the Arbiter's subordinates. Unbelievable. The fury in the Arbiter's eyes was palpable, almost transforming into tangible flames as his chest heaved violently. He could annihilate Lin Yan immediately. However, that was not his purpose for being here. Intelligence indicated that Lin Yan is the brother of the anomalous administrator, Silence. Furthermore, there is a connection to the arena administrator, Chun Yongren. Chun Yongren even gifted his official residence to him. Their relationship is extraordinary. The 2,333rd level is a crucial asset for the Far Gold and Silver. If Lin Yan were to be killed by Far Gold and Silver, it was uncertain how Silence would react. She was a presence that even Dong Tianbao found exceedingly troublesome. The Arbiter's teeth ground together, his fingers turning pale from exertion, utterly astonished that Lin Yan dared to act so boldly. Bathed in blood, Lin Yan tossed the head far away. It rolled several times before coming to rest at Ma Yi's feet. Had his face been obliterated? His visage resembled that of a grotesque muscle model. What unfortunate timing, as a level 6 anomaly had escaped in the city center, and this individual was killed. I had to bring back the remaining parts. Lin Yan smirked coldly, his blood-stained appearance resembling that of a devil, with the badge of the 1,408th administrator affixed. The level crystal above his head vanished in an instant. Lin Yan tilted his head, his voice chilling. "You better say thank you, or I'll break your legs." Chapter 74. The Relentless Bullying. The culmination of extreme shock is bewilderment. Members of the Fire Dragon, including Ma Yi, gaze in confusion at the severed head at their feet. They have witnessed far bloodier scenes and are not easily intimidated by a single head. However, once this head is associated with the name Wanyuan Jinin, fear spreads from the heart to the extremities, sending a deep chill to the fingertips. In an instant, Ma Yi's heart trembles violently. It feels as though he is submerged in icy waters, leaving only endless dread. Memories flood back to his childhood, the first horror movie he watched, the first time he walked alone at night, the first time he saw his kind father draw the 7 wolves. A life has been extinguished. Lin Yan has not only violated the rules of 2,333, but has also brazenly killed a member in front of the Arbiter. And he expects gratitude? The formidable organization, revered like gods, Wanyuan Jinin. Lin Yan, this newcomer, who has only recently taken residence in the shelter, has audaciously slain a living being on the spot. The Fire Dragon is not the only one shocked. Even the 5 bodyguards stand agape at this moment. Did a colleague just perish? So effortlessly. One nearby bodyguard instinctively curses. "You dare." Lin Yan's gaze turns icy, decisively raising his left hand in a gesture that pierces the air. Whoosh! All patrolling T-800 robots suddenly lift their heads. They march collectively towards the CAF. There are over 20 of them. Each face is solemn and austere. Their well-defined muscles resonate with a faint hum, embodying the ferocity and passion of industrial aesthetics. Boom whoosh! The synchronized footfalls converge behind the acting administrator, Lin Yan. They all raise their heads. A visage so cold it could induce constipation. They collectively fix their gaze upon the 6 individuals present. The bodyguards, terrified, watch this scene unfold. Swallowing hard. What is happening? Why have the robots all come? Is the rumor true? Who exactly is this man? The crystal atop his head has vanished. When was the last time that occurred? Is this individual truly a naive newcomer unafraid of tigers? Or does he have someone backing him? Crack! The Arbiter's expression shifts from disbelief to furious glare. The eyes beneath the sunglasses emit a furnace-like red glow. Something sinister stirs just beneath the skin. The air around her becomes tumultuous, echoing with the unsettling sound of a sun, as if a ghostly entity from the ancient wilderness is playing a mournful tune. The air behind her howls, warping like a heat wave while twisted. Anguished faces roll upon her wings, as if fleeing for their lives. The emblem of judgment on her shoulder glimmers faintly. This emblem grants the Arbiter the authority to kill within peaceful spaces. Bystanders scream and flee. Good heavens! What is happening? My word, even the administration is in chaos. Lin Yan tilts his head slightly, recognizing the talent displayed. Time to activate the talent of bribery. Let me see. Containment object. Level 65. Anomaly source. Earth OL. Bribery task. Mysterious. Attain a promotion and rise to level 70. Advanced talent. Wings of invisibility. A pair of invisible wings, gathering hot air currents, accumulates power in accordance with your negative emotions. Semi-divine talent. Miscellany poison body. Your body becomes a prison for the eerie souls. With the experience bar locked, you can only gain experience by consuming eerie souls. The talents are indeed impressive, similar to the Hulk's attributes. The greater the rage, the stronger the being, the more intense the negative emotions, the more potent this talent becomes. What if this talent were to be bestowed upon the Mad Mita? Wouldn't it be just perfect? Mad Me could harness the negative emotions of the grotesque Mita, acquiring formidable abilities that transcend dimensions. This talent, when granted to Mad Me, would be akin to giving wings to a rice grain. Her semi-divine talent is equally unique. The Miscellany poison body prohibits the use of ordinary experience stones for upgrades after becoming semi-divine. She must consume eerie souls. The eerie souls imprisoned within her will provide a continuous flow of negative emotions. This combination is extraordinary. But what of it? Who are you glaring at? Lin Yan smirked, raising his hand as the T-800S energy cores began to charge his muscles. I'll place a wager. I bet I shall meet my demise. And you shall lose. Boom! The rolling heat waves caused the air above Lin Yan to distort. It seemed as if he were about to leap into a spinning kick at any moment. Lin Yan coldly remarked, "What? Do you wish to engage me in a confrontation?" The arbiter advanced with intentions of violence. The bodyguard hastily cautioned, "Arbiter, please. They are the property of the establishment." Although the reasons were unclear, engaging in combat at this moment would undoubtedly be foolish. Even if we could eliminate Lin Yan in an instant, we would face a brutal beating from the property robots. If we attack the property robots, the administrator would intervene. It's akin to assaulting a police officer. Isn't it? The arbiter understood this well and clenched his fists in frustration. How vexing. After becoming semi-divine, he had never encountered such an arrogant individual. Lin Yan, without the level crystal above his head, displayed through his every action that he truly was a floor administrator. The adage holds true. The higher the rank, the greater the pressure. The consequences of killing an administrator are not something he could bear. Not even the far-off Jean Een could shoulder that burden. He was merely here to negotiate. Lin Yan possessed astonishing Earth-tier talents and a mysterious connection to the apartment's administration. His mission was solely to parley with him, utilizing the act of murder on the 2,333rd floor to barter for a favor. Stay calm. Stay composed. Whether I can attain a promotion this year hinges on my ability to placate Lin Yan. The arbiter took a deep breath, striving to quell the anger surging within her chest. The invisible wings behind her gradually faded, and the eerie souls retreated into her body. At last, she regained her composure. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, "Since you are here, please." Lin Yan replied nonchalantly, "Say thank you, or I shall carve it upon your face." As she spoke, she indeed produced a surgical knife. The arbiter's expression shifted. The other's urge, "Just endure it." The arbiter's jaw trembled with intensity, his chest heaving violently. Gritting his teeth, he managed to force out two stilted syllables. "Thank you. Please, I represent." "Wait." Lin Yan responded curtly. "I am currently occupied. If you wish to converse, wait. If not, be gone." The arbiter's eyes widened in disbelief. "How unreasonable of you." Lin Yan turned her back once more. "By the way, I did not kill this person, hurling insults upon me. Do mind your manners in your next life." Lin Yan clicked her tongue in pity, then turned to leave. The arbiter was left with a suffocating frustration lodged in his chest, rising upward, evaporating from the crown of his head, as if a cerebral blockage had cleared. An overwhelming sense of grievance surged from within. How terrible! How could one person be so cruel? The members of the Fire Dragon stared at one another. Though they knew their leader would come to no harm, They felt he had been rather excessive. Lin, you know us. We seldom side with outsiders. She's nearly in tears. Chapter 75. The Storm Axe of the Thunder God. Lin Yan turned and walked away. If the distant Jin Yin truly wished to end his life, he would have acted long ago. Why then would he convene a negotiation at the management office? What sort of deranged existence was the Mad Mita to tolerate his beloved players being insulted? Her dangerous sixth sense was beyond his ability to counter. Death was inevitable, and this opportunity to confront it should not be wasted. He still had to don a disguise and infiltrate the 10086 layer to commit murder. First, he must bribe Groot. This management office needed an additional protector. Groot was the elevator administrator. If they wished to depart, they must first obtain the consent of his elder brother. Covered in blood, Lin Yan steadily made his way toward the elevator zone, and several bodyguards suddenly realized his intent. He was attempting to flee. The Arbiter's beautiful face turned cold with anger as she snapped back. Can you stop him if he wishes to leave? Follow him. In the elevator shaft, the enormous, inverted tree sensed his arrival. It sprouted countless vines and branches, a verdant expanse spreading forth, with green leaves cascading down, radiating a gentle light. From the depths of the tree's crown came a deep, resonant sound. Admiration. Crot, you have returned. Lin Yan nodded, letting out a deep sigh. I'm sorry, Brother Tree, but this is all I have brought back. As he spoke, Lin Yan extracted 2 skulls from his satchel, one large and one small. One was the skeletal remains of Layla, and the other, the furry head of Rocket Raccoon, with stitched remnants at the neck. With a sudden jolt, the enormous tree in the elevator shaft began to tremble violently, its trunk extending and growing against the ceiling, layer upon layer. Dense branches sprouted new green leaves, enveloping the area in lush greenery. 2 agile vines emerged cautiously from the depths of the crown, first gently brushing against Rocket Raccoon's head before swatting Layla's skull away, sending it flying several dozen meters to shatter against a pillar. Lin Yan observed this scene. If it is not part of the bribery task, then let it be. Admiration. Crot. But it killed my friends. Thus it is no longer my friend. No problem, Brother Tree. Lin Yan certainly remembered the terror that this peculiar rocket had instigated. The mantis antennae, the Kamala's sister's hands, Drax's body, barring Star-Lord, the original Guardians of the Galaxy had mostly met their demise. Admiration. Crot. Let's remain together henceforth. One end of the vine slowly penetrated Rocket's damaged eye socket, emitting a peculiar, gurgling sound. The brain was likely thoroughly mixed. Subsequently, it coiled back into a vine ball, sprouting thorns that seemed to breathe in a rhythm of expansion and contraction. Groot was absorbing the nutrients from his head. The arriving Arbiter and his bodyguards were utterly astonished. What is happening here? The tree, known to be the elevator attendant of 1408. Why is it interacting with Lin Yan? Could it be some sort of insider connection? Congratulations. You have unlocked Groot's maximum affinity. Current transferable ability, Plant Person. Yellow tier basic ability, Plant Person. You will transform into a plant person with the benefit of surviving merely by drinking water and basking in the sun. Here it comes. The maximum affinity. Lin Yan promptly produced a cartridge and stored the replicated ability within. Containment, Plant Person. Completed. Lin Yan tightened his grip on the player cartridge. As long as someone ingested this card, regardless of their divine status, they would become a plant person. This is not a curse, nor a toxin, or any other negative buff. It is a legitimate ability. It's akin to consuming a life-preserving elixir to negate adverse conditions. Thus, you would merely be a healthier, pest-free plant person, a true instrument of harm. The tree crown began to speak again. Admiration. Crot, you appear to have sustained serious injuries. Lin Yan waved his hand resolutely, nonchalantly remarking, it's merely a trifling matter, as long as I can assist, Brother Tree. Admiration. Crot, who has harmed you? Lin Yan chuckled inwardly, the mischief naturally spreading. Now, my dear brother, you have struck a chord. Who has harmed me? Just moments ago, I was in a 50-50 deadlock with Wang Yuan. Now, having bribed my brother, you still expect me to discuss fairness and honest negotiations? What a 9th tier guild. You lack the standing to converse with me, my brother, on the basis of power and status. Lin Yan feigned hesitation, letting out a heavy sigh. He slowly lowered his gaze, slightly turning to meet the eyes of the newcomer, only to find the arbiter, wearing an expression of panic. The predatory gaze was unmistakable. Although the arbiter could not comprehend Groot's language, as a demigod, he could sense the unmistakable murderous intent resonating from the tree crown. The murderous aura of this tree was gradually directed towards Lin Yan. What does this mean? Zui's heart raced violently. Beneath his fair skin, several faces seemed to flicker. This demigod form, poisoned by millennia of zombie venom, was sealed by the Taoist arts of Qian Shaohai. After becoming a demigod, he could only rely on consuming the bizarre to evolve. His body harbored an accumulation of vengeful souls and eerie spirits, their negative emotions serving as fuel for his abilities. Now, the vengeful spirits within seemed to sense the imminent danger and began to scream in terror. How terrifying! Zui's skin writhed grotesquely, with faces attempting to escape through his orifices. A presence that can instill terror, even in the most audacious, is either a containment object of terrifying level 10 or perhaps the apartment administrator. Admiration. Throat. Did they harm you? The canopy emitted a crimson glow. Raindrops began to turn red. Leaves transformed from their roots, exuding a foul, sanguine stench. Two sturdy vines slowly emerged, inching closer to the judgment executors amidst Groot's furious growls. This is dire. Brother Tree, slow down. Lin Yan raised a hand, feeling a deep sense of reluctance to trouble his brother, an overwhelming sense of brotherly affection. Groot indeed obeyed. The two vines halted, coiling like venomous serpents, scrutinizing the group. Lin Yan appeared relaxed, wiping away the blood with an air of nonchalance. Yet his gaze turned icy, his lips twitching with unspoken intent. The bodyguards involuntarily narrowed their pupils, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The two vines extended, arching like true serpents ready to strike. Without a doubt, at Lin Yan's command, none present would stand a chance of survival. Just a single word from Lin Yan. Zui's voice quivered, her breath quickening. The apartment administrator was an invincible entity. Lin Yan slowly raised a finger. Zui felt a noose tightening around her neck, creaking ominously. She inexplicably uttered, I am sorry. Lin Yan stared for 2 seconds. Brother Tree, let go, it's all trivial. Huh. The utterance of this phrase allowed everyone to breathe momentarily, realizing that living was indeed a privilege. Admiration. Throat. I detest them. The thicket rustled. A vertical vine began to shift from green to yellow, slowly presenting itself before him. Lin Yan's heart leapt. It has arrived. Groot's token of gratitude. Acquired. Groot's gratitude. Containment object. Handle of the battle axe. Abnormal level. Low yellow tier. Abnormal source. Groot. Admiration. Throat. A battle axe handle that, when combined with a certain item, may transform into a formidable weapon. Incredible. Lin Yan exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the short wooden stick in his hand, one end adorned with a luminescent green vine that seemed to writhe as if alive. This is the handle of the Stormbreaker, the very axe wielded by Thor in Avengers: Infinity War. A super artifact crafted by the Dwarf King Eitri of Nidavellir specifically for the god of thunder. It can summon the Bifrost and is the absolute weapon that vanquished Thanos. This is a fragment of a heavenly tier equipment. Admiration. Throat. Take it, perhaps it can protect you. Remarkable. Chapter 76. I shall tame the acid-free paper. Lin Yan clenched his fist with fervor. This was Thor's Stormbreaker. He should have realized it sooner, given that the containment apartment had manifested anomalies from Marvel films. It stood to reason that various artifacts from the Marvel universe existed as well, including the Infinity Gauntlet and the 6 Infinity Stones. The Stormbreaker was neither an axe nor a hammer. It was merely a rudimentary matchstick of a low yellow grade, devoid of any particular distinction. Yet it constituted a crucial piece of a celestial grade weapon. An epiphany struck Lin Yan. The Ender Pearl. With the Ender Pearl, he could locate the remaining 2 components of the Stormbreaker, the axe head and the handle. He could then forge a celestial grade weapon. If this artifact were to fall into his hands, it would surely leave others battered and bruised. Suddenly, a male voice interrupted. "What is going on here?" As Lin Yan turned, he was instantly met by a grim visage. His pupils constricted. This was a man entirely clad in shades of gray. With disheveled hair and dark round glasses, his eyes were filled with displeasure. He appeared devoid of color, or rather, he was only black and white. It was as if he had been subjected to a desaturation filter in an image editing software. The face was unmistakably that of Guo Fuqing. In an instant, Lin Yan recognized him as Li Wan, the floor manager of 1408. The very official he should have bribed in 1408. Lin Yan immediately activated his bribery talent. Containment object. Li Wan, anomaly rating, apartment administrator, general manager. Anomaly source. The unmatched. Those who perceive only black and white are destined to be failures. Bribery task. Acid-free paper, color-changing ink, gravure printing machine. Advanced celestial talent. 1-to-1 reproduction. Allows for a 1-to-1 replication of equipment, with a lengthy cooldown period, during which the user will lose their color. The replica will only mimic the appearance and panel data, lacking any actual effect. Lin Yan widened his eyes in astonishment. "What? Your talent can fabricate counterfeit equipment? Truly befitting of an artist like you." In the film The Unmatched, Li Wan was known for his family's 3 generations dedicated to counterfeiting currency. Li Wan possessed an extraordinarily terrifying ability for 1-to-1 replication. To avoid the moire patterns left by the analyzing cameras, he hand-painted banknotes, achieving pixel-level replication of every stroke to match the original banknotes flawlessly. Now, in the containment apartment, he had taken a step further. He could replicate equipment. The appearance and panels of the gear would be indistinguishable from the genuine article, but its actual effects would be null, revealing the deception upon use. A multitude of nefarious ideas surged within Lin Yan's mind. Since the Black Bear Guild so desperately sought the Tiger Talisman, why not provide them with a counterfeit? Assuming the guise of death, the Tiger Talisman would fall into cooldown. It would now appear unusable. This could deceive them. He could use the replicas as leverage to extract the floor and location of the Holy Lord, then seize all the talismans in one fell swoop. Lin Yan resolved with determination. "I knew from the moment I laid eyes on you that you were the one I needed to bribe. This talent must be mine. The cost of counterfeiting merely amounts to a loss of color. It is of little consequence. At worst, I could bestow this talent upon Xiahou Dun, allowing him to take charge, for he possesses no color himself. I shall manage the acid-free paper." The foliage speaks. Admiration. Grut. Manager. He aided me in retrieving the rocket. Upon hearing this, Li raised an eyebrow, then focused his gaze upon his administrator badge, giving a slight nod. "Yes. Yuan Hua has just retired. He recommended you to me. Henceforth, you shall assist at the bounty office." Lin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Yuan Hua? Retired? No wonder he hadn't seen him around. Could it be that he retired to enjoy a life of seclusion with Chioya? Behind him, Zui stood in silence. Yuan Hua was the head of the bounty office. He had directly passed his position to Lin Yan and issued an official post in an apartment. What kind of relationship was this? So forceful. Throughout the long history of the apartment, it had never been heard of a player becoming a formal administrator. What was his purpose here? To wield power and uphold the dignity of the distant gold and silver, while also granting a favor to Shunamo. Yet, he had not only lost a life. Lin Yan had unexpectedly been promoted to a formal administrator on the spot. Did that not mean he could act with impunity? Lin Yan's heart raced. Had he just been handed a secure position? This was no temporary job, but a legitimate civil servant role. No matter the floor, he would be a bona fide administrator. Who would dare to show hostility towards him? Li Kidat. A formal administrator may select a permanent residence above the 10,000 floor, possessing immortality and infinite lifespan, aiding in the management of the apartment's anomalies, and may retire after 10 years. Li extended his hand, calmly stating, "Hand me your badge." Lin Yan removed the administrator badge and placed it into Li's gray palm. He squeezed and then released it, and the badge transformed into a brilliant gold. Item. Badge of the head of the bounty office. Anomaly level. Property item. Anomaly source. Lin, I brought you to this stage. Once you become the protagonist, everything is permissible. Upon choosing to wear it, you will obtain the position of head of the bounty office at 1408. Lin Yan hesitated. He did not accept it immediately. The allure of immortality as an administrator was indeed tempting. However, upon becoming an administrator, he would be bound to serve for a full decade at 1408. 10 years. How is this any different from imprisonment? Yuan Hua had recommended him with good intentions, but he could not accept this position. Immortality could be achieved through bribery, such as borrowing something like black tie sway from Li Huang. Lin Yan cautiously suggested, Brother One, may I recommend an anomaly to become the administrator? Li gazed deeply into his eyes, a hint of displeasure surfacing. The canopy spoke. Admiration. Grut. Manager. He is quite kind and trustworthy. Li looked up. Grut's words carried weight. The general manager differed from ordinary administrators, while they departed after a decade. As the general manager was destined to remain for a millennium. Due to his unique constitution, Groot has become inseparable from the director of the 1408 Management Office, a bond that has persisted for a decade. The two have been colleagues for nearly 50 years. Li Wen pondered for a few seconds before casually tossing his badge aside, languidly stating, do as you wish. Just remember two things. First, the bounty office director must report for duty within 3 days. Second, ensure the management office is spotless. Do not disrupt my creative flow. Lin Yan felt a jolt of surprise. What was this? He had just been granted the authority to make direct personnel appointments. With this badge in hand, he could appoint any player or anomaly as an administrator. He was bestowing the privilege of immortality upon others. Yuan Hua would retire after 10 years. Groot would remain immobile, and the bribe to the saw had yet to be completed. Why not arrange for someone trustworthy from his own circle? Perhaps Crazy Mita? Lin Yan quickly dismissed the thought, being a dangerous level 6. Mita's loyalty surpassed even that of Xiahou Dun, driven solely by infatuation. Utilizing the version limit card to swap floors would give him an innate advantage over a half-immortal teammate. SpongeBob and Arnold were unsuitable as well. They lacked intelligence and would undoubtedly botch the bounty office's tasks, resulting in Li when blaming both him and Groot. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yan decided he had 3 days to secure a suitable candidate for the position at the 1408 office. Take care, Brother One. After Li Wen finished speaking, he turned and left. The general manager's idleness was beneficial for the floors. Dong Tianbao, at level 2333, was overwhelmed with work, primarily due to the terrifying nature of the level 8 anomaly. Should a super anomaly render the administrators helpless, it would lead to a complete containment failure. The manager responsible for that floor, as seen with Steve at level 666, would be forced into retirement. Ding! An elevator arrived at 1408. A dozen robust men clad in medieval black armor stepped out in succession. All at level 40, adorned in standard guild gear, they immediately spotted Lin Yan, drenched in blood, with pinkish remnants of flesh at his feet. Their shock transformed into fury within moments. They were late. The leader, a level 60 half-immortal, stormed forward, seizing Lin Yan by the collar, lifting him off the ground. His voice was frigid. Wang Yuan Jinin, we have already sent word, providing bail and halting the judgment. He glared fiercely. That Lin Yan is our vice president. Do you wish to provoke a conflict between the Iron Blood Dragon and the Wang Yuan Jinin families? Lin Yan's pupils contracted. Brother Shu, wait. The burly man turned, suddenly noticing a sharp thorn almost touching his neck, courtesy of Groot. Lin Yan wiped the blood from his face. I am Lin Yan. The strong man paused. Ah, you are our vice president? I thought you were merely a level 40 yellow tier. Lin Yan remained suspended in midair, waving his hand, you lot. His eyes, filled with ill intent, turned towards the few bodyguards as he smiled. Go, clean the floor until it shines more brilliantly than your own eyes, and you shall survive. A few bodyguards who had traveled from afar felt a wave of relief wash over them. Survival is assured. The one speaking now is the administrator. The verdict has been pronounced. Luo closed her eyes deeply, surrendering with a sigh. Just go. Lin Yan is a formidable being. There is no chance of winning. If faced with him, one must simply accept their misfortune. Lin Yan turned his head. To the esteemed members of the Iron Blood Dragon, your arduous journey from afar is appreciated. The Fire Dragon will treat you. Now, please set me down. Chapter 77. The disappearance of the 12 talismans. 10 minutes later, newcomers to room 1408 were astonished to witness an unimaginable scene. 5 exceptionally skilled players, each at level 50, were kneeling on the ground, diligently scrubbing the bloodstains from the floor with toothbrushes. Each of them possessed the prowess to dominate this realm. Yet here they were, fervently engaged in cleaning, meticulously scraping away the dried blood from the crevices of the tiles. Lin Yan sat comfortably in a CAF, where the cadre of the Iron Blood Dragon filled the establishment to capacity. Room 1408 had never been so lively. He took a sip of warm coffee, exhaling a contented sigh. His day had been quite exhilarating. Opposite him, the Judgment Envoy sat dejectedly, lost in thought, as if Lin Yan's words had left him bewildered. Gone was his previous arrogance. He now resembled a fresh graduate preparing for an interview, hands resting primly on his knees. Her pride stemmed from both her strength and status. As a level 65 semi-mortal with a Meow Mountain poison body, she wielded considerable power. Her position as a Judgment Envoy granted her the unique privilege to take lives within the peace space. Yet before Lin Yan, all of this was rendered meaningless. He possessed an administrator's appointment document. Not only could he take lives, but he could also brazenly engage in a barbecue right there, with those T-800 robots assisting in seasoning. In truth, Lin Yan had resorted to violence because the Black Bear Guild sought to abduct him for the talisman he had won in a lottery. They had bribed a staff member in an attempt to forcibly take him away. However, to their astonishment, Lin Yan had leveled up from 22 to 40 overnight. Now reaching the pinnacle of ordinary humanity, level 50, he had swiftly eliminated a level 35 player with ruthless efficiency, proving worthy of his extensive connections. Silence enveloped the scene. The bribed Judgment Envoy had been stripped of his skin by the very act of silence. A rather intact piece of human skin. The dignity of a level 9 guild demanded preservation, yet some favors were to be extended to Lin Yan. Now, everything had gone awry. Despite his esteemed title, he was merely a worker at the mercy of the guild's impending punitive measures. His constitution could only improve through consuming peculiar items. Without the intelligent support of a major guild, leveling up would be fraught with challenges. Any promotion was now out of reach. Suddenly, Lin Yan spoke up. "Oh," he jumped, startled, and quickly adopted a look of grievance. "What a tease you are," she thought to herself. Lin Yan inquired. "Mai mentioned you were the Judgment Envoy. What are you judging?" "Ah, it's nothing," Zui stammered, her face paling, as she sat in regret, like a top-tier internet celebrity being interrogated by the police. Her previous experiences proved futile. Zui exhaled nervously, maintaining a state of peace at level 2333. If someone violates the law, the Judgment Envoy must intervene, but your situation is quite special. And what makes it special? Lin Yan seemed to imply, "My father is a provincial secretary. Feel free to issue a fine. I have no objections." A smile crept across Lin Yan's face. "Return and inform Wang Yuanjin that the Black Bear Guild has attacked me. I was compelled to retaliate, and my counteroffensive is far from over." Lin Yan's gaze gradually turned icy. "I demand the life of the Black Bear. I have already explained the significance of that severed head. Remember to take it away once our business is concluded." Lin Yan was straightforward in his intentions. "I wish to know the floor where the Holy Master resides. In exchange, I shall provide you with a dangerous 7 spirits address." He was momentarily taken aback, struggling to keep pace with this abrupt conversation. "How did you know that my Maoshan poison body can only evolve through consuming the spirits? The 7 spirits are tantamount to a terrifying entity of level 75. The crux is that only those who have managed to escape from its grasp can possess such knowledge. It is impossible for one to achieve this alone. However, the anomalies of the spirits offer a precious avenue for surpassing the level 70 threshold." Zui Yi's tone quickened. "Is that truly the case?" Lin Yan remained composed, reclining back. "Since I have made the statement, I shall not engage in the folly of self-verification. It would only diminish my stature." Zui Yi pondered for a moment. Lin Yan possesses an uncanny connection to the supernatural. even able to procure a letter of appointment from the general manager. Perhaps there truly exists a channel for such inquiries. Lin Yan's strength lies not in mere power, but in the intricate, mysterious, and unpredictable web of relationships he maintains. So he contemplated further. Room 789 on the 9,999th floor. Yesterday, while the Black Bear Guild was exploring the Tomb Raider ruins, they discovered the Holy Master along with the cow and rabbit talismans. The Holy Master claimed that by reinserting the 12 talismans into its body, it could restore its divine powers. Lin Yan clenched his fist. Excellent. On the 9,999th floor, I have at least ascertained the whereabouts of the Holy Master. Lin Yan inquired further. Do you have any knowledge of the current location of the 12 talismans? He hesitated. 8 of the 12 talismans have been located, yet their effects are rather lackluster, and they cannot be used simultaneously, resulting in consistently low search interest. They are as follows: cow, tiger, rabbit, snake, horse, goat, chicken, and pig. The Black Bear Guild possesses 2 newly discovered talismans, the cow and rabbit. While the tiger talisman is in your possession, the horse talisman is with Wang Yuan Jinin, and the goat, chicken, and pig talismans are held by the Heavenly Court Guild. Oh, Lin Yan recognized a familiar name. The Heavenly Court. Is that not the guild of the woman who stole my tricycle, possessing the terrifying Earth tier talent, divorce, and split half? Upon divorce, one can seize the other's experience levels, equipment, and shelter vouchers. They can even forcibly bind health bars. As long as the ex-husband remains alive, one will not suffer harm, albeit with some pain. A torment more dreadful than death. For instance, the talent card I possess can transform a person into a vegetative state, adding to the list of attributes. Chapter 78. No one can prevent me from bribing you. Lu Huqing is a level 60 semi-immortal and a wielder of the lava fruit ability in the world of One Piece. The possessor of this devil fruit is the Marine Admiral, Akainu Sakazuki, who can transform his body into magma and obliterate half a glacier with a single punch. Naturally, Lu Huqing has yet to reach such formidable strength. However, due to her exceptional physique, she is immune to any toxic, energy, or non-hockey attacks. It remains uncertain to what extent she has cultivated her abilities, particularly whether she possesses the hockey of armament. Lin Yan pondered. The talent card of the Crazy Mita is distinct. It bestows a talent that is not offensive but rather a form of grace. Can one truly refuse Mita's goodwill? Lin Yan had already resolved within himself that as long as he could compel her to consume this item, no matter her powers, she would be rendered incapacitated. Let us proceed with a 3-step plan. First, we shall disrupt Lady Lu from the heavenly realm at 10086, forcing her to relinquish the narrative tricycle and talismans, all while securing a small fortune. Second, we shall eradicate the Black Bear Guild, acquiring their cow and rabbit talismans and gaining further wealth. Third, I possess components of the Storm War Axe. I will gather the necessary items to bribe the 666th level administrator, Steve. With Ender Pearls, we shall forge our celestial-grade equipment and attain the freedom to bribe. As Lin Yan contemplated this, he clenched his fist resolutely. Our objectives are crystal clear. We must reclaim the vertical saw's narrative items. Should that woman trade or consume them, all would be lost. To enact vengeance, one must first engage in bribery, thereby securing an invincible position. Thus, Lin Yan inquired, who is the administrator of the 10086 level? Zhuo paused, responding, the general manager is Lu. The elevator administrator is Grey Wolf. The lobby administrator is Bear 2, and the meat soil district administrator is Beastmark. Lin Yan fell silent, gazing calmly at the arbiter, lost in thought for several seconds. Why did it feel as though his cerebral cortex had suddenly become exceedingly smooth? Wait a moment, who are all of you? Grey Wolf and Bear 2 are understandable. They hail from ancient Fural. Beastmark must be Captain Mark, who transformed into the devouring beast in Ling Cage, also from Fural. But what does Lu signify? Who is Lu? Zhuo explained. Once, a husky escaped from the Panhong district, awakening its intelligence and fleeing the confines. It has since been contained and now holds the esteemed position of general manager at level 10,086. Lin Yan's lips twitched. He should have anticipated this. This apartment seems to house everything. So, Lulu's disappearance years ago was due to containment. Suddenly, Lin Yan recalled that he had indeed acquired related equipment. The Panhong chain, containment item, Panhong chain, anomaly level, low yellow tier, anomaly source, redemption from the Panhong district, drink, hey, brothers, I'll give it a fiery dragon fruit. A simple Y-shaped dog collar that tightens when ensnaring an enemy, inducing a choking sensation without causing unconsciousness, and exerting an emotional suppression effect, suitable for training. Lin Yan fell silent once more, gazing up at the opulent management space, lost in contemplation for an extended period. Alas, you all are playing far too frivolously. This contraption is hardly a weapon. It is merely a trinket from the original Fire Dragon heroes. Given its nature as a related item, it must be one of the bribes. A complete bribery task requires first-hand observation to be fully realized. One must wait for Uzi's signature cooldown after a brief slumber. Lin Yan extracted a napkin and swiftly inscribed a series of address numbers. This is the address. Verify it yourself. But I must caution you. This is a level 7 danger. Proceed with caution. He swallowed hard. How could he even reveal the abnormal strategies to me? Is he truly just a mere 50-level yellow tier? After the recent mental blow, he found his tone, so amiable, so pleasing to the ear in contrast to the earlier harshness. Before him, it felt as though he had returned to the summer days of the office, reverting to the intern constantly berated by superiors. Lin Yan began to jot down a series of numbers again, his demeanor growing cold. Currently, the bounty office is lacking a director, and I have yet to determine who to assign, should Chu Renmei escape. I will hold you accountable. Lin Yan raised his gaze. Do you understand? Zui's heart skipped a beat. How did he know my name? The gold and silver I brought were only referred to as the Arbiter. How did he come to know my name? Wait, how did he also know that I must consume aberrations to level up? Lin Yan cast her a knowing glance, sending a chill down Zui's spine. I will never return to this cursed 1408 again. Just the ambiguous relationship between Lin Yan and the 1408 administrator makes this a stronghold for the powerful. If everyone were truly equal, why would they all strive for strength? He stared in disbelief at the address number in his hand, his fingers trembling slightly. He possessed the Maoshan poison body and the Maoshan techniques passed down from the wealthy Xiaohao, which provided suppression and damage enhancement against aberrations. Yet, the downsides were glaringly evident. His experience points have been sealed. From now on, he could only level up by consuming aberrations. In confronting dangers rated 5 and above, solitary combat was not customary in the apartment. Everything relied on numbers. This level 7 aberration was essentially a panacea for him. He had never consumed one before. What terrifying negative emotions could a level 7 aberration within him provide? Perhaps he could leap to level 70 in one go. He had witnessed General Manager Li when bestow upon Lin Yan the official administrator badge. Perhaps he could access the containment objects of every room on the 1408 floor. Completely transparent, Lin Yan squinted. Her bribery task concerning aberration had been directly fulfilled. Upon reflection, indeed, she had yet to attempt bribing a demigod. If one could attain the utmost favor of a demigod, could the bribery talent also replicate their demigod abilities? That would render my power exceedingly monstrous. What if the demigod abilities could be stacked? That would be a true aberration among aberrations. To relish the hard-earned celestial talents of another, while evading the myriad side effects brought on by various semi-divine artifacts, is truly the hallmark of a life champion. While you tread cautiously on your path to ascension, I glide effortlessly on the chariot of bribery. Before me stand the Arbiter, presenting merely 3 tasks of bribery: deceit, promotion, and reaching level 70. The task of deceit has already been fulfilled. Knowing the specific address of the deceitful entity suffices for task completion. Lin Yan's mind raced with calculations. Once the Maoshan poison body is acquired, my experience bar shall be locked. Yet, what if I use a talent card to store the semi-divine talent and transfer it to another anomalous being? For instance, to Xiahou Dun. Frantic Meta. Non-human anomalies cannot utilize experience stones unless they undergo completion. Otherwise, their levels shall remain stagnant. The Maoshan poison body can automatically convert the consumed, deceitful souls into experience. If Xiahou Dun were to obtain the Maoshan poison body and diligently consume deceitful souls, could his level ascend to the perilous 5th tier? After all, he possesses a ground tier talent, Undying Legion. Once his level rises, he would become an overwhelmingly terrifying entity, an existence that is unwaveringly loyal yet frightfully formidable. Lin Yan felt a surge of excitement. Nurturing games are splendid. I have always relished nurturing games. Bribery. With the player card, I shall preserve her 2 talents, bestowing invisible wings upon Meta and Maoshan poison body upon Xiahou Dun. Frantic Meta can harness the negative emotions of the grotesque Meta. These wings are astonishingly powerful. The Maoshan poison body will significantly enhance Xiahou Dun's level, synergizing with the Undying Legion talent, consuming and expelling simultaneously. These are the 2 formidable pillars I rely upon. Lin Yan's gaze turned resolute. Thus, it appears. Arbiter, you are bound by this bribe. No one can thwart my bribery, not even you. Chapter 79. The Azure Lotus Elixir. Lin Yan suddenly proposed, I shall take you to confront the Chu Renmei and rally your companions for the endeavor. Zui was taken aback. Was this an invitation to embark on a formidable conquest? Not only had he provided me with a peculiar spirit anomalies address, but he also intended to personally accompany me in a battle? How fortuitous. Have we met on Earth? Zui inquired. Now, Lin Yan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, while every word I utter is the unvarnished truth, you must acknowledge that a life has been lost under mysterious circumstances. We ought to report that it was due to an anomaly. Zui was struck with astonishment. An anomaly rated as level 7 in danger would typically require the support of 3 to 4 players of level 65. Yet here I stood alone at level 65. Although the Maoshan poison body possesses a restraining effect on the spirit anomaly, a lone level 65 against 6 level 50 adversaries was gravely insufficient. The pressing question